I agree completely.
Okay, you know what, guys? I was gonna say, before we went on about this, if Fnatic get SD in this series, they're gonna win this game or whatever game that they pick Shadow Demon in. Do you want to know why?
10 seconds
Please
remaining.
do enlighten us.
Should I elaborate? Okay, well, if SD gets picked, then that means Mr. Jabs is gonna play Shadow Demon. That means we're gonna get a DJ playmaking hero, and that is Fnatic's winning recipe. That's my theory here. Because Jabs, in my opinion, plays so much better with these like spell casting, sit back, position, just use your abilities when you can, versus DJ, who's much better at that just go in, right? Like cast the best possible skills you can and just find the angle to like disrupt your opponent.
That's interesting. I mean, what have we seen Jabs on so far? I mean, we saw him play Pudge. That was certainly very fun.
Can't really remember.
Let's look at
he's
that.
been playing like overall in different tournaments. They've been playing Rubik's and Phoenix's, Miranas, and my dog wants to join the party. If you can hear her,
Tuscan Clockwork as well. Two of his most played of the patch so far. Yeah, so it seems to be a mix. Like he plays some of these sit back and cast your spells, some of these big brawling heroes. But Fibin, you saying you prefer it when Jabs is on one of these spell casting heroes.
Did my dog just summon Lycan? By the way, is that what happened?
I heard that. Yeah,
dogs can predict the future. Like whenever there's a flood, dogs will go to high ground. So he predicted the Lycan, and it's just like, oh hey, buddy.
I guess it's more like I prefer DJ to be on someone who can just go in more than Jabs playing like, just a spellcasting chill back hero. Because I know Jabs can play everything, but DJ just excels. Like he was playing Omni Knight yesterday on DJ. And I'm thinking to myself, that's like literally the biggest waste
of talent ever
of a player.
Yeah.
Right? Like you saw his Pangolier, and then the next game you give him Omni Knight.
Yep.
It's just so tragic.
I know exactly what you mean. I've been there, saw that, experienced some of the teams with such situations. The good old Lich and Ancient Apparition patch, never forget it. Meanwhile, we have a Gyro here, so it deals a little bit with Lycan and all the summons, I suppose. There's lots of mixed damage coming from you in the mid game, but Bane is gonna suffer. This Lycan is just yesterday we were talking about it. It's just a perfect pick to just send all your little pesky summons on that Bane, and he dies instantly. There was a game in which Thunderhide and two wolves two-shotted Shadow Demon last night. Lycans, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's poor Bane. He's all about a single target, and then Lycan Zoo just comes running at him like, "Yeah, nightmare this, you stupid purple."
It's a lot of damage to Dominator creep with the Overlord Dominator. It's like 80 damage. And then you get the aura from the Vladimirs too. It's just insane.
And the minus armor that you get from yourself, from the teammates. It's just ridiculous. They do ban out the tide. Yeah. They do ban out the tide. So that's probably one of the best heroes versus Lycan, in my opinion. As you get one item literally and you just stand in front of your tower. Every time he assaults, you just anchor smash and that's it. So very difficult to play against that as Lycan in the laning stage and afterwards.
So, I mean, the reason for Lycan is quite obvious why they took it. And Gyrocopter, like they're trying to do what they can to be able to deal with the summons and the fights without having to focus on too much with the flat cannon, obviously. It's a very strong lane. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this like Bane Gyrocopter or like Bane Monkey King kind of lanes. Do you think they should have picked Monkey instead though over Gyro? Like we saw yesterday, who was it that picked the Gyrocopter? It was Thunder Predator, right? They had an opportunity to take Monkey, but they took the Gyro instead, and I don't feel like it had the same amount of impact on Monkey.
I feel like Team Spirit played Gyro, right, and did well with him. So maybe did some comfort zone.
Right,
that's it. Storm banned out by Fnatic instantly into the Batrider because Team Spirit was the one that owned with Storm. If you remember, they had that Storm Bloodseeker game. And, and it was obvious. If you want Bat, maybe a Queen of Pain is an option now for Team Spirit. They don't really have a lot of catch on Fnatic. We've seen some Linas, but I wouldn't like to play Lina versus Lycan too. It's a bit scary. But however, if you do pick Lina on the side of Team Spirit and you finalize with 4th pick Mars versus Lycan, no, doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, there you go, Queen of Pain. And I still wouldn't mind Mars here. Maybe a bit early though.
How do you feel about the Queen of Pain change and the heals? For me, that one was like so random.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I completely agree. No, not sure. Even in the last couple of games that I watched Queen of Pain versus Bat, it just feels that Bat has more impact after the laning stage anyway. And you can switch things up. You can put Bat somewhere else. By the way, how does the matchup Lycan versus Queen of Pain go now? It used to be pretty solid when he had a lot of healing and when he would get that headdress and just out CS anyone on mid. But right now, I feel like could be a little painful.
It might still be okay. What I'm thinking now that you mentioned about Lycan going mid possibly is Raven has always been known to be a huge Lycan player. So I'm wondering if this might ever be the first Lycan carry that we'll see. Although everyone has pretty much been favoring it in the position 3 role, right? It kind of does the same thing. It just doesn't make sense, to be honest, to have like a position 1 Lycan when all he's really doing is buffing your team.
This has to be a Mars ban from Fnatic, right? Like now with the Dark Willow pickup.
Yeah,
They
should
up for it.
And Fnatic just going for the clear counter picks here with the Abaddon. The shield is amazing against the Queen of Pain Shadow Strike. Very good against Dark Willow. Everything Dark Willow wants to do just gets ruined by the Purge.
By Mars. Yep, Abaddon is just versus Bane and Dark Willow and Queen of Pain, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's very, very solid.
You're mentioning about the Queen of Pain changes earlier, and I like them just because thematically it works really well. You know, she's supposed to love pain. She's a sadist. Now she heals from the pain. Perfect. Big fan.
Wow. You know a lot about that, don't you?
I've done my research.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
No one in my area, sadly. Sniper
Tell us
banned
more.
out from
Tell
Team
us more,
Spirit. No,
Nomad.
let's move on. Don't talk about the draft. Sniper banned out, interestingly. I mean, who's scared of a sniper? Team Spirit, apparently. But what I actually do like about Team Spirit's draft this time is this feels like them. It feels like they are actually playing the heroes they want to play now, which is really good. But, I mean, obviously they still got the Bane, the heroes, which are very popular right now. But it's got their stamp on it. And that's what I was kind of, you know, they didn't do badly yesterday, obviously, but it still hasn't felt like they've been super comfortable, and now this just feels comfort
good.
zone for them.
Yeah, completely. I agree. Just a lot of damage coming from Team Spirit overall. You can brawl constantly. You don't even, when you look at these heroes, you truly don't need items, right? Like you can just brawl from having level 6 on everyone, which is nice. But they really have to be careful about how they go into the laning stage, especially now with the Medusa pickup. So how will they lane this? Fnatic has a lot of options.
Lycan
really.
off, right?
Offlane Lycan.
Tough Lycan, Raven Medusa, Bat mids. Okay. So DJ Abaddon, is this something which you consider to be brawly enough to give Fnatic, you know, set them up for a good game, Theben?
No stuns.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Just why do teams hate stuns? Like,
you know what? I like it. I like it in the end. I think what's gonna happen is DJ's gonna follow Chana on the map, and Chana's just gonna go crazy. He doesn't really have any. You don't really have any way to stop this Bat Rider, especially with the Aphotic Shield backing him up. It's gonna give Raven plenty of space. Yatoro needs to be way too active early on to be able to slow down this Medusa. And Team Spirit do have their draft though. They want to just be able to run at you eventually and have that like kind of hard carry in the late game that will win you, like if it gets to that point, and that is the Gyrocopter. But I think Fnatic should be slightly favored here.
Okay, Fnatic for Theben then. Lizard, which way are you going?
I would go with Fnatic just for you know, the skill discrepancy, but I'll go with Team Spirit instead. None of these teams, they didn't draft a single stun. I'm just angry at looking at both of these drafts. And I feel Queen of Pain should do fairly okay versus Bat, and eventually they'll take over the game. But I dislike both of the drafts, really.
I mean, I think this game's kind of going to turn into a brawl at some point in this game with the Gyro and the Medusa just kind of chilling out. So when you look at the 4 versus 4, I kind of massively prefer Team Spirit. As you said, they've got stuns, they've got catch, they've got escape to get away from this Bat Rider. So even if he does have a good time at mid, I'm not sure, even with the Aphotic Shield, he's actually going to be able to get on top of the heroes to actually deal the damage. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with Team Spirit as well for this one. But let's find out what our casters have to say about this one. We've got the duo of Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you very much, Nomad. As we get a lot of spamming of the all chat lines real quick. Always my favorite part. Sure, it's yours too, Mo. But Gyro again. I know you've had some words about this Gyro, Mo, and I'm not sure they've been the most positive words about this hero.
I don't mind Gyro. I think it's a decent hero. What did I say bad? Oh, they just killed a wolf, by the way. On
game's over
with the Bane. So
I think you
XP.
said last time you weren't sold on the Gyro. At least not yet.
It was just in that particular instance. That's all.
Oh, okay. We'll wipe the slate clean then. You're back to liking Gyro.
I don't mind Gyro. I'm slightly favouring Spirit in this game, I would say. Let me tell you a thing about Team Spirit. So obviously, people talk about Collapse a lot. This guy, historically, has not really been a Pango player, right? Like, when he played in DTCL a few weeks back, like, he was this bronze tier Pango player when they picked it in an official. So I'd be interested to see whether it's something that he's been practicing. When they get another wolf, easy.
Ooh.
More XP. Thank you very much. Yeah, because I think it could be like Collapse. Yeah, again, he's still bronze tier on this hero. Like, you can see at the top, right?
You can. You have the gold Bane and the gold Queen of Pain.
So I'm assuming this is something that they've been picking a lot in scrims and things, because, you know, Collapse plays like a lot of these like Magnuses and Mars and things and these axes and whatever, but Pango was never really a hero of his. So it's nice to see him expanding the hero pool a little bit.
Is there a pro player that plays a level 30 hero?
I don't know. I mean, it must be pretty difficult because of all the scrims and things as well. Like, you can get to level 30, but not easy. You have to play a lot of data.
Yeah, I had somebody that was a level 30, I believe, techies in my game or something like that, or like a level 30 weaver in my game recently. One of the two.
Level 30 Weaver, such a weird one. I want to mention about this bot lane quickly. We have this lane again with the Shadow Demon and the Lycan where they have the surround potential. So, Spirit have to be a little bit careful. I think Mofarah on the Bane in particular. Especially at the level 3 mark, I think, with the level 2 Wolves when they get a bit stronger.
Yeah, Mofarah's already had to deal with this Lycan once before, and it was not really the most fun time for him. He was playing, what, Ancient Apparition that last time? They do try to stare around Yatoro, but they can't do so.
And Death on this Lycan as well. Also go for the Helm of Dawn Rush like with straight away. He only has the Quelling Blade. So that Helm of Iron Will going to be coming out really quick. Really strong in this lane in particular as well, having the extra armor to work with. He does have to be careful with his Wolves though against the flat cannon, obviously.
And that'll be the source of Mofarah's CS, as he's got himself 4 Wolves already. Nightmare comes out on the jabs, and he'll avoid the homing missile with the disruption. Does set him up to potentially take some more damage though from Yatoro and get run down. But just don't have the damage at the moment to get really anything of substance in a finishing blow just yet.
This reminds me of playing Beastmaster against Gyro. Like, you have to be so careful about your summons. And it's the same with Enigma and things as well. You can't just let them die. Otherwise, you're giving away so much XP in the laning stage. Mid, Toronto Tokyo doing really well so far. I think definitely a little bit Bkop favoured. The panel were talking about this before.
And for the moment, you have, like you said, Toronto Tokyo leading and Chuen not really doing too amazing. At least we haven't really seen a breakout performance from him just yet. when he was, when he had his time with Aster, that was when I was really excited to potentially see him kind of break out. And then, of course,
Toronto
Tokyo grabbing both water runes.
He's going to TP, I think. Yeah, that's such a nice play. He didn't want to even run back. He was just carrying on hitting. And as soon as the Firefly comes out, then he TPs. Like wasting the Batrider's resources. Oh, this Bat's in trouble now as well.
Ooh, getting low. Shadow Strike keeping him low for the moment. Ticks down to 27. And we'll tick all the way down to 14. We'll get the refill on the bottle. Only a 2/3 refill with that bounty rune, though. Gwen, it's just, we have seen him struggle quite a bit. And he came in, obviously, Season 2 for Fnatic. And this team has shown promise at time. We've seen him show what we've been expecting from him at times, but it's not really the performances I think I'm used to seeing from him when he was playing for Aster.
Yeah, they've had an okay tournament so far, though. Oh, Mira actually took the top ward. Oh, okay, DJ was there as well. So all 4 supports. Oh, no, 3 supports coming to the mid lane, sorry. Bane not making the rotation. But Lady Stage going so well at the moment for Team Spirit. If you look at the difference in the net worth between mid lane. Pretty good going.
200 gold.
God, I hate Pango. Are they going to go for the surround here?
They're going to try and get in front of Yatoro. They're doing a lot of damage. They've got the Nightmare, and now the Homing Missile going out into jabs, but first blood will be secured for this Shadow Demon as they take out Yatoro. Bottom lane, and that's going to be the advantage for Fnatic.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. It feels like maybe potentially a little bit sloppy, pushing up, quite far in the lane, but good catch by Jabs. I think having that Helm of Dom on the Lycan as well going to be such a big difference maker in the lane. Like the kill threat is all of a sudden completely different. Right? Like the dynamic changes.
They're going to go Nightmare Homing Missile once again on the Death.
Like
Black Cannon right clicks and Death taking a lot of damage, but he's right here near his tier 1 tower.
He's so tanky though. This is the Helm of Iron Will that we were talking about before. Like all of a sudden he's just got 13 armor sitting under his tier 1. How are you supposed to kill this guy without burst damage? It doesn't work, right? And he's getting ever so close to the Helm of Dom. Is this the first Lycan offlane game we've seen as well with a ranged core? I can't remember because obviously you can't really build the Ags. Maybe Undying did it yesterday. I can't remember.
What was it? It was Monkey King that was the other one because he was getting bit. And I'm not sure. I don't remember off the top of my head what the other one was as well.
Because I'm pretty sure if you DJ picks up the Invis rune top. Jabs might be in trouble here.
And taking a lot of damage. He was nightmared before. Toronto Tokyo trying to get this kill on the Jabs. And are they going to dive this? Shadow Realm Strike and a Sonic Wave coming through from Toronto Tokyo to get that kill on the Jabs.
Yeah, just get the kill. 100% worth it. The Spat's not level 6 yet, so doesn't really have the chase potential. I mean, did they see the stacks? Oh, I guess it's only a 1 stack. The potion going to come and leech some of the XP though, I'd assume.
Step up some. Oh.
I think he's trying to block the Ancients. Yeah, it looks like he is.
Is that in the square?
Yeah, it is. It's like right in the top right.
You see that one under the Fnatic logo? The number 1. Just right under the logo, the top bar.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
I believe that stands
that's the
for
fans, isn't it?
I think it's the pennant owners. I'd like to think that one fan is having the greatest time of his life right now.
Hell yeah. What? The post is just running around the jungle. It's just
stealing
leeching
experience.
XP.
Yeah,
he's
he
having
doesn't
a great
care if he
time.
dies.
Rolling
They
Thunder.
go after the Medusa. Raven in some trouble. They've got the Bramble Maze down with the Rolling Thunder being used by Collapse. They get a quick kill there on a DJ Raven. Can't really do much to retort on that. They have brought over Jabs and Chuan to try and make something happen. And, oh man, they're going to rip through this Bat Rider. Collapse gets the kill.
Yeah, such a nice rotation. They understand that when there's a Deucer and a Bat Rider on the same team, they're going to be making stacks. Like, there's a Shadow Demon making stacks. It's going to be happening. So they come in really early and contest. They don't have vision down at the moment to see it, but even so,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
good start so far for Spirit, and this Bat Rider is falling really far behind. I mean, we've seen one difficult Bat Rider performance this tournament already from, I think it was Frank, right? But that was from the off lane. I don't think we've seen a really difficult Bat Rider mid performance yet. This might be the first one.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
not
attack.
having
Radiant structures are
a great
fortified.
time on this bat. Chip vest drop for the Radiant side. Team Spirit with a 2k lead over Fnatic at the moment. DJ just trying to make some more stacks here.
Are scanning.
Doesn't hit
What's
that
the-
stack, obviously, in the ancient camp.
I assume Toro's doing the stats build again on Gyrocopter as well, where he's not
Radiant's
leveling
bottom
Rocket
tower
Barrage.
is under
He's got 1
attack.
in stats. He's gotten 0, 1, 4, 1.
Yeah, okay.
Dire's
So
top
he's
tower
skipping the
is
Rocket
Radiant's
Barrage again.
bottom tower has fallen.
Which I don't mind too much. I think we've seen this build a lot from him. I think he's played it at least once more this tournament. It might be twice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Raven,
Dire's structures
despite
are fortified.
getting disrupted up towards top, he is sitting top of the net worth.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference in the net worth really is the mid laner, right? It's just that this Bat Rider's falling behind a little bit. The Deuce is still farming fine, the Lycan's still farming fine, and I think there's a lot of pressure on Death here to make like things happen on the map, right? Because this Bat Rider needs a little bit of space here to be able to catch back up into the game again. And like Theben was saying earlier, obviously the game plan originally for Fnatic would have been, you know, try and play around this Bat Rider, but because he's having a really difficult time, they can't really do that. So we'll have to see how they adapt.
Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, as well as Miposhka sitting mid for the moment. Mira just level 5, and they do have that Fiend's Grip available as Miposhka hits that level 6. And yeah, there it is. Mira also now getting that 6. So they have the ults ready on the supports. Gonna make a move towards bottom. This could result in potentially multiple kills.
Nice play by
They'll lay
Jabs,
down the
though.
Bramble Maze, and Jabs is gonna be the one who eats the smoke so far. Cursed Crown, the lockdown. Ooh, disruption. All right, avoiding the Bedouin for a moment, but still ending up dead. That solo target Bedouin is a lot of damage, and they'll get the kill on the Jabs. Mir getting credit for it.
Yeah, and I think Gyrocopter was taking an ancient stack there as well in the top jungle, so he's going to be starting to build that net worth up. Oh, he didn't quite finish it off. Okay.
And he's gotten into that early Chrysalis, going into the Ags. Picks up that Blade of Alacrity first.
Good grip.
They've got the Fiend's Grip over mid. Gwen in trouble, and they'll throw in the Terrorize. They've got the Sonic Wave. Jab's trying to help out, but they get the kill here onto the Bat Rider. Mira moving forward, the sleep out on a Raven. There's not much he can do to help at the moment. Swashbuckle coming through on the DJ. DJ does have the borrowed time ready to go, and they'll Rolling Thunder into the Stone Gaze of Raven, which will be the ejection cord that Fnatic used to try and get out of this one. But, well, Collapse is still right in their face. He'll pop the borrowed time on DJ. They want to get a Nightmare to maybe get a +1. But now they've kind of caught Miposhka in between the tier 1 tier 2 with this disruption, but no follow-up of the Bat Rider TPing back into the fight. Collapse Swashbuckle going out, and these 4 heroes from the side of Team Spirit will start to retreat. Really, it's not 4, it's 5 with Gyro kind of entering the fray at the end.
Yeah, they really want to try and get this mid-tier 1 to open up the map, right? But Fnatic offering stiff resistance. It's a really difficult thing to push into, these double defensive supports just sat behind a Medusa. Because the Medusa's not an easy kill in herself, right? But
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
what's Mira got coming on the courier? I feel like this Willow has a lot of net worth. But... okay, because they're going for the Yules first, by the looks of it. Could be a 4 staff, I guess, but not that great this game.
Vlad's finished for the Lycan. Almost has the helmet of the Overlord. No borrowed time available for DJ. Ooh, actually just came up. So as it comes up, it ends up popping.
I think the shard on the Willow is going to be the big point for the Abaddon to be sad about this game, though, right? When you try and purge it off and it still spawns the brambles around. Oh, jabs.
Bot kind of by himself, rolling thunder. That hits the creeps, and Gwen will come in trying to help out. This Bat Rider can't do anything to save the life of Jabs. Also bring in Raven. Mystic Snake. Good Nightmare dodge from Aposhka, but he's still getting chased here by Wolves. Looking like he might die, but he gets the brain sap off. With the call down comes in from Yatoro. They get the kill to death. They're going to take out two on the side of Fnatic. And now Stone Gaze, but the Brambles, they're down. It's not going to matter.
Just about having them out of there. Oh no, Maposhka, it's like yesterday all over again.
Still getting run down by Wolves.
It's just 2 days in a row of just getting chased by Lycan Wolves. Poor guy. Good fight though for Team Spirit. The fact they used the Lycan ult and get a not a great fight for Fnatic. It's going to be a lot of downtime here where they're not very strong, so which is why you see Spirit just running at them again.
is down again, making this a hard escape for the Bat Rider, but he's got that Firefly to work with and can kind of skirt his way around the maze. And it might be cheating in some mazes, but there it's using your advantages.
Do you have mazes in the US? Do they do those?
Where they like south or wherever?
No, where you have like the patterns cut into the maze and they like create a maze and stuff out of like I don't know, like in the fields and things.
Out of the maze.
Yeah. And they'll like make a pattern based on like it would be like a face of somebody or something if you looked at it from above.
Yeah, it's not. They don't have that near me. Maybe upstate, but
right. Okay.
Not close.
I don't know. I can't remember where I was going with that. I'll be honest, but
a lot of those mazes are more in the south. Get yourself going into that maze, sir. You may get lost.
I can see the KKs in the chat already. Bkop, don't set them off.
I won't. Just testing them. Just testing them. Aposhka.
They have grip available here.
Gwen. Getting Fiend's gripped. Aposhka gonna hold them. They have the swashbuckle and the call down, and Toronto Tokyo's gonna get the kill there. Team Spirit have moved around this map really well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they've got a 2K lead. It's not like this crazy lead, as despite the fact that it feels like Fnatic have kind of played on the back foot quite often, they still have Raven farming quite well. And yeah, Jabs is going to get caught. He disrupts himself, but it only extends the inevitable, which is his death to collapse.
So he's gone to Diffusal Blade first on Pango as well. Obviously pretty good against Deuce, but I think it's also good against the other cores as well. Gives them a little bit more catch, which is nice, with the Diffusal active. And Lincoln's first on Quap as well. Okay. I mean, we saw this yesterday from Toronto Tokyo when he was playing the Storm, right, against the Bat Rider.
Mm-hmm.
When they have the limited catch on for Fnatic, you pick up that Lincoln's and... Oh, DJ!
Sonic Wave coming through DJ. He's going to end up dead, as that borrowed time was still on cooldown for another 36 seconds. The Bramble Maze keeps this death Lycan close.
He has this help with the Overlord, but we haven't really seen anything from this Lycan this game.
Yeah. And by close, I mean close to the rest of his team and not close to Toronto Tokyo.
Add another to the tally.
He'll never escape that maze, and proving to be very difficult right there.
Raven pushing up a little bit here by himself. Okay, no, he's just using the Mantis. Fair enough. I thought they might have been able to punish him there.
The Fnatic numbers jumped up to 2. Two people holding the banners. Yeah.
I mean, they're quite rare now, though, right?
I have a couple.
Can you? I don't think you can still buy them, though, can you?
I think only in the market.
Okay.
Maybe. Where you're like, you can only buy the old ones. I'm not sure. I have like 5 or 6.
You're gonna look to take this top tier 2 here. Gyrocopter going for that SMY after the Ags, which has now been finished, so that status resist obviously really good against the lasso. I think pretty good against the Stone Gaze as well is key when it gets finished off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And looking to see if anybody was in the trees bottom while the top lane is getting taken.
Yeah, Team Spirit are going to defend this though. Well, okay, they're going to try. I forgot about the zoo. Never mind.
Has fallen.
Ancient Thunderhide gets what Ancient Thunderhide wants, and that's going to be the tier 2 bottom.
Did Fnatic see that ward before?
Which one?
The one that was just next to the outpost spot. Maybe they assumed that the Spirit would deny it or something.
Lasso coming through onto Collapse. They have the Stone Gaze to go with it.
It's such a good combo of spells. The lasso into the Stone Gaze. Obviously, it pulls you the way, and then you can get in position to get the Stone Gaze off in the right, just facing in the right direction.
And quite honestly, the cooldowns, especially once you've got Lasso level 3, which is 110 seconds, which is a bit on the longer side, it's not really the longest cooldowns. Stone Gaze is only 90 seconds. That doesn't really feel that long.
Yeah, Stone Gaze is such an incredible ability. The fact it lasts so long as well, you could... Just this AoE control from a carry in a team fight is pretty rare to find. DJ. Oh, he does mazes. This guy
He's a big maze person. I don't think I've ever done a maze.
Dire are
Like a
scanning.
legit maze.
Oh, say that again.
I don't think I've ever done a maze.
You've never done a maze, Bkop.
Like a big one. Yeah. Roche getting taken very quickly. And it will
tell you
be Yatoro getting it.
Yeah, a big pick off as well. They understand without the lasso and the Stone Gaze, pretty easy to just walk into the pit. This gyro does so much physical damage. I'll tell you a story about a maze, Bkop. I went on holiday to France once, and they had like loads of these characters like dressed up and things, but we couldn't speak French, so they would like try and scare you in the maze, and we'd be like, "Oh, hi," like we don't speak French. They didn't really understand.
Were they just coming up to you and be like, "Oh, omelette du fromage"?
Oh,
You'd be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it."
I don't think French people say omelette du fromage every time.
It's a reference to Dexter's Laboratory, little TV show that I used to watch as a kid.
Oh, hang on, Batrider.
And
Oh,
they
he has
found
DJ set behind him.
Join.
That's fine.
But they've got the Aphotic Shield.
Look at the positioning though of Team Spirit. You see this Bane just sat behind the Queen of Pain, ready to like help out if needed, right? And the other pairing, the Pango sat with the the Pango sat with the Gyrocopter in the bot lane. They're like playing in pairs, right? And then you have this really difficult to kill hero by itself in the Dark Willow. It's like being ultra efficient on the map, and Fnatic are doing something similar where the Abba's sat behind the cores that's always most at risk, right? You kind of want to be matching the Bane's rotations on the Abba if you can.
Is under attack.
Just so wherever he goes, you're always there to cancel grip.
Mabushka 2-0-4, speaking about Fiend's Grip.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, especially against Lycan as well. That's quite
Yeah.
impressive. I mean, Fnatic only have 2 kills, right? So they're not having the best of games at the moment. They're keeping up, though. This Deuce is still farming, and they do struggle to kill the Deuce later on in the game. I think the big thing's going to be the Pango with the disarm. It's going to be incredibly key.
Right now, Pango working with the Diffusal Blade and Arcane Boots. They're going to go to the call down. Collapse has been called. They've got the lasso, Twin. Pop that BKB, he'll lasso up Collapse, and now Maposhka kind of caught out. Will he die for the first time? He's surrounded by 3 heroes who will focus their attention onto the Bane for a second. The Flat Cannon outputting a little bit of damage, and Raven comes to the Snake, and oh, this is a problem for Yatoro, who you lose that Aegis, and I don't think he's got much health. Raven right on top of him, and they're going to try and get this kill before he's able to TP away, and they will do so. DJ getting credit for that. The 3 heroes are dead on the side of Team Spirit. Fnatic coming out ahead.
Yeah, great fight for Fnatic. That Deucer timing on the Skadi really completely changes the cards of the game, right? Because all of a sudden the Gyrocopter can't run away from the Deucer, and the Gyro can't really just sit and fight 1v1 against the Deucer either. So you're stuck in this really weird scenario. I think Pango getting caught first is probably the worst thing that can happen. for Team Spirit as well. Like, they need his team fight, they need the control, and like we said, he's the most important hero against the Dusa with the disarms as well. So if the Pango dies first, the Dusa's just going to take over.
As you see, we have the Dusa take over there. Juan will TP out. No BKB needed.
This Dusa looks absolutely terrifying now.
Do we get Ags maybe soon on Death at some point? I'm very anxious to see the half snake. Ooh.
I think he's trying to kill the Black Dragon.
Okay. Well, Sonic Wave's now on cooldown for a little while.
200 gold though. Easy.
Value, yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm really hoping to see that half snake, half wolf.
I know, because I think it makes you melee, right?
Half,
If you turn someone into a wolf, it makes them melee for me. You don't want to do that to Dusa, so I really doubt that Lycan's going to go Ags.
Okay.
Unfortunately. Otherwise, we could have had another hybrid. Unless a DD... Oh, Jab's just going to snatch it.
You get these chimeras that start coming out.
I don't know that
the only reason I know chimera is it's usually I'm crying after I see the only one I know.
So he almost has Daedalus on the Gyrocopter. So hopefully that will help with their damage output. I mean, you can see in the last fight, as soon as the Gyro's just by himself, he does do a decent amount of damage, but it's not really enough in its own regard.
Right.
Like you were saying, you need the Pango alive.
And he's just about finished this Daedalus on the Gyro. He's 200 gold away from that. And he's going Satanic Scotty. We'll see what order he does want to go for that for.
Yeah, I think you get the Satanic first. Oh, hang on, they've caught somebody here.
It's cost collapse, but he's got the swashbuckle.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Halberd might have been okay on Collapse this game as well, because the effect's obviously really good with the Dusa. But also the status resistance against the Lasso is really strong, and it feels like that's his biggest problem here, right?
Yeah, that's led to his death a couple times already, so...
I mean, the Lotus Orb's obviously really good. You know, we've seen a lot of Lotus this tournament. But yeah, I'm just wondering what they could have, potentially done different.
Or even just stepping up, and he's going for the mid-tier 1.
Is that a
he's
Axe
just
on the
about,
Dusa
yeah.
soon?
200 gold until he's got that Ags, and he'll clean up a creep wave, and now he's got it.
Interesting. So not going for that damage item with the Daedalus or the Butterfly or anything, just going straight for the Axe instead. I think it's something that happened a lot in SEA, right? This Axe. I mean, when you were casting DPC, I'm sure you were probably fed up of this.
Top lane, and they're gonna pop the BKB. Chuen.
Oh, the
Lotus.
Lotus.
With the Lotus Orb. Now Collapse trying to help get this kill onto the Batrider, and they've got the damage. Naturo turns it. He's got that Daedalus just finished off. They get the kill there onto the bat, and they might even look for a +1 on DJ. He pops the borrowed time, but they've got the Nightmare into the Bramble Maze, and he is surrounded and very dead.
Yeah, a great couple of pickups. I mean, that's the Lotus, though, from Collapse, so you can see exactly what it does there against the Lasso. And it's funny that the Lasso lasts longer on the Batrider himself because the Gyro has S and Y. Yeah, great rotations from Team Spirit. They found a good couple of pickoffs. And this Batrider's game, he is really struggling. I mean, obviously it comes down to that laning stage at the start of the game, but...
He's struggling, but it seems like he's kind of taking over the role of a 3, whereas Death is taking over more farm priority, kind of getting that 2 priority farm. Because if you look at Collapse and Chuen, they're kind of close in net worth. So I guess I'm just pulling it.
They are,
straws
but both
here
these,
and hoping for something.
both these heroes aren't really damage dealers, right? Which is okay because they have a Dusa as their 1. So they have these basically kind of 2 position 3s. They're both playing 2.5 in that sense, but are trying to enable the Dusa to do damage and be able to live long enough in the team fight to be able to 1 versus 5 effectively. But this is the thing, I worry with the Ags that they're going to lack that damage output a little bit. It is a good item, but yeah. Going Blink as well next. Wow. I mean, the big question for Spirit is, with this 8k lead, it's great and everything, but can they deal with the Deucer still? I honestly don't know the answer.
Yeah, the one fight that they took that was in that dire triangle, it was a bit of a struggle, but of course we talked about the fact that Collapse was the one who got caught first. He's now got that Blink dagger, so we'll see if it's as easy to catch him, because he'll be going into the Rolling Thunder outside of the fight most likely and blinking in to disrupt the engagement that does inevitably happen. And that might happen near Roche, because there's only 50 seconds until we've got that second Roche coming up. Maposhka.
It's going to be a big moment in the game as well.
Flame break. Ooh.
Okay. Good
Nora's
pick off.
looking for the flame break. Doesn't land it, but he still has the lasso. Maposhka surviving for now. The Lotus Orb is there. This is actually putting DJ in a little bit of a precarious position, as the brambles were around him. But again, he knows how to navigate the maze.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, good pick off. I think the Banes, you know, we've talked about how much Maposhka can do in these fights, but I think the Bane, probably the Willow and the Pango are the big two, but the Bane's like always a nice kill, right? Because it's so easy to kill the Bane in comparison to how much it can do in fights.
Refusal on death from Collapse, and that puts death into the shapeshift.
Yeah, which is a bit worrying considering the
Bottom
Roche is
lane.
up as well, right?
Toronto Tokyo going after the Batrider. Sonic Wave with the Shadow Strike. He's been disrupted, and we'll see if that's enough to save him. They've got that Mist Coil as well as the Aphotic Shield, so they do get the save there on the Batrider, and that'll put Sonic Wave on cooldown for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, good attempt though from Toronto Tokyo. I mean, they have no shapeshift, the other team has no Sonic Wave now, right? So I think Team Spirit is still going to be happy to just walk into the pit here. No? Okay.
Smoking up and looking to make a move here into the jungle to go after Fnatic. Meanwhile, they've got this Medusa kind of locked up. They'll jump in, they look at Jabs, they've got the damage to get the kill on the Jabs and taking the Shadow Team in, and now they're around on a
Medusa's
Raven.
isolated.
Terrorize, and that's going to be the fear as well as the control that they need to maybe get the kill on a Raven. No more mana, no more health, and no more life.
No
They kill
buyback
off the
either.
Medusa, no buyback. DJ follows.
Is under attack.
And that's 3 dead on Fnatic. It looked like, man, they singled out Raven quite well.
I didn't see the start of the fight, like the positioning of all the heroes, but I mean, that Deucer just in absolute no man's land by herself. Big problem. Like, the supports can't get within touching distance to help her. And we've talked about how good Fnatic have been this game, about having the Deucer up front and then this, like, supporting line just behind her, ready to go, ever since the start of the game. One mistake and Spirit are going to punish you massively now. Because this is 2 sets of racks and then probably a Roche as well for Spirit, so it's going to get up to like a 20k net worth advantage.
Wow. And they just break the door wide open. Raven caught all by himself in that mid lane.
The thing is, as well, though, it's not just Raven. Like, they popped the shapeshift before the fight started, before Jabs got destroyed straight away by Toronto Tokyo jumping the backline, which was a fantastic play. You know, the Rolling Thunder coming through from Collapse to zone out the Abaddon as well. So many little different things going on. It's such a split fight.
Yeah, because it left Raven by himself in the mid lane, like forward, while the rest of the team was getting chased by where the tier 2 tower stands in that camp over to the left.
Is that a
Roche is
satanic
getting
on-
low. I just don't
Oh my
think they're going to
God.
make it in time. And yeah, Toronto Tokyo does have a satanic.
Which is terrifying. Who took the shard? The Willow already had one.
I gotta
the
assume the
Pango?
Pango.
Yeah, okay. I mean, obviously,
Oh, no. Maybe Quap. Yeah.
the Quap shard's the AoE, right, with the blink.
The blink,
It's
yeah.
pretty good.
The Sonic Boom.
You have to scream boom every time you're blinking.
Ooh. Is that like when you're obligated to scream Starfall when you play Mirana?
Yeah, I think so. The problem is if we scream boom every time she went in, it would sound like boo, and it would, yeah, then we'd be biased casters. So
Toxic casters saying boo
we
at
can't do
Toronto
that.
Tokyo? Yeah. I can already see the thread. +1.
Titan Silver for the gyrocopter as well. Obviously stacking up status resist with the SMY. he's going to become incredibly hard to kill. Because like we said, the stage resist is really good against the lasso, but it's the stone gaze as well. It's the purge from the Shadow Demon. We see DJ.
Yeah, they're going to spot him. They've got the silence through that courier rushing over the side of Team Spirit. They get the borrowed time popped, and now DJ needs to start to run.
Taking so much damage from the flak while he's running away.
Raven, 250 gold away from finishing off a Daedalus of his own. He hasn't exactly had that opportunity to kind of fight on his own terms. It's always been led by Team Spirit, and that's what they're doing right. They're making Fnatic fight when and where they want to.
They want this helm creep again.
You hurt the ones you love.
Team Spirit, they're really showing up today. Because I agree with Theban's point on the panel that he made before, that I feel these two teams are so similar, like, levels at the moment. And this is like the opportunity for one of them to really push forward and show that they're a level ahead, right, almost. And Spirit, they haven't put much wrong this game. They've played really well.
And I think the one thing that they did wrong was more Fnatic doing something right and grabbing Collapse out. And that was the fight over in the Dire Triangle. And that was the only time where it felt like Team Spirit have lost a fight.
I mean, their laning stage went so well, though, right? It's the big thing. And there's no gem on the Pangolier now as well, so they're going to start to really shut out the map here. Fnatic basically just kept to their base.
$21,000 net worth lead, and Team Spirit playing, like I said, on their own terms, waiting to make a move here and fight Fnatic and finish off the game if they can. Gwen's going to step up, and they've got the blink into the shield crash. They'll pop the BKB. Blink forward from Toronto Tokyo to take the top range racks. Pop the Lycans with the Mystic Snake, and they can just blink out.
It's so low committal, right? They don't really have to pop anything. And they force a battle on a BKB, so they can look to just go again here. And you have to imagine, yeah, they want to probably try and hang around this bot lane a lot more. Let the other lanes just shove in by themselves naturally.
Start to push in bottom. They've got, of course, the flak cannon and every bit of damage coming in from Yatoro. He's going Ag's Blessing and then a Butterfly.
Right, okay.
Staying forward with the Lotus Orb, and Toronto Tokyo blinking in. He's got that Bloodthorn. They'll get the lasso out, and that's onto the Pangolier, but they get the kill on death, and he's going to buy back. They'll look, though, and get the kill on a Collapse. They've killed off the Lycan. They've already used the Stone Gaze. Raven, he's stuck in these brambles. Can't exactly navigate a maze that's surrounding you, and, well, they get the kill on a Collapse. They've taken the tier 3 bottom, and Team Spirit bail for a second.
Was that a solo kill by Toronto Tokyo? I mean, it was slightly off camera,
yeah.
But... I mean, that's absurd. With the Bloodthorn and the Shivas. I mean, even with the Satanic, this guy does so much damage, actually. Because I'm assuming Lycan doesn't have BKB either.
Again, just trying to fight this. Raven doesn't have Stone Gaze to work with.
He doesn't care about the
coming in, and now Toronto Tokyo getting right click pretty hard. Raven trying to output as much damage as he can. They're going to go to the shapeshift. Look over Yatoro. Yatoro running back and eating a lot of this damage.
Oh, the Aegis is gone.
Just as it expires, they get the kill on Yatoro. They'll take him out for 83 seconds. Twin trying to find a lasso, and they have gotten on top of Miposhka, who trying to TP away. Great Terrorize to save the Bane. And they at least kill the Gyro, successfully holding that bottom set of racks.
Oh no.
The timings are perfect from Fnatic on that hold. They're coming back around, though. Is the hold enough? Borrowed time gets popped, Yules up into the air. Another Bramble Maze lay it down. DJ, oh, he'll survive for a little bit longer with Jabs getting that disruption. DJ,
the Deuce is behind.
Now the Medusa behind them. The blink away. They've got the silence. The Curse Crown lands and suns up this Lycan as well as the Medusa, but they got the lasso on to Toronto Tokyo and the kill. Oh my, Fnatic. Right back into it.
I don't really understand why Spirit is sticking around though when the Gyros died, right? Maybe they just... I just don't respect the amount of damage that Fnatic can output. if given the chance, but I feel like as soon as your gyro dies, just bail, right?
You'd think so, and wow, Raven now coming over looking at collapse.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He'll bounce around as he's gonna roll up.
He's
I
in
don't know
trouble.
if that helps him. Lotus Sword bouncing the Mystic Snake and Raven becoming a one-man army.
All the cores just dying one by one, not respecting the the damage that Fnatic have and the potential they have to get out on the map. And you know, we've just been praising Spirit about how well like they've been doing this game and how they haven't put a foot wrong really the whole time. Maybe
All
a
of a
bit
sudden,
of a curse.
yeah, 7,000 net worth drained out of that lead from Team Spirit. Raven, he's going for that Swift Blink. Jabs picks up the Ags. That's going to be a lot of damage coming in with the Demonic Purge. It's only level 2 right now. He's only level 16. But Fnatic, they're back in this game. And it's a tough spot to come back in and win this game. But what's that voice line? Winnable, winnable? Certainly feels like it. Yatoro.
It's, like again, you've got to be careful here. It's still 3 versus 5.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, the sad thing for Fnatic is obviously they've just lost the Aegis on Spirit, so there's no Roche for them to walk into and take. But this Deuce is incredibly hard to kill still. With the extra like utility of the Lycan buffing her up. Nice purge on the Witchbane for the Deucer. Up against the Willow in particular. Going to be really strong.
Haven't exactly seen this Witchbane be utilized in too many games. And they're going to rip right through that tier 2 tower. And now they've got the lasso, but they're stuck with the Fiend's Grip coming out from Aposhka. Glenn is dead. They take out the Bat Rider, and now they need to kind of turn around. They've already used the Stone Gates, but they're going to try and chase. Toronto Tokyo going in and gets the silence out on both Jabs as well as DJ. Lincoln's getting popped across the board. They've got the homing missile coming through as well as the Terrorize. That's going to land on the Medusa, sending him back over mid. Raven, he's not got a lot of mana, but finally the Mystic Snake comes back and puts him back up to full.
Oh,
they've got the Nightmare for a second. Raven trying to fight, but they've got themselves the Bedlam right on top of this Medusa. They get the kill on the Jabs. They'll take out the Shadow Team, and the Rocket Barrage right on top of Raven will finish him off. He doesn't have buyback. Down goes DJ with Jabs. And that all starts on a lasso gone wrong as Maposhka was ready with the Fiend's Grip.
Oh, I was wondering if it was a Lotus or whatnot, but yeah. If it's the Fiend's Grip, really well played by Maposhka. I mean, I understand that play by the Batrider, though. Like, you want to try and force the fight before the Pan goes back up again, right? Like, this whole 4 versus 5 thing that we were talking a lot about yesterday.
Medusa gets buyback, DJ gets buyback. This is looking like it's at least megas, but they do have the glyph. We'll go back onto the high ground, and there's the mega creeps confirmed.
Yeah, they're going to wait, go back for the 3rd Roche, you'd imagine, and then look to try and end the game. Just going to play it ever so slowly. No reason to force it.
Timeless Relic picked up there for Team Spirit.
And he's going to keep it, but I mean, it's pretty good on the Willow as well. Like, depends what other items they get here. And he does pass it over.
Minute 43 till that Roche is up. So it does give an opportunity for maybe Fnatic to collect themselves a little bit. Abaddon going into the Ags, and he'll have that upgrade on the borrowed time, at least to try and keep his team alive a little bit longer.
Did Spirit just drop a gem in the pit? Just to see when Roche spawned? That's really cool. Okay. Because obviously you can't see in the Roche pit anymore with like couriers and stuff, right? So maybe that's happened before and I just haven't seen it. But...
Link forward, and now they've got the Scream. They're going to go after DJ, taking so much damage from Yatoro. Duels up into the air. Raven thinking about going in. They've got the help from Jab. They'll get the disruption. That's through on a DJ. Now the call down. Raven, he's kind of in this. The Sonic Wave comes through. DJ still surviving for the moment, but he's going to be killed off by Collapse.
Oh, this dude's just...
He's in with the Rolling Thunder, and Raven out of position. This is a big problem, but they've got the Demonic Purge. They'll get the lasso on Yatoro. Yatoro trying to survive. There's the Lotus over the Bedlam right on top of Raven. He just fought back. He's gone. Mira gets the kill. They'll call GG.
What's up?
And Spirit will lock up game number 1.
I didn't see whose Lotus that was, but if that was Collapse, so he was just controlling this Deucer the whole fight and got the Lotus off on the Gyrocopter to save from the lasso, so... I mean, Collapse, really well played on the Pango. We talked about him a little bit before the game, but yeah, really strong performance. And I think Spirit, they'll look at their laning stages obviously being the big thing here that, got them through this game. So
Yeah.
I think Fnatic, little bits to work on here. I mean, Tran can't afford to lose the mid lane as hard as he did that game. I think, and I know it's a difficult matchup and whatnot, but it's a tough one. Spirit, though, really great performance from them. A couple of moments, especially that last little bit where all their cores kind of like died one by one. But I mean, they were so far ahead by that point, it didn't really matter. So yeah, a great game one. See if they can do it again.
Yeah, Spirit showing off there a little bit. They did have a bit of a flub towards the end, but I think, again, the standout seems to be Miposhka a lot, where he makes these plays on this Bane and just kind of saves the day. Saves the day as the lasso comes in over mid, which it really could have turned around for Fnatic there, but Miposhka's there ready to go. So Spirit take game one. We're going to take a quick break and be back with game number 2 in just a moment. So stay right there. We'll be right back in a second.
Divide Dota takes game number 1 as Team Spirit pull it out of the bag and take a convincing win in this first game, putting Fnatic down 1 game in the series. I mean, that was a really nice performance from Team Spirit, you know, from the get-go. They were being very, very aggressive, invading those stacks, which I think was kind of like the leg up, which gave them that level of dominance to just carry on through the mid game. A couple of slips here and there, but overall, very clean performance from Team Spirit. It was very good.
They did have a couple of full Divide moments, like losing Gyro on the high ground just before Aegis expires.
Every single one of them, all 5 of them, need to get a post-it note each, okay? Take their favorite pen and write, time your Aegises on it, and then stick it to their foreheads for the next, 5 games they play.
That was scary.
It's just one of those things that still happens, right? It's like everyone knows, everyone counts exactly the seconds away from your Aegis expiring, but it still keeps on happening from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Miposhka, right? Like, this guy's like the captain's captain. I don't know, like, it's a strange mistake for them to make.
It'll happen, especially in like high pressure situations. Like sometimes you're fighting and then all of a sudden, or someone is outside, you know, looking at you and you just forget about timing the Roshan in that moment. But the biggest standout performer for me in this game was Toronto Tokyo. Like, what he did to Chuan was crazy. Like, I didn't think that this matchup was this difficult, but Chuan had no game. And this Batrider was the actual focal point of Fnatic's lineup. They needed him to have at least a decent game so that the Abaddon and the Shadow Demon had someone that they can follow around while the Lycan and Medusa get online. And they couldn't do that. Fnatic never really got to play their game because of what Toronto Tokyo did. And Team Spirit, with that, they were able to bleed into the enemy jungle, you know, take over those stacks, make Medusa's life a living hell. Yatoro pretty much had no pressure put on him, as the only hero, the Batrider, couldn't really do anything in this game.
Yeah, but it comes down to what we talked about during the drafting stage, right?
Yeah.
Both of these teams, in hindsight, Team Spirit's draft looks more solid. They have more disables, more ways of actually initiating. Meanwhile, on the side of Fnatic, you only have the Batrider. Once those Lotuses are up and Lycan's his game is ruined, especially if he is playing from behind. And then T-Ban, you were the one advocating for DJ playing one of these, bully heroes, playmakers. Like, not only did they give DJ Abaddon, they gave Jabs Shadow Demon, and exactly. I don't mind. Like, the two of them are amazing players on these two individual heroes for sure. But when you combo them together, and then you have a Lycan on the offlane, like, the only thing that you're literally in this game, Fnatic is literally bound to defend high ground, and in case Team Spirit drops the ball, like later on they die, let's say as Aegis expires, then they get a chance of actually taking an objective or two, because you just can't start fights on your own accord. There is no way.
The idea of Fnatic's lineup was to pretty much create this brick wall with the Medusa and just buffer up, right, with the Abaddon shields, with the saves, and you got the Lycan auras and everything, and you just go hit objectives. The problem is Team Spirit's gameplay was so freaking fast, and because Fnatic were not able to defend their own jungle and combat Team Spirit in that 8 minutes to 17-minute mark, they just fell way too far behind. And what can you say? You know, Fnatic, I think they might have a little bit disrespected the way that Team Spirit were going to play.
Yeah, expecting Team Spirit not to play aggressively into your jungle is a good way to lose the first game of a series. But hopefully Fnatic learn their lesson and take those lessons through to game number 2 in this one. Because, you know, as you say, the fights were still good. Like, they were still close. It wasn't like Team Spirit were just rolling over every fight, and they did lose 1 or 2 fights as well. So, you know, Fnatic, even though they had this kind of plan which went a bit awry, and there was a few, you know, problems which they meant they struggled to make plays, you know, they were still able to take a couple of fights, which was good to see. So we know Fnatic, you know, at least skill wise, these teams are as evenly matched as we thought. I don't think that either team is underperforming so far. I just hope that Fnatic, they're able to play at Team Spirit's pace. Don't underestimate them. Assume they're as good as you are, and we'll have a real series on our hands, because I feel like this game one was...
I don't think they underestimated them that much. Everyone knows Team Spirit at this point. We've seen them perform really well on the major, right? But the problem is they just tested something out. They tested this, like Steven said, this brick wall around Medusa. The problem is usually the hero needs to be utterly damn broken for this to work. And it did work with Medusa for quite some time. Like, you had a lot of teams that were constantly playing Batrider mid, Medusa safe lane. Actually, when I think about it, remember Nomad in season 1 of DPC, Bat mid, Medusa safe lane, it's all the rage in SEA. It was literally every single team was trying to pick it up. Teams that got kicked out of Division 1 in season 1, like the upper division, were taking games off of teams that were going to the major by playing Batrider and Medusa. So
Execration.
Execration, exactly. But the problem is, like, at least have some supports and some offlane that can make plays. I really think you can't have offlane Lycan, Shadow Demon, and Abaddon. And then your mid lane is also countered. It's just so many problems that you have to fix.
Do you think maybe like a Sven or a Slark could have worked a little bit better in this draft for them? Something which can actually go and make the plays whilst also being buffed up like that? Or does it have to be like the brick wall hero?
I don't think you need to change the carry.
It's
the
not
problem
the carry,
stemmed from way earlier in the draft when you picked your first 3 heroes. Like, one of them needed to have some kind of potential to do something. Right, like they just conceded the entire early game and the mid game, and just hope that Team Spirit were not going to play well.
That is not something you want to hope for when you're trying to create yourself a winning strategy. But hopefully, game number 2, they can pull it out of the bag and bring something a bit more fighty to the table. And let's see how this one goes, as a draft is now available for the second match. Let's waste no time in jumping into it.
Well, now that we have jumped into it, we wasted no time, and there's only one hero to talk about. It's the Kotl ban. Shadow Demon and Bane were picked up by a lot of teams recently. We'll see if SD will be left.
Do you think we'll see a respect ban from Fnatic after this?
I'm not sure what they would respect ban. Like, if you're thinking about picking Bat, I don't think banning Quap is a respect ban. I think it's a must. Like, you ban out the Quap and you ban out the Storm, and the Batrider is almost certain to have a decent game.
Yeah.
Or you just ban the Bat now. If you don't pick it.
Are you guys, like, do you guys also agree that Kato is just the best hero right now?
Yep. Yeah, I'd say he's probably the strongest hero in the game.
I don't want to agree with that because I play him a lot,
In case Icefrog's listening, like, oh no, he's rubbish.
I mean, that 3-second blast, and he was already good last patch. Like, I think near the end of patch, LGD were already first phasing him quite a bit, and then they just buffed him up even more, and he just feels so good. Always has incredible amount of impact. And Team Spirit yesterday, they played a position 5 Keeper of the Light. So very good reason why Fnatic are just banning it out and maybe not wanting to play it themselves. One thing about Fnatic is their supports, like, although they're incredibly good players, like, they don't actually take too much from the map in terms of farm. They tend to like to, follow their cores and do things. That's kind of just like SEA mentality in general. Like, so they don't, like, in SEA, if you're a support and you hit creeps, you will be flamed 100%. Whereas, like, in the other regions, it's kind of normal, right, for supports to take some farm here and there or whatever. Like, your little job is to just run around and kill shit.
Good job to have. Good job to have. Yeah, I mean, it is similar to CS in some regards, but I think Team Spirit, I would consider them the greedier team out of these two, which in most situations, unless you put Raven on something like Medusa or Morphling or one of his favorites, in which case the dynamic will change a bit. But I think, like, when you look at the mid laners, like, Chuan was much more mobile than Toronto Tokyo is most of the time, but they're both capable of, switching it up as the situation requires.
Do you snatch Omni-Knight here, guys? Or do you just get the
Night Stalker? That's much better.
Oh boy.
the question is, does Team Spirit go with Omni plus Sven now?
I think
very-
it's hard to play Omni Knight against NS, but I see what you mean. Just like pick up the
10
combo,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Pick the easy one up.
5 seconds remaining.
It's not a bad idea, but I think NS versus
Dire
Omni is
team pick.
pretty tough for the Omni Knight in general.
There's SD as well, right? Like, it's also an option. They go with SD and Bloodseeker. They're stable combo. This Bloodseeker, they play off lane, mid lane, safe lane, so
Fanatics turn to
something
battle.
they're very versatile with. Instant Storm.
Ooh, this is so good from Fnatic compared to like they're having a knee-jerk reaction. They're like, guys, we have no catch. Boom, Night Stalker Storm, first
Dire
phase.
team
And these
catch.
heroes are countering Team Spirits too. I mean, the Rupture on the NS, that's gonna be a little rough, but then now you got the Storm Spirit that counter both SD and the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, they literally, when the pendulum swings one way real far, it swings the other even, well, not further.
10
That's not how
seconds
physics works,
remaining.
but it swings just as just as far back.
It's alright, Chad
so-
doesn't understand physics, you can say it.
Yeah, just as far back, and now you have Storm Spirits and Night Stalker, omega aggressive opening by Fnatic. I agree as well. I like it a lot. They did open up with Storm early on, so now Night Stalker is most likely a supporter offlane. Most likely,
I
I
have
would say offlane.
I have a good story about that pendulum theory, Lizard.
10 seconds remaining.
When I was learning to do ski jumps,
5
I
seconds
was this
remaining.
guy who was really into like
Falling?
freestyle skiing was teaching me, and on my first jump I did, he was like, okay, yeah, that was pretty good, but you need to lean a little bit further forward because you're way too far back right now, you're a little scared of the jump. And I was like, oh, okay, sure, sounds great. So I go over the next jump like leaning as pretty far forward, probably too far forward. I get into the air and I'm fine, and then I hit the floor and I'm leaning so far forward that I just go face first into the ground, like absolutely smacked my face, like was red for the next few days. That was pretty
Sorry. I mean, I would love to see that. I would love to see you falling on your face, but why are you talking about
do it a lot.
Fnatic in that context? Do you think that they're going to fall flat on their face because of switching up strategies, or?
I mean, if they pick like 3 more heroes which are based entirely around catch, then yes, but I don't think they're going to do that because they're a very competent team. But
Next pick Bat Rider, then I don't know, Yeah, I don't think we're going to see it as
5
well.
seconds remaining.
Bat Rider,
So,
Spirit Breaker.
If there
let's
was
go.
one hero that, like, if we had stocks, right, in Dota, and I was gonna buy a stock of a hero,
Oh, don't
to
say
go,
that. The
like,
NFT guys will hear it.
all right, I would literally put everything on Storm. I
Dire
think
team battle.
this hero is gonna be like, I mean, we've already been seeing it first phase right now, but I think it's gonna be even more common, and it's gonna be like even a first phase ban at some point.
So what you're saying is you would buy like 10 contracts of weekly options calls on Storm Spirit, right? Maybe there's one person in the
10
chat that will
seconds
follow
remaining.
this. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I get you.
5 seconds remaining.
I think
Storm
this hero is
okay.
legit. Like
Yeah,
it
this
just
is-
feel like throughout this whole tournament, I felt it had so much impact, and there's so much flexibility as to how you want to play it. Right, you can play it as a farmer, you can play it as a guy who just needs to like sacrifice for his carry, and just play towards the point in the game where you need to. And it's so hard to kill him. Everybody's preferring like these zoo heroes and saves and such, and there's not a whole lot of stuns in the game. And Bloodseeker, as Bloodseeker goes up, then Storm will go up even further because like that's a pretty natural counter to a Bloodseeker, also natural counter to Bat Rider. So all the heroes that are good in the current meta, even Keeper of the Light, Storm is going to be countering them.
My only problem with let's say Bloodseeker in this circumstances, like yesterday you picked Bloodseeker in the perfect Bloodseeker game, right? Like you were playing versus some heroes that hate playing against you. There was a Clinks and I can't remember what else. But it's hard when a game such as that one skews your perception of the hero's strength, and then you start picking it in every single match, right? You think, okay, we just owned with it, let's pick it all the time. I've seen a lot of captains fall into that trap. Just yeah, this worked, but let's disregard that it was the perfect scenario. Let's just
10
pick it again in the
seconds
next game.
remaining.
It's very important as a captain to understand like why it worked, right? The purpose of the hero. And that's what you mean. Sometimes you're in a situation and you're like losing 10 games in a row, then you finally win a game, and then you're like trying to like hold on to that one win and figure out what you did right there and just abuse it to no
10
end.
seconds remaining.
Not realizing maybe you just got lucky.
5 seconds remaining.
Some good old Shadow Demon Mirana. Setting up those arrows will be easier. My dog is calling for Lycan again, I guess.
Honestly, if Lycan shows up here, I'm out.
Yeah, we're kicking Lizard and getting his dog.
Yeah, just yeah, that's it.
Was that you want Lycan again? Wow. You really like this hero, huh? Third pick of Fnatic. They can grab their carry, they can grab pretty much any of the support heroes. I'm assuming this is just 2 and 3. These guys, they're not quite as flexible as some of the other teams in this tournament, has to be said.
Thing about this Mirana here, guys, is it's not that good against NS or Storm. I play a lot of Mirana.
It's terrible even, right?
Yeah.
It's not,
It's extremely hard, especially with the Blink NS. Like I said before, Force Staff, I don't even feel it's a counter to the Night Stalker, because that silence has like a lingering effect. And NS is so fast, he's just gonna get right back on top of you. You're gonna need to get like double forced in order to get out. And Mirana is not a hero that's gonna be buying BKB, neither is Shadow Demon.
They go with the Rubik. Okay, something we mentioned during the first draft. They do like their Rubik. They do make it work. In this game, there's some spells that you can steal from Bloodseeker. Making him bleed out to Rupture is never fun.
10 seconds remaining.
But I completely agree. When you're playing versus Night Stalker, the only thing that you can buy on these supports feels is a BKB. Like when you're a Phoenix, you just have to buy a BKB versus him. Nothing else really helps you. Maybe a Yules on Mirana could be a bit helpful, but that's until Night Stalker gets BKB, and then you're in problems. You do have some saves with Shadow Demons, so that can be helpful.
You know, we've been kind of hating on Rubik a little bit because, you know, no one really picks it, but maybe he's not as bad as we think he is. Like, he still has the stun, he can still steal skills, and when it comes to TI, this hero ends up being like the most picked or something, regardless of how strong he is during that patch, just because of what he can do. So I think we're going to be seeing more of that guy as well, even though we didn't see too much of it at ESL.
What about this guy?
What is this guy?
Hello. Okay. All right. You get some... I mean, you pick a hero that Rubik hates stealing anything from, I suppose, right? And you get some easy Rupture into toss. You get some good burst damage coming from this Tiny.
5 seconds remaining.
Nice initiation on the Storm Spirit as well, if you can get that blink early enough.
His most recent buffs were the splash went to 200%, and his grows attack speed penalty was reduced by like 5% on level 2 and level 3 ulti.
Yep.
So not too bad.
Yeah, kind of the implication, you know, guys, why don't you try this hero as a carry? But haven't really seen it so much.
Yeah, it's most definitely going to be the mid laner here. But I'm not really digging it because I think Storm is going to have a free time farming up against the Tiny. And then Brewmaster throughout the game most likely is just going to be tornadoing that Tiny. Oh, we can go back to Nomad's tornado everyone theory, right?
Yep, always important. Just buy yours, tornado everyone.
10 seconds
Pick Invoker.
remaining.
Oh, it's banned. Damn it.
5 seconds remaining.
My biggest question right now is, do they have enough catch to do a Storm Spirit then? Does this Tiny fix that hole in their draft for Team Spirit?
There's no way. Like, if Tiny has to wait for the Storm to go in, then he can't go on the supports. And that's what you want to do as a Tiny. You want to kill off, you want to pick off the supports first, make the team fight 4 versus 5. So Team Spirit is still lacking that disable that can hold on the Storm Spirit. And they're going to have to get that in this last pick here.
No, by the way, just some intricacy about the bans. Team Spirit, they ban out the Sniper. Meanwhile, Fnatic answer with a Medusa ban. But I honestly believe Team Spirit is just banning out Sniper versus Fnatic because they're afraid of their Sniper. They're not thinking, they're not using their big brain to secure this Medusa pick at all. I really don't think they were planning on picking Medusa. But Fnatic, they just get scared into banning it anyway.
Do you think
The
Team
old
Spirit
self-bait.
might do like a tiny carry or a Bloodseeker carry, or do you guys think it's locked?
Templar Assassin.
I think it's Bloodseeker
Oh.
carry and tiny mid from what I've seen from these guys.
So that's a Templar Assassin carry for
Yeah.
Fnatic. Not bad.
yeah,
I like it here.
You don't really have anything to go through the stacks, right?
10 seconds.
You don't really
Oh,
want to pick
guys.
Ember here.
We're gonna be seeing a DJ
5
Brewmaster.
seconds remaining.
That's pretty hype. I'm
How
down for that.
amazing is that? I mean, or
Yeah, you want
DJ
it
Night
Brawl?
Stalker. It could
What
be
is-
the other one too.
Shadow Demon Luna. Okay, I like this quite a bit, especially versus TA. I think this is probably the best carry they could have picked. Also versus Night Stalker, kind of nice. But overall, you give him that night, right? So you help him out. You're friendly. What did I want to say? The pendulum that swang the other way. Fnatic now has... Actually, it's that Brewmaster, never mind. But still, Jabs, Rubik, and Night Stalker DJ, like they went from being completely passive, useless supports, not useless, but very passive supports, into these two that can carry the game for you if you enable them.
Yep,
So where
that's
you
what we
going,
wanted.
Lizard?
That's what we said even before the first draft. Like, we want to see DJ and Jabs on heroes they can have high impact on, and that's what they've got. So, is it enough? Are we gonna be flying Fnatic's flag for this game, guys?
I think Luna takes over eventually. That's my problem. But they do have Brew and Night Stalker as well to follow up. Yeah,
Flip a
I'll go
coin.
for the first 2-0 of the whole tournament. I think we only had 3-game series. I think Luna Shadow Demon is enough eventually, unless Brew just goes completely ham. I think they've got what it takes.
All right.
Well,
Eben?
I see a lack of disables on the side of Team Spirit against the Storm, and I think Raven Templar Assassin is just gonna go ham, especially with the Night Stalker. There's so much vision control that the Shadow Demon is not gonna be able to play his game, I think. So I'm going all in on Fnatic here. I have more confidence in this draft from Fnatic, especially with DJ and Jazz actually making playmaking heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we set this parameter at the start of this day and said, you know, if they pick these playmaking heroes, then we'll go for them. So yeah, I'm gonna go for Fnatic as well. Also, you know, Luna counter synergy with her ultimate enabling the Night Stalker. Big throw, GG. Fnatic game 2. But let's find out what our cards have to say about this one. It is Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you very much, Nomad. I think I kind of have faith here in Team Spirit. Well, I'll hold that thought as they come up onto the high ground with DJ by himself.
Oh, is DJ playing Night Stalker? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thought was he might be on the Brew. That's going to be death on that off lane Brewmaster. I think Team Spirit kind of have some combinations here. Have the disruption with the arrow. They've got the toss with the rupture. And you've got just Luna being Luna with Shadow Demon.
I really like Fnatic's draft, though. I think Team Spirit do have combos, but like this Storm, like Thema was saying, it looks like a really good Storm game again. I was a little bit worried about their damage output issues, but then the TA last pick, I think it's such a big thing for this game. Like, it covers their damage issues. They can take this really quick roast to enable the Storm as well, if they want to give him the Aegis. I'm a little bit worried that it's Night Stalker 5 and not Brew 5, though. I really thought it was going to be the Brew 5.
We saw the lacking pressure from a 4 Night Stalker, now 5 Night Stalker. I feel like you get even less.
I do think Spirit's draft's okay, but I think Toronto Tokyo has to go crazy. I think he needs to do a lot of work, and it is really good with the Shadow Demon in particular, right? Okay, range creep denied, never mind. But when you get the Soul Catcher on Shadow Demon and you run around with the Tiny, right? Like, you have so much burst potential.
Ooh, Jabs
The surround
was surrounded for a split second, forced to tango his way out. Eat that tree, not dance around it.
This is the Bloodseeker Mirana lane, though, that the panel were talking about yesterday, that they both want setup and neither of them have it, which is interesting.
We saw a couple really good arrows though late in the day yesterday.
We did, yeah. I think was it
Without
Moomy under
that
them?
setup. Was it Moomy? Might have been.
All right.
Oh, nice to know. I mean, this mid lane already a really good start for the Storm though so far. You look at that CS on the side, and top lane as well. Not exactly going well for Team Spirit.
Does Team Spirit have this opportunity to kind of hit like that level 6 mark / that early game point where they can kind of run and get the ball rolling around this Luna with the Bloodseeker and the Tiny?
I think it's more about the Bloodseeker and the Tiny playing together rather than with the Luna.
No, that's what I meant. Like around the Luna, not with it, but
right,
around the map, away from it.
But Poshka might go on the Rubik here. Yeah, he's tried to go for the surround again, but
He's got 4 stacks of the Shadow Poison.
beam.
Now a 5th stack.
Tower is under attack.
Can he land another one? He's not going to go for it. Oof. A lot of damage immediately being salved back up. Mapushka just working with, right now, 1 mango. Not a lot of mana to really restore at the moment.
I hate that small camp as well, the one with the 5 creeps. Like, they don't do any damage. Like, you pull and you're like, yeah, I can't wait to deny some of this wave, and then none of the creeps die. Ridiculous. So I know that was a bit of a rant to the side of what you were saying, but
I think chat will agree with you. Mapushka only getting 1 of those stacks, and it's the big camp that he gets stacked though, so not the worst thing in the world. But he does get 1 stack available. Telekinesis coming out with the Cinder Brew on the Yadzero. They'll chase, Thunderclap, Disruption. The Fable was thrown by Jabs. They should have the damage if they dive this tower, but it's a little bit risky with Yatoro getting away, and now 3 stacks of Shadow Poison. Doesn't have the mana for a 4th. It's damage on the Jabs, but likely not enough.
yeah, and they have a salve as well, so the Luna should be okay here. I would say, yeah, the Maposhi's going to chase away the Rubik here because they see him because of the Bloodseeker first. So, it's pretty good going. This top lane going really not great for Spirit, but... And this is my problem with the Night Stalker 5 as well. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Death. He's going to be fine. Yeah, this Night Stalker 5 doesn't really enable the TA in the laning stage, right? Like, they don't have like great laning potential, great kill potential or anything together. I guess the Brew wouldn't have been that good either, though, because they don't have anything to ignite the Cinder Brew at level 1.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
If they'd have played the Brew 5, I mean.
Yeah. That Cinder Brew is disgusting.
Yeah, it is very good.
Every time I see Brew, though, I always come back to just thinking about that game with General, where he got to that level 25 and had the rapier and the drunken brawler crit strike damage and was just one-shotting people.
Honestly, the laning stage, considering how it started, they've Spirit have recovered it pretty well. And the thing is, like, when you get to this level 3 on the Shadow Demon, like level 4 on the Luna, they become so much more like clickers, right? And they can harass so much easier. Like, the lane's going to get more difficult for Fnatic until this Brew hits level 6. Ooh, arrow misses. And with this nighttime here, DJ... His harass gets a little bit better, right? But I still don't really know what he's going to achieve here.
Blood right down, getting the silence out onto Raven. DJ just stumbling forward, and he's about to hit that level 3, so he'll get the 2nd point in the void. They're gonna try and get a kill here on a collapse. But the
Raven.
arrow hits, and now they've got the blood right down. That's enough damage to get the kill on a DJ. They're gonna look over at Raven.
He has no mana.
Should be able to run him down and get a second and collapse. A double kill in this lane.
Well,
Oh
what a
boy.
I mean, what a sick arrow by Mira, though, because not only does it stun up the TA, it stops the meld hit from coming through, right? Which keeps the Bloodseeker alive. And now look at the difference between the net worth on the Bloodseeker and the TA after that double kill. Like, this TA, I don't know if you can come back to the lane anymore without having TP available, because he's just going to rob you at that level 6 mark, and then... Like, what do you do as the TA?
A little bit rough. Raven comes back. He's trying to get into that Dragonlance, and see, once Collapse hits level 6,
I
they're
love
just
this.
gonna go.
I love this rotation by Toronto Tokyo. The Night Stalker's going to see because of the extra vision, and they have the ward down, right? And yeah, they're just going to have to run all the way back on the TA. Raven goes invis.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's
Oh,
bottom
boy.
tower is under attack.
So there's not really much Raven can do here. And they still have the vision on Toronto Tokyo.
Oh my
Radiant's
goodness.
bottom tower is under attack.
Stacks are being made to help Raven kind of stabilize his game a little bit, but now you're dealing with what is now essentially a free farm Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo's trying to come in to make the rotation here.
Is under attack.
He's got a haste.
Yeah, that was nice by the Shadow Demon, though. He wants to protect his stacks that he's making for the Storm, right? Sorry, for the Tiny and the Luna. So, good attempt by the Storm there to try and come in and steal them, but yeah, they're going to defend them with their lives on Spirit.
They're gonna boost Yaturo's farm, who
Dire's top tower is under
slowly
attack.
getting up there. Obviously, we can see that Yaturo is looking towards the top as Collapse has already got himself at the 4K mark, with that lane being wide open, going into the Rod of Atos next.
That 8 minute
Poshka
respawn,
Mira
yeah.
looking to stop this 8-minute rune from being picked up. And they'll do exactly that. Toronto Tokyo will get that double damage.
They should be able to get this top tier 1 though on Fnatic by the looks of it. Seems like Spirit don't really want to contest it.
Dire's
So at least
top
that's,
tower
you know, going their
is under
way.
attack.
And look at that tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Yaturo, he's over here in the
Oh,
jungle
no.
continuing to farm up. You look though, Ball Lightning, Toronto Tokyo, he's been hit with the Vortex as well as the Telekinesis, trying to TP away.
That is
Just TP's out.
that is an issue. The fact that they were able to just run in and take that huge big stack, and then just TP away on the Tiny afterwards. Like, that hero's so tanky with the armor you get from the ulti. I think it's 10 armor at the level 1 ult.
12.
12. Okay, even better. It's such a hard kill to find. Which is why when you saw these like TA Tiny matchups before, it felt really good for the TA early on, but then when the Tiny gets ult, like, TA doesn't necessarily do that well against the hero.
Spirit also making stacks towards the bottom part of the map inside their triangle. They've got a 2,000 net worth lead with Collapse just dominating for the moment. And now, well, Chuen's going to come up towards top with Death using that primal split. They'll go to the disruption. Ball Lightning looking for the control. They've got it with the Vortex as well as the Earth Panda stun.
Is under attack.
Quick kill there for Fnatic. And all the while, they'll get DJ over mid. So it's not
That's,
exactly free. And we'll get a tier 1 with it, or at least that's the hope. I've been kind of alluding at them getting this tier 1 for a little while at this point.
Top tower
That was such a big commitment for Fnatic just to get a Shadow Demon. Like, the tower was going to die anyway, right? So, I don't think
Dire's
Team Spirit are really going to mind too much there. How close is Tiny? So Tiny's like 300 gold off Blink or something here. And when he gets that Blink, like we said before, between the Shadow Demon and the Tiny, they can do big amounts of work. Here comes Luna, pushing the mid tier 1. They know there's no brew split, so nothing to be worried about really. Like, they don't have their big team fight. And what's DJ going to do on this Night Stalker?
Radiant's middle tower.
He doesn't have level 6, it's daytime. And Spirit are just playing the tempo that they did last game.
Yeah. They get the ball rolling pretty quickly. Toronto Tokyo is about to have himself a Blink Dagger. almost has this Rod of Atos on Bloodseeker ready to go. Collapse, again, just been free to farm here over bottom.
Let's smoke up here.
See if they can make something happen. Lightning looking for the Shadow Demon once again. The Rupture gets used on DJ, so he'll be forced to stand still, and yet the arrow doesn't land.
A good pick off there on Mofarah. Like, they need to take what they can get right now on Fnatic. Like any kind of like individual pick off that the Storm can find is going to be good here. But I mean, this is the problem now that the
Avalanche, and this is the Blink debut, I believe, from Toronto Tokyo. Throws that tree over. I don't know what it is when he's in this cosmetic. I think it's like a spine.
Not a huge amount of mana here on the Storm. Yeah, he's going to be fine.
Avalanche toss, arrow lands, and now they have an opportunity to get the kill here on a twin. They'll get the kill. Collapse gets credit for that one with the blood right. They try to turn this on to Toronto Tokyo. He's in a little bit too far. They also find Mira. They've got the stolen Starstorm with the telekinesis. Raven with the double kill. That is desperately needed for Fnatic.
Yeah, big net worth increase for Raven there. Such a huge amount of gold. I honestly can't believe they tried to dive that far for the Storm. Like, when he was getting up to the stairs of his base, I was like, okay, he's fine. Like, Toronto Tokyo, the absolute madman, just blinks in anyway. And it was a good kill, right? Like, they got the arrow on the Avalanche toss, but yeah, really well played by Fnatic to punish.
They might even find a +1 Mofarah.
Oh my god.
With the Cinder Brew, the Fade Bolt, doing a decent chunk of damage as Death runs in with the Pig Pole, and he'll get the finishing blow.
That pig pole with the Drunken Brawler. Jesus Christ. That was a speedy pig.
Yeah. Could enter him in some pig races. Toronto Tokyo, he actually pays for his aggression, and that was the Blink Dagger reveal when he was able to get it over there mid. Sometimes we see that with Tiny. You get this Blink Dagger and you get kind of chewed out once or twice, and your game slows down drastically.
Yeah, I like this play by Spirit, though. They shouldn't be afraid to just keep up the aggression. Like, this Night Stalker doesn't have ult, and it's daytime. Like, this hero does not do anything right now. So you want to try and punish this, like, 5 versus 4 time.
Jab. Looking like he's the one who's going to get caught here. Avalanche with the toss. And they've got the blood right down from Collapse to get the kill there on the jab. So Collapse, who had that free lane, he's 4-0-1 now. Had that double kill in the bottom lane, a kill over mid when they were diving past the tier 2. And he's just had such a good time that he's just about got the same net worth as Raven.
Yeah, Raven's net worth's really exploded. I mean, that is TA, though, right? Just in a nutshell. How many times have we seen that in the last few months? Not so popular at the moment, but, you know, still a strong hero. And Deso almost online. They can kind of look towards the first Roche, honestly, even if they're a little bit behind. Like, all they need to do is win one team fight outside the Roche pit, and they're going to have the nighttime vision at the 15-minute mark. So they can look to be aggressive with that Deso pickup.
And we'll bottle up a haste rune. He's going Kaya Sanj on this Storm first. Desolator picked up for Raven, so he's cleaning up some stacks, cleaning up some camps, and he's right by this Roche pit, and they're in on it. I don't believe Team Spirit are going to be aware that this is going on, and they're already on the other side of the map, so if Raven could get through this pretty quickly, they'll have their hands on the first Aegis. They'll commit that Dark Ascension. They want to protect this pit.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit are going to know. Yeah, they ping out the pit. They know that something's going to be, like, happening around that Roche pit, but it's so difficult for them to run into that area. Like, I think they're going to smoke up here, but it's just too late.
Question is, do they catch them running
they're not
out?
Gonna smoke. But, like, I will say, though, for Spirit, like, them getting the Aegis on Fnatic isn't, like, a massive problem. I think, obviously, getting Aegis is great. Like, Fnatic are going to be really happy with that. But for Spirit, their game plan is, like, get this Luna big, right? We have Shadow Demon Luna. If we get more and more towards the late game, we're going to be really happy. We just need this Luna to get, like, 6-slide ASAP, and then she should be able to just win the game for us. Like, in theory.
Right.
And again, I still don't think they should be afraid at being aggressive on Spirit. They can still find pickoffs with like this Bloodseeker Tiny combo with the Shadow Demon as well.
They've certainly got the ability to get the combos going. Raven hoping to use this Aegis to just kind of farm up and push an advantage of some sort. Balling in from Chuen, and now they've got the Moonlight Shadow to shroud themselves under. Fnatic are on the high ground, and they do have that sentry, but it's over to the side a little bit, so that does give an option for Team Spirit to kind of come over near this area and go for it. Blood right down, Avalanche toss, all coming through. They get the kill on the Chuen, and now they're going to look over at Raven, who's been silenced up. I have the Rupture on him, the Eclipse from Yatoro. This is at least going to be the Aegis, and so that quick Aegis that was there for Fnatic is already gone. They get the kill on a DJ. They look over as Raven now on the run. Death at Earth Panda just comes back to form. They get the kill on the Collapse, so they'll at least get the kill on the Bloodseeker. Now Raven trying to right-click away on a Toronto Tokyo, gets the trap down. Mira, Toronto Tokyo, they'll get that kill on a Raven. They end up losing the Poshcon Team Spirit as Jabs is in, blood right down, but it's not going to be enough damage, and now Jabs will likely lose his own life too, as Mira and Yatoro will chase. And there's the finish with the Starstorm.
What an insane fight from Team Spirit. And you have to remember, that's like a 5-for-2 effectively, because they took the Aegis, right? Really well. You see the tip coming through. The fact that they kill the Storm straight away. You know, we've talked that it might be a little bit of a difficult game for Spirit at dealing with this Storm.
Ooh, but he gets in on the Mira. That's a good job there, DJ, using that crippling fear to have the silence. No more leaps away, ball lightning all the way in, and that's only Storm's second kill of the game.
They know there's no split here on the Brew. Shadow Demon's coming over.
Rupture, Rod of Atos, that will lock him into the blood right. Shadow Poison coming in, and eventually Death will reach his namesake.
Yeah, good kill. So yeah, back to that fight. They managed to kill the Storm straight away because Collapse has this Atos, right? Like, such a big pickup for this game. And they get the perfect combo into the silence with the Avatos from the Tiny. And this Luna did so much damage in the fight. Like, the Eclipse coming through did a huge amount. But it felt like the right clicks as well were doing just as much.
For Fnatic, it felt like Raven did have an opportunity to maybe get a couple of kills there, if given a little bit more space, but they were right on top of him real quick.
I mean, as soon as the Storm dies, though, like, the fight's over, pretty much.
Yeah,
like,
he dies immediately.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. Like, as soon as the Storm dies, you get split off, it's great, but you don't have that way of, like, dealing with the Shadow Demon, for example, like, getting onto the key heroes.
Bottom lane, Jab spotted. Arrow flying in from Mira from behind. They've got the silence, they'll have the damage, and they'll get the kill. Mira now sitting 4-2 and 5, and this is going to be a quick tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
2K lead for Team Spirit, not exactly breaking through and breaking out here in terms of network, but they're already stepping on the high ground.
They want to force TPs. Yeah, like, you see the whole of Fnatic just starting to run back here. They have to deal with this.
Now, the question for me, or from me, is Raven's going into the BKB. He'll get that. Does he go Ags afterwards and then try to control the second Roche, get that shard?
No, I think you need to get the Daedalus. You need some kind of damage item on the TA, I think.
Okay, yeah, obviously they've changed the psionic projection. Not nearly, you know, it was very, very strong. But I do like that combo at some point.
If they find the Luna.
If they find the Luna, but they've already got the Avalanche toss coming in into DJ. They're going to throw the arrow out. That's not going to land on anybody, but they've got themselves the Blood Raid as well as the Rupture on a Raven. So Raven's got to stand pretty much still. They'll go to the Eclipse. That's going to be down on a Death. Death doesn't die yet, but they've got themselves the Rod of Atos on a Joanne. He's not dead either. Nobody dead on the side of Fnatic. And are they going to chase Team Spirit? They've got Death still in the split for a couple more seconds, and Toronto, Tokyo, and the rest of Team Spirit want to chase. He's back to form, the blood right in. They don't catch the silence. He'll go into the pig pole and run away.
Oh, it looks ridiculous every time. Makes me laugh. Yeah, a bit of a weird engagement, right? Like, I think if Toronto Tokyo doesn't blink in there and reveal the smoke and everything, and just like, he didn't even give his life up. He didn't die, but I think it made it so much better for Spirit.
Ooh, Avalanche.
They're bringing heroes over.
Barbatos.
Oh, what a dodge with the meld.
Really well done there by Raven, but the Avalanche still comes in. They're going to catch this TA for the second. He's got himself the refraction.
Couldn't get the toss back on Toronto Tokyo, though. A nice toss steal from the Rubik as well. That could end up being a big deal.
Are fortified. Radiant's middle
Almost
tower
Ags on the
is
brew,
under
though.
attack.
They're going to go
Radiant
again.
are scanning.
And they backed up to the triangle for a second. They smoked up. They want to make a big jump. They're showing the Luna over mid and hoping that somebody steps out a little bit too far forward. The rest of Team Spirit will now go into this Radiant jungle. Maybe look to wrap around. They want to kill Chuen as... Oh, actually, Yatoro goes top. So he showed mid. He leaves. Now they've got the Avalanche as well as the toss down to Chuen. They're looking for the kill. They've got themselves the blood right. They get the kill onto this Storm. And now, can Fnatic get anything out of this? They look over Toronto Tokyo. It's going to be the Rupture again out onto Raven. They end up trading a 1-for-1. Blood right down with the Rod of Atos. That's going to silence up Death. Mira thinking about throwing an arrow. They had Yatoro go top and then still wanted to fight. They had the kind of confidence to look for a pick-off and go, but they end up losing the Tiny.
Spirit are literally insane. I said this last game. It's so fun to watch. Like, the Luna TP's away. You're like, okay, they're going to back off here. And they see the Storm and they're like, hell yeah, we're going in. Sure. And yes, they give up Toronto Tokyo for the Storm, but that's a trade they're more than happy to make. Is anybody on Radiant building? Yeah, okay, so Rubik has a force.
The toss, Death coming in. That was the stolen toss from Jabs to get this Brewmaster right on top of Yatoro, but they've got that disruption coming in from Aposhka. They'll commit the primal split, they'll pop the BKB. Now they're going to try and turn this one around. DJ going in onto the Mira Marana, and he's got that crippling fear, but just out of range and leaping out. Bloodseeker has Rupture in 5. Ball Lightning all the way across. They get the kill on Amira. Now they're going to look for Yatoro. There's the Blink Avalanche as well as the disruption. They've got the save for this Luna. The Blood Right is down. They got themselves the Primal Split once again. It's Death. He's picked up that axe, so he has the 2 charges. They finally get the kill on Yatoro. They're going to look over as the Rupture is going to be placed down and out. I believe coming through, and it's the Bloodseeker who's now in trouble as they got the kill into Toronto Tokyo. They end up losing DJ, but that's not going to matter. Collapse is dead. 4 heroes gone to the side of Team Spirit.
What a pick-off by Fnatic. They find the Luna and they force her to use her BKB before the fight really kicks off, right? Like, it's such low committal with the Brew split to force her to BKB. And then all of a sudden, the whole cavalry just turns up and the whole of Spirit are just, like, split up. I mean, DJ manages to find Mira on the side and they basically just pick them off one by one with this really good catch. Like, it feels like the Storm was finally able to play Dota that fight. It's like the first time this game.
And that's all started by Jabs having that stolen toss.
Yes, exactly.
And then throws Death, who's got this fresh Ags right on top of the Luna.
Because the problem with Fnatic's lineup so far has been they've really struggled to find that initial go, right? And the catch. Because the Storm's been dead, like, at the start of every single fight. And he's like their main initiator. But with the toss, made Death's life so much easier.
Pretty Rupture in that last fight at the end.
They're just 2k net worth up. Like,
yeah, it's a 5k swing.
And you can't help but look at Team Spirit's lineup at this point, right? And being like, they have these like 2 semi-cores, right? Like in Bloodseeker and Tiny that aren't scaling particularly well. And it's only really the Luna. And going against like a Storm TA Brew? I don't know.
It's gonna be tough. On top of which, Jabs is playing a downright dirty game on this Rubik at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing really well. I mean, Rubik's such a fun hero to watch in general as well. Like, it's yeah, so many, like, it's such like a high skill cap hero, right?
And it's not exactly the most popular support still these days, so I'm still waiting for maybe a Rubik buff.
Yeah, but like Thievin said before, when TI rolls around, this hero, it's like the most picked TI hero by far. And it's the most picked hero in Pro Dota by far in general. So.
Both teams smoke, but both teams ships in the night.
The second Roche is up, so...
That's short.
Yeah, Fnatic just go in, right? Why not? They're right next to the pit.
And that shard on TA can be massive. That silence up to 3.5 seconds. That's so much time silenced in this game, especially early on, because they took an early first Rosh, going for a quick second Rosh. Arrow flies through, doesn't land on anybody, and will it be the shard on the TA? He's holding it for now. I wonder if I doubt he passes it over, right?
I don't think so.
Over here now. I'm over here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wow. I mean, Fnatic just feeling really good about this game now. Just in the space of, like, 3 minutes, like, one fight, the game just turns on its head. It's like a 5k net worth swing from that one fight.
Yeah. And it puts them, like you said, feeling comfortable. There's the shard being put into Raven's inventory. He'll pop that, so now he's got that upgrade on the psionic traps. And he's also picked himself up that Crystallis. We've been seeing a lot of Crystallis purchases.
There's Blink on the Night Stalker as well, which I think is probably one of the more important things they could have picked up to help deal with the Shadow Demon.
Lining in, they've got the Vortex. Blood Right's down. However, Glenn's got that BKB, and he's going to continue to roll on in. They'll get the kill in the Toronto Tokyo, while also Jab stealing that Avalanche. So a little bit more control for the side of Fnatic. Use the Primal Split, but he's got the Ags, and he's got another charge ready to go.
That's the thing, right? Like, he used a split, but it's so low committal because he has a second charge that getting the tiny kill is so good for him. And this Brewmaster's scaling really well with the Midas. He's having a good time.
DJ placing down some deep vision.
Yeah, like, Fnatic have managed to get over this, like, hurdle of their lineup not being go so great early on. With this, like, Night Stalker +5, right? It doesn't really offer a huge amount early on, but as the game scales going to the late game, the vision that this hero can give, like the utility it offers with the AoE silence, especially against these save heroes like Shadow Demon. You know, there's no hero they'd rather have right now.
Jeb's keeping his courier on the high ground to grant him some vision to get that OBS out of the way, and that OBS was giving information to Team Spirit, letting them know that there is a big chunk of the Fnatic team in their triangle. And now they're going to look over. They caught Yatoro BKB, but that's not even going to help him survive. Raven just has too much damage, and the whole team's here, so they're going to smoke right after that.
Radiant's top tower
Team Spirit just feel like they're falling apart a little bit here. They're kind of just all getting picked off one by one. Fnatic with this big vision advantage from the Night Stalker. Just taking over the map.
Ball lightning, Toronto Tokyo going to be caught once again. And they've got the silence. He's in the crippling fear. They'll get the kill, and Raven, he's on a killing spree. He is 5-2-6. You know nobody's behind him.
Really well played by Fnatic here. They're not giving them any space to work with. Like, Spirit are desperately trying to split push the lanes and everything, but they're splitting up because of it. And Fnatic are punishing them hard. Almost a Daedalus. Do Fnatic keep going here? Is my question. I honestly think they can force it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kind of crazy because the last positive mark I can remember for Team Spirit was when they were going for the bottom tier 3. Ball lightning in. They've got themselves the Dark Ascension. They'll go after this Bloodseeker. They've got the silence on him with the Crippling Fear. He's going to try and TP out, and he just does so.
And they split out of the Brewmaster, but that tier 3 tower's almost dead already.
Raven just taunting while invis. He's waiting.
He's waiting for that Shadow Demon to walk down the lane.
Are scanning.
Boy.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
and there's that Daedalus completed.
So he's got that Daedalus, gets himself delivered the Grove Bow. He's looking ready to go. He's sitting 3k ahead of this Luna. And Yatoro, who was trying to farm on the Radiant side, ended up getting caught out before. Trent, he's top, but hard to control. He's got the BKB ready to go. He's looking for that Ags. He's 1,400 gold away from that, as he sits with about 4k higher than this Tiny. And I think that's something that we kind of alluded to earlier in the game. When you have a couple deaths in a row, which Toronto Tokyo did on this Tiny, your game really fumbles and hasn't gotten much progression since about that second death.
Yeah, it's not just the deaths though as well. Like this Tiny here doesn't farm particularly well. Like moving forward, it's nowhere near as good as something like a Storm, right?
We got the dust on of Aposhka. There's the Vortex, and with the Meld Strike coming in from Raven, they'll get themselves the kill.
That's a big steal by Jabs again as well. Gets the disruption. Which, if you get your own Lunar Illusions, they are not going to deal with on the Team Spirit. And like, the problem is this Tiny's so far behind, but he's going BKB next, which is absolutely fine, right? But where's their damage going to come from? Like, how are they going to kill a TA, a Storm, and a Brewmaster with 2 splits?
Radiant's middle tower is
They're
under
so
attack.
tanky, they're hard to kill. And when they have the vision advantage as well, because of the Night Stalker, the initiation to kill one of them is even more difficult. I just see them falling further and further behind here on Spirit.
And potentially it comes from a high ground hold, but
Tower has fallen.
we'll see if they can get it even that. They only have 1 outer tower remaining, and well, Fnatic are here invading the jungle, putting the pressure on across the river constantly, and not really much Team Spirit can do to react just yet. They're looking for Yatoro to continue to farm as he's going into the Daedalus next with the Satanic to follow up. But that's going to take some time, and they don't have much of that really to just have to throw around. Fnatic are taking it away.
What's the play for Spirit here? Like, what are the... I mean, they need to hold their high ground top, that's number 1, but...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mira hoping to thread an arrow,
Dire's top
but that's not going to land, and they've already lost their tier 3 in the top
Radiant's
lane.
bottom tower
They
is
had
under
illusions
attack.
pushing in bottom for the moment, but losing the tier 3 doesn't exactly feel that great.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They
Not at
don't
all.
respond at all. Roche
Storm's
potentially
gonna-
up in 42 too, so this is Fnatic also posturing for the 3rd Roche, which could be an axe.
42 too.
Yeah.
God, I'm so funny. Jesus. Do you ever get sick of me? I feel like
No.
you should.
No, if I got sick of you, I don't think I'd be here right now.
I really feel like you should.
I'm surprised
Poor
you don't get
Twitch
sick of
chat.
me. I make horrible references all the time that you just don't catch.
Maybe Twitch chat just fed up at both of us then. I mean,
I think so. Roche, minute 21. So they're going to posture here. They'll keep the control. They've been able to control pretty much the majority of the map for the last 10 minutes or so.
do they have a gem now? I think that was on Dire's side. Yeah, they've got one on the Mirana. Okay. They need the gem to deal with the traps and things as well, right? Like the vision advantage that the Radiant have, not just because of the Night Stalker, but because of the TA traps as well. So, yeah, it's horrible to play against. So that's disruption for a little bit on Jabs. Not for very much longer.
Dire's top
Fnatic
barracks
pressure the
are
top
under
lane once again, and all of Spirit just aren't here at the moment. Preemptively go to the Primal Split. They're going to ball lightning in, looking for Mira, who's trying to leap away, but they've got the Vortex. They'll get the kill very quickly with the damage coming out from Raven. Not only that, but they've taken the range racks, and the melee rack soon to follow suit. Cyclone on Yatoro. Aposhka is here to help try and defend Yatoro best he can. And they're not going to dive any deeper on Fnatic, playing it a little bit safe, as this is potentially their elimination game. So we'll see how far they're willing to go, as they've picked up this Swift Blink on Raven. I say that they didn't want to dive, but they're smoked in, looking to dive. Ball lightning all the way through mid. They've got the Rod of Atos on the Trent, and now will be
Early
forced to pop
BKB.
that BKB.
I mean, Storm's just used to what's DJ doing? He's having a great time. And they're smoked out here on Spirit as well. They're trying to find something.
Ooh,
might
it
find
could be
Raven.
Raven right by the Roche pit. BKB goes off. They've got the right click damage to
No
get that kill.
buyback.
And yeah, 94 seconds. He's dead. Death trying to run these pandas out. Cyclone and Toronto Tokyo here with them, but now the new
Oh
axe.
my goodness.
It's there for Juen, and they've got themselves the 3-man vortex.
But is this
Silence from
good?
the crippling fear coming out from DJ. They don't have Raven to output that damage, but they do go after Yatoro. Yatoro trying to survive. Pops
Oh my God, the glaives!
Damage coming in. They get the kill on Jabs, and they'll take out Juen. 4 heroes all of a sudden dead on Fnatic as they finish Death off. And that is now a 3K lead for Fnatic, but potentially Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard here for Team Spirit.
Fnatic, your TA's dead. TA has no buyback. I mean, the pull looks really great, but there's no damage. And this is what I mean, like, is it good, this pull? Like, they're forcing a fight that I don't think they're able to take. And all of a sudden, again, the game just flips on its head. A DJ...
Ooh.
He got the Refresher Shard. Okay.
He gets something.
That's pretty good,
Double
honestly.
Eclipse.
Like, the thing is, it's not just double Eclipse as well, it's the double BKB.
Tower
Like,
is
Yeah.
that's the big one. There's still no buyback on the 2 cores, though. They're going to keep going.
And they can break through this high ground pretty
Fnatic.
quickly. They've got the glyph to try and hold, but Yatoro here confident, holding onto an Aegis. They've got
Are they gonna-
Cheese onto
There's
Toronto
no way they
Tokyo.
end, right?
They'll go for 3s,
Oh my
right
God.
to 4s. They're going to try and end here. They've got buyback on 2 of these heroes. They're going to have Raven back up. Team Spirit
Brew,
trying
what's
to
the
knock out
buyback?
Fnatic right here, right now. They've got the telekinesis that comes through on a collapse, but the right click down.
No
still
way.
getting the ancient. They pop the BKBs. They'll go for it, trying to finish and will. Fnatic play one fight wrong, and it's over for them. And Spirit knocking Fnatic out of the event, and it's Fnatic trying to fight without Raven, and it not only cost them that fight, it not only cost them Roche, it cost them the event. They're gone.
That's...
That's
Uh,
a bit disappointing, and that might be an understatement.
they're going to feel so bad after that one on Fnatic. That's a real kick in the teeth. Like, they've had some decent performances so far this event, but, you know, there has been that little bit of uncertainty every now and then about their decision-making, and it comes into
Right.
full force there. I mean, fair play to Team Spirit. You know, we'll talk about Fnatic making a mistake and whatnot, but fair play to Spirit for making the most of that initiative, right? Like, when that Storm pops his BKB running into the Dire base, they know that this is their time to try and go and force something. Yes, it's kind of fortunate they run into Raven, and yeah, they pick him off 100-0. It's fantastic. They get the Roche, and that's great, but, I mean, yeah, still, you know, you have to give credit to them. Especially after, you know, falling behind as much as they did and then finding their way back into the game again. It was, yeah, really well played.
It really well played there by Spirit, despite the fact that they were falling behind by about 8, 9, 10,000. And they find Raven, they find the Roche, they find the Ancient, and they find the series 2-0 over Fnatic. To break it down a little bit further for you is the panel. Send it back over to Nomad and crew. Back over to you guys. Take it away.
Wow, what a call. What a turnaround from Team Spirit there as they are able to just flick a switch and completely turn the game on its head. They spot their window of opportunity and they just, all 5 of them, dive straight through it. Glass shatters everywhere. Absolutely fantastic performance there from Team Spirit as a 2-0 Fnatic. I mean, I think I was kind of leaning towards Team Spirit a little bit coming into this series, but a 2-0 like this, I was not anticipating. I mean, Stephen, what exactly happened in the last few minutes of that game there? Because that was nuts.
Forget about the 2-0. What in the world do we just see? Okay, like I understand the Templar Assassin dying outside the pit because you're not positioned properly on the map. Nobody's breaking the smokes. No one's really shoving in the mid lane that should be, and the TA is just waiting for the Roshan to spawn. Right? She dies. That's fine. But why are you taking a 4 versus 5 fight? I think from their perspective, the BKBs are down, but TA is your damage dealer. You didn't have much else damage. You had a lot of control on your team, sure, but not a lot of damage. And then they kind of just threw the game away by just giving up everyone. Team Spirit get the Roshan. They're like, oh, we have 5 heroes dead on the enemy side. Why don't we just walk down mid lane and try something out? And it worked. They could have delayed this game. It was fine. You saw how Fnatic played this game out. They had full control of it. They had vision advantage. They could catch split pushers. They had crazy amount of damage. All they really needed to do was just secure this Roshan, and the game was going to be over. Team Spirit, they played to their out, which was, we cannot give Aegis to Fnatic. Let's make a Hail Mary smoke. Let's try something. They get this big pick on the TA, and somehow, like 40 seconds later, they find themselves winning this game.
What a feeling. But I mean, yeah, amazing call from them. But the damage which they dealt to those buildings with the Luna and the Tiny was just ridiculous. I mean, they shredded that base in seconds. Fnatic weren't ready for it. I mean, Lizard, what could they have done on Fnatic?
Nothing. It was inevitable. It was gonna. I called it. Was gonna end this way, one way or another. They took the roundabout way, in which they almost lost. Didn't expect it, but okay. Just waiting for my dog to calm down.
He's excited too, which is fair enough.
Basically, I still stick to the game didn't pan out the way I thought it would, but I still stick to the words before that. I really think this Shadow Demon Luna is very difficult for Raven and Carry TA to deal with later on. Chuan as well. Yeah, you're a Storm that's playing with no real against no real catch, but man, I've seen this scenario so many times in which Tiny just buys enough time with the stun toss combo for the Storm to just die. Like if you jump for him with Tiny, if there's a follow up with an arrow or Bloodright or whatever, some Atos, he's as good as gone.
Okay,
so.
hold on, Lizard. Mm-hmm. The only time Team Spirit won a team fight, apart from that last one in this game, was when Collapse got his Atos, he Atos the Storm, they had to arrow him, then they had to stun toss him, they had to drop everything to kill him first, and then that's the only fight they won this entire game.
There was a fight in which Luna TP's top as a bait, and then they jump and pick off Storm in like 1-2 in 2 seconds, literally. Yeah. Stun toss combo into arrow. I like that play quite a bit, and Mofarah and Bkop were wondering why would you even fight there if the Luna is TPing top. Well, you're fighting because Luna TP'd top, as you're expecting that the enemy team has already started their rotation towards the top lane as they see the carry moving away. And one of them will always, when this happens, one hero always pushes out bottom because you're expecting that they're moving towards top as well. And it's some big brain play, whatever. In any case, it failed for them because they were still all together. They did it a little bit too fast. The smoke was just a little bit too fast. It didn't give Fnatic enough time to spread out. And overall, I feel like Fnatic played out of their mind. The whole game was completely in their control until Storm losing that BKB next to the high ground, which allowed instant smoke from Team Spirit, which allowed them to kill the TA next to the Rosh pit and take that, just to take that Aegis and everything for free. I could see this game going either way, definitely. Like the Fnatic, if they just were a bit more careful, they would have won it for sure. If they just didn't. I mean,
I think it was like I would have given like at the point it was at, I'd say it was maybe like a 70% chance for them to win. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that play works out. Crazy stuff from Team Spirit. And the last thing I want to say about this is, do you remember at the Animajor, when they did the anime run out as their intro?
Yep.
I kind of feel like that's what they were doing as they approached the enemy base there. You know, that's the vibes I was getting. It was the same thing. So that's going to mean they anime their way through the lower bracket here as they will find themselves in the next round of the lower bracket. Huge win for this team. Team Spirit keep the momentum up and take Fnatic out of the tournament, and that will be it for them. But SEA fans, do not despair, as your hopes are still alive, as we now have T1 playing up against the SA team SG Esports here in the lower bracket. The winning team will go on to face Team Spirit, and the losers will be eliminated from this event. Who will take it? We'll have to find out after this short break.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. You died. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
Привет and welcome back to the OGA Dota pit, where we are now into the second series of the day. The second team is about to get eliminated and another team will make it through to the tournament. That is how lower brackets work after all. And we have the SEA Bad Boys T1 playing up against the Brazilian Babes of SG Esports. It's gonna be a spicy one. Well, what more can I say? I mean, T1, I think it's fair to say, are the favorites coming into it, but SG Esports, they've already caused one upset in beating long-term rivals Thunder Predator. Can they pull it off again, Theban?
I'm not sure about this one. I think T1 is just on a whole nother level. They're also in the lower bracket now, so they're gonna be taking things very seriously. These guys, I actually believe they're like top 4 or top 5 in the world right now.
Yeah, in the world.
But Theban,
reasonable.
Yup.
on the other side, you have the Brazilian Babes. How can you
True. On 0 ping, yeah.
on 0
Even
ping?
Unlocked to their full potential. But no, I mean, you know, both of you guys, obviously, Lizard, you watched T1 throughout the DPC, you know, working in the on that region, and Theban, you were working with the SA region.
Yeah.
So why don't you just give us a bit of background towards SG Esports? You know, what kind of Dota do they play?
Well, SG Esports, the thing that they had the most success with is just playing that hard carry into buffing him up and just playing around him. So that's kind of like what they're trying to do right now too. Just figure out what the best carry in the patch is, try to abuse it by picking it early, making your opponent counter that, and then you just like buff this carry to oblivion, and then the opponent it doesn't really matter what they actually counter it with. Like yesterday we saw Sven Omni Knight, and when they couldn't get that combo, they went for the Clink. So they just have like this pecking order in terms of what they're going to take.
And Lizard, talk to me about T1. What makes them so special?
They improved quite a lot. Like, they had some reshuffling to do as well after the first major. 23 Savage joined them. At the beginning, it looked kind of questionable because they were trying to play around him a little bit too much. he was, I believe, one of the highest MMR, if not the highest MMR player in SEA. So they kind of tried to indulge him a little bit too much. However, they did adapt a little bit to the playstyle that suits them a little bit more, and they're playing around 23 Savage better in a way in which, yeah, if he has his PL or Medusa, you don't have to be around him and babysit him 24/7. Cuckoo, he's the master. He pulls the string. He makes the right plays, and overall, I completely agree. T1 is in a really good spot, especially if you think about the performance they had in the last at the last major. I'm looking at them as one of these. Well, perhaps they aren't the true dark horse, but one of these teams that can definitely surprise us at TI even.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, not so much a dark horse because we've seen them perform pretty consistently for the past few months. A little bit disappointing in ESL 4. I think it came third there, but still a very good performance from them. We know not to underestimate this team. SG Esports, you know, they could do anything. They could put up a really good performance here, or they could get run over. We will find out. And let's jump into the draft as we are now getting started with game number 1 in this best of 3 series here at the OGA Dota Pit. And let's see how T1 address this. Do you want them to take the bull by the horns and immediately start addressing this concerns? You know, maybe ban, you know, they've already banned the Clinks, maybe ban the Sven next or the Omni Knight? Or do you think you just kind of do your own thing and trust that your game plan is just more consistent?
I think you ban the Omni. You ban the Omni so that, or the Sven, there you go. Give him the Omni Knight, cool. That's fine too. So SG now don't have their first 2 carries that they've had success with, so they're going to go for the third on their list. You know, they're looking on their little notepad, and Sven and Klingsman, we're going for the IO.
So what do they like to combo with this IO? Is it some Luna pick? Is it some Gyro?
Yeah, I think it's going to be something like Luna or Medusa for the most part, but we'll see what T1 is going to take here. I've never actually seen them play carry IO, so that's not happening.
They just go with the Bane and the Monkey King, something very standard in the patch right now. There was, if you guys remember the patch, so they go with IO Luna, okay. Yeah. If you remember the patch in which IO was, he's still strong, but there was a single patch, offlane IO +1, or safe lane +1, you just couldn't play against that. IO plus Gyro would be not only strong later on, but they would be dominating the lane. IO got reworked a little bit after that, and he's not as strong. But even back then, there was this idea of Bane plus Centaur, or Bane +1. And you just go on that lane and you dominate them. I'm surprised that teams aren't really recreating that anymore. They aren't putting this Bane. You can be a 5 on the offlane. They aren't trying that, but maybe it's gonna happen. Maybe the Monkey will be a 4.
Guys, do you remember in Game 3, LGD versus T1, what Cuckoo and Zephyr got destroyed by?
Which series, sorry? LGD T1?
Yes.
Dire team ban.
No, I don't. Do you, Lizard?
I'm waiting.
It's too many
games.
It was
Bane Monkey. It's right in front of you.
Oh, the Monkey.
And the Bane. This was the exact lane that LGD used to destroy that Night Stalker bench of T1.
Yeah,
and
they
now,
weren't allowed in that lane, actually. I remember now.
Yep.
You can't play.
Yeah.
How do you play against that, right?
Yeah, it's so strong. I mean, these two are probably the strongest like carry and laner right now that we've seen in the tournament. So they put those two together. They're like, guys, we're going to secure the safe lane no matter what. And now we can draft our off laner plus position 4 later in the draft. Or we can still flex the Monkey if need be. But for the most part, now you can like try to pretty much win both your side lanes by doing this.
Dire team ban.
It's like the onus comes on to the opponents to try and counter this Bane Monkey lane, which is incredibly difficult.
I'm just very interested in these 2 bans that are, even 3 that are completely securing the IO pick, because I don't really see teams doing that. Like you're banning out Storm, okay, it's a bit more versatile, but this Disruptor and Kunkka ban, I mean, it used to be a counter to IO. It used to be picked, but that's like 2017. It's been a while. Peculiar.
Well, Disruptor, I do know that Whitemon is spamming that hero a lot right now.
That's true. Yeah.
He loves it.
So that might be one of the reasons. But Kunkka though, yeah, that came out of nowhere. That's for sure.
But Liz is just upset because he hasn't seen Kunkka yet, and he really
No,
wants
even
to.
even the disruptor. I know Whitemon is spamming it, but you already have Bane on your team. You would be picking Bane and disruptor as your two supports. That doesn't sound too scary.
Dire team
Makes sense not to ban it. Yeah.
To be fair, they play a lot of Kunkka as well, so.
Mirana, there it is. The
T1.
position 4 that can also connect with the Bane. So they're mixing in some of Team Undying's combinations there too. Or Team Spirit, they've also done something similar with the Mirana.
Yep.
Some
It's a classic
solid
combo.
synergy. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. These three heroes are just best friends, skipping through life.
I
Not a
think
care in the world.
this Mirana is a setup for the Mars pick as well.
Team pick.
It's been picked
That's
up.
they
they snatched
guess who
it.
snatches it? Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I think in these kind of situations, maybe taking a Mars first would have been better, because it is a very good hero against Luna after all. For many reasons, just keeping her inside or using the bulwark to soak her damage.
Yeah,
But
nice for the Monkey
now they
King
won't
as
get
well.
Mm-hmm.
Just
5
love some
seconds
circles,
remaining.
Just give me 1 or 2 circles to throw on top of each other. Game just becomes so much easier.
You can't go for some good old Phoenix Mars though. You're playing versus Mirana. I guess you could, but it wouldn't be that strong with the duo of supports. Dark Willow that's still in the pool for me would be pretty neat.
Ooh.
With the Mars versus the Monkey King, sounds fairly solid, but we've seen exactly one Dark Willow so far in all of our games, I believe. In the tournament, that is. I go with the Lion instead.
Alrighty.
Double stuns against Monkey in the lane. Not bad, but I still don't think it's going to be enough to win the lane. And I think Bane has a pretty solid time dealing with Lion. You got that sustain and just slap him up.
Is there anything?
10
Is there any hero that Bane hates playing against?
I
guess
I
Nature's
think-
Prophet and summon
Yeah.
heroes, right? And that's
Yeah.
about it.
Summons, Keeper of the Light, just things that can push lanes out.
Ignore him, yeah. Just ignore and
Yeah.
push. Yeah. T1 now, they've already shown their hands when it comes to the supports and the most likely carry of Monkey King. They need the mid laner and the off lane. I suppose this should be their offlaner picked up next. The only question is, what does Cuckoo want to play here against Luna? Beastmaster banned out, banned out. There is some Doom that they played, but I don't really like that versus Io that much.
I think Sanking or something could be good.
Just
He
the
goes for the Venge. All right. So Venge offlane, Mirana. I mean, you can still stun off of that. It's not the easiest thing to do. You have to wait for a little bit of higher levels on the stun, I think, but still doable.
Yeah, it's nice to have minus armor versus Io as well in the lane.
seconds
Right? This Mirana is going to
Ooh.
hurt the Wisp quite a bit.
And you can also swap them so they can't get relocated, and also break the
Yeah,
tether,
true,
which
true.
is kind of big.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Like swapping the Luna when she's sieging high ground into your base is really good, because then the IO will have to expose himself and dive deep to tether and try to save the Luna, which is a horrible situation for the IO.
They're a little bit on the squishier side on T1. Just a tiny little bit that can be exploited, but
But not a lot of cooldowns on the side of T1.
Yeah.
I think they can constantly be running at the opponents and fighting, but they are also forced into doing that because there's a Luna on the other team, and you don't really have a hero who can farm as fast as Luna can with the IO. So you have to play very aggressively on T1. Like, they cannot stop. They need to just keep on going.
one good thing about always going is you have this Mirana that isn't really afraid of going in deep and giving you info. So early on in the game, you will have those ancients scouted at all times, or you should have them scouted. You have Moonlight Shadow as well to work with to innovate. So there are Mirana just brings a lot to the table. Some of these things that you don't at first think about, but there's a reason why the hero is picked constantly. Void Spirit banned out, meanwhile, by SG.
Yeah, both teams need a mid laner now. What mid laners do you think would really complete these drafts? What do they need on both of these teams?
10 seconds.
Well, T1 is
remaining.
banning out the Viper. That's good versus Monkey King, right?
5
Meanwhile, for
seconds
SG,
remain. Dire team
any
back.
Spirit for me would be good, but sadly they banned all 3 of them. So I would have loved the Storm on them. I would have
That's
loved
still
Void
a
Spirit
Spirit.
or Ember. Yeah, probably not.
Rip my boy Spirit. We did see it mid, but unfortunately that hero is very punishable now. If you don't get those fights rolling, and if you don't start snowballing, then
5 seconds.
you don't
remaining.
What
have
about some
much impact.
Adriano Lina with the Mars? And it's doable, but I would rather see a playmaker on their side. One of these high skill in and
Sure.
out heroes, but
Yeah, I mean, ADR is definitely the most versatile mid laner. He's played just about everything.
Radiant
And
team pick.
it was good on T1 to actually ban that Invoker second phase. They didn't want to play with that double buff Luna.
Maybe we
think that
go
would have
puck here on
100% been the
SG.
best. Some
And the
lockdown.
the Veno as well, just protecting Monkey King. They are literally just protecting their carry with the
10
last 2
seconds
bans.
remaining.
Actually, this Mars could be mid. ADR
It could
has
be,
played
yeah.
that,
5
so
seconds
that
remaining.
there's always that possibility too. That's why they banned the Venom, like you said, protecting the Monkey King.
I'd really like to see an ADR perk
Dire
here.
team pick.
I think it rounds up the draft very nicely, but they'll go with the Leshrac.
More tower
lots of
damage.
magic damage, lots of tower
Wow.
damage. Yep.
So this is a problem for T1, right? Because you gotta always fight in this game, or else the Luna's gonna off farm you. And now, if you ever do die, the punish from SG side is
seconds
insane. They got Edict, they got Luna being buffed by IO. Like
5
these towers are gonna
seconds
melt.
remaining.
Now T1, even though they can kill heroes, they're gonna need to have some kind of a tower killer themselves. Or else all these like fights that you're gonna do, you need to play the game absolutely perfectly.
Are they getting the Lina here?
I think they
Like,
wanted Lesh.
You could
Yeah.
get that versus the Leshrac, I suppose. You don't really have too many good options for the laning stage as well.
Maybe they go for like a Lina here on T1.
Yeah.
So it is kind of does tower damage, right? With
Yeah.
the attack speed and the stuff. So
Well,
DK
there are some
could maybe be
other
an option.
there are some other out there options for T1 that they pick, but like Doom mid and whatnot. But I don't think it's good. They go with the Quap.
inspired by the previous game. I like this
Yeah.
Quap, honestly. I mean, they're kind of all in on this like ganking, running around, like killing play style, but that's exactly what they have to play. I'm just worried about their tower damage, and the rush potential is kind of slow as well. But again, like T1, they have to play this game perfectly. But if there's a team who can execute this draft, it's them.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
put in a position in which they have to outplay, which isn't really a position that I like a team to be in. At the same time, I agree. I think they're a little bit of a stronger team, and if they execute properly, if Lion doesn't go ham and just catch Queen of Pain every single time,
Wait,
I think they got it.
why are there 2 Venges in this draft?
remaining.
Look at that.
They look exactly
They're
the same.
identical.
5
That's
seconds
insane.
remaining.
It's like sisters.
What's up with
If you
Nirvana?
beat up Cuckoo, then Carl's gonna be like, "Hey, I heard you mess with my sister." Anyways, yeah, I mean, the thing about T1 though is that if one hero is a tower pusher, everyone's a tower pusher because you got Venge with that aura, right?
Kind of. But you still don't have a straightforward hero that just stands in front and, besides Venge, that stands in front and hits the tower. You don't have that. Like, your offlane is Venge, your mid lane is Queen of Pain. It will be very difficult to take objectives. And yeah, thank you, Bkop. I was going to say, why did Mirana's pet face look so flat? It looked like a square. Like, you didn't notice? Never mind. In any
Didn't notice
case,
I was too
yeah,
distracted by
I
sisters.
really think that T1's execution will be more difficult than SG's.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So does that mean you're gonna move? Well, you guys both going for T1 then?
I'm still gonna go with T1. I think it's just
Yep.
harder for them to win, but I'll still go with them.
I swear, if the drafts were flipped, I would have been like, yo, SG's draft got this, but I think T1 is going to put on a show, and it's going to be really fun to watch them execute this draft. I'm going to have to go with T1 here, too.
Alrighty, I'm afraid that's going to be 3 going for T1 then. I mean, it would have taken a pretty hard out draft for me to go against them. But hopefully, the SA boys can show us what they've got, continue the momentum from yesterday, and put up a good showing here in game number 1. And let's start over to our casters for this game. We have Bkop and Mofarah.
Run like the dogs you are.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, SG trying to ride the wave. The wave of a 2-0 victory over Thunder Predator yesterday to end the day. And we're still here in the lower bracket, so it is do or die time. Only game 1 of the BO3, though, so we'll see if we see these teams maybe play a little bit more safe. We've seen that a lot in this lower bracket.
I don't think T1 can afford to play safe this game.
Whitemon up on the high ground. Her spikes there. First blood for Tavo. SG I'll get ahead here with that first kill. Zephyr looking for a high 5, maybe trying to distract them from going in on a 23. Ooh. And they backed off of him for a second. God's Rebuke, one more shot, double kill for Tavo. And it's a good start for the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, so the analysts were saying basically that they really liked SG's draft, but they thought T1 were the better team, right? Okay. I'm going to go against their T1 prediction. I think SG have got this. I'm feeling bold. I think their draft looks really strong. They have so many bases covered. And like the panel was saying as well, I think they can punish really hard. The amount of fights that T1 need to win the game, I think, is so many. But if SG win like 1 or 2 fights, then they look really strong.
Not exactly what you want there. If you're this IO, you walk up, try to get a bounty rune, you do get it, but ultimately you lose your life for it.
He's just keeping up the lifestyle from the Faceless Void pick yesterday. It's fine.
Yeah, you know, he's got to get those tips out and get those kills. And, you know, somebody looking to slap his breakfast out of his tray this time. Gotta get that beef going.
Not the beef again.
First spike, God's Rebuke on to 23. Mischief for a second, but already taking a lot of damage. Only working with tangos here. You do have the salve on Whitemon, so if they do and are forced to back up for a second, they will at least have that regen if they could secure it. But SG, if they hit level 2 first in this wave, or in this lane, this could be a big problem for T1, where you've got Earth Spike, God's Rebuke, and the Spear for that extra lockdown.
Yeah, I could even have the Hex potentially coming through from the Lion as well, so 23 Savage does have to be careful. They're getting some nice denies up in this top lane as well.
Illicore trading back and forth. There's the Earth Spike, and Tavo, he's got a God's Rebuke in 5. Not close enough for him to get that kill, but what they do there by putting that harassment onto Whitemon is force him to pop the salve on himself and force him to purchase another one.
Yeah, for sure. And mid lane, you know, trading relatively even so far, as to be expected, I think. But how's the bot lane going? Because I think that's going to be an interesting one, because it's the Venge Marauder, right? I think they should have just ended up trading farm against each other, but if the Wisp ever steps up out of position, they have this double stun, right?
Oh boy. Whitemon, he's speared back. They've got the Hex, they have the level 2s. He's already used the God's Rebuke as well as the Spear. They're trying to catch up the Balance Strike and the Jingu now that 23 is level 2. So they kind of miss out on the opportunity there, as Tavo, instead of going for a tree with that Spear, goes just for the pushback near the tower to give them some time to finish the kill, and it's just not enough time.
Yeah, so the Monkey King, when he hits that level 3, I think this lane gets a lot more difficult for SG. Like, that second point in Jingu makes it really difficult to lane if you're the Mars. So they just need to try and get to that point on T1. They'll be fine.
KJ already starting with the tips, throws one the way of Zephyr.
It's a 1k lead already. It just ticked over. I don't know if you saw it. Towards SG.
I see everything. Never gonna get by me, Mo. Come on. You know that.
Yeah.
We'll say, though, with the aggression that came out from SG early on, they're kind of lacking mana in this lane. Yeah, there's a clarity for the Lion, but Boundless Strike coming in from 23, Earth Spike going to Whitemon, so this is kind of split between the two of them. Tavo, he doesn't have any mana to work with.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Easy peasy.
AJ was in that courier. Zephyr getting himself couriered. Does he throw the tip right back to KJ? Oh, he's expecting the tip back.
Mannered gamers. Bkop.
Arrow eaten by Costabile.
Oh,
That's to save KJ.
I have to say, this lane that Costabile and KJ have, I feel like we've seen it a few times where they played the Sven Omni as well. They seem to have a really good understanding of how they want to lane together.
And they seem very in tandem.
Oh, Tavo. It's the level 3 on the monkey.
Yeah, 2 on that Jingu trying to get through the trees, and he'll have it proc. Needs one more right click, and of course, the ranged hero that is Monkey King, of course. That long melee. Air quotes, you guys can't see it though.
I know lane's going pretty well for SG still. I mean, obviously, the double kill at the start of the game for Tava, I think, has made his laning stage so much easier than it could have been on the Mars.
Mm-hmm.
I think having that extra bit of gold at the start has really helped him. You know, obviously it will, but... And 4DR obviously had those 2 really good games yesterday on the Invoker against Thunder Predator. Had a great laning stage, but...
They've brought a third up top.
This time.
Zephyr looking for the arrow. That's going to land with the easy setup of the Nightmare, but the Earth Spike comes out from Bkop. It's not going to be enough to save the life of Tavo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And another kill there on the Mars. This lane's starting to open up for 23 pretty significantly.
Yeah, and I think, I love that these 2 supports, I think they can roam somewhere else together now, honestly. I think the Monkey King's at the point in the lane now where, like, he should be fine, right? So I'd like to see the Bane and the Mirana move together somewhere at some point. Maybe around the 6-minute rune or something, potentially.
Just a question I would say, whether or not Zephyr gets the mana for it. And right now, he did pick up a Clarity, so he's going to start getting that mana back. He'll have that arrow available. May come back towards top. Mars, he was there, but dies so quickly after the TP that he's forced to walk top. It would feel real bad to die again, that's for sure. But Zephyr
he's just collecting TVs.
looking mid.
Just collecting TVs.
Let's see if he looks towards this rune and potentially going over to this triangle. He does spot 1 stack over on the big camp Bkop. Uh-oh. Lion. He's coming here. Whitemon's dropped a ward, and they're thinking about going in with this Nightmare as well as the arrow. Earth Spike picks up the bounty, and he'll be free to leave. Zephyr might just try to take a big creep from this camp with the arrow. Yeah, he'll at least take something.
Yeah, I think Bkop preemptively drops a sentry, assuming they've put vision down in the area.
I actually don't see him with this ward on the high ground at the moment. This Obs is here for SG, and it does spot Zephyr coming over, and Bkop is going to spot Whitemon coming in. Bkop doesn't stop.
Mid lane,
now the arrow hits. ADR in trouble, and he's dead. Not sure if Bkop had the opportunity to maybe save him or deter the gank to come. It looked like he had spotted the Bane over for a second. They still get that kill on ADR, and I mean, they had the vision.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, this Lesh really starting to fall behind a little bit. ADR gonna... He needs people to play with him now, right? Like, he needs the Whisper to come over, I think, potentially as well.
Oh. Matthew Savage.
Arrow.
Earth Spike, arrow flying in. There's the Nightmare, and that's going to lock up Bkop. They should be able to get the kill, and it's with the Boundless Strike that they do. They now have level 6 on this Monkey King. Things really turning towards the favor of T1. Not feeling great for SG.
The good thing for SG going is that this Luna is having a really good time, right? KJ.
Carl down here, and Magic Missile, but the swap. At level 6 available for Cuckoo off the tether. They're going to make sure that he doesn't get over, and KJ's dead again.
Yeah, nice kill. Yeah, so I was going to say, at least the Luna's having a really good time, right? I think that's the most important thing. Because if she can power farm with the Luna, especially with the Wisp as well, yeah, you'd be pretty good. But yeah, I'm worried about this like 10 to 15 minute mark at the moment for SG, where because the Mars and the Lesh have both been, you know, put down a little bit, they might struggle to play that tempo that T1 are going to want to be playing. Like the panel was saying, they can't farm their way into this game, T1. Like, they need to keep fighting all the time. And they have the lineup to be able to do so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
Early tower.
And gets that early offlane tower. Cuckoo now without a tower to have some protection by. See what he does with this, because we've seen these Venges in the offlane go treads into the Ags, and that's probably the way they want to go. Wukong's command with the spear, and ADR is here to get the kill on a 23. They're going to look over now for a second on a Whitemon, and ADR's got a double. 4 heroes here in the top lane, while it's all just KJ bottom trying to get that level 6, and it works out phenomenally for SG.
Yeah, really well played between the two cores. Like, ADM makes this rotation top, but also Costa Bill here, TPing in. I think they really want to try and force down this tower. They've taken the bot tier 1 already, and it's going to be interesting to see what T1 do about this.
They've got the vision down. Cuckoo maybe looking for a swap, and that's exactly what they want. Magic Missile, Costa Bill. Arrow doesn't land. Ooh, but still, they'll get the kill, and they're looking for more. This team is already gone, and they're right on to Carl.
I think killing the Luna, though, SG, they kind of left the Luna alone a little bit. I think they assumed that T1 wouldn't be defending the tower, but it's a bit of a bold assumption to make. They at least get the return kill on the Quap, like you're saying. Kind of 2 separate fights they're going on.
For sure.
But the Bane's so far off level 6 as well. I'm assuming they'll give the Bane the tome. Because this Morana's had a relatively good time, and the XP's more important on the Bane, you'd argue.
Yeah, you want that earlier Fiends group, get that control. Obviously, Nightmare gives you the setup for the arrow. Arena down, but there's the Nightmare, and there's the arrow. So they'll have the control, they'll leap into the arena. They've got the Starstorm, and they don't even need Cuckoo. Zephyr gets the kill on Otavo, and this is now already the 3rd death on this Mars.
Fairy Trinket for the Lesh, though. Going to be really good. So that's something going their way.
That's with ADR kind of recovering. He's still 300 gold behind Carl. There's the tome. So there's the level 6. They've got Fiend's Grip now.
Yeah, and you'd like to see them make a rotation always straight away with it, right? Especially with the Marauder. Yeah, they're going to go around together.
Yeah.
Seems like they want to smoke with the Quap, potentially, or the Monkey. Yeah, here we go. The thing is, like, the panel mentioned about this as well, but they don't push buildings that quickly. So, like, when they find pickoffs, it's really difficult for them to, like, get anything else out of it. Where, like, SG have already taken this bot tier 1. I don't know, I think this Luna's still... Like, the game plan for SG is going okay at the moment.
Ooh,
they're
smoke
going to be really happy.
Core as well as ADR. They've got the Fiend's Grip onto the Lion, but I don't know if that's going to work out. Arrow does hit. They land the Split Earth on a Whitemon. Now the Equip's coming in from Costa Bill. ADR gets the kill on a Whitemon. They're going to look over at Zephyr, who gets that level 6 and goes into the Moonlight Shadow immediately. They're going with him and leaps over to the other side. They've got the Sentry, though, within the range, and Zephyr, just by the skin of his teeth, is able to leave.
Well played by Zephyr. I mean, they had to commit quite a lot for that on SG, but they're only losing their line. I guess it could have been a lot worse for them.
That certainly could have been a lot worse.
So you expect the Lunas to be like power farming through the Ancients now as well, in particular.
23's moved over to the bottom lane. He wants to go Echo Saber BKB into the Death Zone.
Yeah,
Let's see if he dismantles the Echo.
Yeah, he could do. I mean, we've seen a lot of early BKBs on Monkey. I think Arme was doing this as well, wasn't he? The Echo into the BKB. This Echo item just so good at the moment for disassembling.
Tavo looking to get around and maybe get an Arena in. He's right here. Arena around on 3. The Wukong's is in, though, and he's all by himself. So Tavo taking out quickly. They've got the Arena down. They have the swap coming out from Cuckoo, and now... And they continue to go for more. The Hex is out here on a Whitemon. Illacor doesn't have enough mana for the finger yet, but he pops that wand, throws the finger over, gets the kill to Cuckoo. They've lost ADR. That's going to be 3 dead on the side of SG as KJ's dropped 2. The Illacor goes down and 4 heroes die on SG Esports. You do have Costa Bill farming now, but he was involved, and that just does not go their way.
Yeah, really well played by T1. Some good spell usage there. Like, obviously, SG come in the backlines, and with this Arena, they think they've got this massive advantage catching 3. But T1 were ready to fight. They managed to isolate Karl on SG a little bit as well, but great swap from Cuckoo. Manages to keep Karl alive, which enables them to end up getting the kill on the Lash as well. So, yeah, great fight all around for T1. They're going to be really happy with that one.
And Tabo kind of getting in over his head. He really wanted to get that arena down and maybe have some follow-up, but unfortunately for him, he ends up throwing the arena down on 3, and Monkey King's there. I don't think maybe he expects 23 to be in that position, but immediately to the balance strike with the Wukong's command, Tabo's dead so quickly. And he's going into the Blink Dagger, but he's still 1,000 gold short. And 23, they're up here. They've got the Moonlight Shadow, and I think they saw this, so they're going to start to chase. They got the Sentry down. They'll end the Lucent Beam. They'll hit the Spear. They've got the control, and they'll take out Zephyr. It's KJ who gets the kill.
Yeah, that's not too bad though. Like for T1, the fact that the Monkey King survives, right, and it's only the Mirana that dies. Yes, it's a lot of gold going to the other team, but it's going to KJ, and he took the last hit instead of the Luna, so not the end of the world. It does mean that the yeah, I think he has mech coming out in the courier now, though, on the Wisp, so might be able to get some kind of mini death ball going potentially for SG. Like with the mech advantage, their team fight's really strong. They have the arena to work with. They've got the mech. They've got this Eclipse that can come through at some point.
Eclipse is back up, and Finger on cooldown for another 43 seconds. They'll have the burst damage in in that time.
I assume the Wisp goes Lotus second as well. I think they need a Lotus on at least one of their supports on Radiant's side.
He's looking towards going Shard. Once that tether stun.
I mean, we saw how good that was yesterday, right? Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember.
It's long days. I think it was one of the days, though. It has to be, because it's only been
all the
2
days
days
rolling to one Bkop.
Yeah.
You know, we're powering through.
It's hard to pinpoint one game out of the 21 we had in 2 days.
Yeah. It's been good though. A lot of enjoyable games so far this tournament, and you expect the turns to get
on
better.
a Tabo. Magic Missile comes out. Karo comes over and will get the kill onto Tabo.
Again, for SG though, they're keeping their towers alive, right? T1 can't really push them, so they're still just farming their way into the game on SG. Like, they won't be feeling too bad.
Yeah, SG, they're doing a good job. They've got Costabile at the top going into the Sanjin Yasha after finishing off the Dragonlance. And ADR, he's had a pretty stable game. He's behind 800 on the Queen of Pain, but Carl had the better lane, and that's like the difference, or just about the difference.
They can't go for it. So the Queen of Pain has Orchid now, right? And I'm wondering at what point on T1 they really want to like go for it, and they want to try and force like these bigger fights and like try and push into objectives and things. I don't know if there's a certain item timing they're looking for or anything, but like we said before, I think SG, with the state of the game that it's in, they have so much time, and eventually this Luna should feel really good. Like, she just found much quicker than the Monkey King when you don't go for that like Battle Fury build or anything on the Monkey.
They ping out this courier because it's got Mars's blink on it.
Ooh. But honestly, I don't think there's any pressure on SG to force something if they don't want to.
Radiant's middle tower is
And he's hiding the courier to make sure that he doesn't give away the fact that he's got that blink. I'm not sure if they saw it with these wards. I would assume they did. They have some great vision down. And, ooh, I think they might have been spotted clustering.
I don't think they did.
I don't think the smoke was spotted, but I think them getting together was spotted. Just for a split second, because it was pinged.
They have Finger as well, so they're trying to find a pick off here. They don't want to force a huge fight. They just want to find one hero, blow them up quickly, and the Axe Revenge is coming out on the courier. This could be a really bad timing for SG if they get it in time.
Yeah, they'll get the arena with the blink. They've also got the Spear and a Cuckoo. They'll get the kill. They'll take the Venge with the Axe coming through. They actually didn't even need to use that Finger. And the tier 1 over mid is going to go down. They've got the Diabolic Edict at level 4.
Yeah, great timing on the gank from SG, though. Like, just as that Axe is about to come out in the courier. If it had been delivered, like, that fight could have been turned. But, yeah, well played by them. Get another tier 1 for themselves. Growth bow for the Luna. Thanks, Gaben. There's a DD bot here as well.
ADR.
Arrow
Comes in, lands. He's silenced. maybe in some trouble. Sonic Wave comes through. They get the kill on ADR. They look over Tabo. Tabo healed up thanks to the mech. They've got the relocate in a couple seconds. I don't know if it's going to be quick enough, though. Tabo, he's under the tower. He's down low. He's dead. And 23 Savage has himself a killing spree. This leaves Io back up in the top lane. So KJ, at least he'll be there with Costa Bile.
And they're running. They want more.
Yeah, they do.
And they have that ward down. They saw him move into the trees.
Oh! They got him. Ladies and gentlemen, they got him.
I think of that meme about them storming into the building.
Which one?
You know the one where it's like the really loud music, like FBI?
Yeah. Well, there's the one where they come in through the front door and the guy's got the shield and they just break on in.
Yeah, that's the one that I mean.
Yeah.
We got him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think the first time I saw that, it was the, would you download a car? And the guy goes, yes. And then it's just the meme of them breaking through in the door.
And T1 here, they're going to go for the mid-tier 1. Can SG fight this? I mean, they're a little bit behind in net worth. Like, after those, those kills that T1 got, they are pushed ahead a little bit in terms of net worth, and with the Venjax, they feel so strong right now.
ADR. They've got the arrow to follow it up. That's going to land onto the Lashrak into the Wukong's command, but they've got the arena down. The spear only lands on a white mon. They get the kill on ADR. They end up losing Cuckoo, but Cuckoo's got that axe, so he throws a magic missile. Costa Bile on the run. One more shot so they can get the kill on the Luna, and they finally finish him off. It's Cuckoo who gets credit for it, and now they'll find a third as Theocore dies.
This is where the GG call comes. Are you ready?
That's ambitious.
The tips coming through from T1 as well. Yeah, really well played. And this is the power of the Venjax, like we've talked about. You know, if you're able to just be able to like run into this fight, you swap and you don't care. Like, because if you die, you see the next swap comes through onto the Luna as well.
Chat, time for some interaction here. Press 1 if you think Tabo's dead.
Press 2 if you think he's dead.
Yeah, and then those are your only
those
options.
are your options, yeah. Oh.
Ooh.
Lion was DC'd. They tried to unpause on SG when the Lion was still DC'd. That's fantastic.
Lands the spear, and there's the Boundless Strike Magic Missile. Triple kill for 23 Savage.
Congratulations to all the 1s and the 2s.
Yeah, you guys are winners together.
Smiley face.
Smiles in the chat,
and
guys.
All of a sudden, like, it's a 6k net worth advantage. And T1, they need to be looking towards Roshan, right? With this minus armor from the Venge and everything as well. They have decent Roche taking. It's not insane, but they should take it with relative ease. We can always just see the Venge suicide to Roche anyway, if they need to tank it.
Yeah.
Which is something we've seen a few times this tournament.
I just blows my mind.
It's so
that is like a legit strategy. Don't worry, guys. I'll tank Roche, because if I die, who cares? Is like words that should never be uttered.
Yeah. Do you know what's so annoying as well? Like this Venge Edge, you don't get anything for killing the illusion, right?
Swap, and now they've got the Lucent Beam, Costa Bile coming over, but the rest of T1, can they help out? Have the Nightmare out on Atavo. There's the Eclipse. They'll get the kill to Cuckoo, but again, he's got that axe, so he has himself that illusion. I think that was cleared up pretty quickly. They look over at 23's popping the BKB and DPing out. So he'll escape, and they bought back on Theocore. So that is a 1-for-1 with a buyback from SG. Oh, BKB picked up for Carl. I had to take a second look because this cosmetic for the Queen of Pain kind of, yeah, their glance value is
under attack.
glancing. I was like, Cuckoo's already got a BKB? Crazy.
He's doing well. But not quite BKB well. So, the timing for T1, they obviously have this lead. We've mentioned, though, they need to keep the pressure up. They need to be relentless. They need to be constantly hunting, right? So, I don't know what they're waiting for. Is there a certain moment? But, okay, they're going to smoke straight away. This is what I was hoping for. And like we mentioned, if they can get a pick off around the Roche pit, this is time to go. Like, It's only really the Luna that has any net worth at the moment for SG. And you want to punish that, like, these two cores being a little bit behind, right? On the Mars and the Lesh. I mean, it's easy for us
Be able to
see,
do
but-
so. Primal Spring as well as the Balance Strike Arrow, but the BKB has been popped by Costa Bio. They've got Carl on the back lines. The Lucent Beam is there. They've also got the Hex from Theo Akur. There's the Earth Spike. The damage is in, but they've got the swap on Cuckoo. Nightmare. There's the save. Carl gets the BKB off. The arena's going to be down around the Queen of Pain as well as the Venge. They've got themselves a second life on the Venge. The Sonic Wave hits onto Tavo. There's the swap into the Wukong's command. Tavo trying to get around out of this one. But the Magic Missile and the Balance Strike is enough to get the kill onto this Mars. They'll lose the Venge. It's a 1-for-1. T1, do they go into Roche? It doesn't look like...
You don't go into Roche, but I think you just hover around the area still, right? And they're going to smoke up on SG. They don't want to give this up. Even without the BKB on the Luna. Okay. I say this pipe on Zephyr, by the way, he's so farmed.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's got more net worth than Tavo. Oh, dusted and stunned. And now done and dusted.
Oh, he slipped there at the end, but would have died eventually anyway, I guess. Nice pick off as well. Like, yeah, we saw this Moran has so much net worth, right? And she offers so much utility in the fights that important pick off to find. But what do they do with it? Like, they find the Moran pick off and it's kind of like, oh, cool, you know, let's just wait for her to respawn again, you know?
A tithe to the impurity.
Run up
This
and
is
20
DD.
double damage bottom.
Does he have the bottle? Yeah, he does. Almost Scardy on the Monkey Kick as well. It's going to be such a big timing against the two range cores. Lesh and Luna. They're going to hate playing against that.
They're not going to be fun. 700 gold away from that. And it's a 6k lead for T1. They're starting to cut in on SG. Luna going for the Shard. Has that Crystallis, Dragonlance, the Sanjin and the BKB. Trying to pull this back. He's got the help from KJ, who has the mech still. And that Shard. So we'll see what they can do. Again, Roche available. Everybody up now for T1. We'll see if they want to go into the pit. They've been postured nearby for a little while.
I mean, they kind of need to win a fight, though, right? It's the problem. I don't think they can just walk in. It is difficult. Maybe they want to try and force the fight around the Roche pit, but it can be difficult with, like, Arena and stuff, right? And Eclipse and all this AoE. You have to worry about fighting in this, like, relatively small choke point.
Almost spraying into the pit. They're going to start it.
I'm not sure about this. Yeah, they're gonna... They leaving the pit?
Double damage.
Oh, he gets the DD on 23 Savage, so they are gonna go for it. Okay.
They're going to go for it, and they backed up on SG to smoke. Now to go all the way out and around, but this is going to be the long path, and they're going to be too late.
Yeah, I think they're
double
probably gonna
damage
be
is
really
just too
surprised.
slow.
I think they're gonna be so surprised that they just walked into the pit.
They'll find the Bane, and they've got the Aegis into the hands of 23, but the swap, ooh, finger out on the Cuckoo. It's not going to be enough damage to get the kill just
grip
yet, but
on
they've
the
got the Earth Spike. They get the kill on
Mars.
Theo Akur as well as Cuckoo. They have the grip out onto the Mars. Tavo stuck in place. Sonic Wave comes in. They get the kill on the ADR as well as Tavo. Now the Eclipse is coming down, but Costa Amelia is dead. 23, he'll get the kill there. Carl, he'll find KJ in the triple kill. Full team wipe for T1 over SG.
Yeah, that was really nice by Kuku. I mean, in theory, by SG, it should have been great that they find the Bane first, right? Like, that's perfect case scenario. But really great swap by Kuku enables the Bane to live so that he's able to grip the Mars. So when the arena comes through, there's just no follow-up available. ADR basically just dies straight away on the Lesh because this Monkey King does such insane damage with the DD. And they just cannot deal with this Monkey right now, especially with the Scardy. He's so tanky.
Radiant's middle
See, are they going to go high ground? Yeah, it looks like it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They might be confident in fighting. They still have Wukongs. They back up for a second, and they'll head towards bottom, which is pushing in with these creeps.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So look at the tier 2. Still the tier 1, tier 2 standing up in the top lane for SG Esports. They're down 12,000 net worth. Looking for Daedalus on Costa Bile as
Radiant's top tower
they've got that
has
shard.
fallen. Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
and they're
tower
not going to
has
stop the
fallen.
aggression here. We want to be relentless. Like, again, Cuckoo, just run in.
Is under attack.
What are you scared of?
Not much.
IDC
Very
death.
willing to die.
Radiant
Yeah.
structures are fortified.
Do they have Glyph on diet? Don't want to use it.
Dire structures are
And they are, so they use it at the last minute to keep the catapult alive. And there's the mech on the Mofarah as well. Jesus. Pipe mech at 27 minutes on a POS 4 is...
Radiant's bottom tower
With
pretty good.
arcane boots and an urn,
Yeah, that's pretty good going.
tower is under attack.
pretty much almost has as much gold as Cuckoo. They land the arena, they've got the spear, they've got the stun, followed up with the Lucent Beam on Cuckoo, but the swap comes down on an ADR, and that's going to put Cuckoo in deeper. They get the Kona Cage, they're going to take out this Wisp. Cuckoo's there for the first time, but Costa Vila is in so much trouble, and it's not looking like he's going to get out. He's dead again at 23. They land the Earth Spike onto the Queen of Pain. Carl, he's stunned up via the spear, but the Boundless Strike on a 3, 23 with an Ultra Kill. Get this man a rampage. He's
give
gonna
it to
dive
him.
in for it, and he wants it so dearly, but Carl will take it. And game 1 will go the way of T1.
What a beatdown. I mean, this game looked really good for SG for a while, right? Like, they were finding some openings and things. I think they took 2 bad fights in the game. I mean, the second one was clearly that Roche fight. It just did not go their way whatsoever, right? But the first one was around that mid lane, around defending their mid tier 1. I think that was the real first big moment in the game. And again, this Venjags, please stop giving this hero away, guys, because it feels completely ridiculous. We've seen a lot of good heroes this tournament, but the Venge just feels like it's on a completely different level, honestly. I can't imagine it being any much like fun to play against whatsoever.
For sure. If you don't have to worry about dying, first of all, there needs to be a patch. Ice Rock, get this out of here. You want to talk about techies being ridiculous? This is ridiculous. You tank Roche because you don't care about dying. You sit in the front because the same rules, you don't care about dying, and well, Cuckoo makes a lot happen there with that Venjags, and T1 take game 1. So they have a 1-0 lead over SG. Now on the brink of elimination here is SG Esports. T1 1 game away from moving on to the next BO3, which is later today. We'll be back with game 2 in just a moment. Stay right there. We'll take a quick break. See you in a second.
As goes my spear, goes the war!
30 seconds.
Nature's foulest cloister.
under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we are now into game number 2 of T1 versus SG Esports. And T1, they do take the victory. SG, they put up a decent fight, but in the end, T1 take the victory. And joining me on the panel, we've got Lizard, and Theban suddenly got lost a few brain cells. So we've got Mofarah instead.
What are you trying to say? I'm Theban.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I'm still.
Is that your Theban impression?
Yeah. No, don't make me do an impression. I'm so rubbish at them.
You hate them, don't you?
Awful.
Lizard, why don't you talk us through T1's path to glorious victory?
And you have this guy that literally just casted the game, Mofarah.
Yeah, no one wants to hear from him anymore.
No,
They've
just
bored of him.
For me, it's very. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying they've listened to me long enough. It's fine, Lizard. You can go crazy.
No, For me, this game was very simple. Actually, you have one job if you're SG, and that's to protect the Luna at all costs and play around her, especially in that early game, because she outfarms Monkey by a stretch, right? It's so much easier to get the stacks and the farm on Luna. However, once you get those stacks and those first couple of items and you start taking objectives, you can't just abandon the Luna and let her die like 2-3 times. It doesn't look like much, but trading a kill on Queen of Pain for a kill on Luna is so good for T1. Basically, you would make that trade 24/7 at any given point in the game, because the whole lineup of SG Esports just circles around the Luna, and if she's not 1-2 items ahead of everyone else, they're not winning this game. I think T1 identified that properly and took their chances at hindering that first ramp up of net worth by swapping the Luna out of fight, swapping her into bad situations in which they killed her a couple of times. And from then on, the game became more and more simple. They did outplay a little bit, and if you swapped these drafts, I really think, like, I went for T1, even though I thought their draft was worse, by the way. So
yeah. I don't know. This monkey hero just felt really powerful this game. I wasn't quite expecting it to feel this good, but 23/7. I mean, how did he have such high impact in this game, man?
It's crazy, isn't it? Because Tava got that double kill at the start of the game as well. So in theory,
exactly.
It should have been a much more difficult game for 23 Savage. I think Zephyr rotating over to the lane relatively early on, obviously securing those kills with the Bane helped out a lot, and it allowed this monkey to just power farm through, get that space. I want to ask you a question, though, to both of you. Is there any draft, after watching this game 1, is there any draft that you think SG can do in comparison to T1 that will make you convinced that SG can win game 2? Because it looked like they were just completely outclassed. And I agreed with Lizard. I thought SG's draft this game was really good.
If it's T1 versus LGD game 1, where T1 had a pretty normal looking draft with the Omni Sven, and LGD went for Spirit Breaker, Silencer, Necro, and Tinker, then I think SG win. I think SG win if T1 pick up that draft. But yeah, I think that's how hard they have to go. You know, they have to go LDD game 1 levels of insanity, which, as we know, is very insane.
And the problem is T1 has a good read on them, right? So they banned out all the Clinks and Omni Knight and Sven kind of lineups. So they're banning out what SG is best at, and they're leaving them to scrap around and figure out something else, something that they haven't practiced as much. But yeah, I think SG can take a game off of T1 for sure, even though T1 is looking like the stronger team at the moment.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
Nice safe answer. Nice safe answer from Lizard. I'm willing to die on this hill. There's no way SG are winning game 2. So,
Wow. I like it. See, that's what I've been missing. Like, Lizard and Thievin, they're so safe, you know? They just love to stay in the middle ground, you know, stay in the safe lane. Never really push it out, you know? You guys, I want to hear some bold claims next time, Lizard, all right? Do we think T1 is going to let the Sven through and give SG a chance to play it?
No.
yeah.
No,
I just don't see it happening. But, like,
the
why
only carry
would you?
they've won with.
Yeah.
It would be questionable. Well, we do have a draft, so we can find out the answer to my question right now as we jump into game number 2 of SG Esports versus T1 here at the OGA Dota Pit. And we're going to start things off with that Svenny, Bannied. And they're going to pick up the Bane.
So, I mean, the 2 big ones in the pool, I mean, probably Keeper of the Light and Venge, right? Oh, God, I get to do a draft again. This is so exciting.
Oh, exciting.
The same the same 2 heroes banned out, Clinks and Sven on one side, on the other Shadow Demon Bat.
It
SG,
worked
they
so well
go
last
with the
game,
same.
why would you not pick it again?
So did they just take the Venge now, then, I assume? Like, why would you change it, right?
Something winning strategy, yeah.
Well, unless they want the
10
monkey.
seconds remaining.
They could just go with Bane Monkey the same way they opened up the last game. It worked. So, and they do.
Yep.
It's a really strong opening. It's a ridiculously strong lane that's difficult to play against. Maybe SG Sports will try to mix things up a little bit, pick some Ven or Viper a little bit earlier. Some of these heroes that are able to deal with the Monkey King.
You know what? Production are kicking themselves right now because they've just realized they didn't need to get Moen at all. They could have just
10
re-recorded
seconds remaining.
1437's comments from the last draft and just played them again.
5 seconds remaining.
That's very true.
The thing is here, right? Like, SG struggled against this lane and they got a double kill at the start with their Mars. That's probably not going to happen again. So,
Radiant team
what do?
Yeah, not
That
sure.
silence is not encouraging me.
But this is what I was saying. I don't know what SG pick that would make me have confidence in them. You know, like,
Radiant team
because I felt that, like I said, their draft was really good before, and if I felt their draft was really good before and they got outplayed that much, then how do I side with them? You know,
Well, they're banning out some things that are really strong in T1's hands. The Vengeful, the Storm Spirit. Storm we didn't see
10
before, but
seconds remaining.
it's really good versus Io and Luna combination. So
5
at
seconds
least they're
remaining.
protecting themselves from something that already hurt them.
Dire team.
I love how these heroes, as they get more and more attention, they slowly creep up and up the picking order. Like, you know, we first saw Storm as the last pick, then people like, oh, you know, we want to pick it in our double pick in the second phase, and then people are like, yeah, actually, you know what, I'm going to take it in the first pick of the second phase, just make sure they don't get it. Pretty soon, that's going to be a first phase hero.
10
That's how it
seconds
happens.
remaining.
The circle of life.
I could see a Night Stalker being a really interesting
5
pick in this second
seconds
phase in
remaining.
particular, like especially for T1. I think where they have the double pick.
Mm-hmm. SG Sports with the last ban. Bat is banned out. I wonder why the Bkop was banned out by T1. So they don't want to pick it. They're just banning it out against themselves as well. Not really sure about that one.
I mean, are there any matchups that Bkop really does well against? I can't think of any, like...
No, versus Bat she owns.
Yeah,
and that's
just
it.
Bat,
But Bat
but-
has been banned out. Yeah, there's a few that she's fine with, but there are better options at the
team
moment.
pick.
Meanwhile, all the spirits are getting out again. SG Sports banned out Storm, Void Spirit, and Ember last game. Bottle is, by the way, surprisingly still in the pool. So Keeper of the Light
Yeah.
completely untouched.
Mirana.
Interestingly so, but SG, they'll grab that Mirana, and T1, they'll go for something different at last. They'll grab the Lina
Hunter.
and the Tide.
Oh, I don't know, their lineup looks crazy strong already. I was going to say, like,
It
their
looks very
lineup
good.
doesn't deal well with the Tide at all on SG. Like, these 3 heroes, a little bit underwhelming. I mean, the
10
Luna's
seconds
obviously
remaining.
okay against the Tide in the lane, but yeah, not convincing.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I agree completely. Luna versus Tide is fine, but overall the synergy between SG Esports, besides the lore of having Luna and Mirana on the same team, I guess it's not that great. You have no setup for the arrow as well, which isn't something that you need necessarily, especially on this level. But it just makes the game easier if you have an SD or Bane. It doesn't have to be SD or Bane, just any sort of a stun. Meanwhile, SG could go for a Mars again, right? Like you have this Mirana, you could grab that Mars once again. Would be pretty sick.
Yeah, it looks like a good Mars game. And they need that team fight as well, right? I think it's not... I mean, we've seen a lot of Sand King bans this tournament, but we haven't really seen any Sand King gameplay. It wouldn't be sold on it anyway.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well because SG do really like playing Sand King and they flex it as well. They play it at mid and off lane.
My problem with the Mirana pick as well is the fact that you don't have a Brawler 4 and you have a Wisp on 5. Now you're kind of forced into picking this frontliner on your offlane. It's just necessary. You need an initiator on that tree. Instead, they go with the Invoker, which was banned in the last game, by the way. And this is all in on Luna. Just make her a beast.
I really worry.
You mean
for this
all in
pick.
on anime?
Yeah.
True. What's the off-lane anime? Is it DK?
It's got to
Is that
be
what we have to
DK,
hope
right?
for?
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining. Ban.
And yeah, the Viper was something that I was thinking about with the double break against the Monkey and the Tide being great, but it wouldn't have been a great laner against with the Mirana. And I just worry for SG that they've left themselves with so much from their last pick that they
Radiant
need.
team ban.
Well, like Liza was saying, you need this brawler, you need this catch as well, and it's great that you have like the alacrity for the Luna and everything. But T1 have this like 5-man lineup that look terrifying right now, and I don't see at what point in the game SG can just run into them and take that fight.
10 seconds remaining.
You have the Vessel Builder on SG Sports, which
5
is
seconds
quite
remaining.
decent hero that will buff up the Luna, and if you manage to force that Ravage into some poor usage in which it doesn't really affect a lot, or they can take 1 kill. After that, Luna on Alacrity and Wisp Overcharge is going to take objectives super easily. But again, I have to say, in that first game, I liked SG's draft more. This time,
Entire team ban.
I'm really not sold. And the Dragonite is
No.
banned.
No.
Oh no!
And they
Anime
were on
Watch
it.
is in tatters. Yeah, they've sussed them out. I mean, that is one of the ways SG Esports could win with the power of God and anime on their side. They
I
might
like
just
to-
be able to do it.
I like to imagine T1 having that legitimate conversation, being like, we can't let them have 4 heroes from the anime. It would just be too much.
Also very interesting that Kunkka is... I mean, okay, in this game, not only versus Io and Luna, but versus Invoker, it's pretty strong on the mid lane, right? But still, though, Kunkka is... I just haven't seen the hero in a while. I don't believe in it.
10 seconds remaining.
I still think
Yeah.
Night Stalker looks okay. They could even play it mid.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Midnight Stalk would be really nice. Just something which can get on top of this Invoker and this Mirana and punish them. Even like a Puck or something, but I'm not sure that lane's too well against Invoker.
Void Spit's banned.
I keep asking for Puck and I never get it.
Yeah, that hero doesn't feel amazing at the moment.
No, it has its niche, but yeah, in general. What do they play on T1? Great question, Nomad. They play mid lane Coddle, Leshrac, Lena, Batrider, TA, Doom, the most popular ones.
I mean, I think it's more likely to be a mid laner. I'd be surprised if they moved it to 4, but they do have that flexibility.
They do have the last pick to pick against Invoker as well. Lina would be fine. Lina and Tidehunter on the offlane is also really solid. You have the Gush, and then Lina just hits you constantly. It's not a bad combo.
That's kind of what I was expecting, but you guys think Luna's... I guess, I mean, they'll just flex it. They'll choose what they want. What other falls could they get?
Invoker, one of the better mid laners against Lina, you'd probably argue, with the crossworks, obviously having the regen to sustain in lane and things, you can secure CS. But I don't see a 4 hero that really stands out to me, is the issue. Like maybe like some Wind Ranger or something could be cool, but
I mean, could they shift the Bane to 4 and then grab the Disruptor?
Now you don't really. You could do that, but you don't want Disruptor and Bane as your two supports.
Dire team pick.
Let's see what they go for. They go for the Doom. So this should be your
Alrighty.
Doom mid. Yeah, this should be Doom mid and Lina 4 with Tidehunter. I think at least this is what they love to do. They've played quite a bit of Doom middle. And it's all right. I'm not really a fan of having a Doom
10
versus
seconds remaining.
IO lineups because of the relocate factor, right?
5
You're
seconds
able to
remaining.
Doom someone and then they get just relocated out and reset. But versus Invoker, it's always fine. You're just making him completely useless if you do manage to get that Doom on top of him.
Yep, my guy needs to cast spells to do anything. Does not like building Lycans either. Good target if they can catch him out.
they have
SG
some.
Esports final pick for them, and they're going to go for the Venomancer.
Oh,
Yep. Last game it wasn't banned out, right? And because of that, actually it
banned
was
in the last
banned
phase.
last game.
Yeah.
This time it wasn't. So they just get a hero that completely dumpsters Monkey in the laning stage.
Yeah.
That's basically the reason.
So,
it doesn't
what
do.
are our thoughts?
It doesn't do a huge amount with the Morana, though, right? Like it does well against the Monkey, but if
No,
they're
overall
lane-
overall their draft looks pretty weak on the side of SG Esports. No initiation besides the Invoker running in first and some follow up from the arrow. Stuns that they're very low on. But
They
at the
really
same-
are. And being low on stuns versus Doom hurts extra hard as well, doesn't it? Because this guy's probably just going to be able to stroll in, wander into the team fight. Oh, who do I doom? Eeny, meeny, miny. Yeah, you, Invoker. Goodbye. It's seeming pretty easy for T1 in the second game. I won't lie. I think, yeah, I don't know. Any good news for SG? What can we say? Give me some positivity.
There are no ways for T1 to jump the Veno easily. They have no heroes with built-in mobility, which is huge for them. So it looks like actually a solid Veno
Monkey.
game.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
I think if their laning stage goes badly on SG, they're going to struggle. So they need to enable this Veno to have a good time to try and get them through the game. Because if the Veno has anywhere near a bad time, the game just, I think, ends in like 25 minutes.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that's your thoughts on these drafts, and it's sounding like all three of us are leaning pretty heavily towards T1. SG, can they pull it off against the odds and turn around this series? We shall find out with our casters Bkop and still Mofarah.
Have to stick with this guy. He's just on panel.
I was gonna say-
He's a turncoat. I
bet-
can't believe you.
I bet everybody in Twitch chat's like, oh my god, Mofarah's on panel. That must mean 1437's casting this game. That's so exciting. And then they're like, oh no, it's still this guy, this idiot. Never mind. Well,
Yeah, that's how that works sometimes. But we could get a gauge of that. How many of you thought that in the chat? 1 for yes, 2 for no. I love chat interaction, by the way. One of my favorite things. So we'll see in about 5 minutes if that was the general consensus. The general consensus of this game is that you guys think that T1's going to win.
Yeah, I think so. They have a really solid overall team lineup, right? With the Tide leading the line. I don't think any of their heroes deal particularly well with the Tide. They have the Venom wards and things which are going to be annoying, but yeah, if T1s don't lose their lanes really hard, I think when this 5 group up ball comes through, they should walk away with the game. So I'm looking forward to SG proving me wrong. I want to see what they've got. And, game 1 wasn't a particularly great performance from them. So if they are going to lose in this tournament, at least go out with a bang. You want to make sure that you've given everything you have so that you have no regrets, right? You don't want to go out with a win.
I can't really hear you over all these taunts. They're so loud.
30 seconds.
And I've got them coming in twice. SG, I agree. I think you want to go out fighting it as hard as you can. And I'm a little worried about Tavo on this Venomancer. He had an okay start when he got that double kill to start the game, and then things seemingly kind of broke down for him. And how's this matchup for him as he's going to be up against the Monkey King again?
Yeah, it's a really great lane for the Veno against the Monkey. And my problem is they don't have a 4 that enables the Veno necessarily. Like this Miranda kind of wants this setup stun, right? This melee hero that goes in for it. But the double range poke against the Monkey King should be really strong. I think there's going to be a lot of like pressure on the Bane to try and enable this monkey. But if they get these rotations over from like the Zephyr, like they did last game, where they get the Nightmare into the LSAs and things, then Tava does just die. Like, this Veno's not a mobile hero.
Ooh. 3 bounties for T1. So a decent start for them as they're going to bring 3 heroes bottom to start this game. They want to make Tavo's life potentially really difficult down here and come over. They'll spot BO3. Do they go for Tavo first is the question, as they'll fight and go.
Oh, he took
BO3 on the run and he leaps level 1.
Oh no. Oh no. Honestly, I think it's worth dying there and still having Arrow at level 1. This lane might be over now. It's like that bad. Ooh. I think, does he have Quelling on the Veno? Yeah.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, I love those cheeky plays with the Quelling Blade against these Monkey Kings. We've been seeing it a lot, and like, players have been real good at it. Did he miss that Venomous Scale? Yeah, he did. And now this is a problem. Nightmare, Primal Spring coming through onto Tavo. Not level 2 yet, but it's not looking like it's going to matter. Fairy Fire and Tavo, his lane is already so difficult. Whitemon's going to salve up, and they're just about to hit level 2. I think they hit level 2, and they might get both kills in this lane if they're not too careful on the side of SG Esports.
The thing is, the Monkey doesn't even need the Jingu in this lane. Like, he can just take the Boundless at level 2. And this Veno, yeah, Whitemon's going to push forward here. He understands with the level 2 advantage, they have the setup. If they sleep the Veno, Theolacor needs to wake him up.
Denied.
I was sitting about half health. Right click's coming in. Whitemon, he's just pushing them away. He's not forcing a Nightmare and a move from the Monkey King yet because he's just securing the CS, and I think that's fine for them, and they can eventually make the move as Tavo's still sitting level 1, and there's the Nightmare. Primal Spring ready to go. Whitemon eats some mangoes, leap away, and that's all you can do.
He actually did take the Jingu. Wow, okay. Surprising.
Salve up from Theolacor will keep him in this lane and not having to go all the way back.
And mid lane going well for the Doom as well. Even top lane going well for the Tide. All 3 lanes having a great time for T1. Not what you want to see if you're an SG fan, especially after game 1.
This game can snowball out of control really quickly if they're not careful on SG. Arrow hits, though, and Tavo not there to follow it up with a Venomous Scale. Instead throws that out on a 23. Meanwhile, top lane, KJ, he's tethered to this range creep for the moment.
Yeah, they have another salve on the Bane here, so Whitemon should be fine.
He steps up, I believe, trying to block that camp. Just wasn't there in time. Almost cost him his life for a second.
Almighty one.
Supposed to be like dealing with that anchor smash. Meanwhile, Carl. EMP, and they've got the cold snap. That'll drain Carl of a majority of his mana. The Scorched Earth burning ADR. Tornado comes out. Carl now sitting low. Meanwhile, top Kustabile is also sitting low. Zephyr needs to be careful of his positioning. Venomous Gale comes out on a Whitemon, but they've got the Nightmare to hit on the Tavo, and it's going to be pulled off by this Mirana. Is that even going to save him, however? They've got the Jingu. Right click's coming in, and Tavo's going down for first blood.
I'm just getting
Tavo turned around there at the end. I think he would have been okay, but... Or at least making the Monkey dive the tower, right? Ends up falling, though. 2 points in Jingu as well. That extra damage coming through. This game is turning into a massive disaster for SG already with the state of the laning stage. Because like we said, after the laning stage, their draft isn't fantastic, right? Like we were saying, the Veno needed to do well. And I know I keep harping on about it, and I don't want to overstate the point, but... just a little bit worried for them.
EMP, Carl. Getting low here. He's got that Scorched Earth, and... that's about it. Empty bottle. Trying to go into this Midas. Zephyr, LSA, landing on a Kustabile.
They have another beam, but raindrops.
They're right-clicking. KJ no longer tethered. Comes across the anchor smash on the right-click from Zephyr. to get the kill on a KJ, leaving Costabile by himself. And he really can't pressure anymore. Meanwhile, 23, he sits low for the moment, but nobody pressuring under the tier 1 tower. He'll be okay for now.
Did they have a salve on anybody down here? I think Whiteman has regen coming out on the courier. Yeah, he's got a salve for his monkey.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Buying a lot of flasks.
Gratitude is worth more than gold.
Better to burn out
Ooh, Zephyr,
Okay, he just denies himself. That's fine.
the tier 2.
It's not even that bad either, because the lane's under the Tide's tower, right? So it's not like you need to be in the lane necessarily. You're fine just to go and deny yourself. And the thing is, like, Invoker's having a decent time. Like, we saw ADR do well on this hero yesterday, but when you're against the Doom, like, you want to have a good time, but it's also like, the Doom's just going to farm anyway, right? There's no... Oh, he turned for the ult there.
He wanted the Doom, and yeah, he gets his mana drained. He's got the refill in the bottle from Zephyr, and Zephyr might be looking to wrap around to land an LSA and give the opportunity to get that Doom off on the ADR.
Yeah, with the catapult wave as well, this could be huge here.
Double damage picked up by Doom. They see him. They know exactly where he is. Theocore coming around the back. They've got themselves a tether.
Good
3
tether,
heroes
though.
are going to be here from SG. Carl now trying to get this kill onto ADR. Nightmare from Whitemon. He's joined into the fray. It's a 3v3 over in the middle lane. It's a party. And ooh, Invoker. ADR will get the tornado off. That lands onto 2, and now he's into the Ghost Walk, trying to run, and Scorched Earth will burn him out. Carl doesn't need to see him, and now we'll also take a courier for his troubles.
Yeah, worrying for SG that the one hero that had a good game going for them is, suddenly just rotated on it by 3 heroes.
Nice try.
Bit of a messy kill, but I mean, the SG support's not exactly the best at being able to, like, turn ganks, right? Like the Whisper Morana. Yeah. Not known for it.
This is left Tavo by himself against 23. Now finally the supports will come back, or I say the supports, but it's actually ADR who joined Tavo bottom, and Whitemon will join 23. Primal Spring back into the trees, and now back behind the tower. ADR spending a lot of time down here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now they've got Zephyr and Theocore into the mix. Another 3v3 situation. ADR Tornado EMP coming down onto Lina. Zephyr looking dead on his screen already. They'll land the stun on ADR, but they've got nothing to follow it up. Monkey King, he's under the vision of this Observer Ward, trying to TP out the arrow. Not in time, just barely. It felt like the tip was almost digging in to this Monkey King.
Left a scratch on his ear. That's the Monkey King TP'd out there, but good rotation by SG. I mean, they need to, again, we said it before, they need to try and play around this Venom in the early stages of the game. Problem is now the Tide's TP to the bot lane, and what do they do to a Tide? Like, this hero's just going to exist. He has a hood, and he's not going to die.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been
Brought
killed.
23 up top. They swapped the lanes, and Abo losing a courier.
What did it die to? Was it creeps?
Must have been. I didn't see it.
What's the Doom building first, by the way? Is he rushing BKB, or is he going, like, Blink or something
Midas
first?
BKB.
He's going, okay.
He's gone 4-3-0 with the 1 point in Doom, which is back up. ADR. Trying to make a move
the arrow.
onto this Tide, and Cuckoo getting into this tree area behind the tower. And he doesn't have Ravage skill, but they get the Doom on ADR. They're going to chase the Scorched Earth burning. Brain Sap's there from Whitemon. Tavo now on the run with Theocore.
He needs to get a ward block off there
the
or something.
Venom answer.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
you do have to be a bit careful with T-Well, because those wards do start to add up with damage over time, right? I'm really shocked they kill the Tide. I mean, they only just about got him anyway, but I honestly thought there was no chance of him dying. Oh, they're taking the stacks though on SG. Nice boost of net worth for the Luna once these go down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh boy. Core Gush and the double leap won't save you. Carl with another kill.
Yeah, and that's the
He's
Midas.
now 2-0-1.
That's the Midas coming out on the courier for the Doom now as well. So got to be scaling even quicker. Do you take the Fairy Trinket on the Doom, or do you take the Arcane Ring? Okay, so Tiki with the Trinket. I guess the Arcane Ring goes to the Tide then. Makes sense.
Wouldn't have mind either. I guess the Arcane Ring, though, on the Tide feels a little bit better. He's also got Soul Ring.
Oh, Zephyr, I don't know if you noticed, there's also maxed LSA this game instead of the Wave Push from the Dragon Slave. Not a build you see like a huge amount of the time. Sometimes you see a second point in LSA, and then they go for like a 4-2-1, but I'll be interested to see whether he does max it out all the way at level 7.
Right.
Oh, Whitemon's going to tank a gank here.
He'll tank again because the arrow comes in, and
that's the Eclipse as well.
They dropped Eclipse as he died.
Are fortified. Money to burn.
Okay.
Middle tower is under attack.
Like, I mean, still okay relocate though, right? Like, you want to make sure that you're there in case a fight does break out. Bit of a interesting Eclipse, but it happens. And this Venno is desperately trying to like force in this bot tier 1, right? Like, you want to be getting these wards down, you want to be opening up the map by taking these towers, but with the Tide just sitting here, with the sustain of the Hood and the Morbid Mask as well, it's the brick wall. And brick walls don't go down easily, Bkop, let me tell you.
No, they'll take a couple of shots from a sledgehammer. That's from a strong person swinging it. Usually need a wrecking ball of some sort, and I don't know if they have that at the moment.
Is this tier 1 going down? Yeah, they're going to deny.
Mid.
Okay.
I'll get the deny.
Has been denied.
Caro would put the pressure on. He's got Midas up in 7 seconds. He still has that Doom ready to go. Going into the BKB, already has the Ogre Axe, and Whitemon looking to stack. And keep the advantage in their favor as, well, Doom is leading the net worth. 23 trailing this Luna by about 1,200 gold, but he does have stacks to play with.
Do you give the stacks to the Tide, I assume? Right.
Potentially. They could share it, right?
Yeah,
he
they
goes
could.
over, Anchor Smash, and then that's what I assumed they were going to do, was share the stacks.
Ooh, Atos on the Venno. So we talked about their lack of catch. I guess Atos makes up for that a little bit, but it doesn't help deal with the Tide still, right? He's taking no damage.
Blessings upon loyal warriors.
Literally healing through it all. Big camp taken on these stacks from T1. And that's all while SG are taking some camps over in their triangle as well. They're going Sanjinyasha after the Dragon Lance. They're going to try and relocate in behind Zephyr. Laguna Boy comes out. The Core trying to survive, leaps away. They've got the EMP with the damage from Coast the BOA. Take out Zephyr. They've got themselves one.
Another good pick-off, though. Like, they are finding these openings with the relocate, especially. But I think this slow-paced game definitely favors T1. I mean, it favors SG in the sense they have the Luna, right? Which is obviously the big carry for them. And it does power farm with the Wisp. But if you're just going to AFK farm on the Luna and there's a Doom Midas on the other team, right? And the Tide and the Monkey King are also farming, I don't think T1 really minds.
Doesn't really feel like they mind that much.
And Venno's going to TP mid now because he realizes that this brick wall in the Tide Hunter is not going to fall easily. And I think that's probably going to indicate that the Tide just moves over mid now instead.
Carl saving up a good chunk of gold, and he was going for the BKB. He saved enough up right now where he could buy a Blink Dagger if he wants. Oh, Arcane Rune. Be nice to pick up, bottles it up, and then could throw a Doom out.
I think they get
that Arcane Rune.
Or... Oh, they're just mirroring each other's smokes. Unfortunate for SG. They see the stack, though. I mean, this would be great if they take it.
Big stack to take, and this is unfortunate for T1. This should probably even up the game in terms of net worth. I've done my math correctly. Probably not.
Yeah, it'll be close. I mean, the Luna should go up to like 9.2k or so, right? which is, well, maybe a bit less.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A bit more.
Oh, on 2-5. And take those sacks. They end up still about 1,000 net worth ahead on the side of T1. As Zephyr's going for a tier 1 over bottom, and nobody's rotating in here from SG.
They snatched a bounty rune as well. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
What did the Tide just get on the courier?
He's got himself the Morbid Mask going into the Blink Dagger next.
I think it was just a TP he got on the courier. But yeah, I was going to say, when he gets the Blink online, I think that's going to be the time in which, in conjunction with the BKB on the Doom, they can look to force fights. Right, and it is difficult to necessarily always get a reliable Blink off because of the Veno wards, but...
Coming in again with the relocate, going after Whitemon.
Oh, the good Atos.
They have the Rod of Atos. The Venomous Gale comes in. Zephyr trying to TP out, but they've got the Lucent Beam. Not one, but two here for the side of SG Esports. A great rotation for them. Grabs both supports. Though Carl continuing to farm up towards top. Monkey King not getting touched. However, SG are moving around the map quite well. I think we're yet to see a Ravage, really. And
yeah, we've seen a couple of Dooms, no Ravages.
I think we've seen one Doom, and that was the one over mid on ADR.
The Fiend scripts as well have been lacking as well. It's just a really slow-paced game. Like, we had some kills in the laning stage, but there's the BKB on the Doom.
Ooh, cold snap. EMP with the tornado. BKB's been popped by Carl. I believe 23 was thinking about TPing down there and, well, faked the TP, or at least stopped it for now.
Without the BKB being available, I think you just ditch here on T1. That's a really good trade, though, for SG. The fact they're able to poke out the BKB. And this Luna is getting farms. Like,
Whitemon might be dead.
He's fine. It's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. They're gonna get the kill there on a Whitemon, because the BLA gets credit for that one. He's on a killing spree. Yeah, like you said, it's still very slow paced, and T1, I think they're happy to play this game at the moment.
The Invoker's not scaling at the moment, though, is the problem, right? Like, you have the Vessel. I don't know if he's going back for the Midas or not. It looks...
It's going bots.
Going bots, right, okay. So going late game, not going to scale particularly well, but it is that enabling of the Luna still, which we've seen from SG, you know, when they were doing it on the Sven as well, right? That big, kind of like big 4 protect 1 kind of idea.
Cuckoo's so safe and confident with where he's at in the game right now that he's farming next to the Dire tier 2. Like, he is just playing very far forward. They haven't been able to really touch him. They killed him once over bottom, but other than that, his game has been pretty secure.
Yeah, he knows that there's a ward there as well. I think when this pipe comes out as well, like, if you look at the damage coming out from SG, there is not a lot of physical damage. So this pipe has such a huge amount of value here.
Still a sliver of a lead here for T1. Out of Atos, Venomous Gale, and the relocate all coming through. They've used that ult from the Venomancer. The Poison Nova is out, and everybody is here from SG. 23 finally paying for his aggressive farming, and that is good movement again from SG. As T1, they're smoked up, potentially looking to come down and get KJ. They'll find KJ, and they kill KJ.
Yeah, they'll find him eventually. I mean, that was well played by KJ, though, to understand that he doesn't want to bring the Luna back, right? Like, he understands that the safe area of the map is still top, so just go back by yourself. Grove bow for the Luna. Pretty good. Yeah, and just you know, you're going to die, so...
For a second, if he had a creep wave, maybe he was able to get out with like a tether over, but never got that opportunity.
Yeah, potentially, but I mean, with 3 heroes chasing, it was always going to be a difficult one.
"19 minutes into the game, only 15 kills. Just very slow overall. We're yet to see an all-out fight from T1, really.
They're quite happy to just farm up towards this BKB on the Monkey King, I think. There's no rush on them to have to force anything here. Like, yes, they know the Luna's farming, but I think they feel confident that when the Monkey King gets the items, he should be able to fight up against the Luna.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Philosopher's Stone, Whitemon. He might be the one rubbing his hands together, hoping to get that Philosopher's Stone.
You could give it to the Lina as well. It's good on both of them.
Dire's top tower is
My
under
god, I hate
attack.
that Centaur Stomp cancel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, Cuckoo.
If this
With
EMP
the
hits...
tornado, EMP doesn't land, but Theokor, he is on the high ground. He's got one leap left. He'll go into the Moonlight Shadow, Yules into the arrow. That lands on 23. Gush is out. They've got the Nightmare. Have the control, and they'll get the kill on a Theokor. I think they were really hoping for more than just that Mirana.
Dire's courier has
Yeah, they would have been, but they
T1's still grabbing a bit of a lead.
they don't really commit anything to kill her, right? So it's not the end of the world.
Brigand's Blade for Lina. See if that gets passed
Dire's
over.
middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
the courier.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And T1 are still, sitting numbers in the dire jungle. They're all over. They're in the triangle and the main jungle.
Middle tower
The difference is now...
BKB, but they've got the Fiends group to follow it up. They'll look over at the Venomancer to get this kill on Otavo. Lucent Beam from behind them. They're going to relocate in with the BKB pop by Costabile if they can survive on Cuckoo, but he's taking a lot of damage, and the right click's coming in. They've got the Lucent Beam, and now he's ending up dead. They take out White on 2 for 1. Doom is used onto the Invoker of ADR, who gets on the high ground. Carl playing very
He's
aggressive.
trying to get the blink off
That
here.
BKB
Oh, the
is not going to
Venom
last
Ward.
long, and they've got the Venom Ward to stop the blink. But now BKB, Boundless Strike onto 2, Primal Spring down to the low ground. They don't have the BKBs available on SG, but 23 is just going to TP out. Yules on himself, trying to get the Yules out onto this Monkey King. Zephyr goes to the Laguna Blade, but he'll
Wow.
die too.
Great fight by SG. They managed to have these two split fights, right? Where I think if the Doom is with the Tide, then they might be able to try and force the engagement. But because the Doom's kind of like chasing this Invoker around, right? They can't deal with this Luna if they're not all there together. They need to get like the Ravage with the Wukongs and whatnot, but as soon as that Luna BKB goes off,
Radiant's
incredibly difficult.
fortified.
I think for a second, Cuckoo thought he can survive the damage that was coming in from Costabile and then throw a Ravage afterwards.
Maybe if there wasn't a Wisp, then he could have potentially, but yeah, not in that scenario.
Ooh, blink in, stun up. Cuckoo gets the Ravage off, but the BKB is going to be there for Costabile. Now they'll go after Cuckoo and get the kill. They're going to look over at 23. Tornado comes in. That's going to land. They've got the Sunstrike not even needed as they'll take out 23. SG.
Dire's top
I don't really understand why T1 have like completely changed up their playstyle. I don't really get it. Like, they've been so patient the whole game, and they've been waiting for their BKBs, which is fine, but
attack.
taking some really
Radiant's middle
silly
tower
fights. I guess I know they don't want to give the Roshet, right? And that makes sense. But you have to respect the output of damage from this Luna.
fallen.
Or at least try and kill the Wisp first, right? To stop the steroid coming through.
Right. Problem now is not only does he have that shard, but he really is closing in on the Daedalus. This Luna with the IO is going to be a big problem, and that's despite the fact that there really is a massive gap between Costabile and anybody else on his team. The whole time Carl's farmed well, he's sitting at about 15,000 net worth going into the Shivas and almost having it. We've also got 23 who's done a good job
Top tower is under attack.
with what he's been given in terms of being ahead of Tavo and ADR, but maybe a little bit slow from the Monkey King if he wants to stay with this Luna and be competitive in these fights.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, I think when the Skadi comes up, right, they'll have the ability to be able to like deal with the Luna a little bit more through the BKB. But
is under attack.
like you say, he's so far behind at this point on 23 Savage. That death up in the top lane that he got relocated on, I think, was the one that really set him back, because it delayed the BKB timing as well. And that was the big thing that T1 were looking for.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
When this Daedalus comes out on the Luna, she's actually going to become like
Dire's bottom
a huge issue, right? As if she wasn't already. But
tower is fallen.
Bottom lane, BKB, Eclipse gets used, Cuckoo on the run, pops that pipe, but it's not looking likely he survives. Venomous Gale is there, and Cuckoo ends up dead. They forced the Wukongs, and I believe that's because 23 doesn't have his BKB anymore, and he can't TP out. So he's dead too. Kustabile with the double kill. SG completely in the driver's seat of this game. He will lose KJ, but that's the price of admission for that fight.
The T1 are not respecting this relocate. They're splitting the map up and trying to shove lanes in and things, and that's great, but all it takes is one catch from like the Mirana or something, or like the Invoker with a Tornado, and if they relocate on top of it, it feels like it's a kill every time. I don't know whether they just haven't, like, they're not thinking properly about this Wisp or what, but, I mean, SG are playing really well. They're finding these openings non-stop over and over again. And honestly, I'm glad to be proven wrong here so far. This game's going much better for them than I thought it would.
It felt like T1 were waiting for their moment and then misplayed their hand once and just gave everything over to SG to then take advantage of the farm they'd been acquiring. And really, Kustabile just, it goes from grossly overfarmed to ridiculously grossly overfarmed, as he is now at 20,000 net worth. The only reason Doom is keeping up with him is because he's got the Devour and the Midas.
And you have to remember,
keeping up is still 4k behind.
With SG, if they take one good fight outside the Radiant base, because it's a Luna, they can get through the buildings really quickly. Like Alacrity as well.
.23 just farming away. He's got one ulti orb, has enough just about for the point booster. Whitemon's here to try and protect him. They've got relocate ready to go. They'll have Eclipse in 25 seconds. And SG, they're gonna poke at the high ground.
Now, how long do they have left on the Aegis? I think that's the key thing.
They've got about a minute remaining. 4-step back into the base, and Kustabile is going to lose that Aegis. It doesn't matter anymore. A minute now turns into no time left. Oh, stun landing on a Cuckoo. They're trying to have the control. The Poison Nova from Tavo. Sunstrike coming through. They get the kill to Cuckoo, but they've got the Wukong's command. They have the Doom. It comes through on a Kustabile. They run out of the circle that is the Wukongs, and now T1 turn tail and try to get out, but they've got the Rod of Atos. He's still got the Wukongs going. The Ice Wall is down. The control is there. They'll get the kill. They'll take the Monkey King dead for 50 seconds. And all your base belong to me being SG Esports.
What happened to their spells? Like, what cancelled the grip? Because they got a grip on the BKB Luna. I didn't see what it was. And it just cancelled straight away. So maybe there was a cold snap or something that I didn't see. But like you say, you win one fight outside the base. Or inside the base, as it would have been. And there's just two sets of racks. And there's no tier 2 they can... so they can't take the rack spot because of the tier 2.
They can push force.
They might go for this. Okay, they're gonna chill. There's a Satanic coming out on the Luna Bkop.
Yeah, 24,000 net worth. It just jumps by thousands.
Like, I don't know what happened to the grip, as I said before, but the Ravage also didn't get off because of the BKB on the Luna. I thought they were going to layer the Ravage on top of the Aegis spawning. But I think they were a bit worried about the relocate coming in and saving Kustabile afterwards.
Gem for the Mirana. Blink for ADR. Oh, and a Titan Sliver.
Of course.
With the Sanj and Yasha.
It's like the best game for the Titan Sliver as well against the Bane and the Doom. You'd love to see it.
Both K up. Is there any route for T1 to get back in? It seems like these fights just are impossibly favored towards SG. And I say that, bottom lane, 23.
Ooh.
That was close.
That was very close.
They'll take the outpost. They'll start their charge through the bottom lane. They just want to get this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, top, yeah. Carl, BKB, and he's gone.
Maybe the way back into this game for T1 is to try and bait out some kind of relocate fight and then fight where the other heroes are without the Luna and the Wisp. But, I mean, it's so much easier said than done.
Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 2. Now only the final tier 3 and the tier 4 stand for the side of T1. It's make or break. LSA, that comes through. They've got the Doom. There's the Ravage on the 5 heroes. They've got the Balance Strike. They'll get the kill. Stability. It's perfect from Cuckoo. And here comes T1. ADR trying to do all he can. They've got Coral as well as Cuckoo slowed up. There's the Sunstrike. Not going to land, but the round of angels comes in from Tavo. The TP out from Cuckoo. He's gone. Whitemon a little bit too far forward. They've got the Cold Snap as well as the Spirit Vessel on a Whitemon. They'll take out the Bane. Tornado flying through. The BKB being popped by 23. He'll go after Tavo. They get the kill to Coral. Tavo gets credit for that. The TP out from 23. No longer having confidence in that fight. SG still knocking on the door. It took a 5-man Ravage to get that kill on a Costa Bile, but they do it. They take out the big bad Luna.
As you can see from the lovely production crew from OGA and our observer, 8,000 damage dealt by the Veno because of the huge ult though, and all the Veno wards coming through. But the problem is it doesn't kill anyone. It's like split over everybody, right? So the 8,000 damage, it still doesn't like do much, even though it's such a huge number.
Oh, got out of that last one. 4 staff though, now no mana.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tavo here
Nice to have that 4 staff.
Tavo here, yeah, they're still willing to just sit here and fight again because they know without the Ravage, T1 can't
Not
really
as
fight.
easy.
And the Luna's going to TP to the outpost here, and they're just going to go again. I'm a little bit worried for them, but honestly, I think if this was a bigger, like, that's really rude, but if it was a different team, like, they would wait for the Roche here and go for that instead. But SG, they want to fight right now.
Yeah, they want to go in. They want to try and get the kill on Cuckoo. They've got the damage coming through, but the Nightmare lands on a Costa Bile. That's going to be pulled off, and they'll look for the tier 3. They've got the Glyph, the Sunstrike. Oh, Cuckoo just surviving. He's going to buy a salve while he's in the base. They'll go after Costa Bile, who pops the BKB. They've got the Fiend's Grip on the back lines, but the damage being put on the Whitemon. Ooh, push back, disarmed, and now they've got the relocate out. Can they fight without the Luna being here? Are they going to bring both back? I believe they will. Ravage up in 19 seconds. No Wukongs now for 66 seconds.
No BKB on the Luna, though.
They've got themselves the Yules. That'll land the arrow. Cuckoo Gush. They've broken the Lycans. Now they've got themselves the Eclipse coming down on a Carl. The damage is going to be there. Costa Bile trying to run. He's
the Satanic.
He gets healed up, but is it going to be enough? Carl going in. The right clicks are through. They've got the Doom, but the Satanic keeping him alive. And now finally, Whitemon run down 4 heroes, 5 heroes, all gone with the buyback being used here by the Tide. Throws out the Ravage. Doesn't hit on the Costa Bile. They'll call GG. SG will even up the series at 1, and they have beaten T1 in this second game and look so good doing so.
There's something special about watching Cuckoo Ravage and just call GG straight away. I mean, yeah, SG looked fantastic this game. I mean, the big question mark for me is how they managed to get away with this Luna just free farming for like 20 minutes. Like, the Luna just got completely untouched the whole time. T1 played a completely different game to Game 1. Game 1, they were relentless. The pressure was coming out constantly. And in this game, too, they just chilled out the whole time. And I think if both teams had just been farming, it would have been okay. But SG were gaining that edge by using these relocate ganks to find pickoffs. And the Luna is farming so quickly. I think they took like one or two bad fights on T1, and SG punished them so hard. Like, it almost crumbled there with that, like, 5-man Ravage in the last fight. But fair play to SG. They really smashed through that brick wall that T1 were trying with the Tidehunter holding the high ground. And, yeah, glad we get a Game 3. I'm so glad I'm proven wrong as well, because we all want Game 3s here, Bkop.
Yeah, I'm always down for the Game 3, and that's going to be a Game 3 elimination game between these two teams. SG, they take Game number 2 after dropping Game number 1 to T1. We'll be back with Game 3 in just a moment. Stay right there. We'll take a quick break. See you in a second.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Another phase begins.
Won't give up.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
What a twist. When their backs are against the wall, that is when you have to fear an SA team the most, because the fire of elimination threat really set this team off. And they destroyed this second game. My goodness. I mean, I still can't get my head around it. T1, they were doing so well. Those lanes went exactly as we said they would. They did great. And then what happened?
I'll just remember one conversation I had with what's his name, Ramses. It was, there's only one way to really destroy Monkey and Monkey strats, and that's Venom. And that's how he feels, at least. So take it for what it's worth. It's very difficult to jump around when you're constantly surrounded by plague wards, and this build in which you also go for ATOS because you're lacking some catch. Overall, yep. I really feel that if you want to play versus a Venom team, you need a built-in mobility, kind of a mid laner or off laner. That's the only way. If you don't, you're just going to have such a hard time approaching objectives, playing around rush, making any moves, because there's always going to be so much vision from those pesky snakes, or bugs in this case. By the way, those bugs look more like a courier than an actual ward.
Than a plague ward. Yeah. That's. I mean, I like the cosmetic, but man, I mean, Tavo just kind of controlling the game. Who needs stuns when you've got slows for days, and 40R offering a lot of control as well? It really did just feel like their game plan actually ended up working really well. I just control with the other two cores, and then just let the Luna absolutely kick off. And my god, did Costa Bile kick off, Mo?
Yes, he did. He had a fantastic game. I can't believe Lizard ever doubted SG, to be honest, because I was behind them the whole way, never in doubt that they could come back into this series, honestly, because the SAT...
We were all very confident in our SG predictions, right, guys?
we were so confident in them. Yeah, I think 4DR in particular, like the laning stage didn't go like too well for SG, right? Like Tava had this really difficult start where Mirana had to take leap at level 1. Like this Invoker got ganked relatively early on by the Doom and the 2 supports. And they kind of managed to just farm their way back into the game because of the passiveness from T1. And I wonder if T1 will look back at this game, they'll be like, should we have been so passive here? Because I think they did have options to like make moves on the map and things, and it's easier said than done because, like Lizard says, you have all these snakes down and everything, giving vision and like interrupting ganks and things and whatnot. But I felt like Cuckoo just sitting in the lane and being the hero that has to push out against the Veno means they can never take that big team fight that they need because he's always just showing in lanes. So...
Yeah, and it felt very contradictory, like going for this Monkey King, and then with the Doom when you're playing into a Luna. Like, Doom is naturally a slow hero, and the Monkey King can play fast if he's got a mid laner, as you say, Lizard, like, a spirit to go play around with, just to go bonk people. But he had no bonking buddies, so he was bonkless and couldn't really get started into the game, couldn't snowball, their team couldn't really fight that well. And as you say, Cuckoo locked up in the top lane, couldn't really come to fights. Did get off some pretty impressive ravages towards the end there, but in the end, it's SG who take the victory.
Yeah. And if you look at mobility that's coming from SG, there isn't really any on the first glance when you look at the heroes, but the way they itemized multiple 4 staffs, you have Blink Dagger, Yules on Mirana building a Blink and a Force as well. It's all about kiting and taking advantage of the fact that they cannot move in fights. It's there's the Ice Wall, there's Plagues, there's Gale, there's just so many things that are messing with you. Plus, what did they have? 2 or 3 Lycan spheres? I believe 2. One was on Venom, one on Invoker at least, right? And then the Venomancer the Venomancer's items. I have a problem with this hero too, because sometimes you have a really good laning stage, but you should have a good laning stage. That's the point of the hero. But later on, whatever you buy, you're kind of meh, I guess I can do whatever. He went full defensive mode. There was a Lycan's, a BKB, and the 4 staff. That's all you needed to do. If you out-sustain them, eventually Luna will do the majority of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, she definitely did do that, that's for sure. No way really for T1 to catch those pesky backliners without incurring the wrath of that carry. And I mean, it does feel like SG, we know how they're going to play. If they can enable Costabile to just kind of carry them on this big 1v5 hero, then they will do exactly that. And that's what you said at the start of the series as well, Lizard. So definitely coming to fruition here. They've found their way. That's how they got through the TI qualifiers as well. It's exactly the format they used there. And yeah, it's good to see them finding their mark, and they can do it on a hero other than Sven. And I'm excited to see what else they do, because T1, they're going to have some answers. It felt like Doom could have been the answer, but actually, the game ended so clutch because the Doom jumps in, right? He gets the Doom off onto the Luna, and I'm like, oh, finally they've done it. Finally they're going to be able to bring down the Luna, but the Luna just managed to pop the Satanic just before the Doom goes off, survives through it with all of her damage. Like, she goes down to like 100 HP about 3 separate occasions. They even jump in and try and ravage it, and the moment that ravage misses, they're just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, it's done. What a crazy ending. We do have the draft now available for game number 3, as this series has really turned it up a notch. And look at this. T1, first phase, take the Luna out of SG's hands. They ban the Sven, and they take the Luna. They want to force Costabile into a situation where he's not quite as comfortable.
Just an instant snatch of that Luna. They banned the same heroes, the Sven and the Clinks. And yeah, I can't blame them. Can't really blame them for doing this.
I'm trying to think of these cores that do well against Luna, and the 2 that come into my mind were TB, and the other one was Dusa. So I'm glad to see they go for this straight away. It'd be interesting to see if they pick like another steroid for this TB. I mean, they have a good core-to-core matchup now, which is great, but obviously Wisp TB not really a thing, right? And I think T1 probably looking at this second pick for their draft, being like, okay, well, we need to deal with this TB, like, right, straight away. So we've seen a Zeus already this tournament as an answer, but
They're
like
just
to see
stealing each
something-
other's.
Radiant team banned.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, it looks like they're just stealing each other's stuff, right? You take my Luna, I'm gonna take your Tide.
Mum said it's our turn with the Tide. Well, if you get the Tide, we want the Luna. No, I want to play with the Luna.
Yeah. And they picked that
Come on,
Doom.
kids.
Remember, they played this Doom on offlane too, so this could be just
10
as
seconds
easily
remaining.
Cuckoo playing it, and then you have this offlaner that jumps on top of Tide,
5 seconds
eliminates him,
remaining.
or eliminates the TB. I think that's probably the goal. Jump the TB, Doom him, he can't Sunder, you can take him down.
Yeah, I mean, Doom probably the best hero against these two combined, right? You're always going to have to be able to take out either the Sunder or the Ravage. So, a really nice pick. But, I mean, there's all these enabling support heroes yet to be picked, right? It's really rare we see 4 cores being picked in the first phase, I think. So, I'm interested to see how the second phase bans look. And it's going to be, like, pretty different in comparison to a lot of the other games we've had so far this tournament.
Yeah, they ban out the Invoker actually on the side of T1, which is interesting because they could have picked it. If you remember the first game of the series, the T1 that was playing against SG, they banned out Invoker because of the Luna. SG had the Luna, right? And in the second game in which they let the Invoker go through,
10 seconds remaining.
they just get obliterated. So I was just thinking maybe they will snatch it, but they decide not to. I want to see some buffs for this Luna, however.
Dire team
I mean
banned.
buffs in
Ogre.
not Ice Rock, yeah, some ogres. not necessarily
uh,
ogre, but something, yeah.
Me and Nomad should roleplay Ogre at some point. Like, just cosplay. And I think we'd pull it off.
I think we're too stupid to cosplay over.
10 seconds remaining.
So what other kind of buff heroes do they have, apart from the Ogre that they could find? I guess Omni's still in the pool, could be pretty good.
Yeah, Omni. What happened to that guy, huh?
He's still
Choosing
there.
the Tide over on the Omni.
Yeah, they
still
could
hanging
go
around.
for it. They could go for it. Both of these teams still they need their position 5s.
See, IO as well. Is IOTB a thing?
Not really. It's okay, but not really. I think another one that I could see for T1 is, do they play 5 Brew? It looks like a really good 5 Brew game.
Not really. Whitemon isn't the biggest connoisseur of 5 Brew as much as I know and have been watching them. I don't think I ever seen a 5 Brew from them, but it's doable.
Yeah, not recently.
When you're playing with TB, it's nice to have a save on your position 5, but they can go that way. They don't have to. Some Oracles, Abaddons, whatever, always feel solid. But these heroes aren't really that popular at the moment. What are we not talking about? We're not talking about Keeper of the Light that's still in the pool. It has been completely disregarded. And Bane as well
Radiant team
was
banned.
also
Yeah,
remaining in.
In this series, the Coddle has just been forgotten about, but Bane has been a big one, and you would expect it to be very highly contested when the series is kind of evolving into this 4 Protect 1 meta.
Yeah, I could see the Bane being an instant snap up for SG here.
10 seconds
Potentially.
remaining.
What kind of...
5 seconds remaining.
And you know what? If you enfeeble that Doom, takes a long time to cast the Doom. Just saying.
Oh no, not this again.
Oh, yes.
no. Not again.
And don't even get me started on Eclipse cast time. Ugh.
Dire team
Why
picked.
even?
Mirana.
Yeah, so they ban out the Wyvern a little bit against
Dire
TB, right?
team
It's one of better heroes. It's also one of better heroes to counterplay Ravage or any big ultis. But Disruptor shouldn't come as a surprise. It's really strong. It's probably my favorite position 5 versus Mirana. And it's just Whitemon special.
10
Plus it's
seconds
decent versus
remaining.
TB, so it's a lot of positives to pick him up.
Radiant team picked.
I guess the double
Absolutely.
range hero poke, really good against the Tide as well. Well, they go for the Cotton.
Wow.
I'm not sure about
Disruptor
this.
and Kotl. I want this to be mid. I really want this to be mid.
I would actually adore a mid Kotl as well.
I would love a mid Kotl.
I like that too. Not only I really don't dislike Disruptor and
10
Kotl as two
seconds
supports,
remaining.
so I wouldn't mind Kotl mid, and that Dagon
5
build versus
seconds
TB
remaining.
could be devastating.
I think the lineup looks really good until TB buys a BKB. If TB can get to the point where he builds like BKB Skadi, I think as long as they pick some like enabling hero to go with him, like, yeah, TB looks really good. But I guess the Doom makes that a bit difficult.
There's Storm in the pool. There are all these spirits that are kind of difficult to doom. That SG Sports could go for these playmakers. I wouldn't mind that. All of these high mobility playmakers that can get on top of Kotl and Disruptor should be in their mind.
Dire team ban.
Or just complete opposite.
Oh,
Yep. I'll go with DK. Alrighty. We haven't really seen so much of this hero recently. You know, did get nerfed a little bit in the last patch, but still gives you that stun setup for the Morana.
I mean, SG have been
10
playing like 5
seconds
Tide and things as well, right? So
Yeah, they have.
I mean, you'd have to assume it's probably
5
DK
seconds
Morana
remaining.
3-4 and then Tide 5. But that TB Tide lane feels pretty weak, especially if it's a Kotl 4 as
Radiant
well.
team ban.
Yeah, that will not be easy to play against. As TB, you hate having these nukes flying into your face 24/7, and you can farm under the tower easily. You have a lot of armor, easy last hits, but whoever is offlane for T1
10
will
seconds
just have a
remaining.
good time. So I guess that you are
5
right, as
seconds
T1 is also
remaining.
banning out mostly what looks like mid lane heroes, which is Lash.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, I think they need that magic burst now, right, on SG. They don't really have a huge amount of burst damage at the moment at all, so I think
Definitely
Need to-
agree with you. This Tide off lane is going to feel awkward, though. I mean, unless it does something really brutal against, like, Doom. But then the Doom could be mid still. I mean, T1 are very, very flexible. I just feel like
So are
Tide
SG,
off lane is
though.
something which can be really good against brawling heroes, but T1 don't really have those.
I think they're going to play Tide support. I think it's going to be Tide 5.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, right, okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, for the Tide 5 to work, it's about the Anchor Smash,
5
right? Like, going in
seconds
and
remaining.
reducing their damage. Or is it more about the Gush?
No, it's more about the Gush as well at level 1. I mean, Gush Reflection sounds like an okay combo, right? But it's not terrifying.
We'll see.
Dire
It's just
Still
very
a lot of
decent with,
adaptability in both of these drafts.
It's decent with heroes that have high right click output and are ranged, so you combo that Gush with. I like the Sand King ban out,
Wow.
but Legion also looks very strong for T1. So this should be your Doom mid, Keeper and Legion offlane, Disruptor Luna safe lane.
Yep. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Interesting.
10 seconds
Very
remaining.
interesting.
It's interesting, but also very, very strong.
5
Hard to deal
seconds
with
remaining.
Legion and Kotl.
Yep, takes out the TB illusions quite easily as well.
The thing I like about the Legion as well is that you don't even in a fight, like they have these 2 big spells now where to deal with the TB and the Tide, where like you can duel one and doom the other, right? And you don't even have to duel the Tide to kill him, right? You just take him out the fight, and if the Doom goes on the other target at the same time, I don't really know what SG's response is. Like they have no save in their lineup either.
Yeah.
Just avoid spirit. Yeah, they needed a playmaker, right? They needed a hero that can get on top of Whitemon and Zephyr. They get it in a form of Void Spirit.
I mean, he's putting himself in a tricky situation, I would say, though, ADR. Like, yes, it's a hero they needed, but you got to dodge the Doom, you got to dodge the Duel, you got to dodge the Disruptor. Like, this is a hard Void Spirit game. I completely agree with you, though. Like, it's exactly what you want, but my god, is ADR being like, well, hold my beer.
Yeah, but when you think about it, when you look at T1's team, it's not really that high amount of reliable catch. Like you talk a lot about enfeeble and casting. Look at T1.
remaining.
Every single spell that's instant catch takes some time to wind it up,
5
right? And because of
seconds
that,
remaining.
if you're a Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, you do have enough time to react to those. They have to come out of smoke, literally, to kill you, unless you
It's
make
only-
a mistake.
It's only really the duel, isn't it? Like that 4DA has to massively worry about because, like you say, the Doom until he gets Blink can't really catch him very easily. I'd be really happy if I was 4DA playing the Void Spirit this game. I think
Okay.
like you can dodge the glimpse with Dissimulate and everything as well, right? So I think his he has the potential to cause chaos this game, and I think that is going to be up to him to do.
All right, let me get those tasty predictions, gentlemen, because they were so good last time.
I'll stick to the same team. I'll go with T1 once again. I think they have what it takes. They snatch the Luna, they keep with the Doom, but I think the Legion plus Kotal lane will be very difficult for SG to deal with.
All right, Mo, 0% prediction rate so far. Can you make that change in this game? Come on, pressure's on.
I'm going to go with SG because I've never doubted them before.
And I'm going T1.
and I'll never doubt them again moving forward. SG, I agree with Liz. I think the Kotal Legion lane is going to be really difficult for them, but they can ride it out. I think 40R is going to go mental.
All right, get your bets in now, chat. Get your predictions in. But we are now done with the draft, which means we get into the game. Let's find out who is going to be taking it forwards in this tournament and who will face elimination. It's T1 versus SG Esports with Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you, Nomad. I'll pluck Mo from the panel back again with me. Thank you very much for joining me. Appreciate it. You got to get away from those guys, right? You took SG. They're haters, right?
This is my safe space, Bkop. The panel is like they just bully me.
It's aggressive. It's
a hard life.
Yeah, but then you take all that bullying that you get there and bully me. So
yeah, that's also true. Very, very true.
SG, hyper-aggressive, 5-man smoke, trying to make something happen to place the ward down. A little bit of a late reaction from Whitemon. He'll eat the Dragon Tail as well as the arrow and first blood for ADR.
Talks about ADR having to go crazy here. Gets the first blood as well, so that early bottle going to be coming through.
Yeah, he has to play this game like the floor is lava, avoiding everything. Not going to be a fun time, but if the attention is on ADR, I would go as far as to say then the attention's not on Costabile and he can get things done with this TV.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm really worried for this TB in the laning stage though. I think this Kotal is going to make its life living hell. Like the TB, I don't know. I think making stacks for the Luna as well so easily, being able to run between the lane and the jungle because you're such a quick hero. It looks like a really good keeper game. We were surprised on the panel as well to it's been completely ignored this whole series so far.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those heroes in such a strong position right now.
Arrow, range creep, ultra value.
Yeah,
not forced to take that leap this time around.
This lane not easy for the DK until he hits like level 3 or so, right? This double range hero. Lots of clicking coming through. You have to be worried about. And you want that sustain to keep yourself in the laning stage.
Right.
So apparently...
And
Sorry, no, you go.
I was going to say, once he does get that level 3, that it's kind of... It'll be kind of interesting to see how he uses this stun. Because that is, even with just level 1, almost 2.5 seconds. 2.25 is a long time to be stunned where you're potentially missing CS and Tavo controls the lane, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this mid lane going really well for the Doom so far, but obviously with the lane pushing in, ADR going to be starting to farm under the tower.
Or at least attempt to. There's that bottle. He's got the Aether Remnant, so that'll pull him under the tower. Trying to body block to keep him there, but it's just the range creep going down. And no tower shots going onto Carl.
I assume he has bottle coming out on the Doom as well, so he should be fine here.
Yes, he does.
He's alright.
Sip.
Lisa was mentioning he loves playing this Disruptor against the Morana as well. Really easy to bully the hero out of lane. Fnatic are going to block the small camp as well, so it doesn't stack.
Ooh, courier. And immediately that's going to be the sentry to unblock the camp.
How's this bot lane going? Because it looks like TB's farming pretty well at the moment, which I'm surprised about. Like obviously it gets more difficult at like the level 3 mark or so, right? But they have such good wave clear with the illuminate and the press the attack. Is that what it's called? I can't remember. Overwhelming odds. That one.
Yes, he's got the
Jesus.
overwhelming odds right now with the moment of courage, the passive. I'll let you off the hook with that one.
At least I corrected myself quick enough. Otherwise, that could have been
Yeah.
bad.
Very, very true. You didn't double down and just be like, no, that is what it's called.
Yeah. Carl, that's the bottle and the fairy fire.
Oh, he's got nothing in the bottle at the moment. Just that fairy fire to work with. ADR trying to land that Aether Remnant, he gets it.
It's just a
And
deep
now
dive, though.
ADR will get the kill. Tower shots will hurt ADR but not kill him. He can go back to get that bounty rune after he kills off these creeps.
Yeah, really well played. You can see Carl as well was like, oh god, he's gonna go for me here. Like he knew it was coming, but couldn't really do anything about it. And really well played by ADR.
Now, ADR, despite the fact that they're in this position right here, I think he's had a wonderful few series, the last two. He's really proving his proficiency with that Invoker especially, so it'll be interesting to see what he does now with something else.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably the SG player that's impressed me the most, actually, this tournament so far. Oh, double backs on Carl, but Theodore coming over to take the rune.
And so now Carl doesn't have anything to fill that bottle with.
He still has 2 charges, though. It could be worse.
Yeah.
And he seals the bounty rune as well on... Oh, KJ might be in trouble here.
And he tries to step past the Illuminate, or behind it, really, and he ends up dying to the overwhelming odds of Cuckoo.
Zephyr's going to go for this with the blast in bot lane.
Whoa!
He got him! Easy TB kill.
The power of Coddle.
And this is why we were saying it's such a ridiculous hero against the TB. Just like that high magic burst. And he's going to stack the camps as well, like we said, in the bot jungle, so that the Luna's going to have the ancient farming to go with. And ADR hits the level 6 first, so he has the Astral Step to work with, but not an easy kill necessarily.
So you're playing against this Luna this time around. You've just basically won with it. Now I have to play against it. What's the game plan to beat it if you're SG?
I mean, the TV's a good core matchup against the Luna, right? So they should feel confident moving forward with that. It's just about whether they can deal with the Keeper of the Light, I think, and the Keeper of the Light and the Doom, I think, are the 2 big heroes for this series that they need to worry about.
Right. I'm just wondering, you know there's stacks being made. You know that's the game plan here for the Luna. Can you invade to try and steal those stacks? Hold on, Illuminate coming in, and Costa Vila taking a lot of damage, forced to drink that salve. KJ, we've seen him on some interesting heroes. See if he can get done on this Tide. We've seen him with the Void as well. And here comes ADR. It's that rotation, gets the kill on a Zephyr, maybe looking for Cuckoo. KJ deep in the lane, but they won't spot this Legion, who's level 5, getting pretty close to that level 6.
Yeah, and it relieves the pressure on the TV so much here. Like, he's been getting constantly blasted out of lane by this spam from T1. By Cuckoo and Zephyr, so gets a few seconds of just, being able to farm. He's going to be more than happy with that one. And it'd be interesting to see at what point he leaves to the jungle as well, right?
Supposed to be gonna really step him forward.
And Keeper of the Light gonna stack some camps again as well. Looks like Morana's doing the same.
You get the double stack? Yes, he can. Not only will he get the double stack, I think Zephyr's sitting here, and he's gonna try and take the stack with this Illuminate.
I think that's fine though. Like, he's level 5 and it's 7 minutes into the game. That's why this hero is so ridiculous.
What was that?
What do you mean?
There was a Centaur Conqueror that was in the stack for Zephyr, and it basically just circled all the way out down to the river, all the way back around, and finally came in. And it avoided like 2 illuminates. It was the ridiculous.
He knew what was up. He was trying his best to save his life. What's I haven't seen it, but you know Westworld, where the bots like they come alive basically. Yeah. The hosts, I can't remember what they're called.
Spoilers.
Oh god, no! I forgot to say spoilers.
Giving away basically just the premise of the show, even though that was known.
This top lane as well, not going particularly well for the Luna. I would have expected it to go better. We haven't talked about him much, but this DK Mirana, they seem to be doing pretty well. And when the DK has that level 6, oh, he's just taking the stacks on ADR as well.
And Taba's got the tower top. Really well done.
Yeah, that's what we're saying with the DK form. You just take that tower so quickly, and Luna can't really do anything about it. And you have to remember, like, SG, they're playing against the Doom, right? So having the net worth lead when you're against the Doom is really good. It's not to be expected.
Carl coming bottom, immediate Sunder, then the Doom afterwards. Cuckoo does have duel available, and they will get the winner chicken dinner. Should find KJ as a second. No reactions from SG, but that's all the while that they're getting the kill on a Zephyr and finding a courier. So ADR will get his 4th kill of the game, now 4-0-0.
And this guy's destroying at the moment. I mean, good rotation by Carl, though. I'm surprised the TB's still in bot lane, to be honest. Yeah, I know the Keeper of the Light's not really hanging around the area, so it is a more safe area to farm, but you do want to be heading back to that jungle at some point. I mean, look at where T1's wards are in the Radiant jungle, though. Like, they have 2 really deep wards on both sides. There's this one here, and the one in the top jungle as well. Yeah. So, any place at TB farms isn't particularly safe, actually, at the moment.
I almost suspect that he's going to die one more time before those wards get taken away.
I would not be surprised. But here comes Tavo coming towards the mid lane.
Again, Elder Dragon form, and this is the movements that SG used in the previous game, just putting that pressure on to get this victory. Astral Step is a complete miss from ADR. He's got 2 charges on it. There's the Dissimulate. They have the Aether Remnant. Astral Step. And now the arrow comes in, but they don't get the kill to Cuckoo. They've got themselves the Illuminate coming over from the side. The duel on to KJ. They'll get the kill and another victory. That's 20 duel damage now for Cuckoo.
I love that they're slowly chipping away at this Legion that TP's in. They're like, yeah, if we just keep, slowly dancing around him and like chipping away, we might be able to kill him. And then Cottle Blast comes in and gets 2 heroes down to half HP, and they're like, oh, no, never mind. This is going to go really badly.
And not really fun going up against that Cottle at all.
Just one spell, and feels like the fight's over. He's gone 4-0-2 as well, so...
With the 3-0 talismans.
Jesus. No wonder it did so much damage.
Yeah, and that's not the build we saw up to this point with the Cottles we've been seeing either. We've been seeing a little bit of a different build.
Yeah, we usually see the value point in the Solar Bind, right?
Yeah. But when that Solar Bind does come out, it is very devastating. Even level 1. Blink Dagger coming out here for Tavo, so he'll have a way to cut down the range. And they're going to go bot, look for Theocore. One more right click will get him. Whitemon gets credit for that kill. ADR trying to make a rotation, see who can find. Astral Step, double step, gets the kill on Whitemon and a free ticket away. Thanks very much.
Yeah. And he gets the region rune to farm as well, so yeah, he's more than happy with that one. I mean, the problem is they're just getting out-farmed at the moment on SG. Like, T1 are doing a really good job. They're taking the stacks on the Luna here now as well, so you see her net worth shooting right up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, the courier.
Radiant's courier has
Oh,
been
Doom's actually gone Vanguard. Interesting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not what I expected.
Going Crimson Guard. This is the blink reveal. KJ's not level 6 yet. That could be a bit of an issue. Aether Remnant locks up Carl. Sunder.
Oh, look at this Keeper of the Light, by the way. This Keeper of the Light, I think, is about to let off the most ridiculous blast you've ever seen. Prepare yourself. It's gonna be big. If Costabille's not careful, he might just die.
Yeah.
Handsome devil, aren't I?
Can you give me your best Illuminate sound?
Nice
What even is the Illuminate sound? How do you replicate that?
You I don't know. You give a little. That's the charging up sound.
That is,
you know?
that is not Illuminate.
Stop.
I don't know what that was.
No, the charging up. The. Fuck. Yeah, you got me.
That's our careers going through the floor, actually. But
And then poof.
here we go. Here comes the blast.
Thunder comes out and they're going to go after Carl. Illuminate comes through and that's going to land on a KJ. Doesn't actually do as much damage as we thought, but they get the duel out onto the Dragon Knight. Carl doing some damage here with the help from the Blinding Light of Zephyr. They get the kill on Tabo and KJ. Overwhelming odds thrown over on the coast of the BA.
And this is what I mean. Like,
use that Thunder.
Illuminate just comes through, hits 2 heroes, and they're down to half HP. And all of a sudden, like, they're flicking up to 5k net worth advantage on T1. Just from, like, 2 really good fights.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And it's
He's
now become a
going Crimson.
5k lead for T1. Yeah, he's going into the Crimson Guard. This is...
Dire's
And Zephyr throwing these Illuminates at these stacks, helping to steal this farm. ADR, she is doomed. And he was
Static
static stormed.
He really is doomed. That's
Very dead.
They have glimpse available here.
It's level 3. They have the glimpse, and that's going to pull back Costa Rica. Doesn't have a Sunder to work with, and he doesn't have life to work with, as he'll end up losing this duel. Hilakura looking next. T1, this is the aggression we were looking for in game number 2, as they just don't let off the gas.
And it's 13 minutes in and Tide's not level 6. Like, I don't know how SG is supposed to take fights without the Ravage. Because at the moment, like, he's basically a melee creep with a gush, right? Okay, he does tick over to the level 6 here, but... I mean, now he's an actual threat, but they're already 7k behind by the time he's got Ravage available. And like you say, this is the aggression we were missing from T1 in game 2. Like, they was played so much more passive. And this time, they're being absolutely relentless. Back to this style that we saw in game 1.
Ooh, over to the side, Dragon Tail looking to get the kill here on a Cuckoo. And they've got a lockdown to get this kill on a Cuckoo.
Yeah,
Finally something going the way of SG.
Can they get mid-tier 1 with this? They should be able to, right? I think. Doom's TPing in, though. They're so scared of him. With the Crimson and the Hood, this guy is horrible to kill. Like, how do you deal with it?
Blame Static Storm once again, and he's pretty tanky, but is he tanky enough? There's the Solar Bind finally coming out, and they've got so much damage. There's just no stopping T1 at the moment, and Whitemon will get the kill on the Tavo.
You're like, oh, Tavo might get away here. Hit by Illuminate. Bam. Dead. I'm telling you, this Cottle hero, this is the reason it gets picked up in like almost every game, picked or banned. That was a decent opening from though by SG, like finding the Legion to begin with though. It looked like it could have been a really good fight for them, but as soon as this Doom TP's in, because of this ridiculously tanky build he's gone for, he just sits in front of the tower and you can't really do anything to him.
Coin of the realm.
Core bottom. Leaping into the trees. Does have a TP if he needs to leave. There's 4 heroes here from T1. Up in the Mask of Madness, and T1 are going to pressure in to the T1 bottom.
Structures are fortified.
Arrow comes in. That'll stop a catapult, but I don't think that really stops the push. They're still going to get this tier 1 tower.
It might dissuade them
dissuade them from going to tier 2, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and they probably wouldn't have done it anyway on T1, but I really don't think they will now. Well, actually, I don't know if SG aren't willing to commit, then they might just carry on running down lanes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Going through with this, 23 just standing his ground. He's got the help of Carl and another creep wave coming in, so you'd expect him to maybe make a reaction or react to this pressure coming through as Carl goes towards top and defends his own tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's going Crimson Pipe on Doom. That is some
Straight utility.
serious, you are not doing any damage to us
Tower is
build.
under attack.
Is there a timing on SG that they can look towards here? I mean, it's a really difficult game for them. I mean, obviously, like, ADR has played really well this game. It feels like he's been really trying to, get involved, find these pickoffs around the map, but...
Maybe Ag's timing, but that's still so far away for him.
Maybe like DK BKB, but...
ADR. In the static storm, that's a big issue. 23 with the Eclipse. They've got themselves the glimpse. Goes into the dissimulate, gets out of range, and now, Core shows up. Astral Step across the bow of Zephyr. He somehow survives, and it looked like he was dead to rights inside the static storm, having the Eclipse drop down. And
I think they lost vision there on T1 for some of the Eclipse duration because it was nighttime. I didn't quite see, but I think he just got around a tree or something. I think if the extra one beam had hit, they might have found the kill, but well played by 40R.
they'll put the pressure back on the tier 2 bottom with this push-up. Scan comes out from the Radiant, but it's pretty much a given that they're nearby.
Easy arrow.
Just to be now has the Sanj and Yasha finish. They've got the pipe on the Doom, so Carl, he's going into Kaya Sanj.
Do they have the Axe on the Keeper of the Light yet? I think that's a big moment for T1 in this game.
900 gold away.
Yeah, I think because that's the kind of like team fight they're missing, right? Where their lineup's really good at like finding these like initiations and things with the Doom, with the Duel and whatnot, but they miss that big AoE like control. So we'll see how they can use it when it does come out. SG stemming the bleeding though, they're doing okay here. Like the TB's still farming really well.
Yeah, he's just about up there with the Doom. He's a bit far behind the Luna though. We'll see if the TB can make a big difference in these exchanges. And ADR, who, like we said, he's been playing really well. He's going into the Ags. He needs to be the playmaker. We talked about that. He needs to be the playmaker for SG. And if he can get away with that, if he can get to this Ags pretty quickly, maybe we see a bit of a turnaround from SG.
He has been the playmaker, right? But there's only so much he can do in this game. He's playing against like two strength cores in the Legion and the Doom that are difficult to kill, and the Luna that's really farmed.
And that's the thing. It feels like he needs to be the playmaker, but more, even more so than he's been already.
How do you do more?
Exactly. Yeah. It's almost an impossible task.
Crystal is coming out in the courier now for the Luna as well. They're probably looking towards this Roche now, potentially, on T1. With that Chrysalis having the raw damage come through, might be able to finish off that Roche a little bit easier.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And they're trading a tier 2 for a tier 1.
I mean, SG will take what they can get at this point in the game, I think.
Yeah.
He can't really fight into this Luna right now. What does the Terrorblade have? Is he going, I assume he's going BKB.
He's going Scotty next. He's got the Sanjin Yasha as well as the Dragonoids. They get the Doom out of the coast. The BOA, the Ravage follows it up from KJ. They go into the Moonlight Shadow.
Oh, the
Dust
Glimpse.
is through. There's the Glimpse. Pulling Costa BOA back into the Eclipse. And they'll get the kill on the Costa BOA. Now they'll look over for anything more, but nothing more is there. Tide, he somehow is the one who gets out of dodge.
Like, I really don't think you can play this game without BKB. I get that the Skadi's really good. He wants to tank up and just be tanky in general. But, like, this Keeper of the Light is going to be such a huge problem. The Disrupt is going to be such a huge problem. There's the Eclipse to worry about. It's a really difficult game to itemize for, though, because you're against, like, Doom and Jewel as well. So, like, even if you get BKB, like, it's not insane, right? Like, there's still ways you're going to die. So, it's a difficult scenario both ways.
Glimpse. Away with the Dissimulate. By the way, Tabo killing Kado's Courier, so Zephyr won't have this Ags for another minute and a half. We'll see if that's enough to maybe even take a fight here for SG, but unfortunately, they don't have Ravage for just about as long.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? That Ravage timing is supposed to be the big moment for SG in the game, and they're going to keep going for this. This Doom just sits on the front line with the pipe and the
Astral Step,
Crimson.
Blink Dragon Tail. Going in on the Carl, but he's not really taking much damage. Standing there with Crimson Guard help, and Illuminate flies through. ADR trying to do the best he can, but they've got the Inferno Blade. They have the damage going in on ADR. He'll Astro Step away. Again, another Illuminate, and they're continuing to go for this tier 3 tower. 23 Savage not taking that much damage. They've got a Blink Dagger available on this Tide of KJ. He doesn't have Ravage for 45 more seconds.
How do they get into this fight? There's this Doom just being the brick wall between SG and the rest of his team on T1. So, like, if you want to fight, you have to go through the Doom, and it's not easy.
Carl helped out with the press the attack. They've got the Yules up on a Cuckoo. Looking like they may want to chase, but how do you even think about chasing into this?
I mean, they're going to smoke, but again, how close to Ravage now? 18 seconds. That's the big moment. If they can get a good Ravage off here and maybe get onto the backline with the Disruptor and the Keeper, that's their best chance. Carl's
Dragon Tail,
the guy.
Arrow, as well as the 8th Remnant, but they've got themselves the press the attack. They'll get the Doom into Costa BO. They get the kill to Tabo. They'll take out this DK. They have the glimpse, and they get the duel. There's the Ravage, but is it even going to be enough? There's so much there on Costa BO. There's just no chance he survives. They've already taken out 3 on the side of SG, and they're going to look for 4 now, 5, make it a full team wipe. ADR drops last, and T1 take no prisoners as they just clean up and dump out SG.
Yeah, Doom, not the guy you want to find first, unfortunately. And really well played by Cuckoo to keep him alive with the press the attack. Just takes off the Purge, allows Doom to get all his items off with the Crimson and the Pipe. And it's going to be 2 sets of racks at least here. I mean, SG, this is their tournament life, so they need to keep fighting here. It's a difficult scenario, but, you know, they'll give it everything they've got.
And unfortunately, now they're working with a TV without Metamorphosis for 75 seconds, no Ravage for 105, and you're fighting into Zephyr's new Ags. Feels like an impossible task for SG. Showed off a little bit with that game 2, but this game 3 has been a big opposite to what that game 2 was. In 23 on a mega kill streak, getting the kill on a Tavo.
This Doom build's so cool. I don't know how they kill anybody.
Onto the tier 3 looking for megas. They'll just tap out. They'll call GG, and T1 they'll eliminate SG Esports. Not without bringing this series to game 3, but 3 games wasn't enough for SG and was for T1.
I think they have that glimmer of hope though with the game 2, right? And I think that could give them confidence moving forward that they can mix with the big teams as well. I say big teams, they are going to TI. They've obviously done very well, SG. But I think T1, you know, they've got more of a proven track record, especially in these international competitions.
Yeah.
You know, coming 3rd at the major and whatnot. So I think people obviously would have favoured T1 coming into this. I mean, game 1 and 3 very convincing. You know, SG not really finding their way into the games, but not too bad of a showing from them. They did okay.
No, not at all.
If T1 play like that game 2 again, it was like a completely different against their style, right? And if they play like that again sometime, I think they could get punished even harder by the bigger teams. So I'm a little bit worried for them moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit tough for T1, but they will take on Team Spirit come the 4th series of the day. So they still have another challenge in front of them today. They've gone through the first of 2, but to break down this series right now, we've got the panel. We'll send it back over to those guys. Take it away.
T1 gather themselves back together, make a comeback, and put themselves forward in this tournament as expected, but a much rockier road than anyone would have expected coming into this series. SG putting up a great fight, but in the end, T1 were able to close out the series. But guys, I mean, first thing I want to say is, like, what are the difference between the 2 Dooms? Obviously, mid Doom versus offlane Doom, but last Doom we had, he goes to this Midas, like, he just hides at the back, like, oh, I want to farm, guys. This Doom, hell no. Pipe, Crimson, just sitting on the front lines, who, like, come at me, bro. I love that. Feels like it would appeal to you, Lizard.
Yeah, why exactly would it appeal to me? Because it's, what? Melee, it goes
big,
straight
blocky,
in,
stupid
no brain.
frontline. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually usually dislike when Doom goes for even a hood before BKB and Blink, because usually there are different games in which that works, obviously, and this one was one of those, because you just tank up as much as possible, you frontline for your team, and it wasn't even only about the Doom, right? The whole team of T1 played a little bit faster. Every single move that SG was trying to make just got answered so quickly and so decisively by T1. Like, bottom lane, Terrorblade is trying to split push. They TP in Doom first, they Doom him. There is a Ravage follow-up, but it doesn't matter because Disruptor is already there to glimpse TB back. Meanwhile, you could see on the minimap drawings by SG, Terrorblade was a little bit tilted. Why was he tilted? Because while he is on the bottom lane pushing that tier 1, trying to split push to get some time in the game, his teammates are in the jungle. Some of these things are just not correct. You need to be on the map. You need to be playing the game constantly. You can't go AFK for 30 seconds while your carry is trying to make space for himself.
Yeah, that's going to be punished instantly in those kinds of games. Theban, obviously T1, they pull it back together. It must seem a little bit strange for you because you had a bit of an emergency halfway through, so you only saw game 1 and 3, so you're probably wondering how on earth SG were able to take that middle game.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say thank you, Mo. He did such a horrible job. They wanted me back right away. I thought I was maybe going to get replaced.
Wow.
But,
That's not how you thank someone, Stephen, but okay.
You thought I was going to thank him for filling in. Actually, I do thank him for filling in, to be honest. That's what I really meant.
He is a sweetheart.
Yeah, he is. But yeah, like watching this last game, I realized that T1 wanted to end the game quick. Like this kind of Doom build is not normal whatsoever. But they are playing against a Terrorblade, and it is a difficult matchup for T1's cores if it goes too long and he starts getting his items. So they just wanted to play around the Luna Aura. You got 5 heroes being buffed up, hitting a tower. That's a lot of tower damage. And as long as these heroes are unkillable, the damage output will just come out on its own. They don't really have any like huge cooldowns. I mean, there's Doom, but they didn't really need Doom to win fights, to be honest. They had so many other ways to just dish out the damage and have a consistent flow. And I assume in game 2, like this Luna was probably a big factor because T1 decided to pick it up themselves.
Yeah, absolutely right. It was the big Giga Chad carrier for the middle game, which led SG to victory. But unfortunately, Costabile couldn't quite find the same success in this one. And I love the points which Liz was making, just saying that, SG need to be on the map more. They need to be making plays. They need to be trying to open the map up for Costabile, but it's so hard to do when you're playing into Doom, Duel, Disruptor ulti as well. All these things are just so hard to play into for these heroes that they were just kind of got a bit nervous, and that just kind of closes it out for Costabile and for SG Esports. It's a shame that our 2 SA teams end up going out in the first and second rounds. It is very sad to see them go, but unfortunately they couldn't quite find the momentum in this tournament, couldn't quite find their feet in the meta, and it is going to be T1 who go forward today. Guys, that's going to be it for this series then. Any closing thoughts on the series? Any surprises? Something which you think you'll be taking forward into the next series?
I think... go ahead.
No, I'm just surprised that we lose both of our SA teams. Yeah. I expected a little bit more, especially from Thunder Predator, but that's life. Yeah. It happens sometimes, especially when you've traveled across the world to play. So they still do have some time to prep for T1, for TI, and I hope they'll show a better showing over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they will.
I got a lot more confidence in SG though. I think the way that they draft, the mentality that they have is like a TI team mentality. Like when TI comes around, the gameplay comes down to having a solid carry player, having really strong team fighting, and like just being able to play that solid Dota. And they're building towards that right now on the side of SG. Like Thunder Predator, I thought maybe they were the superior South American team, but after this event, I have changed their positioning for sure. SG is definitely ahead of them. And in terms of T1, what we saw in this last game, it comes back to our theory yesterday, how it's a new patch. You pick like these 5-man lineups and you just mow down all the towers. Your opponent's mistakes, they become amplified. It's just so good, and that's what we see in this game. I think maybe teams should start to stick more towards that, being able to just group up as 5 and just run over your team kind of lineups.
Yeah, absolutely. It's aggression. It's just enabling your players who are so good. I mean, so many good mechanical players in the SA region. If you can enable that and find a way to enhance that, then that is exactly the way you want to do it. And that's where we see teams finding real success. But for SG, their journey ends here. We will be saying goodbye. And we'll be saying goodbye to T1 for now, but they'll be back later on today with that final best of 3 series, as we will be watching the lower bracket semi-finals, as it will be T1 versus Team Spirit battling it out. But next up, we've got a very exciting match on our hands. It's the ESL full rematch of LGD versus Tundra Esports. So guys, stick around for that one. We're going to take a 10-minute break, then we're going to be back with that series. See you.
Normally.
As goes my spear, goes the war! Nature's foulest cloister. Your desolation and the world's are one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's all over, Leshrac.
What is this? I came here for a battle. Started. Shadows dance.
His top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
You think you can kill me?
Sapphire in the womb of Nictasha.
Who put me out?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Shadows dance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another phase begins.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Was not enough.
Radiant are scanning. Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The elements.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I sleep with the fishes.
Hello, you beautiful people, and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we are now getting into the upper bracket finals of the tournament. That's right, we're going to know the first team in the grand finals after this series, and it is an exciting one. We know every time these teams have clashed, it has led to violence, it has led to entertainment, and it has led to twists and turns, and we never know who's going to come out ahead. It's LGD versus Tundra Esports here at the Dota Pit, and these two teams are back at it once again. Guys, I mean, firstly, got to introduce you guys. Of course, I've got 1437 and Lizard still joining me on the panel, these beautiful people. Guys, who do we think is going to take this series this time around? Is there any way we could possibly guess?
It's so difficult if you just talk about the last tournament and how it went all the way until the end. How they had to play the full series out. I think we will see something very similar this time around.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. There's no way anybody can predict how this one goes. Again, LGD also a team not really at full power. That being said, though, we know how strong LGD really is, and Tundra, they're just on some kind of a, I don't even know what you call it. Like I said, honeymoon stage the other time, but it's not really. They're just on another level at the moment. They just know something that everybody else doesn't, and they're just using that as much as they can till others figure it out.
You know what's happening? They're vibing. You know, they're just
vibing,
like, hey,
yeah.
You know what? We're gonna make TI. Who cares? We're gonna beat up all these TI attending teams anyway. We're just gonna have some fun, win some money in the process, and prove to everyone that we are a damn good team. Because they are. They really are. My question for you, Tubin, is: do you think these guys are going to pull out something new in this series?
It's possible. They do have, time to play some pubs just like randomly, and maybe someone is inspired by some hero that they saw, or just watching some of these other series. Knowing LGD and Tundra, for sure, we're gonna see some wacky stuff in this series. There's no doubt about that.
Glad to hear it. Lizard, tell me about LGD's journey then. 'Cause we talked a little bit about Tundra. LGD, they're playing with their coach, but that doesn't seem to affect them, does it?
Well, it affects their first game. In every single series so far, the first game, it affects them, but then they kind of figure it all out and scrape back together to take the series. So far, they've played versus Team Undying and versus T1, and in both of these series, they lost the first match, and then they just came back much stronger, looking like a completely different team in the next two games. So maybe we can predict something similar happening here, as they truly do like to experiment in that first match. We've seen some Zinq Tinker on the mid lane. We've seen some Night Stalker mid, some Legion Commander Zhao 8 as well. Overall, I just know that we're in for a treat. I know that this series will be probably the best of the tournament. Maybe if they meet in the grand finals, we'll see some more of it.
Should be a lot of fun. I mean, the interesting thing is LGD weren't really, they've always been creative. They've always been, every, say, 2 or 3 series, they'd pick out something interesting, but it wasn't their stamp, right? And then we had this OGA Dota Pit China, where Zhao 8 was away, and the boys, they decided to play, and they started picking up some crazy stuff, and they pushed it a little bit too far, I would say, but it worked. They made it through the group stage, and then Zhao 8 comes back, and we were like, okay, this team's going to stop messing around now. But they didn't. They still always in the first game, they do something crazy, the purge carry, something crazy like that. And sometimes it works for them, sometimes it doesn't. Who knows? We've got the draft for game number 1 live already, so let's jump straight into it. But yeah, I kind of feel like they used that Zhao 8's vacation to discover something new about this team. And I really want to keep that going with this team, keep it going always TI, because as we said many, many times before, it's that personal stamp, your own way of playing the game, which gives you the edge over everyone else at TI.
It was only one game before they got eliminated when LGD started to play seriously in that tournament, in the last OGA Dota Pit. It was really they were in that game, they were lost, so they started picking they started picking the Templar Assassins, then they started picking lineups that just destroy opponents in 15-20 minutes. I think their average win time, from that point until the end, was 24 minutes or something ridiculous. Right? When LGD plays seriously, these guys are a whole nother team.
In that tournament, did they play with Zhao 8 or with Nothing to Say?
They play with Zhao 8 for one series, but it was mainly just Nothing to Say.
Yeah. Zhao 8 was actually away for the group stage of that tournament. He was on vacation. So we made a lot of jokes about him being away, and they were playing, but then he came back and they were still doing crazy stuff.
I'm asking because
quite
they
normal off the bat, though.
Yeah, they look crazier with him than with Nothing to Say, because he has his standard pool of heroes that he really likes playing, and
10 seconds remaining.
maybe is not willing to be as flexible as the coach stand-in.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but there's absolutely zero surprise to see Monkey King being highly valued by LGD. They've always liked this hero, and what's more is they can swap it between Arme and Xingqiu. They're both Monkey King masters, so 2 veteran players of the hero. They can swap it between them. They make it work so well in the 4. It's a treat to watch wherever it goes.
Mm-hmm. And Tundra picking up the Night Stalker first pick. With the Monkey and the Bane coming out, it's almost guaranteed this Night Stalker is going either middle or position 5. I don't think they're going to put this Night Stalker into the offlane. We saw what happened to Cuckoo when he played that Night Stalker against the Monkey King. And again, the Bane Monkey, we saw this when they beat T1, and T1 copied it themselves, and we saw how strong that was as well. So it's going to be a staple for sure. And Shadow Demon, there's no surprise there, right? This hero is just top tier support right now. With the recent buffs, it can do so much damage in the late game, and its laning also got buffed up, so it just feels like one of the best position for us.
I'm just waiting to see if they will ban out Viper and Venomancer now on the side of PSG LGD to protect the Monkey. But they do have that advantage, Nomad, that you mentioned, that Monkey can be 4, can be
5
safe lane.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I still think that they rather put it on Ame, but you know, it doesn't have to be. And if they do let these Vipers and Venoms through, that means that they're keeping things open. They're just waiting to see what Tundra does, and then they'll readjust the way they lane accordingly.
You should be careful, Lizard. Don't compliment Nomad too much.
I am a genius.
His head will get too big, then he'll explode. So that's the only compliment you're allowed to give him today.
I've been around him in Romania for quite some time. I know what you're talking about. So yeah, I should probably take care.
The ratio is about 1 compliment to about 10 insults, and that's where you got to keep it. Otherwise, yeah, I get insufferable.
The ratio is one compliment to 10 centimeters of diameter of the head, inflating.
That's a lot of inflation.
It is. So we got the Beastmaster, the Pangolier, and the Tidehunter banned out by Tundra Esports. Meanwhile, LGD, they're going to get rid of the Luna, the Gyro, basically these big AoE composite damage carries.
5 seconds remaining.
They don't want it. They're very good against Monkey King. You know, Monkey King gets loads of armor inside that Wukong's command.
Yeah, they're just banning out a lot of these heroes that Tundra actually plays, right? Your Gyro, your Luna as well with the Shadow Demon complements really well. So you're trying to not allow them to pick a hero that's good against you. Plus, it combos really well with the SD. It does make a lot of sense what they're doing so far. Meanwhile, Tundra, they've banned out the Tidehunter. It has been quite popular so far, and it has been played. We've seen him as a support, but mostly offlane, and something that PSG LGD definitely can do.
PSG LGD return to pick.
Lycan.
And there's a Lycan. It was going to go to one of these teams, and LGD will be the first ones to pull the trigger, and they grab the Lycan.
Actually, we didn't see it in the last 2 series, right? We did in the first one, but not in the second, I think. And now we get it again. Yesterday it looked so incredibly strong, but not as many picks today.
I mean, I love the Wolf Monkey. What can I say? Big fan of the Wolf Monkey.
Yeah, this actually gives so much more freedom for the Monkey King as well as a position 1. Because there's so much attention that Lycan attracts to himself with all the lane shoving and the tower, and you have to constantly TP back. Then if it's a carry monkey, it's going to have freedom. If it's not a carry monkey, that's fine too. Whatever carry it is, it's going to have so much more freedom because of the Lycan. And it's actually really good against Night Stalker too, I think. Because you can chase him down, and you can always use your wolves for vision at nighttime just to scout out where they are. So the vision control is like even for both teams now.
They had to know this was coming, though, right? Like Sven, after you pick this Lycan, you know they're taking Sven. You banned out Luna, you banned out Gyro. There isn't really a lot of other cores that scale well against Lycan in the laning stage, can stand against him. So also gives you some wave clear. But this is this is so Tundra, but old school Tundra with Jakiro.
All right. So much to talk about here. Go, Lizard.
Yeah, Jakiro, not really a lot to talk about here besides Fata just loving the hero. He played it quite a bit in all stacks as well. It's one of those just position 5s that he's an enjoyer of. But when it comes to...
5 seconds.
Hang on. You're very bold to think that that's Fata playing Jakiro.
That's true, I am. I think it should be, though. Like some Jakiro 5 and some Night Stalker mid.
You think this is not going to be 9 playing Jakiro?
I really want it to be, but I'm not sure it is, just because we already said we don't really want this Night Stalker going off lane, but I would absolutely love it. But I think Jakiro is an awesome support against Lycan, right? Like, just kind of...
Look, there is no way in hell you're going to lane Night Stalker and Sven versus Venomancer +1. So, because of that, I don't see Jakiro.
And where's the Lycan going if it's Venomancer +1 there? Is it going to be a position 1 Lycan now?
That's a good point. That's a fair point. It could be. I have no idea actually. It could be Veno,
Guys, we've
Lycan
been down
offlane.
this road so many times, okay? We can't predict the
10
LGD
seconds
positions. We can't predict the Tundra
PSG,
positions. Just got to kind of look at the
LGD
heroes in one
now.
kind of messy soup and approach it like that, you know? When
No,
you try and
okay.
start getting into
This is what's happening,
positions, it gets
Nomad,
very, very
alright?
difficult. Uh-huh.
This is what's happening. They picked the Lycan. They were already baiting the Sven pick, right? Tundra take the Sven to counter the Lycan. Then they take the Venomancer. That means they already had an idea where this
10
Lycan's actually going to
seconds
go.
remaining.
And they were already preparing for the Sven, so they picked the Veno. So this
5
Veno is
seconds
probably going to be
remaining.
position 3, as
Mhm.
Lizard just said. Right? Like, we can definitely make logic of it.
Okay,
There's no
okay,
doubt
okay.
about that. The Jakiro pick after the Lycan, I think, is or with the Sven is like a. Okay, so the Darkseer is off lane, Night Stalker mid, so it is going to be the Jakiro support, and they wanted Jakiro to have some like a hero that can do some
Some
kind of
combo.
tower damage,
Yeah.
as well as a combo with the Darkseer. True, and that's what it's going to be. So they're going to have Iron Shot,
10
Night Stalker,
seconds remaining.
Surge Up Sven. You're going to have Ice Path with the Vacuum, so the wombo
5
combos are all there on
seconds
Tundra. Plus they get the tower damage through the Liquid Fire.
Oh my god, this is going to be... If Tundra pull this off, this is going to be so cool. Like, the vacuum combos with Sven just smacking through people. I'm
But
getting
their
excited.
combos don't look that difficult to pull off with, right?
It's
Like
not,
with Darkseer,
yeah.
the Ice Path, Darkseer, the stun from the Sven, it's all pretty straightforward and it doesn't look that difficult to execute. Plus, what I really like about this Darkseer is the Surge versus Venomancer. Now you suddenly don't care as much about Venom.
Yeah.
It's still problematic, but you can get on top of him.
And a pipe hero, which is quite important. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for like a pipe Crimson Guard on Darkseer this game, maybe. Could be nice.
Is there still a slight possibility of Jakiro mid, or...
Yeah,
Might
be
there
fine.
is. There is a slight possibility. I think they're gonna wait to see the
Sounds
last
so
pick. If
good.
like Lycan is like a mid laner, maybe.
There is a possibility of Night Stalker and Darkseer being on the lane, Sven's Shadow Demon safe, and Jakiro mid as well. If you really want the Jakiro mid.
Yeah. All right. So, whoa. Okay. As expected, LGD do the complete unexpected. It's Arme on the Bloodseeker carry, Lycan offlane with Zhao mid Venomancer. So just a small swap there. But it is indeed the support Monkey King, as you guys called. Meanwhile, on the side of Tundra,
Offlane
yeah,
Night Stalker.
33
Nine
on the
mid
Night
Mid lane
Stalker.
Darkseer.
9 mid Darkseer. The one thing we didn't call. Thanks, Tundra. Thanks. You're really making our jobs easy here.
You know, this would be so good if they were to put Faith Beyond mid on his Lycan and send Zhao off lane with his Venomancer. This would be amazing for LGD. Because then they get the Venom versus Sven matchup, and Lycan loves laying against Darkseer.
Doesn't it? Okay. Well, we didn't really talk too much about the Bloodseeker pick, so just very quickly, Lizard, can you fill me in on the Bloodseeker and what its job is in this draft?
You have the Rupture overall versus the Darkseer as well. It's just a decent carry that we saw yesterday. It had a couple of extremely good games. Plus, we haven't seen him a lot because he's been banned out. If you take in account the first day of the tournament, it's been banned out almost every second game.
Yeah. So, predictions, please, gentlemen. What are we expecting for this first game?
I'll go with Tundra, actually. I like the Sven here. I like the Darkseer combinations. It's completely insane what they've done with the whole switching up situation of the lanes, but I think they can make it work. Plus PSG LGD, they lose first game, right?
They do lose first game, Steven.
Man, I really like Tundra. I like what they're doing here, but I think this Venomancer is gonna do good. I'll go with LGD.
All
We'll
right.
split it here.
All right. Splitting it up. I'm going to go Tundra as well. You know, the Wombo combo. I just want to see them just land some big, instant rampages. That's what I'm here for. And let's throw it over to our casting duo for this series. It is Bkop and Mofarah taken away on the mics for this series.
Thank you so much, Nomad Hype Upper Bracket Finals. Tundra, LGD rematches. Everybody knows the recent history. It is as recent as recent gets, pretty much. So this is for a shot at the grand final, where a lot of people are also assuming that they're going to face each other again. So game one, LGD, they've been dropping a lot of those recently. But is this the lineup that breaks that streak?
Now, Bkop, my very, very small brain is telling me that Tundra, they're looking pretty good. I think But we have yet to see the Blood Wolf this tournament, and that's where my mind's at the moment. Right?
Ooh.
We've seen the Lycan and the Monkey King. We haven't seen the Blood Wolf yet.
Yeah.
I
on.
want to go for LGD.
Get me hyped.
Just because of
You
the
want to
Blood Wolf.
go?
I'm
So-
all in.
Is it half blood, half wolf, half seeker?
Sure, let's go with that. What I want to know is, I can't remember how it works, but if you send someone into shapeshift form, do they have set max movement speed? Or can the Bloodseeker still go above max with the Thirst? I genuinely can't remember. If Theban or Lizard know, they can let us know. That would be great. I think it sets you to the shapeshift movement speed, which might end up hindering him a little bit. I agree with Theban, though. This Veno, I think, has potential to do a lot of work this game. Up against like the Night Stalker especially, I think it was important that they had that hero that gave them vision from the wards, something else that we've talked about today. But I think the lane against the Darkseer will be interesting, right? Because Veno should be able to chip away at the Darkseer, but maybe if he goes for something like an early Hood, potentially, could be really difficult to kill because he has that surge. You can't ever really finish him off.
We'll have to see. And what was I going to ask? It was a smart question that I had in my head. Oh, no, it wasn't even a question. It was just the statement. The rumor on the street is if LGD win this, I think they might just stop trying to get nothing to say into Romania. They don't need them. They'll win this tournament, and then they got Jawade. They're fine. But actually, we'll see if he ends up getting here before the tournament's end.
Can we have some chat interaction here, Bkop? Because I feel like I don't feel like it should be one-sided either way about who wins this series, right? Can we have a chat interaction? Can we press 1 if we think LGD are going to win the whole series, not just this game? And can we have a 2 if we think Tundra are going to win the series? Because I really think it should be a close vote. Like, both these teams have shown what they're capable of. They got to the game 5 in their final before for the ESL event. I flavor Tundra ever so slightly in this game 1, I think, but I think over the series overall, honestly, it's anybody's call.
So we're just getting out of what was a bit longer pause, but we're on our way into game number 1. By the way, if you do put a 1 or 2 in the chat, don't be afraid. It's not for your channel points. You don't have to go all in when we do chat interaction. It's fine. Keep those points. You get your favorite hero, Jakiro.
Oh, I love this hero. I was really disappointed that it wasn't mid, I'll be honest. Like, I was really hoping Tundra were going to do something crazy. I mean, they kind of are with Darkseer mid, right? But we'll see.
Now wait.
I
see where he ends up.
I was going to say, I'll also say that this Darkseer with the 2 melee cores that Tundra have looks absolutely terrifying. Like, if 3-3 gets off to a good start this game, and he's just able to run around with this level 4 Iron Shell on him, like, how do you deal with this Night Stalker?
Nothing to say.
It's true, and it is the Night Stalker back in the 3 position, not that Night Stalkers we've been seeing in, like, the 4 and 5. And it seems like the games have been tough when the Night Stalker's not in the 3, that's for sure.
I thought DJ played it pretty well earlier, until they had their absolute meltdown in the last 2 minutes of the game. But
Primal Spring coming in. Jawade, he's got himself the poison sting. They're going after Skitter. Might be able to get the kill onto this Sven. You just need one more shot, and they'll find it. Shinkyu with the first blood. And that is always great for the Monkey King. And we've seen how much this Hero Ocean can do for Shinkyu as he's already off to a good start.
We've talked about this Monkey Hero and LGD before, though, that how much they love fighting at this, like, around the bounty rune point, right? And this Monkey King is so good at it with the Primal String. It hits such high slow. And they are putting Faith Bian on the Lycan mid, by the way. Something Fever mentioned, a really good matchup against the Darkseer. And they're putting the Velo against the Sven. So, you like to see that? They have, like, some okay kill potential with the Sven and the Jakiro, but against Veno, not easy at all, especially when he gets to that level 2 mark with the Gale. And it looks like Shinkyu pulling the wave away here. Oh, it's the jungle lane. It's back.
I really enjoy that. It seems like every time any team has played LGD, they basically just all chat Jing cute at the beginning of these games.
Always.
And then now Tundra's also spamming the spray.
You gotta. It's all about the mental warfare, Bkop. We've talked about this so many times.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at the denies that have come out in this mid lane already. Darkseid has 5 and Lycan has 5. Wow.
Gonna be an interesting lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, I also think this Night Stalker should have. I mean, you can say now because you can look at the CS, but I think this Night Stalker should have a really good time up in top lane. They obviously have the Nightmare into the Blood Right, which is strong, but I think they don't really do a huge amount to the Night Stalker.
And I guess the question becomes, how well will Night Stalker do in the lane with it being open? And the answer so far is 11-0, top of the CS. So Nightmare, right clicks coming in. They've got the Blood Right. They're going to try and get in front of him with the body blocks. But of course, Snake King is there with the disruption. And it's damage out on him, but he does have the salve, so he'll stick in the lane.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Sven off to a really good start though as well in bot lane. Much better than I thought they would. Especially because this Monkey King... Well, okay, I say that. Yeah, this Monkey King... We've seen this from Jinky. We've seen it when he plays against like Omni 5 and stuff. He has a really good time, right? Because you can trade effectively. But Jakiro, one of these 5 heroes that it trades really well. Like with this attack speed slow, it can be really difficult for Jinky to get his damage off. Which is why you've seen he hasn't leveled up the Jingu this game.
What surge is this?
Right now, he does have the Balance Strike, has the Primal Spring. Only level 2, no Jingu yet, like you said. He just right-clicking away at Snake King.
Get him.
Hasn't exactly been able to do much harassment like we've seen with other Shadow Demons with the Shadow Poison.
Yeah, it's not an easy lane to do it, though. Like, they have so much kill potential with the Nightmare and the Blood Right that if you ever step up out of position, you're gonna be in trouble. Zhao 8.
Primal Spring trying to save Zhao 8. Now turning this around on Skitter, but Fada's still right-clicking away onto this Venomancer.
Yeah.
Snake King's dead in the top lane while that's all going on. They've got the Boundless Strike to have the right clicks, and eventually Skitter will die. Zhao 8 ends up getting traded.
They're going for this.
Though. Ooh, 33. He's going to die top, bottom lane too. And this is 3 kills right now around the map for the side of LGD. Can't kill Fada, but certainly a good look early on for LGD over Tundra. That being said, the Glimmer right now, 9, having a great lane over mid.
They will have to commit a little bit further for the Venom than they would have hoped for. And in the, you know, the whole time that it's going on, Jinky just clicking away. Even without the Jinky, still has that big amount of damage.
Thank you.
TP away.
TP's back to the tier 1.
Oh, Faith behind under the tower. He'll be fine. Oh, the vacuum
back.
Okay. Well, that's a bit.
Still fine.
That's a bit underwhelming.
Ooh, but Fada dying to Zhao 8.
What level
is
is Zhao 8?
going on? Zhao 8 is he's now level 4.
Yeah, I think this is the point in the lane now where it's going to get really hard. Like, I don't think you can just sit in this lane anymore. Oh, they're getting on 3-3 here as well. At night time as well, bullying this Night Stalker out of the lane.
Brain Sap doing quite a bit of damage there. He's gone for the 0-2-2. Back bottom lane once again. They're going for the Sven. Skitter getting run down here, and it's Zhao 8 with another kill in this bottom lane. They are bullying this Sven for the moment, and OGD still off to a hot start.
Yeah, like normally you would see the Veno probably have at least 1 point in wards by this point, right? But they understand on LGD how much pressure they can put on this lane with their kill combination. So skipping the wards completely, going 2-2-0. And I don't know if the Sven can come back to lane, honestly. Like, I mean, he's gonna try.
TP's back in. If he just dies again, though, that is basically gonna turn him off of this lane completely.
But he doesn't really jungle at level 4 though, with 1 point in the cleave, right? It's not good enough to just say, okay, I'm just gonna sack this lane right now. because he went for the
Right.
second point in stun. Which is fine because they think they have some kill threat with the Jakiro as well. But
Top lane, Snake King in trouble. Silence the Brain Sap doing so much damage, and Ame's got another one. They'll take the Shadow Demon. 7-1. The Brazil is there, and we've got the funny numbers.
never forget. The LGD's laning stage, though, going incredibly well so far. Much better than they probably could have hoped for to begin with.
And that stems off the back of the swap in lanes, right?
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is as well, like, you know this Darks is going to farm. Like, you can't stop him from farming. But if the Lycan sits in that lane and just trades farm, you're going to be more than happy with that anyway.
I'm coming over. Ame, he's here, but I think he notices
damage.
3 are coming in, and he just does not want to get caught. And Y will lose his life to snaking, but it does force them to make the rotation. Meanwhile, Faith Beyond, he's got Shapeshift. They're going to go on this Sven bot. Yowie taking a lot of damage. Primal Spring fought a hit. He's slowed up. Throws the Ice Path, stops the Wolf. But
They want
now,
more, though.
Balance Strike stopping the TP from Skitter. They'll get the kill on Fado. They want the +1. He's got a Storm Hammer to throw. They have the ward on him. 2-man stun. Not sure that's going to help enough. He doesn't have God Strength. He has no way to get out of this. And that's a good rotation there from Faith Beyond. Now 9-2 in favor of LGD. And it might even secure this tower.
Yeah, such a great heads-up play there by Jinkyu getting into the tree, so he knows that the Jakiro is already dead. Moves over, cancels the Sven TP like you're saying, and they get the double kill instead of just the one. And with this Helm of Dom, this tower's going to be under threat here. You see Bane mid defending the tower too. Now, Night Stalker's heading down here. I don't think... Can they fight this? He's level 4.
Fada hit with the Balance Strike. Galway coming forward. They've got the wall down. They've TP'd in 9. They're going to vacuum back Faith Beyond, trying to get the kill there. He's got no help, and he'll end up dead. TP from Jowie. 3-3 doesn't have the Void in time, so the rest of the team will get out of dodge, but it is a good movement there from Tundra to at least get that kill, despite the fact that they lose that tier 1 tower.
Okay, the way to look at it for LGD though, right, is they get the tower, and the Lycan dies while Shapeshift is on cooldown. So if there's ever going to be a time on the Lycan to die, do you really care now?
Dire's middle tower is
I-
under
I-
attack.
I
Can't disagree with that for sure.
I just don't think LGD are that worried that Lycan died there, you know? Because, like, look at the net worth of the Sven and the Night Stalker. This Night Stalker's running down to bot lane at level 4, 8 minutes into the game. That's not what Night Stalker wants to be doing. He's falling so far behind.
Sven more than a level behind Ame, so Skitter, it's been a bit of a struggle for him, and you can see how well Ame is doing. They've got the Nightmare once again. They'll go to the Blood Right. They also have that Brain Sap now at level 3. So much damage. They go to the Rupture.
Grip?
They'll get the kill.
I think they gripped that as well, right?
Yeah, that was a grip and a Rupture. Maybe a little bit unnecessary.
Yeah, they just... I mean, they'll just be happy with the kill, but... Rupture's so low cooldown, it probably doesn't matter anyway.
What surge is this?
1, 2, 3 here. Monkey King. Not going into the Wukongs just yet at level 6.
These Lycan Wolves giving
Ooh,
vision for the
shapeshift
Lycan
again.
to come in.
Yeah, they know where Skitter is, and his God Strength, it's got about half the duration left on it. The rest of the team is nearby. They've got the Venomous Gale on a 3-3. Slowed up, hit with that Urn. Centaur stomps him, gets snaking for the moment, pushing Tundra on the other side of this mid lane. And Faith Beyond using that Shapeshift, not getting anything. So good job by Tundra to at least avoid the gank that was coming in.
Yeah, they are stopping the Sven from farming though, and again, 3-3's kind of just wandering around, not really a place to farm, right? He understands that if he's just not joining in these fights, then LGD are going to run them over. The problem is, I don't know, he has to sacrifice his game so much for it. And this Venom's just going to plant himself in mid lane now and constantly offer that threat, where Tundra have to sit heroes here to be able to stop the Venom ward and the Venom spam coming through. He's going to have that level 3 Venom ward soon as well.
There it is, 2-3-3. All 8 points allocated. Not really microing these illusions.
What does 9 have on the Darks here? Because if he's close to an item or something, maybe that can make a difference.
He's got the point
He's getting
booster.
Ags. Oh, it's going to take
And-
so long for this Ags to be finished as well.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So they're getting the tier 1 at least. It's good
Yeah,
for
11
Tundra.
minutes, get that tier 1 top. Another good move there by Tundra to at least get that tower and secure that.
I mean,
Jowie
Jinki's...
creating the wall mid with these plague wards.
And this is what we're saying, like, somebody has to sit here, yeah, and Jakira's just going to lay down the ult.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're starting to farm the Dire side. This is where they're forced to. Why gonna run into all 3 heroes? They've got the disruption. And right on top of him with the crippling fear, they'll vacuum him back. They've got the Ion Shell on both 9 as well as 3-3, so it's an easy kill onto the Bane. But Bane, no, he's 50% of the LGD deaths so far.
Bit of a worry, though, for 3-3 that Dark Ascension is going to run out now, and it's still going to be daytime. I mean, the next 3 minutes are going to be really difficult for him if he doesn't find anything here.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
That's tough. I think he's going Echo Saber on the Monkey King as well. First item before
Is under
boots.
attack.
And that's not a surprise. We've seen this from Xinkyu before, where he goes with this high aggression from the 4 position.
I thought he would go for this Mage Slayer again. Like, it's decent against Darks here and things, right? But...
Primal Spring down on Mofarah. This is in 3 heroes. They're bringing the Bane over. They've got the Ice Path. They'll lock him down for a second, but the Shapeshift comes out from Faith Beyond. Centaur Stomp. He'll spray Xinkyu on the floor, but he won't kill Xinkyu, and then instead Fada will lose his own life.
Yeah, even Army comes over here on the Bloodseeker to make sure this tier 1 does fall with a good rotation.
Is under attack.
And they're basically just ignoring the Darks here and saying, you know, if we keep your other 2 cores down, this Darkseer has nobody to enable.
Out keeping those other 2 cores down, though. Skitter trying to find some open space. He's done so over bottom for a little while. 500 gold behind Zhao 8, but still a massive margin behind Ame on this Bloodseeker, who's had a practically free game, and he's also 3-0-1.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely a series that can be seen as a little bit of revenge here for LGD. And there's that Echo Saber for Xinkyu.
Yeah, interesting that he got it before boots, though, right? Is he not even going boots at all?
BKB next.
Are scared.
Who
you
needs
ever-
boots when you've got trees?
Have you ever done that in a game of Dota where you forgot to build boots before? I've done it. You're like, I'm sure I'm missing an item.
You've called me level 6 at 30 minutes. I've obviously forgotten boots. Come on.
Sometimes you just forget to buy boots, and sometimes you accidentally buy 2. That's just the way it goes. How many times I've bought 2 magic sticks before by accident? Jesus.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And if you say you've never done it before, chat, you're calling us 2K.
You're liars. You're liars.
Yeah, you're liars. Come on.
Actually, I had Twitch chat are the best Dota gamers out there.
Oh, smoke, but I believe Q is ready on that and breaking it.
Radiant's bottom
At least on one of these
tower is under attack.
heroes coming over from Tundra, so they're not going to spot anything, and OGD will back away. They've got a 5,000 net worth lead. They're going to smoke themselves, look to make something happen, and continue to punish this Tundra side.
Yeah, they know all of where Tundra are as well, so they see the Sven farming top lane. If Skeeter doesn't come out here, like, and TP away right at this instant, I think they're just going to run into him and find him. And unfortunately for him...
Trying to get everything out of the map he can, so... Balance Strike comes in. They've got the Fiend's Grip from the low ground. Blood right down to the ground. Snaking coming over to try and get the save onto the Sven. He uses that
just dead as
disruption.
well
Now
now?
he's been nightmared, and Skitter ends up dead. They brought over the 2 supports. LGD will start to run with Y. Trying to leave, but Snake King uses that Demonic Purge, slowing up Y. He'll heal up for a second with that wand. It has some help from Zhao 8 as well as Jinkyu coming over. Venomous Gale hits on Fada, who lays down the Macropyre as well as the Ice Path, but the Balance Strike also hits onto 9 coming around the back. They get the kill to Fada. That'll be a +1 there for LGD, and Zhao 8, he is dominating 4-1 and 4.
Yeah, he has the BOTs as well, so he's gone for a bit more of a greedy build. When we saw the Venom in the series earlier, he went for, I think Lizard was saying, he went for like BKB, Lotus, 4-staff, like all these defensive items.
Oh, Primal Spring behind 3-3, and look at the damage come in. They throw out the Balance Strike to get another kill around the map, and they are just moving so well. That being said, wall committed, and they finally take out Zhao 8, who was on a streak, so a lot of gold to go in the way of 9.
Yeah, big increase of gold on the Veno there. Sorry, on the Darkseer there from the Veno kill. I think it's 450, so pretty good. A really nice entry, though, into the fight mid lane. I mean, this Faith Beyond help with the Overlord. The creeps do so much damage now, it's ridiculous. It gets me, again, it gets me every time. Like how much damage this hero can do. That Helm creep really tearing through heroes. And this Bloodseeker, I think he has BKB coming out in the courier now as well, so this could be a huge timing for LGD.
And he does.
There it is.
And Jowie with the boost to travel, he'll come bottom. They'll force the glyph.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I just want to try and keep this catapult alive, and they'll glyph themselves. That's exactly what they
Oh,
do. They find
3-3.
33. Great job with Quelling Blade. That'll stop the balance strike from coming in. It won't stop the tower from going down because LGD did glyph up their siege creep as well as the range creep. They get what they came here for, and now they'll go and get themselves the outpost. $7K lead. Sven, Askamadness, Echo Saber going into the BKB. Wouldn't be surprised if he maybe plays it a little bit more greedy and tries to build the BKB from scratch, but we'll see.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can afford to. If you delay the BKB at all this game, then you're just asking for trouble.
Right.
Oh, the grip.
Eaton's grip coming through on a 33. They've got the Wukongs down the vacuum into the wall on a 2 with the BKB being popped by Ame. Throws that rupture out. 3-3 not dead yet. They're going to get a kill on a Y. So they've taken out one. BKB timing's running out on Ame. They're going to buy back here on the Bane. He's coming back into the fight with the outpost. The Stormhammer comes through from Skitter. Skitter going after Ame and chasing him out of the fight. They've got Jowie behind them, really slowing them up. The Ice Path is down. And
That's a buyback.
he just fought back. So he's dead before, well, his buyback symbol is gone. They get the Konofada. They're going to throw the Venomous Scale over onto the Sven once again. Balance Strike lands on a 33. They get themselves a second kill. Tundra now on the run. Sven, though, God Strength running out. Getting around the creep, but the Stormhammer comes in. He's going to be stuck in the blood, right? The damage coming through. Ame with a double kill. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, they've got Jinku falling 9. So they want to keep pushing Boots to travel, TP into the range creep. The Poison Nova unleashed by Jowie. Vacuum. And looking for that high 5 as they'll take out 9, they'll take out 4 in LGD. They may have lost Y twice, but they certainly make up for it for the kills they get in numbers.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a crazy buyback, didn't it? And I guess it was, but it forces Tundra to stay because they're like, guys, free Bane kill. Like, let's just hang around and get him. But look at the damage output on Tundra from everybody except the Darkseer. I mean, it's gone now, but the Darkseer Iron Shell was doing so much damage in that fight and things, right? But apart from that, nobody really doing anything.
For the twins.
Sven desperately trying to get on the Bloodseeker, but as soon as he builds up that movement speed, he's just away.
Starts to run it out.
I'm a bit worried, Bkop, that we might not get to see the Blood Wolf.
It's just moving too fast.
The game is so quick.
That's exact.
Alright, steady bumpy B.
Y going for that Aether Lens. He's trying to be effective more so from a distance. Waiting for Faith Beyond to see what he's going to queue up, and if it's going to be that Ags after this Helm of the Overlord as well as the drums.
Yeah, it could be Ags. I think it could be BKB as well, potentially, but the Ags has, yeah, it's so good with the Bloodseeker, the Mjolnir as well. Now, this Mjolnir is so good against the Darkseer Ags, because the Mjolnir has a chance to proc on the active, because so much more because of the Ion Shell. It's something that I saw Nico Baby doing a lot as well on his carries. He'd build Mjolnir.
They'll find Dinku, they'll drop the wall down. He's fighting back a little bit, but not fighting back enough.
Yeah, great pick off for Tundra though. Like this Jinky Monkey King is basically kind of like being the most annoying hero in the game, right?
Mid lane though, Fada. Ooh.
They didn't Nightmare on the Bane, didn't think they needed it. Yeah, he tips him.
Trying to be a little bit greedy there.
Fastest voice line game is so good. You know, the thing is, a lot of the teams we've seen, they only do it when they're winning, right? But Fastest he's just always on it. He's having fun.
Radiant's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
When he's rolling, looking for high 5s in these fights, knowing he's going to die, looking for high 5s in these fights, knowing he's getting a team wipe, looking for high 5s. He's always having fun. He's throwing the tips out as well.
But I feel like his voice lines are so specifically good for each game, you know?
Yeah.
Like they change depending on what the game is. Surge running out a little bit here.
Oh, going for the TP. No balance strike, though.
They don't get
Do you
the
get to
range.
write that off as a tax write-off, buying every support club at gold?
Buy support what?
the supporters club, so you get all the voice lines at gold. Can you write that as a tax write-off? Technically part of the game.
It is part of your job. And Tundra have been earning a lot of money recently, so I know there's this like big conversation at the moment about it's a shame Tundra aren't going to TI and everything. Well, you know, they are playing so well that it is a shame, but
Boundless Strike going for the Wukong's command. They're going to get it off. They've also used that Rupture. The Ice Path comes in and locks up Ame as well. Jinkyu for a second. Jinkyu saved by the Nightmare of Y. They get the kill into 2. They'll take out Flata as well as 3-3. 3-3 dead for 3-3 seconds.
3-3's net worth is
Well, behind Jinkyu.
they're gonna buy back to try and fight the Roche, I guess. I guess they feel like if they lose this Roche here, the game's kind of just over, right? So they might as well try and take one last fight here. And if it goes badly, then fair enough, it goes badly. But
Dire's middle tower is under
they
attack.
can't really just give this away for free. So LGD, they respect the buyback. They get out the pit.
Smoke
Pinging
looking.
Xiao 8. Not an easy kill.
Dire are scanning.
Now has that halberd.
Oh,
Could
LGD
blink
scan
out
the
if he
pit.
spots anything, and yeah, there's the scan. They're going to use the God Strength. They've also got the Wolf coming in. They have the vision that they need to go after this. They're going to smoke once more. The Venomous Scale comes out. That's going to land on a 9. 9 running out.
Oh,
They've
Tundra.
howled. And Tundra backing away.
They're really not sure what they want to do here. Like, they know LGD know about the pit. So all of a sudden they've popped God Strength. They're not going to get anything for it. I can't wait for this, like, Sonic the Hedgehog Blood Wolf. I really hope it comes. Is he going
He's got
Axe on the Lycan?
2,700 gold. He's got nothing queued up.
Oh, okay.
So there's still hope.
I mean, he could go for AC as well. I think it's a really good game for it, so... They just head into the pit here on LGD.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Without the
He
God
just picked up
Strength...
Ayame.
Yeah, without the God Strength being available, Tundra not going to fight that.
Top lane, though, Boundless Strike comes through on 3-3. They've got the Nightmare to follow it. Y has Fiend's Grip. The rest of the team is already TPing out. And let's see how 3-3 tries to get away from this. He'll go into the trees.
Spoilers.
And, yeah, spoiler alert, he won't. Ooh, he's going AC on Faith Beyond. So he won't go to the Ags. We won't get the
Dire's
Bloodseeker
middle tower is under attack.
wolf form.
Yeah, I think the AC is a very good choice, though. Oh, Fnatic gets
Jinkyu
gone on
going
him.
after Fada solo, Macropyre down, and there's the Ice Path to stop the Wukong's command. He's trying to TP away and will be successful. There's no way to stop that anymore.
What I love is that Fnatic got gone in
And, ooh,
there.
Rupture coming through.
Onto who?
I heard it.
Was it on an illusion or something? Oh my god, the creep wave just came in for the heal.
Oh boy, Poison Nova is a problem for 9, and Snaking gonna try and help 9 disappear, and he TP's out, but Snaking won't be so fortunate.
That was really close for 9. I mean, they didn't have any more stuns to use the Boundless right on the Monkey, so... Monkey trying to give vision there for the Bane to get the grip off, but not in time.
This'll come in handy.
So this has turned into a 14,000 net worth lead. Really becoming an issue for Tundra. I feel like it's been quite an issue for them.
Ame's able to just run up to the high ground by himself. Like, that's how far ahead they are.
He's got that Aegis. He's holding onto a haste, or was holding onto a haste. Again, Skitter just trying to find as much farm as he can. He's got the BKB as well as the Echo Saber, so maybe in items that can help him try and take a fight. The problem is, again, he's just so far behind Ame. There has been glimmers of hope here for Tundra. I don't want to say they're out of this by any means,
No, they're
but
definitely
it
not
is a
out of
large margin to try and get back in.
Is he going to find him here? He sees him.
Oh,
Dire's top tower is under
Rupture gets used. Vacuum back. 9 gonna try and survive. Again, spoiler alert, he won't. Ame gets yet another kill, and, well, Y's gonna actually TP towards me to
blink
try
from
and help
Venom.
out Jiao Wei. We've got the shapeshift from Faith Beyond. I say help Jiao Wei, but Jiao Wei's going back in. They get the kill into Snaking. They're gonna look over at 33, though, get themselves a double. Faith Beyond with a double, and now chasing after Skitter.
No Rupture
Pretty
available.
fast on this Bloodseeker, but he doesn't have that Rupture that was used on 9 in the top lane.
Why is there two Thunder Hides in the mid lane?
Fortified.
They look exactly the same, actually, the Lycan ult and that creep.
Radiant's
A bit of
middle
glance
tower
value.
has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And here they go, up to the high ground. They found their pickoffs.
Interesting that Fada's trying to go into the Ags.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Sure.
Radiant's middle
Why not?
towers are under attack.
And they still have Aegis on the Bloodseeker here as well, remember, Bkop, so... Even if the Bloodseeker dies once, it's not a massive deal.
So they lose the tier 3 and they will lose the melee racks. Range racks still stand over mid, but LGD just not losing anything to make these plays happen.
This'll come in handy.
Continue to farm the Radiant Triangle. Got Basher coming in next for the Bloodseeker as well as the Satanic. He's still working with this Aegis. Picks up that Titan Sliver, and you're gonna look for 9. Rupture used on 3-3. He's running all the way to the tier 2 tower, but this is a problem. He gets 2-shot by Ame afterwards. 9 ends up dead. They don't have buyback available on the Night Stalker, and they're right by this base to go back in and take these buildings.
I've been so impressed with Xingqiu this game about how much information he's able to get off the map with this like tree dance. It was like he knows again. Like he always knows where everybody is.
And Boots very unnecessary.
Oh my goodness!
Primal Spring with the 2 shots kill off Snake King. They'll go after Fada, and he's got nowhere to go. He'll throw down a Macropyre over mid. The bottom set of racks in the tier 3 are gonna go down. They'll go for the tier 4s, and LGD looking like they've locked up this game 1 and will. With the GG call from Tundra.
This game was an absolute beatdown. Like, the laning stage went so poorly for Tundra. Like, the Venomounts absolutely destroyed the Sven in the bot lane. The Night Stalker had to leave top lane so early on because of this ridiculous Nightmare into Bloodright combo from LGD. Like, mid lane was a trade. So, you know, when you're winning 2 lanes and drawing the other one, they just... LGD, the best at this, are just, you know, finding this small advantage and pushing it to make it further and further. And
yeah.
I honestly feel like for Tundra, this game won't matter to them, though, in the sense like how they'll get moving forward. Like, they've been in this position before. They'll have lost a game. You know, it is what it is. Let's get back to the drawing board. We'll start again. Because they know they can beat LGD. That's the thing, right? We've seen these teams play against each other so often now that, you know, they don't need to let it get to their heads. Just got to chill out a bit.
Yeah, it wasn't like, hey, we beat them like, you know, at the Singapore Major or anything like that. It's we beat them recently. Know we can beat them on this patch. We know we've played them before and beaten them well. So let's go back to the drawing board, get into game 2, force a game 3, see what we can do. And OGD, they want to continue what's going on right now, and it's the shellacking of game 1 that they want to bring into game 2. So we'll see if they can do that. We're going to go to a quick break. Be back with game 2 in a second. Stay right there. We'll see you in a second.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures. Radiant's bottom tower is under. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. USG LGD Victory beats.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we are now into game number 2 of LGD versus Tundra Esports. And LGD, they've won a game 1. I mean, that is a terrifying prospect. But I mean, this wasn't any meme draft, was it? You know, you might look at this Lycan offlane and be like, oh, he's going to get an Ags and bite his friend, haha, funny. But it's very legit. But I mean, at the end of the day, LGD, they just had a very crisp game plan here. Not sure. I don't know. What do you guys break down as the faults in Tundra's kind of early game here?
Well, you can fault the whole game on the early game, the whole match and the loss on the early game. Really, that's what happened.
There's one guy here who saw this one coming.
Do you know who
Right.
that is, Nomad? I don't.
There's one guy, there's one guy who knew about the Venom. That's the thing. I think LGD right now understands how Tundra think, right? And now
They're in their heads.
Tundra need to
Rent-free.
understand that LGD know how they think, and they need to adapt themselves. Because what LGD did was, as soon as they saw Nine playing this Darkseer, they're like, oh, he's going mid with Darkseer. So why don't we put this Venomancer, who's an amazing matchup against Sven, into the offlane, and put this amazing matchup of Lycan versus the Darkseer middle, and suddenly LGD got everything they wanted and more. Right? Because the Darkseer went into the regular lanes, NS was mid, and Sven was in the safe lane. Like, LGD won't really, adjust the lanes too much, maybe. But because of Nine showing the Darkseer that he's playing it, they did this, and they just like snowballed through that. Xiaowei had like the perfect Venomancer game. Peak Beyond, he just goes bottom to this Venomancer who's already winning his lane, takes a tower. Skitter, he had no game whatsoever. What was he, like level 4 at 8 or 9 minutes in the game or something? Yeah. Like Sven can never afford something like that to happen to himself.
That's a problem, but also having a Night Stalker running around minute 8 level 4 is just it wasn't. But he was versus Bloodseeker and Bane. Yeah, he was forced out of the lane by the two of them. That's also a problem. And then snaking is just dying constantly. It's so difficult to play the game when you lose all 3 lanes, or you lose 2 and even out on 1. And that's why it lasted, sub 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we said plenty of times, even before the draft started, like, I mean, Night Stalker against Monkey King and Bane doesn't work. Bane as a support in general doesn't work, because he's just such a bully, and Night Stalker is a weak laner fundamentally. I think, maybe overvaluing this hero in the laning phase, perhaps. Venomancer also bullying melee supports, nothing new there. The only one who had a good lane was Nine. Nine did get a lot of money from that middle lane, but, at the end of the day, it's still a Darkseer. I mean, even if Nine is playing it, can't put much pressure onto the heroes themselves. Like, can put pressure on them out by pushing in the waves, but they needed more than that from their mid laner, I feel. Do you think this mid lane Darkseer was part of the problem, or did you actually quite like it?
I think they just were planning something in this draft. I don't think the Darkseer being mid or not would have changed much. For me, the big standout thing is, again, to your point, how LGD actually won game 1. I think they're taking things very seriously right now. They're probably very salty about what happened at ESL, and they're looking to like beat Tundra back, and that's what this was. They prepared very well for this series, right? You saw how they picked up that Lycan, not something that they prioritized in every series that they played, but they did it in this one because they know how Tundra want it. So taking that away, and then they had the backup plan for when they were going to pick the Sven and they take the Venomancer. Like, LGD is in Tundra's head in that game, and it showed, like, through their picks, through the lanes, how they set everything up. And now it's up to Tundra to like realize that and take their game to the next level.
Alrighty, well, we do have the draft now available for game number 2, so let's jump straight into it and see exactly what's going to happen here. Any predictions for the opening picks and opening bans of these two teams?
Are we going to see the same stuff? Kotl and Bat on one side? Maybe
probably from LGD, yeah.
I think bans, yes, but picks, definitely no. We're definitely going to be seeing very different picks from game 1. Or maybe Tundra will be racing towards that Lycan for themselves.
Yeah, like the last 2 picks in the last draft from Tundra were full comfort zone for Fata and how he likes to draft in all of his stacks. Like that Jakiro plus Darkseer combination, that's some 101 Fata draft right there, but it didn't sadly work out for him this time around. Okay, PSG LGD just with the gyro ban afterwards. So Kotl gyro.
10 seconds.
Was he banned in the first stage in the last game? I'm not sure he was, but it's something that Tundra plays quite a bit. They played it as a core, as position 5, so you want to get rid of it. Meanwhile, the IO ban is interesting. And there you go. No more Monkey.
Oh, no more Monkey. Deny them that flexibility pickup, but of course opening up for the Batrider for LGD, which they will waste no time in grabbing.
So Night Stalker is open once again.
Shadow Demon as well. You have Shadow Demon, Night Stalker, yeah.
I think Lycan, they're not going to be tempted to pick Lycan when they see the bat like this. LGD, this is just them, again, stealing Tundra's hero.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, I mean,
Batten.
everyone's
Okay.
been enjoying the bat, so they'll grab a Batten and they'll grab Venge. All right, 2 answers to the bat. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
2 answers to the bet, out of which one is exactly just the answer to the bet. Another is a really strong hero that's currently played quite a bit. So Vengeful,
Yeah.
if it wasn't picked up, it probably
10
would have gotten
seconds
banned
remaining.
anyway. So they
And
grabbed
there
it
are
for themselves.
two very good elements to a
seconds remaining.
5-man death ball kind of lineup that Tundra is brewing up right now with this Venge and a Batten pickup. You got Aura, you got Fnatic Shield, you also have the Curse of Avernus for towers after you win engagements, and LGD, they need to try and keep up with that, so they go with the Beastmaster pick here, having their own tower damage and own way to also split push and keep up with Tundra.
And when you group up around a hero such as Beastmaster, you really don't care about Abaddon that much. The shield versus Roar is amazing, it's great, but the laning stage itself was never truly a problem for Beast. So that's nice. I'm just wondering why they're banning
10
Troll
seconds
second game in a
remaining.
row now versus Tundra. Probably something they saw from them playing,
5
perhaps in
seconds
scrims
remaining.
or in the last tournament, because this hero was not picked up so far in Dota Pit, was it? I don't think so.
had it
Maybe
day
one game,
We had
right?
a day
And
one,
that's it.
yeah. Like, I think the first series and the first day. So I'll forgive you for not remembering immediately, Lizard. You'll be forgiven. Yeah, actually, first game of Dota Pit, we had a troll picked up by Team Undying.
Yeah, meanwhile, the PL band from
5
Tundra, it's
seconds
something... You're literally just protecting the Vengeful Spirit. You might be thinking about the Clinks pickup, but mostly it's just protecting the Venge. It's one of those cores that really, truly does not care about her at all in the laning stage and afterwards.
No. Lizard, very important question about Beastmaster.
How important?
Extremely important. Maximum importance.
Are you more buff than Beastmaster?
Does this guy skip leg day?
Hell no.
Really?
No, of course not. Look at those legs. What do you mean?
They're quite small.
Dire team ban.
I mean, they're proportionate to his upper body. Come on, those quads are. You can see the separation of the muscles on the right leg. The light doesn't flatter it.
It's not
that's all.
flattering.
Yeah, it's not flattering.
Gotcha. Thanks for answering that one.
No
10
problem,
seconds
anytime.
Remaining. PSG LGD's turn to ban.
How did I know that's exactly what you're gonna ask?
It's Nomad.
You know, time together.
Whenever Nomad goes, oh, I have a question, like, it's never Dota related. That's just his thing.
Dire team ban.
You can tell. But we, on the other hand, we're professionals. We'll talk about Dota here. Very normal bands, kind of, right? Coming out here. Luna, Troll, some strong carries, and actually really good at that 5-man Dota, right?
seconds
Dusa as well, same thing. That's why LGD are banned that out, because they don't want to
5
play into
seconds
like
remaining.
a carry death ball in this situation with the Venge and Batten. Like, all these carries get super boosted. So what's actually left that can fit that kind of playstyle? Terrorblade, maybe?
Yep, pretty much. He's still solid. I actually wouldn't have minded that Luna for PSG LGD. Like, having that
they
Beast
can't-
and Luna at the same...
But they can't pick it first, though, right?
Yeah, that's
so
true.
they need to respect it.
That's
As
true. That's
Luna
true.
plus a Batten would have been disgusting of a lane.
Sven banned out by Tundra themselves, actually. I was kind of expecting them to pick it, as they do have the first pick in the second phase.
Do you think Lycan might be coming out then, if the Sven gets banned out like that?
Yeah. Yes.
PSG LGD.
Very possible, but...
Let's just go with the Clinks. Yeah, this was our first suggestion, right? We have this Vengeful Spirit. We've seen Clinks picked up versus Batrider a couple of times already too. He doesn't have to lane against him, but with the Vengeful Spirit, that's the point, right? Like you have these two heroes that synergize really well. You have the save for the Clinks. You also have Abaddon to bail him out of problems.
They have that high win rate together too, right? You got that base damage from the Death Pact, and then that gets
6
boosted.
out of 7
Venge's
games
aura.
on the patch is the current stat for Venge Clinks. Very, very strong.
PSG LGD.
6 wins, 1 loss
That was
with
their
this
title.
combo.
So that could be a 4 or a 5. Who was it that was playing the stapler Elder Titan? It was T1, right? Where they had the sniper and the EQ with the Mask of Madness.
Zephyr's just like, all right, I'm gonna carry this game.
Aghanim's mask feels good, man. I would have rather picked some Prophet Spectre, you know, for PSG LGD versus this Clink, something that worked
Spirit
already.
Breaker.
Yeah, but they go completely in a different direction with the Snap. And Elder Titan, they just show their hand when it comes to the two supports. Most likely the two supports.
So you think?
I'm actually very surprised by these two picks of LGD. I didn't think this is the direction that they were gonna go towards. It does provide a lot of team fight, but I'm not so sure about the synergy. Like your lockdowns right now are not guaranteed because of the Abaddon and the Venge swap. And both these heroes need some kind of a good setup, right?
Yeah, maybe you can fix that with something like a Void last pick to you know, set things up, even though you're playing versus Vengeful. That could be a problem.
What is this? Oracle?
Oracle and Abaddon supports on one side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, can it be a core Abaddon?
It could be a core Abaddon. I guess Oracle is just another save. Now you have Abaddon and Oracle versus Batrider and Beast. Good luck roaring and lassoing anything. It's just not happening.
Jeez. They're really like doubling, tripling down on removing these disables and then...
Yeah, but you can't
building up
play
on that
Dota.
snowball. Yeah, I mean, you're
That's-
lacking the catch now. That's what you're lacking with this kind of draft.
That's the problem. You can save yourself when they go on you, but besides that, you're kind of just chilling and waiting for things to happen, waiting for them to exactly do that, go on you, which is never a good place to be in the game. They banned the Spectre. I feel even, I'm not sure now with the Oracle and Vengeful being there, but Spectre and Void would be my calls for the carries. Rame.
There's a lot of carries banned out already.
10 seconds
We got
remaining.
7 carries banned out. Klinks got picked
5
up.
seconds remaining.
We've got what? Void, Terrorblade, left remaining that we see quite often picked up.
I actually wouldn't mind a Naga Siren
Dire
for
team ban.
LGD here. I think that's a good way. Like you can sleep, get on top of Oracle. They have no ways of killing illusions right now. But I don't think they're going that route as they banned out Tide and Brewmaster. Leshrac is still in the pool.
Well, Tide would be good, right?
10
Versus Naga.
seconds remaining.
If you gave that away, at least in the laning stage, maybe.
5 seconds.
Or you were
remaining.
thinking for you were thinking for PSG LGD, right?
Yes,
Of course, yeah.
for
course.
LGD. I just see these 4 heroes. I'm like, well, that's a lot of single target. No ways of killing waves quickly either.
Brewmaster
need
banned
some-
out by
some
PSG.
wave clear.
They just
So-
need an offlane on Tundra. Well, actually not. Why did they
Yeah.
ban Brew if you already have Vengeful and... I suppose you're thinking Venge is offlane, right?
I mean,
Or
I
no,
mean,
they-
again, like
Yeah.
it's
Tundra,
these-
guys. Come on now. You know?
yeah,
They-
these
Yeah,
guys are so
that's
used
true.
to playing against each other. Like
Yeah.
they're just gonna ban the heroes that look good and probably just ignore lanes and roles and assumptions.
Yeah. so
Like,
they're thinking
which-
like Tundra needs a team fight anchor, right? They're not thinking like, oh, they need a 4 or 3 or 2 or whatever. They just know that like this is exactly what they need to enable this lineup to work.
Yeah, it's how you should be drafting these days. I'm pretty sure
LGD's
all the top
turn
teams seem to be
pick. Dire team
committing to that strategy. The final picker from LGD, it's going to be the Morphling.
It's not a lot of stuns, only a Venge missile, so 9. His hero is going to be extremely important here to be able to deal with the Morphling. Unless they pick an offlaner and 9 takes one of these other heroes to mid. Like a Batten.
10
He might play a
seconds
Batten mid
remaining.
against a Batrider.
Yeah, that was actually done in the past
5
as well.
seconds
Not a bad
remaining.
lane at all. If you have Abaddon mid, Clink safely, and you can last pick something versus Morph, sounds pretty solid. Solid of a plan.
Lion. I think they could do good with like a Lion this game. Just have Lion bench offlane. That sounds alright. So you have some catch in your team. and it's pretty dope against the Morphling.
I think I want to see the Void Spirit mid. It's a bit normal for Tundra, I know, but
Or how about Storm, guys? That's also
yeah,
okay.
also an
Yeah,
option. Oh, good
nice,
call.
nice Lion.
Thank you.
There
But
it is.
I still don't like their draft. I mean, it's a nice pick, but
Yeah, it's the Oracle
it's
mid.
Oracle mid. Oh, that also removes skills of Batrider.
9. He is a cheeky monkey, throwing a curveball every single time. What is the idea with his Oracle mid, guys? Very quickly, what do you think he's gonna do?
He's gonna play like no-tail style, right? When he played Oracle mid, just run around with your teammates, with your high damage burst, just try to kill heroes and
this
make
has
some
been
space where it clinks.
Oracle has been a thing mid for as long as Oracle has been in the game, pretty much. But there is a reason why most teams don't play it. It can fall off and be very horrible if a couple of mistakes are made. However, he's got a lot of saves on his side. I feel for Tundra, it's very difficult to be out of position because you have so many heroes to save you. You have Abaddon, you have Oracle, you have Vengeful. So maybe it can work. I'm still gonna go with PSG LGD. Oracle mid, come on, like Tundra.
Yeah,
take it away, Steven.
I'm trying to find ways to support Tundra here, but I think they've outsmarted themselves this time around. And yeah, I'm gonna have to go with LGD as well. I think this Morphling is going to be extremely difficult to deal with. I like the opening with the Venja and the Abaddon, but as the picks went on, I like Tundra's draft less and less.
Since game 1, you guys have been underestimating Tundra, and yeah, they had a rough start to the series, but I mean, 9's a genius, you know? We can't see through his eyes, but if we could, I reckon we'd be voting for Tundra, so I'm gonna trust in him, and we shall see what this mid-Oracle can do as Tundra versus LGD takes away with our casters Bkop and Mofarah for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Nomad. I would hope that if you're looking through 9's eyes, you're faithful in your team winning the game. But just I would hope so, right?
Fingers crossed. I mean, yeah, you like to hope so. I'm excited for the mid Oracle. It should be fun. But a little bit worried for Tundra's lineup that if this morph gets off to a good start, the only thing they can really do for it is, hope that the Lion gets the blink in and the clean initiation, right? Because I think with the Elder Titan aura as well, like eventually if this morph gets like E-Blade, these heroes on Dire, I think they just blow up.
Also worried about this Tundra lineup. I'm worried about this Oracle, but I would love to be proven wrong that this Oracle is going to go off.
The battle begins.
I have not seen it go off before, so I need to be proved that it can go off.
Right.
So that I know it can be good.
We'll see how this goes down. I was thinking that with the Oracle going mid, they might have changed Zhao 8, changed his spot with potentially even Shinkyu. I thought about it for a second. I mean, I don't hate him on this Snapfire.
Even if you put the Batrider top, he's still laning against an Abaddon. Like, it's not even like the lane gets that much better anyway.
I guess he becomes the 4 in that position, though. He wouldn't take over for Faith Beyond in terms of farm prio, right? I guess, yeah, it's still a tough lane.
It's always going to be difficult. The thing I like about this Oracle mid, though, as well, is that you can secure range creep CS and CS in general really well with the Purifying Flames, right? You can use it to deny, like where if the creep's about to get low, you send the Purifying Flames out and then attack it straight away, and the creep just dies instantly.
I'm worried to see what will happen to Zhao 8 once 9 gets a couple levels here. Level 3 is always that marker of Purifying Flames being the kill steal marker when you're in a duo lane. But we'll see what he does by himself.
The problem is he can never really dive him under the tower because of this Fortune's End.
And you'd have to catch him getting stacks early, but you're getting, what, max 5 stacks after a Fortune's End that's been used defensively because of the 15-second cooldown at level 1. Everything other than that makes it very difficult.
The thing is that even at level 4 or something, he should get a point in the magic community, I guess, right, with the face edict. So, like, it's still difficult to dive him even without the purge.
Goes to the Firefly. I don't know if he's confident with just the low amount of health he has at the moment. And there it is, Purifying Flames Fortune's End. A lot of damage being done to Zhao 8, but he'll pick up the water rune.
Is he going to get the other water rune as well?
Looks like it.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a big win for Zhao 8 considering how this lane was going so far.
It's certainly a big win to keep him healthy in this lane. 9 getting his bottle just delivered, so he didn't need the runes, but taking them away from Zhao 8 would have been the better feeling, right?
Yeah, potentially, but I mean, the Oracle does have to be careful. Like, the Batrider still does a decent amount of damage. I don't know, with the creeps under the tower and stuff as well, you're basically choosing between taking a water rune or losing out on all the, like, the wave equilibrium and stuff, right? It's tough either way.
Ame down bottom. See what he's able to accomplish. And Ame, definitely one of those guys out of China I have a lot of faith in when it comes to the Morphling.
Yeah, for sure.
There are certainly some players out of China who I have less faith in their Morphling.
Oh, come on, drop names.
Fly, I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness, the BM.
I'm not trying to be toxic.
Someone make a Reddit post.
No, don't do that. But if you have good things to say, do that.
Bkop says his morph's better than Fly's.
No, I would never say that. My morph is worse than actual real water.
Lady stage going much better for Tundra though this time. Oh, is he not going to get the bounty rune? Did he? What? I'm so confused. He saw that, right? Like it's daytime.
Think so. I would assume he did.
Never mind.
Meanwhile, Snake King making a stack here on the big camp over in the triangle. Earthspike comes out. Snake King picks up the water rune. Okay.
Yeah, these 4-minute rotations towards the runes can be an issue for these mid laners, but at least Zhao 8 gets a refill from his TPing support.
I guess it in from Y. Y is going to come down towards bottom. He's working with just boots and a lot of consumables here with the salve, smoke, and mango.
Is he in trouble on
Fire
Zhao 8?
snap cookie. 9 though, getting the kill there on the Zhao 8. It's a solo kill.
That level 3 Purifying Flames is such a stupid amount of damage. Like it's just ridiculous.
Does Fada die here?
He's getting low. I don't know if he dies, but he's going to go for the courier instead.
Does the courier die here?
I think. Oh, I don't know. Looks okay, actually. Oh, there's another one.
Does that courier die here? Does anything die?
Oh my god.
I don't think so.
He might have to TP here on Jinkyu.
The Aphotic Shield will eventually pop, but you do have Fairy Fire. You have the mana to reapply the Aphotic Shield, and yeah, he's going to TP all the way back to base. Odd turn of events.
Look at the net worth of this Oracle as well with the first blood. He's having a really good time. I mean, my big problem with this hero is it doesn't farm. Like, you can't push out waves or anything, right? Like, you can't take stacks and things. So, it reminds me of kind of like... this sounds really stupid, but kind of reminds me of a Crossrex Invoker in a way that you need to kill your way to get gold, right?
First spike, Wave of Terror, Magic Missile.
Oh, they didn't chain stun.
And now a lot of damage from Y. Oh, man! What was he hitting for? An extra 120?
Innocence absolutely crushing. I think snaking there, he didn't realize the animation on the Wave of Terror was going to take so long. So it took a little bit of extra time for that magic missile to come through. I think if they'd have just been safe, it would have been a kill. But these things happen.
Looking over at the net worth, you do see that Oracle is leading the way. So 9 will get his bottle refilled by Snake King, who died.
Interesting to see when 9 makes his first rotation this game as well. And like, where does he go? Because I guess you kind of want to play with the Venge, but... I guess if you can catch the morph by surprise with like a lion stun or something,
Radiant's middle
the
tower
Oracle would
is
just
under
blow him
attack.
up.
Again, that's the if, though, if you can get over there. And Fada coming onto the high ground. Jowate's here, ready to go and get the kill out onto this Abaddon. Thinking about throwing the Earth Spike. Finally goes down onto Shinkyu. Snake King hit with the Fortune's End, and now they're going to continue to chase. Meanwhile, 3-3's dead to Y, and Snake King's dead to Shinkyu. So they get 3 around the map. This is something similar to what happened in the first game, where they had aggression going pretty much everywhere.
If this was my pub, beaten, noob Oracle, no ult. I'd be like, guys, come on. Just...
You'd be pinging it constantly. You're that guy.
Is under attack.
Really well played by Jowaate, though, to dodge the Purifying Flames on the line, so he didn't get rooted up at all.
He's that guy.
Mate, off to a good start this game. They're with the Morbus Master as well, just able to sustain himself in the lane. I think he has boots coming out or something here. Yeah, treads. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, about 8 minutes into the game, Broom Handle now picked up for the Beastmaster. Beastmaster, we've been seeing some of this Beastmaster, but it certainly doesn't feel like when we were seeing Beastmaster pretty much every game.
No, it's not the Axis Beastmaster. Jesus Christ, Bkop, never remind me of that ever again. That was one of the most stupid things I've ever seen. Like, it's definitely up there with some of the really awful things we've had in Dota in the past. Oh, Farter! He's dead?
Getting killed here to Faith Beyond, speaking of the Beastmaster.
The second time Farter's tried to run up to the high ground has been punished really well by LGD. Oh, that blast just takes away the creep.
Faith Beyond, using that shockwave to take a couple of creeps away from Jowaate.
Jowate's getting his belt off already. He's ready.
Magic Missile, just to stay defensive, but they do have Jowaate down here, and they're going to try and go in on a Snake King. They've got the Flame Break. I don't even think they're going to need this lasso, quite honestly. They've got the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll burn him out with the Firefly. And 3-3 needs to TP out of the lane, which leaves it open for Morphling. Meanwhile, Fada, he's still level 3. He's getting chased here. Fada's shield not doing anything for him. He ends up dead. 3-3 TP'd up towards top, and they'll use that Burning Barrage to get the kill out onto the Snapfire. This is a problem for 3-3, because I don't know where he's going to be able to farm effectively, and obviously on that offlane Venge, what you really want is that first big item to be the axe.
Yeah, for sure. It's difficult, isn't it? Especially with the tempo that LGD have been playing in these 2 games. Like, honestly, I agree with Eben when he was saying earlier about how it feels like LGD are in proper tryhard mode now. Like, they lost to Tundra before and they're ready to try and prove a point, right? Stacking some camps.
Yeah. Stacking and getting it. There it is.
Yeah, Avengers definitely isn't farming that stack, though. They've blocked the Ancient camp as well, though. So no Ancient stacking available for the Clinks to come and take, which is something that we've seen like a lot from these Clinks games.
Yeah, get that Maelstrom, have a couple of stacks to work with, get that Burning Barrage out, and try to make the best of it.
We should also mention as well,
real quickly.
Something the panel was talking about earlier. Obviously, they have these 2 single target cores in like the Beastmaster and the Oracle, Beastmaster and the Batrider against like these like Venge and Oracle and Abaddon. It's going to be hard games for them. But Beastmaster doesn't need to just play around the Raw anymore, right? With this like Helm of Dawn build, he is absolutely terrifying. He's just running down lanes and things, and he's almost got the Vlads like already as well. Oh god, Jinkyu. And I just okay, well, fair enough.
Yeah, threw one right click at him, but Shinkyu able to just walk away for free.
To be
pretty
fair,
much.
if I ran into Jinkyu in a pub, I'd probably run away as well. So
you'd at least get his spray down. They've got the lasso, but there's the Aphotic Shield immediately and the spray.
Well positioned by Farter. He knew it would be coming. He's still level 3 at 11 minutes. That's probably one of the lowest XP amounts, or it's just hit 4. It's one of the lowest XP amounts I've ever seen at minute 11.
As XP per minute right now is double digits.
That's tough.
98. Now 102.
Okay, so hit. I mean, Nine's level 10. It feels like this is his first big rotation.
He was up top for a second. He had a haste, and I thought that was going to be the movement that they make. Maybe they were waiting for more, like snaking, hitting that level 6 to have that finger.
Oh, I think they saw the line smoke break there on the side.
They saw the smoke break, but Ame doesn't even bother to shift into the strength at all. No fear.
Nine's still hanging around here, though.
Running with the pack.
Might need to help out, but Shinkyu spotted, and I think they want to go on this Snapfire, but the Fire Snap Cookie, he's going to get far enough away. He's also got himself that Tumbler's toy. So that's a lot of gap to close, and they just can't do so.
Nine just can't catch a break. He can't find the opening that he needs. Does he have... No, he doesn't even have any Vessel charges, so... Faithbian just takes the mid lane in the meantime.
Bottom lane, they hit the sleep. You're going to look with the Earth Splitter, Magic Missile, but they've slowed him up, and through 3, there's no chance he gets out of this one. Jiawei with another kill, and he's 2-1-2. Got those Boots of Travel going into the Blink Dagger. Top lane, again, they're still setting.
I want some chat interaction here, Bkop. I want chat to tell me when Farta's going to hit level 6. At what time in the game?
Are we doing over-under, or you just have to type in a minute,
I want chat to type when Farta's going to hit level 6.
Shinkyu snaking, trying to land an Earth Spike from a distance. They're going to get it. There is the Burning Barrage as well as the Finger. They'll get the kill into the Snapfire, but now he morphs into the Lion. He throws away an Earth Spike over at the Lion. Fata's going to die early on in this fight. They've got themselves the lasso, but the damage coming in. 9 with the Purifying Flames as well as the Magic Missile coming in from 3-3. They killed off Jiawei. That's 2 kills here for Tundra. And now another Earth Spike. Oh, Ame! He never shifted the strength. He's all in the Agi, and he ends up dead to the Purifying Flames. They might even get a 4th. Why? On the run, getting his mana drained. And the Fortunes and the Spirit Vessel and the Purifying Flames with the right click from 3-3 and LGD. Massive misplay from them, but also a great play from Tundra to take a very advantageous fight.
Yeah, 9 finally found his Vessel charges with the kill onto Jinkyu at the start, so the kill onto Morph was a lot easier to get. Like, even if he starts morphing strength there, I don't think it would have made a difference.
He never morphed at all throughout the entirety of the fight.
Yeah, he turned back from the Lion, though, and then kind of... Yeah. Ooh, Jiawei?
Just died.
So quick.
He brought 3 heroes here bottom.
You have to say, even after that amazing fight for Tundra, though, the net worth lead's still only 2k. Like, Faithbian this whole time has just been free farming. He hasn't been touched at all. And he's almost at that Helm of the Overlord. And if you look at Tundra's side, if you see this, you know, like a Helm of the Overlord Black Dragon running at you, what are you going to do?
Hope Clinks is around.
Yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
could be
attack.
difficult.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
So 3k lead for LGD, and 15 minutes into the game. Chat, if you said 15, you would be right. Ada is level 6, can confirm. Bottom tier 1.
That's tough. He just get level 6 so easy, right? So like he's away now. It's easy.
More survivable in this too. So you've got Y who's level 8. So he's 2 levels ahead of Fata. Shinkyu's only level 8. And compare that to, say, the Lion who's ahead of him. So the experience starting to go the way of Tundra a little bit. And they're going to go for Roche. They'll pick up the Aegis on Ame. Now they've got the swap. Ooh, waveform in. Fire Snap Cookie. They've hexed up Ame. They get the kill on the 3-3. They'll take out this bench. And now the Earth Splitter with the lasso on a 9. Shinkyu's got himself 2. And I think they want more.
And look at the net worth of the supports on LGD as well. Jeez. They're both so rich. I feel like this happens every game. I don't know how they find so much farm. Yeah, Aegis on the morphing, though, as the observer points out. Skia thought he was in trouble there.
Yeah, I think he thought he was under a sentry.
Ooh,
Burning Barrage is not going to land on a Faith Beyond. Now they've got the sweep on it, too.
Oh, this is a problem.
They don't have the borrowed time. The Fire Snap Cookie hits both. Shinkyu with another one, and they'll get the kill on a Fata with Y getting credit for that, and that's 4 heroes who die throughout this long-winded engagement that had a break in between.
And they can start to head over towards this bot lane now to take the bot tier 1 with the Morph.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's almost at that Manta style.
Dire's
He's getting there.
structures are fortified.
This Granite Golem giving the extra HP. They're all so tanky. In the OGA chat, Theban's telling us that the panel already. I think that says everything about how he feels about this game at the moment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And you were trying to call me the toxic one.
That's not toxic.
Now you're playing favorites. Venge. 100 gold away from this Ags. We'll see if it makes a big difference. It almost always feels like Venge games are never from ahead.
No, I mean, we had one earlier, didn't we? I can't remember which one it was, but I think it was T1. Where they were playing from pretty far ahead in game 1, I think that was.
Bottom. I'll have his borrowed time popped. I'll have to give that back eventually. It's only borrowed.
Pig pole. Oh, pigs love getting fed cookies.
Yeah, they do. There is a line about pigs. But, I don't know, it's not family friendly.
I dread to think.
It's not like that bad or anything. Arcane Rune. Zhao 8 will fill up that bottle. I'll go to the smoke.
And this is a bit of a terrifying time with the Manta coming out on the courier soon for Morph.
Link, flame break into the lasso, and they just do not have the Abaddon nearby. They'll get the kill on a 3-3. They'll throw the Earth Splitter in there. Magic Missile. Ooh, Fortune Zane. I'm getting a little bit low. They get the sleep, and that's going to be a massive sleep. Nine going to be forced to false promise himself. They get the kill on a Snake King. They're going to look over at Skitter, who's getting hit with the Murmur's Kisses. TP out from 9, but it's only to the tier 2 tower. Are they going to dive him? Not even going to matter. They'll get the kill after the false promise is over. They drop down the sentry. That will lead to Wise death. This tier 2 is certainly gone. Well, that's what happens when you deal with absolutes. You're absolutely wrong. This tier 2 tower will continue to stand. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that was such a sick stomp from the Elder Titan, though. In the backlines. I feel like there's been quite a few of those this game, though, from Innocence. It's been really on point. And Snake King's desperately trying to catch up to this Batrider to find a kill, but it's so fast. He doesn't even realise, I don't think, but...
Alright, a tier 2 does drop. I guess I wasn't wrong. Technically.
Oh, you were so correct.
Photosorb finished for Shinkyu. I'd love to see him get that blink and shard. I'm such a huge fan of when he's able to play aggressive like that on this Snapfire.
How many times have we seen this Lotus Orb rush though against Venge first? And it's even me better because of against the Lion. Oh my god, Zhao 8. He's styling.
Yeah, he's fast. Two-man sleep, but they've got the Aphotic Shield to wake up Skitter. Skitter, it's time for school. It's time to fight. Magic Missile comes out. That's going to be on a Y. They've got the Lotus Orb out onto the Morphling. Fire Snap Cookie that's going to land onto Snake King. They'll get the kill onto the Lion. They look over now and take out 3-3. He still has the illusion, but there's the Primal Roar on a 9. They've got themselves 3. They'll look over for 4, and he's morphed into the Oracle. They'll get the Fortunes in. That'll lock down Skitter. They'll get themselves a double kill on Shinkyu and take out 4, losing 0.
Let's get it going, Bkop. Next series, I think this one's tough on Tundra.
Game is not over until the Ancient falls. Zhao 8 getting chased here by Fada. Uh-oh. He has borrowed time. He'll pop it.
They're just playing with them.
And there's the sleep. Aphotic Shield pops, and sprays are going down onto the ground, and eventually Fada, well, he'll fall.
Oh, they're just taking tier 3s as well at the same time. I didn't even realise. This Beastmaster has been so strong by Faithbian. Feels like he's just kind of done whatever he wants all game. Like, wherever he runs, Tundra can't deal with him. Like, this Helm with the Overlord's ridiculous. Why did he just get on the Courier as well? He's got something coming out. I don't know what it is. He had 3,000 gold spare before, so... I don't know whether he's just buying out for a Crimson or something.
Yeah, he is buying out for a Crimson. He's got the Helm of the Iron Will and the recipe over in the secret shop.
How are Tundra going to kill anybody, Bkop?
I don't know. That was kind of the question we asked early in this game, right?
And do you know what's scary as well? One. Oh, hang on. Let's go for the fight first.
From behind, they're gonna break this smoke. Lotus Orb reflects the Hex. They've got the Fortunes and they're doing a lot of damage here onto Ame, but now the finger gets reflected. Everything's getting reflected. The Lotus Orb doing so much for them. They get the kill onto Snake King to look over as the last one comes down to 3-3. They get the kill on 9, and all these numbers are going down. They're doing some math here on LGD, and the math is we took 5 and we lost 0. LGD will take a quick 2-0 over Tundra, and it's some sweet, sweet revenge for them, but the job is not yet complete.
Now, Bkop, coming into today, this was the series that obviously we thought would be, you know, such a really close one between these two top teams. LGD have not come to play. They are here to slay, Bkop.
Yeah.
They are here to absolutely put people into the floor, and this series was not close. And
not at all.
We have to remember, this whole time, they are not playing with their roster. Like, I know we keep mentioning it over and over again, but how good are they? It's just ridiculous. When they're on their day, it feels like nobody can touch them. And fair play to Tundra. It's like we said before, you know, these two teams can beat each other, but today, LGD were just, they were on a different level.
Yeah, and actually, I just got a text. It says, as of this moment, Zhao 8 will be the permanent... That says secret. Don't read that. Okay, so I'm not going to read that. Cut over, break. Let's go to break. We'll be back in a moment. Next series, or no. We're going to the analysts. Take it over to them. Go to Nomad. Get out of here. I gave up the secret.
Damn, trying to replace us with a break, huh? Trying to save us. Well, I mean, that was a hell of a stomping from LGD. I mean, we here at Dota would like to apologize if anybody's watching with their children, because that was just violent and brutal and Tundra's ideas not really working today. I mean, what are we thinking, guys? A bit too experimental? They say genius is always one step away from madness. Has 9 taken that step?
I would say so, yeah. This last game with Oracle mid, you know, maybe it can work, but when you have Oracle, Venge, Lion, Abaddon on your team, just look at these heroes. You know, if you... I don't think anyone has drafted this exact draft in the history of Dota. Maybe some pubs on 3K MMR have drafted something like this, but it's... I'm being a little bit mean, definitely, but it's so difficult to play this. It's just extremely difficult.
It's like how I said earlier. I think they just outsmarted themselves in this situation. They just need to pick something a bit more solid. But that being said, though, this is Tundra's identity. This is why they were able to win a LAN. This is why they were, you know, where they are now, right? So they can't really like go against that. I think LGD were just more prepared and put Tundra in a very awkward position. I like one thing that we can talk about in this game that was really cool was obviously the Beastmaster. What he did with Beastmaster was he got this Dominator, he went straight into the jungle, he gave the offlane to Jinkyu. Jinkyu was incredibly farmed because gets a lane for himself, and Faith Beyond was just jungling the triangle very early into the game, which normally carries do. But then they had this Morphling bottom who's not dying anyway and is free farming. And like I just want to emphasize this Beast because I feel like not every single team in this tournament understands the power of this hero quite yet. And LGD, they showcase why it's so good. And it played against Abaddon, Oracle, Venge. It doesn't matter. It really didn't matter. He's just all about that farming, getting items, getting auras, breaking buildings, and eventually your roar is still going to find some kind of value.
Yeah, it's insane. And like, you know, you look at this, every time we see Helm, right? Like Helm the Dominator, it's always like, oh, you know, you're being a bit selfish when you buy that. You know, you're kind of buffing yourself up, you know, giving yourself more kill potential. But Helm of the Overlord, man, like when you get that Granite Golem or the Thunderhide Lizard, you're buffing up your teammates so much. Like it's such a strong creep to have on your team. It's basically like it's better than Pipe. It's better than Crimson. Like you go for the Crimson afterwards, sure, but yeah, I mean, what a amplification to your team having someone with that Helm of the Overlord on it is really, really hard for them to play into on Tundra.
Yeah, it truly is. Having those items on and those creeps on Beastmaster, and then you have Elder Titan as well with minus armor, the way they were playing around that, the way they were setting up fights too. Elder Titan always managing to sleep Fata, always managing to catch him with the Echo Stomp, so they can't, so he can't save 9 while they lasso him and eliminate him. Just very fairly well executed by PSGLGD, but honestly, uh, it's so difficult to lose against Tundra's draft. When you look at the Beastmaster alone versus all these heroes on Tundra's side, Skitter, yeah, until you get that Helm of Overlord, he can play around with Clinks, he can do some things, but it's just so difficult to play on Tundra's draft. You have no playmakers. You have Oracle running around with Vessel and level 4 Purifying Flames. It hurts. Like, we've seen this Oracle work on the mid lane in pubs many times, in some pro games too, but the lineup around it needs to be a little bit different. You need some frontliners, you need some initiators. A Vengeful alone with the Aghanims, it's a nice idea, but it isn't enough when you have a superior team fight on the side of PSG-LGD, and then you also have superior objective taking and just full force that Beastmaster is bringing into the game.
They didn't have that team fight anchor that we always talk about. And we saw LGD, even though they saw the heroes, they were banning offlaners. They saw the Venge, they still banned offlaners because they knew that's exactly what Tundra needed to make their lineup possible. Tundra ends up picking a line. I think LGD's confidence in that game skyrocketed right after that. And this Beastmaster, like you said, it's not just about the farming and whatnot, but Roshan, vision control. Then also it gave so much farm to the position 4. It didn't take any space away from its team. Like, that's why this hero is so strong. And I think LGD, they were not here to spare Tundra one bit. They're pretty salty about ESL, and they should be very happy about this series right now.
By the way, just so I add, I'm being really mean towards Tundra, but they're experimenting all the time, and they've proven us and me wrong like 9 out of 10 times. This is just that one game, 1/10 time out of 10 times where they went a little bit too far and it's all broke apart. It happens when you're dancing on the edge.
I can see how it could have worked. I can. Like, the Clinks is a crazy damage hero. They had the control with the Lion, but yeah, team fighting, it was very rough. They lose the early game. You never really get to see the true strengths or the true ideas behind a draft when your early game though goes that badly. And LGD, like, their economics are off the charts. Like, you don't match this team when it comes to just, going toe for toe and seeing what you can get out of the map. LGD have a fantastic read on that, just utilizing their vision. Everything is about just getting more than your opponent. Such a basic idea, but it's expanded on in like 1,000 different ways by this LGD team. And that's one of the reasons why they're so strong, and one of the reasons why they take the win, the 2-0 over Tundra, and now firmly into the grand finals, probably favorites for taking the tournament home. Can anyone hold a candle to them? Maybe it'll be one of our lower bracket teams. We're going to find out as we have Team Spirit versus T1 battling it out in the lower bracket. Best of 3 matchup. Loser gets eliminated. Winner goes on to face off versus Tundra in the lower bracket finals. It's going to be exciting. You're going to be there after this 10-minute break.
gold for me. And I...
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures. Radiant's bottom tower is under. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
shall raise what the Venomancer puts down.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. USG LGD.
First blood. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
PSG LGD. Victory. Begin.
Gold for me. And I.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures. Radiant's bottom tower is under Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hello there, Dota fan, and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit once again for 1/4 and final series of the day. And it is the lower bracket semi-finals, Team Spirit versus T1. These two teams, I mean, they've got a lot to prove right now, as T1 have been looking good previously, little shaky in this tournament. Meanwhile, Team Spirit showed off at the Animajor, but unfortunately, ESL 1-4, they had a very tough time of things. Beating T1 now would really raise people's expectations of them coming into TI, but that is no easy task because T1 beat SG Esports earlier today. They did stumble. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, they looked so clean taking out Fnatic earlier on. Guys, who are we leaning towards in this match? Give it me straight, Theban.
Clean? Team Spirit should have lost. At least they should have went to game 3, I think. But that being said, though, Team Spirit are absolutely nutty. I said this yesterday. These guys, like, out of all the teams in this tournament, I think people would fear Team Spirit the most just because of not understanding, like, what kind of team is going to show up when you play them, right? I think today they're in pretty good shape. T1, I don't think they had enough time to prepare for them, but that's all right. You can't really prepare for a team like Team Spirit. We're going to have a real nice, wacky game, but at the end of the day, I still got to favor T1.
Reasonable. Lizard, agree? Disagree? Want to fight about it?
Yeah, I agree. We're going to have SCA versus CIS, so it's going to be fun no matter what. T1 already won versus them, right? In the upper bracket at the beginning of the tournament. So Team Spirit did manage to take one game off of T1, so because of that, you never know which way it's gonna go. If Team Spirit does something crazy like today, then they might take the series.
So the way I understand it, if both teams kind of play it down the middle and they perform as expected, then Team Spirit are probably going to lose. However, if Team Spirit do what they've been pretty consistently doing throughout most of the events and pull out something special, then T1 might find themselves with their backs against the wall. I think that's a very good way to put it. But based upon what we've been seeing from T1, what's been their biggest weaknesses so far?
So that's actually what I wanted to talk about too. I think they're drafting. There are some of these games where they just want to experiment and they give too many opportunities for their opponents to actually outdraft them. But if T1 get that stuff down and they're not doing more experimental things, they would be so much stronger. They're a team that does well with what they know. That's how most of these Southeast Asian teams are, even their aggressive playstyle. It's not that they don't want to play other playstyles. That's what they know. That's what they've been taught to do since the time that they started playing the game. And on the side of Team Spirit, I feel like they just don't care about anything. They just pick whatever they want. They just go with whatever flow of the game that you want. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's bad because you might be playing heroes that are just not good for the meta.
For Team Spirit, as long as you have high damage output that doesn't necessarily need the items like heroes that just scale with levels alone, they'll be fine. They don't really need to set up their lanes perfectly. Comes mid game, if they have Bkop, Gyro, and a couple of supports that just need levels, they'll do fine. However, T1 is a team I think overall strategically has the best response to CIS lineups. Mainly because T1, even when they're behind, they manage to they find a way of coming back. If you remember in the DPC season, there's a kind of a team that are very happy on picking Sniper or Medusa and just chilling on the triangle, protecting it while their core farms up. Right now, that's 23 Savage, and if you give him enough space, he will carry you.
Yeah, and he's got so many of these heroes which you have to be careful of. You know, if you give him a good Morphling game, he is going to wreck you. If you give him a good Medusa game, he is probably going to wreck you. You know, Slark, there's anti-mage, there's an endless list of heroes which people fear. Because in 23 times, he just plays so many pubs that he's become masters of a couple of these heroes, which makes him a pretty formidable opponent and a great addition to the T1 roster, and what, in my opinion, is kind of lifting them above a lot of the other SEA teams right now. You know, we always knew 23 Savage was good, but he's found his home now in T1, and these guys are looking to go deep. Let's talk about Team Spirit for a bit. This team, as we've mentioned, ups and downs. What are the biggest differences you notice in them when they have their really good games versus their really bad games?
Maybe when it comes to really bad games, in them they aren't allowed to make any big mistakes. You know, they are centered around this one focal point in their draft in which if that guy makes one mistake, the whole team fight is over. In example, Terrorblade versus Doom game, I believe that was versus T1 as well, right? On the other hand, if you have all these pieces in which a team is really a sum of parts, in which every piece is more or less equal, like you have a Gyro, Queen of Pain, you have offlane, Beastmaster or whatever, every single one of these heroes can do a lot in team fight. Then if a Gyro dies, they still continue fighting 4v5, or they smoke up instantly and take a fight around Rosh. I like when they're not centered around one single player, around Yatoro or around Toronto Tokyo. Just when they work together, it feels better.
Yeah, they need that synergy between Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo, and I feel like, you know, in the games where we see them do the best is when, you know, they're basically neck and neck, or one of them is very close to the other, but they both need to be having good games, and Collapse is usually the one making the space for them. One thing I don't want to see them doing is picking Spirit Breaker. Hopefully they've got that out of their system now, but in, you know, day number one, they played a lot of Spirit Breaker. It didn't really look too hot, and I feel like that's kind of a good representation of where Team Spirit can land themselves sometimes. You know, when they try and push the boat out a bit too much and they pick a hero which doesn't necessarily tick the boxes in the draft where they need it to, things start to go south for them very, very quickly. You know, they just get these nice box ticking heroes on Collapse and they can generally have a pretty good time. What do you think are going to be the hottest contested heroes between these two teams?
Night Stalker.
Yes.
Daywalker, for sure. Like, they're both wanting to play aggressively, wanting to be able to control each other, and Night Stalker is like the king of that right now. I think Beastmaster stock has gone up quite a bit, especially after watching the last game.
To the
T1
moon!
What's that?
Nothing, please continue.
Oh. T1 stock, I think, T1 feels like they want to play more of that 5-man group up, mow down towers kind of lineup. So we're going to be seeing more of those heroes too. Maybe even Luna, actually.
Yeah, Bloodseeker as well, right? If you're thinking about both of these teams, specifically Team Spirit, Bloodseeker has been picked up quite a few times by them on offlane, on safe lane, done wonders. When you say this nickname, when you pronounce it Collapse, the first thing that's in my mind, however, is his Mars. They're not picking it as often as before, but it's a force to be reckoned with. Like, he's really strong on that hero.
Yeah, it feels like any team fight anchor hero is going to put Team Spirit in a really good position. You know, that's what I like to see. Sometimes, I mean, he also had a really good performance on the Bloodseeker as well, so sometimes he does like to mix it up a little bit, but overall, just something which can kind of, the team can play around, or at least the sports can play around, and yeah, just give them something to all focus upon. Are we expecting the same bans as always then, not letting Coddle through, not letting Batrider through? Or do you reckon some teams might, maybe T1 say, hey, we're going to let through the Bat and ban out the Blood? I don't think that's going to happen.
Definitely we'll see some of those go through. I think Vengeful Spirit, Night Stalker, Keeper of the Light, these heroes will probably take more priority in the drafting stage. So we're definitely going to see a lot more stuff. I think Klinks is something people are starting to realize maybe it's not as good as you would think. And I also think Klinks has lost quite a lot of games the past 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's won only in the first day, like the first couple of series. Then people realized, okay, if I want to pick Klinks, I need to ban out so many different answers to it. And every day it looked like a different team found a different answer. So if you have multiple ways of playing against it, it's probably not as good. Meanwhile, we're still in this sorting process of the tier list of heroes at the moment, at least for these teams. Like Steven said, you have so many: Kotal, Shadow Demon, Bane, Bat, Beastmaster, Night Stalker, Klinks. There's just too many that I can't really say for sure. Lycan, which one of these will be picked in the first stage?
Yes, lists are growing, stocks are rising. And I do think with Klinks especially, there was this period where it was like people didn't fully understand what the hero excelled at. There was a few days before people had really kind of grasped it and what it could do. But yeah, recently it's been figured out. I think people need to move on from it. It's still a good pick, but it needs to be in the right circumstance, and you need to make sure that it's a later pick in the draft for sure. It's answerable. That's the biggest thing. We do now have the draft underway, so let's jump into game number 1 of Team Spirit versus T1 and find out exactly what these guys are going to be picking and banning.
Tide. Right. Didn't mention that
Tide
one
and
though.
Bane.
We didn't.
Yeah. Tide might just be the best teamfight anchor right now, right? I mean, he literally carries an anchor with him everywhere he goes. So that makes sense.
You were waiting for that one. Is he gonna anchor smash people around? Yeah. Anyway, what else are we gonna see banned here? Maybe a Batrider from T1 has the second ban, or will they just aim Team Spirit with some Bloodseeker like
Dire team ban.
Yeah, Bloodseeker.
Yeah, they get rid of the blood. I think that's a good idea.
It's a more personalized kind of a ban, like
it's probably the best carry or laning carry that Team Spirit is playing, right? Plus they could be flexed to the offlane. So it's multi-purpose ban here from T1. They tend to like to ban out heroes that are gonna give them a tough time in the laning stage.
Yeah. And it's very aggressive, right? Like all these heroes that the Team Spirits have excelled with are usually very active in the mid game, from the carry role that is. So your Gyrocopters, your Bloodseekers. Meanwhile, T1, maybe a Kotal ban from Team Spirit. I would be afraid, just a bat, I would be afraid of that Zephyr, Keeper of the Light. Yeah. It's done a lot today. Yeah.
Like the chakra, giving it to your teammates, just having that nonstop fuel. I mean, T1 is gonna go for that 5-man lineup, I think, again.
Chakra on the side. In the last game, there's a Dragonite pushing the tower. He uses the second spell. I don't even know its name anymore. It used to be Mana Leak. I love you, Mana Leak.
Binding.
Yeah, binding.
Heavenly
Light.
Heavenly, whatever the hell. He used that. Then he used his Illuminate. It took like half of an HP off of a Dragonite. It's a little bit ridiculous how much damage it does.
Maybe some tweaking needed there, but yeah, pretty bonkers.
They're probably thinking they take the Keeper here. The Night Stalker is gonna come through right away. So they're wondering if they should take the Night Stalker, risk the Keeper of the Light not being picked up by Team Spirit.
And look at that. They're
probably
taking
what's going through their mind.
They're burning into their real time as well. Reserve is already gone. Shadow Demon.
All right. Not bad. That's also the other top tier support hero being picked up right now. The Soul Catcher, like the recent buff to it, people don't talk about it that much. You get like a spell amplification for every target that you hit.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff adds up.
5 seconds.
Like it's an HP removal spell, and then you get like 11% spell amp or something for each target that you get with it.
I don't know, Shadow Demon is just one of those heroes which I've kind of just accepted that I'll never really understand. You know, Disruption, I get that one. The rest of his abilities are kind of, yeah.
Come on, it's not. Yeah, okay, never mind. They just go with the Kotal. Maybe a Night Stalker together with him. We've seen that combination already drafted a couple of times. It's not the same anti-combo as it used to be.
I would like that, to be honest, for Team Spirit here, because that would give them so much vision control and lane shoving. I think T1 are in a tough position now with these two heroes being picked up together.
Yeah, they go for it. Now T1, they could even go for the Monkey King, for Mr. 23 Savage. You have a decent lane.
10 seconds.
They need like a Beastmaster or a Lycan right now to combat this. They need a way to be able to create vision, whether through wolves or hawks, and then also be able to push lanes out and take towers pretty quickly against this team during the daytime. That's probably like the biggest weakness of Team Spirit right now. It's just daytime, and if there's a way to jump the Keeper of the Light.
Interestingly, when these two teams played against each other before, okay, Luna Shadow Demon, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, when these two teams played against each other before, there were 4 heroes which were picked up twice in that series. One of them was a Bane, which is already banned out. One of them is a Clinks, which we've already talked about, gone down in popularity quite a lot. The other was a Void Spirit and the Pangolier. Do you think we'll be seeing either of those two?
I guess they've changed everything up. I mean, the tournament has progressed quite a lot, so both teams have evolved a significant amount from the first day.
Yeah.
You can see that right here in the drafts, as you said. And the Luna pick, it's good, but again, I really feel like they needed the Lycan or the Beastmaster more so. That being said, though, you got your hard carry, you got your aura guys. T1 just need to start getting some anchors and ways to cover this Luna.
At the same time, Beastmaster is yet to be banned, and if Team Spirit do not get him out, you can still pick it up. Luna and Beastmaster is excellent. I don't mind that at all. So, could be something that T1 is thinking about. I didn't see Cuckoo play too much Beastmaster overall, but he can play it for sure.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
One part I really find enjoyable about this new drafting order is during the second phase of bans, it's quite interesting to look how each team bans through the second phase, because obviously there's the ban out counters to your heroes and counter stuff you plan on picking, but there's also the case of like T1 will ban the individual heroes, which would be very strong. Team Spirit might choose to ban heroes which could be comboed with another hero, which could be really strong because of the
like an Omni Knight, you're thinking.
Yeah, and that's what we actually saw Tundra do last game. Didn't work out for them, but they didn't have the double picks. They ended up banning out Silencer, which I thought was a bit weird. When you think about it, LGD really like drafting Silencer and Spirit Breaker together, so it kind of makes sense in that regard, where it's this powerful combo they didn't want to play against. Ban one, ban both, double the value. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, for Dota nerds like us. Everyone else is like, what are you talking about, bro?
They can still let the Omni go through, right? And just pick it. Team Spirit can grab that Omni and then follow up. Yeah, Omni Sven. Clinks is still in the pool if you wanted to go that way. Omni Clinks. There are options.
I'm not really feeling the Omni this game, but
I go with Lion.
They want more disables right now. They're going to have the Keeper of the Light in the position 5. That's what we saw them play the last time Team Spirit picked Kotal.
Yeah, Kotal Omni could have been a bit tricky. We've seen teams suffer, especially Team Spirit, actually. They're one of the teams which, when they don't have stuns in their support duo, just looked very confused.
This is where I was thinking, like, if you took the Beastmaster Lycan earlier, you could have potentially gone into like a Phantom Assassin draft in some ways when you see Lion, Keeper, and Night Stalker. But T1, they still want to replicate what they did in the last game against SG. Just pick some 5-man group up, have that save with the Shadow Demon, have that aura with the Luna.
They just get their good old, reliable Whitemon Disruptor. This hero is extremely strong in his hands. You have a hero that controls the Night Stalker a little bit too, and they follow up with the Beastmaster that we called earlier. So Pretty solid draft so far from T1. Nothing super out there, just straightforward. You have your combo with the Luna, you have Master to buffer up, Disruptor, decent laner.
10 seconds remaining.
And it's incredibly good against these three heroes. I'm just shook Spirit
5
didn't think
seconds
like they were
remaining.
gonna go for this unless they're planning to pick something that crushes Beastmaster in the lane. But even then, Beastmaster is just gonna buy Dominator by like 7 minutes or whatever and just go jungle and come back into the lane to take the tower when his mid laner decides to join him.
Yep. Pretty good pick from T1. We've seen this hero have a lot of success so far. And Team Spirit will answer with the Gyrocopter.
They're
So,
just on
how
brand.
does this do?
They're just on brand, right? That's all. When I called for an Omni, I felt like it's a good Omni plus, let's say, Sven game, but it's definitely not on brand of Team Spirit, in which they just want to be
10
brawling
seconds remaining.
in the mid game and they want to have a decent amount of
5
damage
seconds
to
remaining.
take these brawls. Gyrocopter definitely brings that to the table, and it's probably the best hero for them on that carry role after Bloodseeker. We've already discussed that. I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys like Disruptor versus Night Stalker, by the way? I feel like it's one of the few support heroes which actually just survive against Night Stalker if you can get that glimpse off in time.
Dire team back.
Well, not only that, you can hold him down and kill him, right? If he doesn't buy a BKB early on, which is also
Radiant
very
team
nice.
ban.
Mm-hmm.
All the
Vision
classic-
inside the trees as well, which I think is really important.
all
What
the
do you
cla-
think, guys? Is he gonna play the Doom again on
Carl?
Carl here? Yep.
It's possible. Definitely possible. Like when you look at all all the mid laners
10
that are being
seconds
banned out, it's
remaining.
all those mid laners that require some skill. Your
5
Storm, your
seconds
Ember, maybe
remaining.
some Void Spirit or Quap now to
Dire
get
team
away
ban.
from a Viper. Okay,
Viper, very skillful mid hero.
very very. And meanwhile, Team Spirit with a Lina ban. And what could T1... Doom, he won't play, by the way. It's already been banned. We weren't looking...
Oh yeah,
10
no.
seconds
I think
Sorry.
they're setting up for a Void Spirit if Team Spirit don't ban it here.
5
That's what I
seconds
believe.
remaining.
Although it is kind of rough against Night Stalker and Lion, I guess. But still, I'd rather see them with a playmaker than something which is going to slow the game down too much, because this Gyro can farm. It can maybe not keep pace with Luna, but it won't be far behind her, and then all it
Yeah.
takes is one fight, one gank, and the Gyro
I
will be
like
on
the
top.
Void. I think I like the Void Spirit here. Sounds good. Just a way to like kill the line and keeper and not have to rely on the Beastmaster having to get him. If you pick
Radiant
something like a
team
Leshrac, then that's the kind of problem you'll face. Lina, same thing. Maybe Team Spirit. I know those are good bans, but I don't think those were the bans that is going to protect your team, especially your supports.
Yeah.
You would have been happy having a Leshra Lina on T1 side because now your supports
seconds
have the
remaining.
freedom to be able to play the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's a really good point, actually.
So you
there's
guys are
no
calling
one
for
to
what?
get on top of them.
Something
Void
like a
Spirit?
Void Spirit?
Dire
Yeah.
team
There's a lot of catch. That's my problem for Void Spirit. There's a lot of catch coming from Lion, and then there's Night Stalker with AoE Silence.
Yeah,
I,
okay.
I, I,
I
I
mentioned that.
completely agree that it would be good to jump on these supports, but if you're the one getting jumped on, your game would be really rough. I think that's why
10
they
seconds
opted to
It's the
go for
same as-
these.
Fraser.
It's the same as the game before we saw with the Void Spirit against the
5
Legion and the Doom.
seconds
It was like,
remaining.
but obviously Legion do much more high commitment spells, much harder to land than Hex, and just the AoE silence from the Night Stalker, much quicker. So they do go for the Razor in the end, just go for the anti-carry, trying to bring down the Gyro. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's simple. You get on top of that Gyro and follow him around every single team fight. And we'll see if Team Spirit can figure out Quap maybe, right? No, they go
You may
with
now
Invoker.
select your heroes.
Ooh. Toronto,
What?
Tokyo Invoker. What a treat. This guy, he casts spells. I'll tell you that
That
much.
is not bad either. Lots of control available now for Team Spirit, and again T1, like their only real lockdown is Cuckoo's Roar or Disruptor Glimpsing. So they're kind of playing like this brick wall, run together as 5, take objectives kind of play style.
Meanwhile,
Alright.
Team Spirit is completely in full aggressive, full Davai pub style mode in which they can do whatever the hell they want to, as long as they play fast enough and they outplay T1. These heroes allow them to do that. Come first night, Toronto Tokyo can start rotating together with Collapse. They're really fast and Bkop oriented, so it can work. But a couple of mistakes and T1 is just knocking on your high ground already.
So who you like here, Lizard?
I can go.
Go, Nomad. I need some time.
I'm feeling Team Spirit. I'm really feeling Team Spirit in this one. I think this Lion actually has like a kind of free game, which sounds kind of weird, but you need to take Lion out of the fights, and no one can really do that for them. So I honestly believe that it's a really good looking game for the side of Team Spirit. So yeah, I'm going for them with a relative degree of confidence.
I think Team Spirit definitely are on brand with this draft. It's completely in their zone. I'm still going to go with T1 on a whim here in the first game because I believe that they're a little bit of a stronger team.
I mean, I agree with Lizard in the sense that T1 is the stronger team, but that Razor pick, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Plus, I don't think they answered the Keeper of the Light issue, which is going to be sitting behind towers and blasting your waves. It's not easy for them to get there. They're gonna buy enough time on Team Spirit to play their game. I actually slightly favorite Team Spirit here.
Oh, Theban turning against T1, a team he's been advocating for a long time, but I can see why. I mean, I agree with you. Let's throw it over to our casters for this one. We've got Bkop on the mic and Mofarah as well.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Definitely joined here by Mofarah. He's on the mic as well.
I was going to say,
whether it's a good mic or not, you know.
I feel like a little bit offended from that from Nomad, but he said a lot worse before that didn't offend me, so I shouldn't really be.
Yeah, I think you should be fine with this one and kind of, keep on moving.
So I like when the panel are a little bit unsure about who to get behind, because it usually means we get a close game. And I would slightly favour Team Spirit, I think, this game. I agree with even that the Kotl issue is something to worry about for T1. Cuckoo doesn't normally play these like more micro-intensive heroes, right? Like, I mean, Beastmaster's not massively micro-intensive, but like the Brood Mothers and the Lycans and things, it's not something that he's really known for. And he does have a few Beastmaster games recently, but be interesting to see how he does, especially in that difficult lane. We talked about the Gyrocopter earlier today against these summon heroes in the laning stage, and how good Flat Cannon can be up against them. So up to Cuckoo to try and hide those ores when the flat comes through.
It'll be interesting to see him, like you said, on this micro hero and how much it's really going to be used to micro. Get that Helm of the Overlord, you just bring the Thunderhide with you.
It's not that I'm saying he can't play it either. It's just not something that he's, like known for.
Not trying to say he can't play it either. It's not the first hero you think of when you think of Cuckoo, right?
Easy ball.
Actually, could you guess his most played hero in pro games?
Of all time?
On his Dota buff, yeah, all time.
I could, if I had to guess, didn't he used to play mid though?
I'm just saying.
It'll be a mid lane. I don't know what it is, but maybe like Lena or something. I don't know. But
that is number 2.
That's number 2. Okay. What's number 1?
Number 1 is Queen of Pain.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, White Mon
being thrown forward. That'll do some damage here on a White Mon. They've got the homie missile to follow it up and should have first blood. Yatoro will be the one who gets that first blood on White Mon, and he's played this Gyro quite a lot recently. Seems to be the hero that he's most comfortable with in this event thus far.
Yeah, really nice to see them give the first blood to Yatoro as well. So having that little bit of extra gold coming through on the Gyrocopter. This, I'm really surprised that they let this Invoker go through, honestly. I think Toronto Tokyo has shown recently that how good he can be on this hero.
Nothing for you.
It seems like that and the Queen of Pain have been really strong for him.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain against the Bat Rider, it was in particular, though. It looked so good. This lane's going to be very difficult for Collapse, though. The double range hero. Yes, he has 5 armor to work with, but the constant spell spam?
Yeah. Ooh. Also kind of keeping an eye mid, but meanwhile in the
Poshka might be in trouble
top
here.
jungle, Poshka 5 stacks, and there it is. Zephyr gets the kill onto Moposhka, taking out that Coddle, even this game up at 1. And this is leaving Cuckoo to kind of do his own thing for the moment. And with Zephyr getting that kill, Cuckoo will continue to have an easier time in this top lane.
Yeah, and look at Collapse's CS on this Night Stalker. He has nothing. And we're almost 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, 0 and 1.
T1 doing a really good job of controlling this bot lane so far. Doesn't have the disruption on Zephyr here.
And he's starting to get those stacks, though.
I mean, Moposhka, again, does have to be careful. As soon as your stacks get to like 5 or 6, yeah.
Did I hear a squeak?
Not a lot of damage there at 4. But Toronto Tokyo over mid will pick up that water rune. We've got Moposhka taking away a sentry as the other sentry was taken out prior. But right now, things for T1 looking pretty good. I say that, and Team Spirit, they're the ones who have a 1K net worth lead.
I mean, both safe laners having a good time. That's the big thing, right? Like, the Gyrocopter's got 8 denies up in the top lane as well. Luna here.
Fnatic field is down. 23 getting really low. Collapse trying to get this kill. I have a Lucid Beam in a second, so he'll give up the chase. Mira now trying to hide from Whitemon. I think spotted for a second. I don't know if Whitemon really has the damage anymore to get this kill by himself. 23 comes over. They'll get the kill on a Whitemon. A Lucid Beam thrown over on the Mira, but it's not going to matter. 23 can't get a kill in return.
That's such a lane salvaging kill for Collapse as well. Such a big increase in his net worth for like where he was struggling a little bit before. All of a sudden he gets a free creep wave as well. So he's going to be a big fan of that one. And the thing is, like, even Toronto Tokyo, where he's got this mid lane against the Razor, yes, Razor has a lot of denies mid and everything, but he's still CSing okay. Like, this hero, not so much about the lane as it is about the game overall.
Gold is a great conductor.
And then we'll see how quickly Toronto Tokyo ends up moving off the mid lane, right? Like, he's been a very active mid, that's for sure. Right now, 15 and 8 for the Razor, 15 and 3 for Toronto Tokyo. So Carl, even with this Invoker, in terms of CS.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm just worried about this Gyrocopter. And when you talked about how difficult this lane could be for the Beastmaster. And Yutoro obviously going for that build that we see a lot, the max flat cannon stats build. And the thing is as well, like, flat cannon doesn't have a particularly long cooldown at the moment, but with the chakra magic as well, Yutoro's going to be farming so quickly.
Yeah, just constantly getting that chakra magic at level 1. It was alright for Cuckoo to start this lane. It felt like the pressure was alleviated a little bit with Zephyr moving over and getting that kill on Moposhka, but Cuckoo from that point, it's really been a struggle. And like you said, it's due to the fact that Yutoro has that chakra magic and he has that black cannon that he's working with. There's Spike. Well, the Lucent Beam, 23 behind. Collapse will get the kill onto Mira, and then Whitemon falls. Collapse will be getting some solo experience on that with 23 getting the first kill.
He's so tanky on Collapse. He has like 10 armor. He's got the bracer, he's got the chainmail, 8 stick charges to work with as well. I mean, the support net worth is where the difference is at the moment, though. Look at that. Like, the cores are relatively close apart from Yutoro.
You should run.
It's just the supports.
Yeah, big difference between the supports. Collapse gets caught. Lucent Beam or Spike will land. Like you said, Collapse working with 10 armor, maybe even thinking about going back in. He's just a little bit low where he should feel comfortable.
He has stick charges, though.
And yeah, pop that stick, so he's got 0 left. Mira getting chased. Thunderstrike there. 23 sitting low. Collapse. He'll end up going down. Zephyr falls to Yatoro up in the top lane. So both carries getting the kill.
Yeah, he forces Yatoro to come all the way over though, so not too bad for T1.
Money changes hands.
And you see that from Toronto Tokyo as well. Make sure the tornado hits the small camp as well to be extra efficient.
Dire are scanning.
And we've seen how good it can be with this this Invoker. And look at this stack.
Oh my goodness.
Yatoro getting a big, juicy influx of gold.
He has the Crystalus no boots on Yatoro. That's how good his lane was. Like, he could afford to be greedy.
Now he's picked up the boots, and he's all of a sudden, you know, one component away from picking up the treads and just 50 gold. So quickly into that, those stacks made to you, or made for him by Miposhka. So, you know, this Kato, yeah, he gave up a death earlier on, but he's done his job. He's helped Yatoro continue to just excel in the net worth.
Bkop, he's 1,000 gold ahead of the Luna at 7 minutes. That's absurd. And it's not even like the Luna's had a really hard time. Like, she's done okay.
Some stacks being made for Luna, though, too. Or, well, you'd think it's for Luna. Beastmaster starting to take the Ancients. They go after 23. They've got 3 heroes down here.
It's the Razor, though.
Trying to make something happen. Carl comes and gets the static link onto Toronto Tokyo, forcing him to run away. They're looking for 23. Mira gets a 2-man Earth Spike, but the Lucent beating the damage in from Whitemon. They'll get themselves at least one. They might be able to salvage and get 2 without losing 23, and that's exactly what they do. 23 surviving through the trees and making sure he stays out of vision, and ultimately Team Spirit come up empty-handed.
Yeah, great rotation from Carl, but also, yeah, really nice movement around the trees there by 23 Savage. He'll be really happy with that one. But again, Yatoro's net worth is terrifying. I mean, they have the Razor, right? So at least if they get a good link off in him in the fight, it's gonna, you know, severely negate his damage. But even so, they're giving the lane to Zephyr here to get into level 6, while Beastmaster farms the jungle with the Helm of Dom. But Yatoro's doing exactly the same to give him a Poshka the XP in the farm.
Carl with an extra 62 damage. Toronto Tokyo and Carl look at each other over mid for a second, but they're not going in. No aggression just yet. Lion was there over mid, maybe thinking about it.
Raindrops on the Night Stalker now as well, so not going to be afraid to have a bit of a scrap. He's going to go in here on the Luna.
Yeah, trying to go for 23, but again, the Eclipse, the kinetic field, and Collapse has to leave.
You might get the courier here.
He's close, but meanwhile, over mid, they're trying to get a kill here on Carl. They've got Toronto Tokyo as well as Yatoro trying for this Razor, and they'll succeed at killing this Razor. Somehow Collapse for now getting out.
You see Invoker running bot as well here. Oh,
Ooh,
Cuckoo.
Mira. One more shot, and Mira's gone. That's the board getting the kill, and Toronto Tokyo is now heading over towards bottom.
Toronto Tokyo, if they kill the Luna here, this is huge.
Cold Snap and Collapse trying to go in. The kinetic field is there, but it's not going to matter. They've got the Void to get the kill, and now the Tornado EMP coming through on a Whitemon. Carl's here once again. The Plasma Field, the right clicks from Whitemon needs one more. Carl trying to find him. There's the Void, and really, Collapse getting a kill on a Whitemon before he dies.
Yeah, really great min-maxing from Collapse there at the end just to make sure he gets the kill. Cuckoo's making the rotation down bot here. This is a really early Beastmaster rotation, like in comparison to a lot of the games we've seen. Coming to, I assume, invest the Ancient stacks potentially and things like that, but
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
it's going to come up empty-handed.
For the most part, we've seen the Beastmasters kind of stay stationary until they have that Helm of the Overlord.
Well, I think last game that happened, but it doesn't happen every time.
In such a free lane, he was able to do so. So still just a 1k lead right now for Team Spirit.
Cuckoo's smoked up here, but They're not really near anybody. Spirit just grouped up here. Are they going for their own smoke? Interesting.
They smoke up again here on Team Spirit?
Yeah, they're gonna go. This Gyrocop's so strong as well. 2k net worth ahead of anybody else in the game. If they can take a fight here with a good Gyrocopter flak.
Ooh, Tornado lands onto both 23 as well as Cuckoo. Cuckoo out of mana with the EMP dropping down. They'll get the kill on a Cuckoo. They'll look over. The homing missile comes out into Zephyr. Disruption, homing missile avoided. All the while, Eclipse is dropped down onto 3 heroes on the side of Team Spirit. They get the kill on a 23. They'll take him out. Now they'll look over. Mira on the run as Carl makes the rotation in with Whitemon. So they get the Lion. They trade 2 for 1. Collapse going into the back lines. He's got himself that Dark Ascension. Looks over at Zephyr for the second. Carl, though, solar bound, and he is going to die. Collapse gets the kill there. Wow. Maposhka takes out Zephyr. It's a 4 for 1 in the favor of Team Spirit. They look so good in that exchange. Knew exactly what they wanted the entire time.
Yeah, relentless aggression from Spirit as well. Like their other 2 cores in the Night Stalker and the Invoker aren't even particularly farmed, but their spell usage is so good, right? The Night Stalker could just run in. Like, what did T1 do? What's the outplay? I think Beastmaster dying first is the again probably the worst thing that can happen, apart from maybe the Shadow Demon. But they need the Beastmaster's damage output in these fights to be able to kill people off. Like their highest net worth hero just dies straight away.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he dies very quickly, and that comes from the Tornado EMP. That absolutely just obliterates him with the help of Yotaro, who's just about got this Ags. Working with double damage, so anybody steps up, maybe he gets another kill. You gonna smoke again?
He also has Ags on Gyro. I don't think you smoke until you have the Ags up, but... Could if they really want, I guess.
Yeah, he's 150 gold away. Only about a creep wave away from getting this.
I mean, they're so close to hitting another timing though, right? With the Gyro Ags, they've got the Night Stalker ult to wait for as well. It is still daytime, remember. Razor finishes the Yules. Okay.
Daytime for 2 more minutes.
I wonder if he goes for like something like a halberd on the Razor this game. He's got BKB queued. I mean, it is a great BKB game.
Dire are scanning.
And here's the Ags. Yeah, this is scary, scary. They're looking to potentially get this bot tier 1 by the looks of it.
And if you're T1, I just don't think you really feel comfortable defending, or at least trying to.
Oh no, absolutely not. They're going to try and trade by the looks of it and get this top tier 1, but they're smoked up on Spirit. Oh, not smoked up, sorry, they're not smoked up. They're running through the jungle, though. With the Invoker Invis. I got confused there.
I don't think they're going to make it, though, in time. Not TPing in, and, well, I say they're not going to make it in time. They already got the tier 1. Maybe they could throw some TPs that way. Scan comes out over mid, and yeah, they're not going to go for it. They're just going to let it drop and trade. So Vlad's picked up for Cuckoo. He's close to that Helm of the Overlord. About 1,000 gold.
They want to try and find an initiation with the Raw, really, and like drop the Static Storm on the Raw target. But this Keeper of the Light's just constantly shoving lanes out. It's like they're really struggling to like find the entry because the lanes are just constantly shoved in. Like bot lane shoved in, mid lane shoved in. And I think they just smoked up under a ward on Spirit.
Yeah. So with that information, T1 sit back.
Are they dropping a ward on the high ground here, or?
23. I don't know if that's where you want to be.
Where's my pigeon?
4 spots that bounty go away. We've also got the Hawk. They're still nearby. They're working with Nighttime. They have Dark Ascension ready to go. Blink Dagger picked up by the Night Stalker. So collapse. It's early into the Blink Dagger. Sometimes we've seen these Night Stalkers go BKB Blink, and the Blink takes a little bit of time. But now that you've got this Blink, you can get on top of these heroes like Disruptor, get that Crippling Fear, silence them up, and just kill them off pretty quickly.
The Shadow Demon's probably target number 1 for Collapse this game. You want to get that defensive support out the game as quickly as possible, out the fight. What is anybody? Sorry, I missed those items. Is anybody building a 4-star on the dice? Oh, Cottle has one already. Jesus, Maposhka is farmed.
He's got 4,200 gold in his net worth. And this is without going null talismans and cleaning up these creep waves with the illuminates. He's got so much gold. He does have 48 CS, so working with quite a bit at the moment.
He's playing really
Lion
well.
about to have his blink dagger too, so there again, it feels like there's constant timings that Team Spirit are hitting that they can fight off of.
Yeah, the support net worth's just ridiculous.
Oh,
SAPPHIRE gonna try and bait out a.
Yeah. Wow. Is Zephyr tip here, you think?
Gets a nice vessel charge out of the invoker.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
He still has to be careful. Collapse has that blink dagger, and if he's anywhere near the tier 2, he might just get got on. Meanwhile, 23 is pushing the top tier 2 as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still, look at how far ahead Naturo is. Disruption.
I need to get
Data
out
with your
there.
spike. 23 coming over. Losing beam onto Toronto Tokyo. Now they're going to go with the Dark Ascension. They've got the Static Storm drop down. They're trying to get the kill here onto the Gyrocopter. Gyro, can he survive? Static Link taking away a lot of that
Great
damage. Force staff
force.
from Maposhka. That's going to push Yatoro away. Now they hit the Illuminate. Carl down to about half health. Doesn't look like Team Spirit really want to re-engage on this, but they are sticking close just in case T1 come a little bit too far out and find themselves out of position, as they have this ward down and have the vision on this T1 side.
Yeah, that was a great initiation by T1 as well, finding the gyro, but they can't quite finish him off with the great force stuff. Oh no, Zephyr. This one's real though.
Yeah, this time it is real. And they have crippling feared him. Tornado for the kill. Now Toronto Tokyo. He finds himself 3-0-4.
Now, this is something from Invokers today that we've seen where they tend to like go back for the BOTs today instead of going back for the Midas, but Toronto Tokyo is going for that Midas this time. Like, he wants to scale a little bit better going into the late game, which I really appreciate.
Now, like you said, we've seen it a couple times where they don't, and it ends up that like the Invoker kind of loses his presence a little bit.
Dire are scanning.
And the blink's coming out for the Lion, as the observer's pointing out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's crazy that this like net worth distribution from Spirit is so different to most of their games that they normally play.
Boom's not a collapse into the Static Storm. He is very caught here.
Good pick
Carl
off.
gets credit for that kill. By the way, Cuckoo has that home of the Overlord.
I think they're going to know that there's a ward on the high ground now, though. So at least Collapse, when he dies, he finds that bit of information out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yatoro almost having the BKB. Just 50 gold out when he's got that BKB. Yet another timing being hit here by the Spirit. Though T1, that kill is big onto Collapse, and they're starting to have Carl catch up a little bit to the Gyro. But yeah, you can see the split. The Gyro, 3 cores from T1, and then everybody else from Spirit.
I mean, Maposhka's normally like this hard 5, though, as well. So it's just it's so bizarre to look at. This Cottle has a gem, by the way.
Dire's
So
bottom tower is under
pure
attack.
vision control between the Night Stalker and the gem on the Keeper of the Light.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
T1, they have the Hawks to work with, but obviously with the gem, that can get taken away so easily.
Dark Ascension and trying to blink and get on top of Carl, but uses that Yules, and he's also got that BKB. They don't force that out.
Dire's bottom
I'm
tower
surprised they're not
is
hunting for
under
more. I thought they were going to carry on going there, but I know Razor's is a quick hero.
Tornado lands on a Cuckoo. He's by the tier 2 tower. They've got the cold
They go
snap through.
deep.
Vessel glimpse back. Silence in onto Cuckoo. It's not going to get the kill. Now Carl coming around. They've got this ward down. They'll disarm the Razor.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Still nothing doing though for Spirit. This is a good job of T1 extending these engagements and not allowing them to lose numbers.
Yeah, T1
23, building up a net worth.
are doing a really good job here. They're not giving anything away. There's no Night Stalker ult now, and it is daytime, so T1 should feel comfortable for the next little while.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm going to try and finish off this mid-tier 1.
Radiant are scanning.
And I think they might have
Should
seen
have
them
it.
smoke. I'm not 100% sure, but they're actually just going to head into Roche because without this Night Stalker ult, they feel so comfortable.
Sunstrike comes in and that does spot them.
Okay, they're going to smoke. They have Tornado, so they can stall. And Gyrocopter with the fresh BKB. Oh, this could be huge.
Tornado, EMP, Blink Hex coming into Cuckoo. They're going to throw the homing missile his way. Start to step out. Homing missile goes across the Roche pit, lands on a Cuckoo. They still haven't done anything yet.
The Roche is so low as well.
And they want to complete this. They've got Miposhka with that ult used. BKB's gonna be popped by Karo. Go after Yotaro. But ooh, Force Staff away from the static link that was only there for a second. He only got 28 damage out of that. They've got the glimpse as well as the static storm that's gonna be around on the Yotaro. Pops the BKB. They get the kill on a White Man. They'll take the first hero on the side of T1. And now with the Flat Cannon doing so much damage, they're forced to back off. Oh, blinding light. Earth Spike. Karo caught finger there. Ulti pushing Mira away, and they'll get the kill with the plasma field. The Illuminate is not gonna land onto the Razor. And well, on the other side of the fight, you've got Toronto Tokyo going after Zephyr, who's hit with the Spirit Vessel. Carl on the run from Collapse.
Goodness,
Collapse
he's still
gets
alive.
slowed. Carl's still running quite quickly. They've got the disarm onto this Beastmaster as well as the Luna. Toronto Tokyo is the one who's running, but the Lucent Beam comes in. They get the kill on Toronto Tokyo. And Collapse, he cannot collapse on Carl's positioning just yet, but he does have that haste. If he can find him, he probably gets this kill. And they might walk into each other around the trees. Plasma Field, there's the Dark Ascension. Gets the Void, but still not the kill. They've got the Yules. Can he keep up? He should be able to do so. And there's one more right click to finally get
going
the
into the
kill on
Roche, though.
Carl. Illuminate goes into the pit, and Roche is going the way of T1 into the hands of 23. They've got Miposhka locked down via the plasma field. Shadow Poison coming through. Zephyr gets the kill on Miposhka, but Collapse comes behind them, kills off Zephyr, takes out Cuckoo's courier. They get the buyback coming in from Miposhka. They'll look over at White Man. They'll take out Cuckoo. So these numbers are dwindling for the side of T1. They've got a triple kill from Collapse as he kills off White Man.
Trying to hunt down this ancient creep as well. It's a good one to find. Honestly, that looked really sloppy by Spirit to begin with in the initial Roche fight, because they all kind of just, they went on different targets. Like, they all just ran off in different directions. Like, the Evoker ran left, the Night Stalker ran right. I don't know where the Gyrocopter went. Just not on the same page, and it ends up working because Collapse picks up this haste rune to find the Razor. Just in time.
And then comes back to the fight.
Yeah, and then you say, like, but they have the Aegis on T1 though, right? So it's not an awful fight for them. Yes, they lose 4, but this Luna is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with now. Is the Gyrocopter close to a big damage item? Because
he is going for the Sange and Yasha, and he just needs the Sange and then going Satanic or Daedalus finish.
I thought he was going to finish the Daedalus before. He went for like the Satanic or the SMY, but I think SMY is such a good value item in this game. You're against like Link, the Purge, the Raw. There's so much that the status works with.
Crazy thing is, Collapse, after all that, he moves ahead of the Beastmaster.
Yes. I mean, that's what triple kills do for you though, right?
Yeah.
If they found someone
Going forward, trying to catch this ancient black dragon.
It's too quick.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Hey, yo, you can't catch my Red Eyes Black Dragon. Back off, Team Spirit.
That's pretty
Bottom
good,
lane.
actually.
That was pretty bad. Tier 2 going down very quickly.
I like how quick they push as well. Luna Gaming with the Beastmaster sat behind.
Throwing Illuminate forward. They've got the homing missile coming into Carl. Toronto Tokyo trying to wrap around onto the back lines. They won't really have a way to spot him. They've also got Collapse, but now they're going to look over. They've got the disruption onto the Gyrocopter as well as the Primal War. They have the damage go after Yotaro, and it's Carl moving in. They get the kill on Yotaro. They'll end up using White Man, but the crippling fear is onto 2 of these heroes. They go after 23. They'll take the Aegis out of his hands. The Pig Pole trying to run, but won't be far enough. Zephyr dead. Full supports out of the fight on the side of T1 as Collapse is doing so much damage with the BKB. Oh, Carl, who got pushed with the blinding light, pushing him closer to the Night Stalker, gets the kill on a Collapse, or well, Cuckoo. He's the one who gets credit for it.
Bit of a bizarre way to start the fight though on Spirit. Like, they let the Gyrocopter just get gone on, and it would be fine if the team were within touching distance, but they were slightly too far away. So by the time they got there, he'd already been had to pop his BKB. He then got roared and got linked. So yeah, just a little bit late to the party on Spirit. Chance of Tokyo. He knows there's no Aegis on the Luna.
Oh, 23 in the ice wall, but there's the Eclipse. They've got the Hex. Maposhka coming over with the blinding light, trying to push Tara away. Oh, the Eclipse. Oh, Toronto Tokyo. Is this 23 or Godzilla? Because he just took out Tokyo. Maposhka's going to fall to Whitemon.
Spirit, I mean, we said they're crazy, but they are making some small mistakes here, and they're getting punished for it really hard by T1, who are doing a great job, to be fair. But they understand that they need to play around their Luna with the Beastmaster sat behind, and they're just pushing the tempo. Using this Aegis to full effect here, able to switch this net worth. For a sec, this is the first time they've been leading the whole game.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I think it is.
It really is.
Dire's bottom tower.
That net worth graph will update in a second.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Update.
It's okay, Observer, don't worry.
Psychic headband picked up for 23. He'll pass that off.
I think you give that to you give that to Shadow Demon, for sure. But you can see the problem for the Gyrocopter. They have this like really good single core lineup on Spirit, but they have so much BKB piercing control. Yeah.
Tornado lands, and they've got the crippling fear right on top of Whitemon. He's trying to TP out. Is it in time? Yes, it is. One shot away from death.
Yeah, that probably won't happen again for the rest of the game, though. I think Collapse will realize he's going to have to save the Void for the TP. That's the kind of mistake that you make once, and you're like, yeah, that was... Okay, fair enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're trying to use this disruption to push out these towers. They're about to have a tier 2 up in the top lane.
This Raze is so tanky now with the Shivas and the BKB too. I wonder if he goes for Refresher next, or if he goes for some like really like tanky item like a Satanic or something. You can see the Satanic being really good.
Yeah. Still, by the way, Gyro, top of the net worth. So Yatoro's doing it, but it's again that split where it's Gyro, 3 cores on T1, everybody from Team Spirit. Although I say that, Shadow Demon's also got himself a lot of gold going into a BKB after this Aether Lens.
But imagine, like, the Gyrocopter was so far ahead of the Luna before, right? And they take a couple of bad fights, and suddenly Luna's pretty much caught up. Nice to have a close game today, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And the thing about this game is as well, they're not afraid to get stuck in and like take these early fights, which is quite nice. You know, we've had some games today where they have been relatively slow.
Need to be careful. These illusions are starting to take the tier 3 up towards top. That'll force back Toronto Tokyo. Yeah.
SD Luna.
Anta and the disruption illusions just doing work here.
You don't want to stand next to that tower. You don't want to give them the glaives.
Is this tower just going to go down? Can Toronto Tokyo do this by himself?
I mean, these SD illusions are so strong. I think they got a timeout just before. But...
Ooh.
That's such a nice play, though, by T1. It's so low committal, right? Like, if they win a fight now, they can run down the lane and take racks. They can easily just move to this top lane afterwards and get a second set quickly. Second Roche minimum respawn time coming relatively soon. And if T1 win one more fight, they can take buildings so quickly with the Luna and the Beastmaster that it's approaching that point of the game.
BKB picked up for Cuckoo. Wants the Blink Dagger next. Was Gyro going into the Satanic, so he's 800 gold away from that. Hoping that they can make something happen with that Satanic too.
This Beastmaster with BKB is so hard to deal with now. I don't know how they're going to kill him. The Razor, the Beastmaster, they're all so tanky. And especially with the save behind from Zephyr. Like Gyrocopter's the only hero like can deal this like spread damage to try and deal with them all, and Icetalker does a little bit, but he's so dead.
Collapse. Collapsed on by T1.
And here we go. This is what I mean. They win one fight. They push so hard now.
And it's right here next to the tier 3. They're also going to go in on Poshka. Mira trying to make something happen. He's got the Earth Spike. They have the ability to get this. They're starting to drain the mana, but Gyro moves in with the BKB pop by Carl. They're going to move forward and drop down that Eclipse. The damage isn't exactly going to be amazing. 23 trying to TP out. Collapse going to the back lines, going after Carl. Gets the kill out onto the Razor. He just bought back, but he's going to be run down by Cuckoo. Trying to get the kill. Throws the axe. It's not enough. While 23 dies. He's dead for 78 seconds without buyback. They'll get the kill on Amira. And now, again, you've got a chase on your hands. You're looking over as the Night Stalker trying to fight, trying to get the kill here onto the Beastmaster. Collapse with such a little bit amount of health. He's able to fight and win against this Beastmaster.
Team Spirit, SEA's kryptonite, Bkop. It seems to be that way today.
Radiant are scanning.
Forcing T1 into this really awkward engagement where Razor gets up to the high ground and he gets the link off on the Gyro, but he's already half HP. So the Gyro isn't afraid to turn. Great buyback from Collapse as well. Manages to get into the backline, but the fact he doesn't die there, crazy. And it's a... What's the Roche spawn? It's quite a long one by the looks of it.
It's long. It was 3 minutes originally, and still a minute and a half to go.
So like max respawn time.
Silence.
That buyback from Collapse, though, is almost a split second away from being devastating.
Oh, for sure.
And that's the first misstep by T1 in a long time.
Yeah, they've been really solid for like the last 10-15 minutes or so before that fight. And second Roche. Both teams need to posture. This Black Dragon just pushing the tower. They're so annoying. I think they're gonna get it. Oh, close.
Oh. Static Storm. They get the kill on a Whitemon.
I think he's gonna have to buy back here on Whitemon. They really, like, as soon as the Roche spawns, they see it with the Hawks and stuff, right? So if the Roche does spawn before Whitemon's up, he's probably just gonna come back straight into the fight. Luckily for them, it's probably not gonna be an issue by the looks of it.
4 seconds.
Let's just spawn now. Does he want to buy back?
Down to half health. Collapse going in with the Dark Ascension. Shadow Poison moving forward. They'll send the Tornado over. It's not going to land on anything. They'll pop the Illusion Rune. They go to the Blink. They bought themselves the Hex, or actually the Mana Drain that takes away those illusions.
They bait out the cooldown here as well. They see the Roche with the Hawk. They need to get in.
Blast on a 3. Collapse going in. Now they've got the BKB pop by Yatoro. They'll get the Aegis onto the hands of the Gyro. Carl trying to go with the Static Link. He's got the BKB, but he's taking a lot of damage here from the Gyro. They get the finger out on him. Collapse moving forward, trying to get the silence with the Crippling Fear. He'll do so. They take out Carl. They've got the Meteor going up the stairs with these heroes on T1. Cuckoo, he ends up dead. Sunstrike's not going to be on the mark, but the Disruption Zephyr trying to survive and just barely does so. They get Whitemon still. It's 3 heroes down on the side of T1 and an Aegis picked up here for Yatoro and... Ooh, man.
Incredible fight for Spirit. I mean, they're just slightly too late to get into the pit on T1. Like, the Razor goes in with the Link, but Gyro's already picked up the Aegis. And again, the Roar slightly too late as well. Spirit are going to do this. They're going to try and force buybacks here. How's Daedalus coming out on the Courier on the Gyrocopter?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invoker with the BOTs. And just TP in here if he needs.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they killed the Courier! The creep with the TP on it.
Ooh.
So Invoker can't get to this fight. So they're gonna have to back off. I don't think he realized that the glyph was on the Radiant Tower. Oh, the Sunstrike. Stupid dragon. It's been causing them so much difficulties up in this top lane with the split pushing.
5k lead for Team Spirit, but again, T1 not by any means are they out by this or out of this game, and Team Spirit now with 5-man smoke. They're gonna try and make a play and shut down this game completely. Everything's up except for the Eye of the Storm.
Is Yatoro just going to charge up here? I mean, he is.
Yeah, the smoke gets broken. The blink back from Cuckoo. They'll look over at Zephyr. Zephyr's got the BKB. They'll throw the Demonic Purge and TP.
Oh my god, he almost dies
Just barely.
anyway.
The damage is so much.
So Zephyr has a BKB. I mean, that's actually quite impressive. 23 Savage. Oh my god, they're going to hunt him here. Yeah, Savage is going to have to BKB TP. Just in case. Mira hunting here, and they see the Razor, I think.
Oh. Sunstrike landing in front of him. Collapse. Again, another BKB TP.
3 in a row. Spirit's worst nightmare. No, you can't just BKB TP.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's the sound that Faceless Void makes in that post-game screen.
From
the one that's
on.
yelling. Yeah.
And this Evoker with the Midas now is actually, caught up relatively well. So this, the last couple of fights, the Roche kill.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They're going for the Axe on the Invoker as well, so that big Sunstrike burst going to be coming through with the Cataclysm. If you can just get a Lion Stun down with the Cataclysm, somebody is going to die.
Certainly problematic once he does get the Sags.
Now they know Razor has no BKB for a few more seconds, but they're gonna go up anyway. He has it in a sec actually. It shouldn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah, up in 2 seconds. The damage there on Yatoro, but he's got himself that Aegis.
I don't think you can just walk up to this high ground. They get a glimpse back the gyrocopter, but
throws in the call down, and Team Spirit, they just don't want to fully commit just yet. They're going to send Toronto Tokyo over in the bottom lane, and he'll push it out.
Yeah, the Lincoln's on Toronto Tokyo as well, putting it onto the gyrocopter. They're playing against Raw. They're playing against... I think Link is the big one. And even the Purge as well, it could be really good against. So they need to try and find a way of breaking that Lincoln's before they use these big spells. Especially the Link, because if the gyrocopter's able to just freely right-click people in fights and not have any of that damage sapped, he's going to do such a huge amount of work. Oh my god, that could have been awful if the Refresher died there. I assume that's for the Razor, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so now he's got that Refresher, and again, it's just giving the opportunity to T1 to get potentially back into this game. It's a tough road, though. Team Spirit are taking it patiently, trying to finish off this game. They've been playing across the river for what seems to be forever now at this point. They've got the Butterfly on Yatoro too, so he gets even harder to kill.
And the thing is as well, it's not even just good against like the Luna and the Razor and whatnot. It's good because of the Beastmaster. Like, he's amping the physical damage of the Razor and the Luna. So the fact that you have this Butterfly and they have no True Strike is a big deal.
Bottom lane, BKB, TP out. Cuckoo though, taking the Sunstrike, and he's fine.
Good job by T1 though to keep pushing the lanes in, making sure they aren't just stuck in their base necessarily all the time, but this Aegis is making it so difficult for them. I really like the Lotus as well on the Kotl. I think Poshka's items this game are so good. Really good choice by him. They have a Relic for the Invoker as well.
Got so much farm.
Jeez. They're going to go for this on T1.
And they're going to make their way in. Carl going in with the BKB. They've got the stun on Yatoro. Pop that Refresher Orb. Now the Static Storm is going to be dropped down. But that Static Storm's not exactly in the best place. They've got themselves the Primal Roar. They're going to look over and try and kill off this Invoker. They get the kill to Toronto Tokyo. It does have buyback, but they finish off Zephyr as well as Cuckoo. 2 dead on each side as Yatoro hits the deck. He doesn't have buyback. Whiteman's going to follow suit into the grave, but now the finger's going to be thrown out as well as the mana drain. He's trying to survive this one, pushing 23 away, but 23 gets the kill on Amira. Looking over at Collapse. Oh, trying to TP out. 23 won't be so fortunate, and Toronto Tokyo, who buys back, will have that cold snap to stop the TP and get the kill.
Yeah, really great initiation by Spirit. Like, Yatoro thinks he's fine, right? Because he gets the Lotus Orb on him, so the Link isn't going to do anything if it goes off. But Luna does so much damage now with this, with the Skadi, like stopping the lifesteal from the Satanic as well. Like, it just reduces that Gyrocopter's ability to just be able to stand its ground and fight.
Radiant's middle tower is
And it's
under attack.
a decent fight from T1, but much
that
better
for
from
the-
Team Spirit there. And it could have been way better if they kept Yatoro alive. IMAC, though, committed from Toronto, Tokyo.
This Night Stalker's level 25 as well. Like, with this Basher, he's actually turning into such a nuisance. They have that BKB piercing stun now as well, so the BKB TPs might not be so potent. They did force out the Toronto Tokyo buyback though, right on T1, so
Yeah.
they can take him out in the next fight. Could be
It
a
gives them
huge issue.
certainly an opportunity to get back into this. But Team Spirit have just played so well.
Yeah, like this net worth lead is nothing for Spirit at this point. It really,
Arcane Blink next.
it really doesn't mean a huge amount. It's all about spell usage now. Who gets the jump? Can Spirit use this vision advantage from the Night Stalker?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Constantly getting that chakra magic. I've got the shard on Keeper of the Light now, so I'll have the recall.
Where's my pension?
I think
Oshka has 3,200 gold.
I don't know what they're waiting for with this Arcane Rune. Okay, Collapse is going to take it now.
Radiant are
I don't know whether he's waiting just to have the Dark Ascension back up again, basically, so he'll be able to use the Arcane Rune for that.
They are
They're
coming over on
smoked
the
up.
side of T1. Smoked up, Yatoro in their sight. Smoke breaks immediately. They've got the blade coming out from Miro. Wow, an aggressive play. The finger comes out on a Carl. Sunstrike not
Carl's
going to
in
line. They've got
trouble,
the
though.
disruption coming through. The BKB on this Razor. They've caught themselves Yatoro for a moment. They get the kill on Miro. They'll take it the line. He's going to buy back immediately. Now on the run is T1. Collapse trying to catch up. He's chasing them down. The radio deafening blast coming through and hitting on 4 of these heroes. Now Collapse moves in, pops BKB, goes after Carl.
the
That's
first
right,
hit bash!
Oh, first hit bash. Yules up into the air, trying to survive, and ends up falling the Yatoro. They've also found themselves Cuckoo. Yatoro with a double kill. They'll buy back at least on the Beastmaster. Team Spirit coming out ahead on what was a very big fight for them that was teetering on the edge.
Huge fight for Spirit. If they can force this Razor buyback as well, he's going to fall so far behind in net worth.
Recalling this Night Stalker, and Team Spirit will play to get back in. The Lucent Beam gets reflected. They've got themselves the Homing Missile as well as the Nullifier coming through the Disrupt. Primal Roar used on Yatoro. He still has that BKB as well as the Satanic. He's going to pop the
my
BKB
goodness,
as well as the
here we
Satanic.
go.
Trying to heal up, and he goes after 23, who's dropped on the Eclipse. Having the attempt to get the kill to Collapse, who's dead for 2 minutes, but they finish on 23 as well as Waimon. Down goes Carl. He
Dive
fought
back.
back. He's going to be gone for 2 minutes.
has fallen.
Oh, dive bomb.
Disruption coming through. Zephyr has that extra cast range. Static Storm committed as well as the kinetic field. Satanic up in 3 seconds. They need to kill Yatoro now or he's going to heal it back to full. He doesn't have the BKB back for 50 seconds though. And there it is. Satanic popped and he's back up to full. They'll take the mid-set racks completely.
Has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks
And they're going to head over to bot lane. There's a huge wave coming in here as well.
are under attack.
94 seconds without Carl. Mana drain for a split second from Mira. They're throwing these axes, trying to do something, trying to stop the Gyro from taking the base, and he's taking the tier 3 as well as going after these racks. Melee and range going to fall around the same time, and there they go. So bottom, mid, both gone. There's no tier 2 up in the top, so top is also open, but top is pushing in, and well, the dire top range racks have fallen.
Yeah, Roche up though, so Spirit should be able to back up and get this before the Razor's back up again. This Night Stalker, honestly, is doing so much work.
This sustains, gold remains.
Yatoro with 36,000 net worth, having himself a game at the moment. 13, 2, and 16. Ags picked up from Baposhka.
Who's going to get the
Got
items
that
here on
will-less
Roche?
control. Pressure for Collapse. 25,000 net worth lead here for the side of Team Spirit.
Invisibility.
Gyro, Coddle, and Shadow Demon, the only 3 heroes right now to have buyback available for them.
Well, actually swapping out the BKB. on the gyrocopter for the Aegis. Could potentially be a little bit risky.
Scanning.
You have to assume he's probably going for like a Swift Blink or something next as well. Maybe just upgrade that Ags into the Blessing potentially. I love this refresher on the Night Stalker as well. The double, like BKB, the double Dark Ascension potentially. So much control for one fight. Posh is close to 25, Jesus. Has that ever happened before?
From Oposhka? Probably not.
He's played like Bane. He's like lucky to finish the game by level 18.
Meanwhile, 23, he's going for a Divine Rapier. He's got himself the Scotty, Daedalus, Manta, BKB.
I think he has to at this point. Like, he understands their backs are right up against the wall here. They need to do something ridiculous to try and win. A 9k lead didn't really mean very much, but 27k, that kind of does.
Means a lot.
Yeah,
If you're going to try and stand his ground, Lucent Beam, a bit of damage coming in. Soul Catcher thrown over on Nataro. Earth Spike's not going to land. They've got the call down. Trying to keep their distance right now is T1 waiting for their opportunity to jump in, but they still got to get through this Aegis as well as probably the Satanic going off.
That's
and
the
then
glyph.
the Aegis. Having it all again. Illuminate, Static Storm coming through, Static Link, but they get the Hex out on Akoro as well as the Finger. They're doing a lot of damage. Right clicks coming through from Yatoro. The disruption is going to be there for the save, but coming around the back is going to be Collapse. Now the Eclipse dropped here. Will-O-Wisp coming
They
through.
fight
BKB
Collapse.
Pop by 23, trying to survive. Wayne
Savage is in
careful
trouble.
how they fight into this. They've got the radio deafening, but they get the kill on the 23. He's going to be
Oh
there for
my
2
goodness.
minutes. Cuckoo falls as well. 2 heroes gone. Make it a third. White line drops. GG is called, and that's going to be all she wrote for game number 1 as they get the kill on Carl, and they'll finish the team white. Team Spirit will take game number 1.
One game off being SCA's kryptonite today, Bkop. It's happening.
For sure.
I think Team Spirit will be really happy with how they've played this game. They made a couple of mistakes in that early stage. Oh, it's hit that time of the night again. It's getting dark. Sorry. But I think T1 will be really gutted. I think they made that huge mistake when they went mid and they tried to push the high ground before they were really ready. And they took one bad fight and Spirit just found their way back into the game again. Because I think T1 were in full control at one point this game and they kind of let it they kind of threw it away a little bit and get out of control. So well played to Spirit. I think they definitely deserved it. But again, close series. I mean, it definitely could have gone either way at points in the game. So I think Collapse probably my MVP for that one. But shout out to Miposhka.
Yeah, for sure. I think Collapse and Moposhka definitely my top 2 in that game as Collapse. I mean, it's a difference of, what, a couple hundred health. If Collapse dies in that exchange, he's died back there. And, well, now maybe T1 can get the advantage and continue to push, potentially even win that game. So, unfortunately, it doesn't go that way. Game 1 goes the way of Team Spirit. We'll be back with Game 2 to see if Spirit can continue to be the kryptonite or if T1 can even up the series. We'll see you guys in a second. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
This once. From the tempest of battle.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Discharge. My thanks.
Skirmishes with me. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You are dead.
Your shine has fallen to the radiant. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Another phase begins.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
To the understood.
Buenas noches, everybody, and welcome back to the OGA Dota pit. My goodness, what a game we just had as Team Spirit and T1 brawled it out in a very, very messy but very, very entertaining game one in this series. And Team Spirit, they take the lead. I mean, Theban, How did they do it?
Sorry, guys. You guys can hear me. They couldn't. I muted myself on accident. Yeah. See, this is the thing. I think this game was very clean from Team Spirit. They only made one real mistake. And that mistake was when at 20 minutes, Night Stalker popping his ultimate, trying to chase that Razor, and then realizing, oh, I screwed up. It's daytime. And then T1 being able to sneak that Roshan and take it for themselves. If T1 did not get that Aegis, I think you would have seen like a 30-minute game from Team Spirit without any flaws and would have been like, oh my gosh, T1's lineup was horrible. Because it kind of was horrible. They had this Razor pick and they had no control anymore from this last pick hero. I understand it's good against Gyrocopter, but they were not able to kill anyone. Look at Miposhka. He had only 4 deaths in this game. He had a 4-staff at like, I think, minute 15 or 16 as a position 5. Kato, there was no threat on him, and all they had to do was just farm up this Gyrocopter. No threat on the Gyrocopter either throughout the whole game because T1 kept having to run around the map, put out fires, instead of putting their own aggressive moves and taking objectives because they just didn't have enough control.
T1 almost came back. Yeah, T1 almost came back into the game after being in a situation in which minute 15, Gyro has doubled the CS of the Luna. And that's mostly because Team Spirit did what every CIS team does. They wanted a little bit too much after taking a significant lead. Instead of chilling out, like T-Ben said, they started chasing targets all across the map and allowing T1 to crawl back a little bit and get some space. It's difficult to win a game when your carry is literally half the net worth of the enemies at minute 15. If it was a little bit different, maybe they could have fought on a bit better, but it was just a huge deficit early on that they couldn't really fight into.
A good analyst will help you understand the game better and therefore gain more entertainment from watching it. And that's exactly what you two did setting up for this match, because you guys were talking a lot about how Cuckoo was going to play this game and how he was going to go to the jungle, use his helm to just kind of farm the triangle. And Team Spirit, they big brained the hell out of this early game, right? They knew that was going to happen. Obviously, these guys are better than us. They've thought 1,000 times more in depth about these things. So rather than trying to challenge Cuckoo and run into his triangle or do something silly like that, Maposh was just like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to leave Yatoro in the 1v1 versus whoever is going to be up there. He'll be fine. Gyrocopter's a really strong laner. And he just went and made stacks. And he made loads of stacks. He even takes some of it himself. And then Yatoro just farms a lane, goes to jungle, farms the stacks, gets way more farm than Cuckoo or Zephyr can between each other, and more than 23 Savage does, and sets him up for just this incredible game. This Chrysalis first item as well, really, really nice. I mean, great read from Team Spirit there, and great answer to this Beastmaster hero.
You know what? This Gyrocopter with this build, the 0-1-4, where you just max out flat cannon, then you get some stats or whatnot. And then on top of that, he had this Keeper of the Light, reducing the cooldown on his flat cannon. So his farming speed was absolutely insane. Like, you want to beat Team Spirit, I don't think you can afford to give them this combo again. Or at least just don't give them the Keeper of the Light. Like, they play this hero very well, and it's in the position fire role. He's having crazy amount of impact. He's so difficult to kill because he's fast, and he's getting some really good utility items and amplifying his carry. It just did way too much in this game, and T1, it would be wise of them to respect this Keeper of the Light.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I look back to what we said, and I think I said, oh yeah, Luna can farm faster than Gyro, but if Gyro, he can be a little bit more active and get an advantage that way. No, that didn't matter. It was about the coddle. It was about reducing that flat cannon. Gyro is ultimately reliant on that flat cannon in order to farm quickly. And Coach is like, hey, buddy, want some CDR? Like, oh, sure I do, friend. And they just stormed through that jungle. I mean, sick early game economy from the Team Spirit. T1, they thought they'd had the answer there, but they didn't. They got out-farmed and they got beat. And also, Lizard, please talk to me about Collapse, because this man absolutely kicked off this game.
Yep, it's nothing extraordinary from him. He's carrying his team one game after another. And in this one, it's not only the way the Collapse played, but the hero itself. If there's an offlaner that has a Blink Dagger BKB and that's forcing enemy supports to buy a BKB, he's already doing his job. He's making your game just so difficult. He did well, had a couple of mishaps, chased targets a little bit too much, maybe was a little bit too bloodthirsty at times, but nonetheless on point throughout the game. And he's one of the pieces that made them work. And this is what we were talking about, right? The introduction of this series. If every single piece works as equal on the side of team spirit, they can take the series.
Yeah, add in a little bit of magic there, which they definitely had, and these guys are quickly becoming known as the SEA Slayers in this tournament as they bear down the necks of T1. T1 got to be scary. Let's move into the draft for game number 2 and see exactly how this one is going to go. I can't wait to see what heroes these guys are going to try and play with this time around, but I know one thing for certain. T1 is absolutely hovering over the ban Cottle button. In fact, they've probably got it bound to a keyboard button at this point.
And Night Stalker.
Cottle and Night Stalker. Cottle Night Stalker straight off the bat.
I think these two are far more important than banning out a Bloodseeker, in my opinion, or even Avenge. They just have too much control over the game, and they're really good against T1's playstyle as well. There it is, the Night Stalker already getting banned out. Now they're gonna wait and see if the Keeper bans out, or they might just get rid of it themselves here.
Yeah, they're fishing here, aren't they? They're like, maybe they ban the Cottle for us.
10 seconds
And there's a couple of heroes that you have to think about, right? It's the Cottle, the Bat Rider is still in the pool, so I have to be careful. Yeah, the thing is, we are just going in circles. Okay, this hero is too strong. After you see it, it's this recency bias, right? Like you see a hero, oh my god, he's so strong. Need to ban
goldfish.
Exactly. They ban it, then it's the next best hero. Oh my god, you need to ban this.
See, the thing is, when you're in these situations and you lose a game, what you want from your opponent is for them to play a different kind of game. You don't want to repeat the same game again. That's why you oftentimes see something like this, where T1 just ban out the 2 heroes that they felt like was really strong in the last game, because they just want, like, they're like, oh, Team Spirit, I think you guys only won because of this. You can have anything else you want. Let's see you win with something else. And then they give them the chance. Normally, really good captains, that's the kind of path that they will take. Instead of being stubborn, give them the thing that allowed them to win the game and try to beat it.
So, Team Spirit going to go with their Bane. I mean, they absolutely adore this hero. They've been playing it for eons. This is a hero they've been picking up for ages, even when it wasn't even that popular. Yeah. Now it's meta. They're very happy.
And they just follow up with Shadow Demon. Mix it up a little bit with the Magnus, but Shadow Demon I already like versus Bane. Magnus, however, is something... is this the first Magnus of the tournament? I believe so, right?
Yes.
It is.
I'm very interested. My favorite hero.
If someone asked me in this series if Magnus is going to be picked, I would say like, okay, 20%, but Team Spirit. Because they love this hero. They picked it quite a bit. Haven't really seen it on the side of T1 way too many times, even in the DPC seasons. Do you recall Nomad? I don't think so, right? They're not. So they have something prepared, something different.
I think so. I mean, they've definitely played it. That's for sure. Let me just have a quick look. I'm going to cheat here. So 23 Savages played it once.
Oh yeah, it was that horrible. I remember now. It was that horrible week in which every team tried Magnus carry and failed. There was a week in SCA DPC in which every team, they had a go at this Magnus carry. There was an idea in pubs, and everyone was copying each other, but it didn't work a single time.
All right, Cuckoo's played it 3 times in the offlane and won every time.
Oh, there you go. That can work.
So... flexible, very flexible. Been played once by both of the core heroes this patch, and yeah, they've this is something they know and love.
Well, there's still a lot of really good heroes open right now. Like you said before, Bat Rider, that's still available. They decided not to go for that. Both sides here. Gyrocopter being picked up by Team Spirit. They know that that is not coming back if they don't pick it in the first phase. It's pretty much their most successful hero, right, in this tournament.
Yeah. On that position 1, Gyro and Bloodseeker. Gyro probably overtaking the Bloodseeker now. I'm just thinking, what are they going to pair with this mag? Are they going to go for those standard normal melee cores, or just have a mag for mag's sake? There's PA still in the pool that they could combo with.
There's a lot, right? Like PA, Juggernaut. I think it's pretty good against Gyrocopter too. Not so much against Bane. Spectre could be nice as well, depending on the heroes. Then if you want think like non-melee carries, then I would expect like a Morphling, because then you can become Gyrocopter, have your own flat cannons. You're not too worried about Bane gripping you either.
Just an overall good
that?
counter to Gyro, right? Morphling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Morphling. I like it a lot versus Gyro. There's one single thing that worries me is that the way Team Spirit plays around Gyro is so fast paced that you might not even get to that point in the game in which you're truly a carry as Morphling. But it's doable. They ban out the Bloodseeker instead, something Team Spirit has played on offlane too, so protecting themselves from all sides.
Mm-hmm.
With these kind of bans, I do believe Lycan holds a lot of value if either teams want to pick that up. I mean, they would have to move the Magnus towards the mid lane most likely, but
5 seconds remaining.
They ban like all Lycan counters.
Yeah, interesting.
We have seen a couple of Magnus position 5s as well in recent times. Perhaps after the reworks, it's not going to be that. This is a Lich 5.
This looks like a Juggernaut pick, boys. Mm-hmm. I'm feeling the Juggernaut with a Lich pick like that.
Lich Jug.
I mean,
do you like it against Gyro? It's very strong.
Yeah, the next 2 picks will definitely change
10 seconds
the carry that
remaining.
T1 will pick. Like, even though they might be thinking about Jug, but I'm fearing like Jug, Spectre, something like that quite a lot right now.
Yeah, Jug into Bane can be a little hard, can't it? Because you've got 2 ways of messing with him with your Fiend's Grip through the spin, and then of course the Nightmare onto the target he's Omni Slashing can be pretty annoying.
It's just nice versus Gyro, and it's good with Magnus. So in my opinion, it's kind of on the same level. PA, Jug, all kind of look decent and same. Maybe 23 Savage would lean a bit more to PA, but I'm not sure. We'll see. They go with the Phoenix on the side of Team Spirit, probably comboing it with
Phoenix Axe.
There we go.
There it is.
They've done this before, right? On Team Spirit, they like this combo.
I think Spectre looks beautiful here. I like the Jug when the Phoenix came out, not so much when the Axe showed up, and now I would lean more towards a Spectre for T1. That would be legit. Very good against Axe. Quite nice against Phoenix. You can actually just haunt onto the egg and just kill it.
There's always one extra hero to kill the egg, which is nice. And it's impossible to play. It's possible, but it's very difficult to play the game as Axe. So yeah, I agree with that.
Hey Theban, you want a stat?
Is a stat for just me or also Lizards?
No, he doesn't want me this
the
time.
Listeners, but not Lizard. He's had his.
Close your eyes. I mean, close your ears.
Axe and Phoenix, out of the teams in this tournament for the past month, Axe and Phoenix is the 4th most popular combo, but it's not actually winning that much. It's had 5 wins and 4 losses, so strong but not super strong. Okay, you can listen again.
I can listen. Hi everyone.
Well, how did you hear him?
I only heard that.
We caught you.
You can listen. I only heard this. You can listen, Lizard. Now.
Okay.
I gave you guys 30 seconds.
Better have done. Anyway, yeah. What do you think of that, Theban? What do you make of it?
About what?
I really don't know. I honestly never really been a big fan of the Axe Phoenix, even though it's been popular and I know how it works and what it can do. It's just I'd always prefer Mars Phoenix or Faces Void Phoenix. Axe Phoenix was like something a bit lower. It's just an annoying lane, essentially.
Oh, yeah. All right. They go with the option that we didn't talk about, but an option that has a built-in BKB. So versus Gyro, this was always a fun pick historically. The problem is he can out-farm you, and you need some mobility.
10 seconds
You need some
remaining.
carrier for this lifestealer, right? Some Puck perhaps, some Storm on mid
5
lane.
seconds remaining.
Something similar.
That's interesting. Yeah, this is definitely a 20 Savage special, right? He did play this at the major. And he likes this hero quite a bit. Damn, I was really hoping for that 20 Savage Spectre. That's
Dire team ban.
very, he plays that hero so incredibly well.
I know, it's a treat to watch. It's a treat to watch.
By the way, Batrider has not been touched at all.
It's kind of been losing a lot though. The last, I feel like Nine and
10
Xiaowei have
seconds
been the only
remaining.
players able to make it work so far.
Yeah, but
5
it's also been
seconds
first
remaining.
picked, right? First phased. So the
True.
hero that's first phazed usually he deserves.
you're
There's
right.
a reason. Yeah, there's a reason why it's picked
You can
there.
most definitely make a Bat Rider work for Team Spirit, but I would say having some burst damage when you play with Axe and Bane might be a little bit better. I wouldn't mind like a Leshrac, to be fair. I know it's not like burst, but you can take objectives, you can make Magnus, speed up the game. So Leicester and Magnus can't
team
farm
back.
as much. There's the Bat ban that you're looking for.
Yep.
It would have been great for T1. You were talking about a hero that can jump, like a Storm or something. Bat would have been perfect for the kind of lineup T1 are trying to make right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they have to correct on
5
T1 from last game.
remaining.
I don't want to see them going for a Razor or anything here. It's nice against Gyro, but you need to make sure that you have your bases covered on your team as well. And I'm worried
Team
they'll
Spirits
fall for the
could
same traps.
Team Spirits could even pick that. I'm not saying they will, but it's possible. If you're T1 right now, you're just banning out these versatile mid laners that are hard to counter, as Team Spirit doesn't have last pick. You see, like Invoker, Storm. Now, Team Spirit, they need to figure out the right way to finalize this draft without having a hero in mid lane that's easily countered. It's never the best position to be in.
10 seconds
You know
remaining.
what? I like a Queen of Pain here from Team Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
I think it's a bit hard to counter it.
Radiant team pick.
Something like that. Oh, okay.
I mean-
Void Spirit.
Yeah, Void Spirit.
Very
Same-
classic standard.
Yeah, same stuff, right? Like you get one of these playmakers on mid lane, maybe a little bit safer, but they don't truly have any catch on side of T1, so it doesn't even matter that much. Queen of Pain would have worked.
10 seconds remaining.
And Void Spirit Phoenix have a 75% win rate together. Much stronger than
5
Phoenix
seconds
Axe.
remaining.
A slightly smaller pool of games, but who cares about worrying whether your stats are valid or not? Just say them when they sound good. Learn that one from the Has. I'm kidding. I love Nahas.
We all love Nahas.
We do. I miss him.
9 more seconds
Me
here.
too.
Can they put Mag mid as well? I guess that's one of the reasons why you picked Void. Should do fine no matter what. T1, they snatched the
it is.
Lash.
Your hero.
So there's no mobility that we asked for Lifestealer besides Magnus getting a blink. But yeah, you don't have to really focus on that, do you? If you're just about to get a hero that pushes, that gives you some strong presence from that mid game and the mid lane.
I really don't like that Magnus is pretty much the only one who can just go in and stun someone. Like, I prefer Magnus to be the secondary jump. And in this game, they don't really have a jump. Maybe Leshrac can initiate with Yules.
Yeah, he can get Yules, and there is another synergy. Even though like the Lifestealer using the Leshrac as a vessel isn't the best thing in the world, like having a save for Leshrac is always good. You've got the Shadow Demon, you've got the Lich, and also Lifestealer can infest him as well, which is
10
really good to
seconds
just give him
remaining.
that extra health, help him survive through the burst. Keeping Leshrac alive is key in a lot of these engagements. I kind
Zephyr-
of like it.
Zephyr needs to be on point, not only for saving Lash when they jump them, but saving the Lifestealer. When we were talking about melee heroes that are good with Magnus, we mentioned Jug, and you, Nomad, you stated that it's kind of bad because of the Bane. Well, Lifestealer has the same problems as Jug, so Zephyr needs to be on point to have those saves ready for the Lifestealer and for the Leshrac. I can see the idea behind it. I actually think Team Spirit's draft is slightly better.
Ooh, you even gave an eye flutter with that one as well. You know you're being genuine when you get the lizard eye flutter. Theben, what are you thinking?
This one's hard, man. I want to go with T1 here. It's just that I don't know if they have enough. If the Leshrac was the right choice here. But I do believe they have more potential with this Lifestealer. He's going to be really farmed. You know what? Let's go with the Lifestealer draft. I think it's going to work out this time.
Okay. I am going to go for... It's so hard to bet against Mag. It really is. So Oh, I don't know. I can't really call this such a close one. Like, there's so many nice intricacies between both of these drafts. I think I am going to go for T1 in this one, simply because they got their backs against the wall. You know, SEA is strongest when people are doubting them, and I think it's go time for them. Make or break, SEA. It's time to get your own back. Let's throw it over to a cast for this one. We've got Bkop and Mofarah on the case for game number 2.
Thank you, Mo. He did say he was Mofarah, right?
I think so.
That's what
He
that's what I
wishes,
thought.
dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, seriously, come on.
I think Nomad wakes up every day and wishes he was me.
Seriously. Carl saying Toronto in the chat, and then followed up by Tokyo.
So I think the Palo are right. This one is a really close draft on paper by the looks of it. I think I'd give the edge ever so slightly to Spirit, but really there's nothing in it. I think I'd just rather play their
30
draft.
seconds to battle.
They have that BKB piercing control for the Lifestealer in particular as well. It's going to be really key this game. I'm worried about their damage issues a little bit on Team Spirit, but if they can get this Gyro nice and farmed again like last game, then not sure there's going to be anything to worry about. T1's lineup, double save on their supports again. We've seen this quite a few times this tournament. And I think Carl's going to have to do a lot of work this game. Has had some good performances.
Looking like we're going to have a clash. Disruption, Cuckoo. He's looking to potentially get a skewer from the looks of it. He gets a 2-man skewer. Now he's kind of by himself. This fight is very split up, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to die.
Cuckoo skewered him away from the split earth there, from the Leshrek. I think Gyro could have potentially died, but unsure.
Mira taking a lot of damage here. He does have that salve. Not sure if you really want to pop that too early. He's also working with a tango. Taking a look at these matchups, what do you think is looking to be the best for each team?
As in, where should each team do best in the laning stage?
Yes,
I think.
Yes. Read my mind.
I'm interested to see how the Axe does against the Lifestealer, because Axe isn't really a hero we see a huge amount of anymore since the changes. He used to be basically a first pick hero all the time, but I feel like T1 should do really well in the bot lane. Like the Lifestealer constantly chipping away. I'm assuming at some point Team Spirit will eventually just start cutting waves, and then the Lifestealer kind of just trades farm. So
right. I'll have to see. I remember the days of when we used to see double stout shield axe. That was fun.
Oh god. Thank god they took that away. You should never do any damage to him. Why am I taking a lot of damage from the neutrals?
And 23 taking a lot of damage at the moment from the axe. A couple of right clicks, and I believe a spin with that battle hunger on him. Coming over. Ooh.
SAPPHIRE taking a lot of damage here. He has the disruption ready for the homing missile coming through, so he should be fine. Ooh.
Yeah, instead he lets it hit him, but the skewer away, Maposhka, up out of the map and then back in it. Sure.
I think he was stuck behind a tree that was like on the edge of the map. That was so weird.
Now the disruption comes out. It wasn't a self-disruption. Nobody dying yet. Top lane, though, still the back and forth between the supports.
Yeah, this Gyro having a bit of a difficult time with the base damage of the mag at the moment. Gyro not a hero with a huge amount of damage to work with early on.
Ooh, Nightmare Yatro, though, not a lot of mana to work with, and he'll pop that flat cannon with that stick. Zephyr needs to be careful with his positioning on this one.
Yeah, he does at the same time that you can see them being ever so careful that if the skewer comes through from the mag, could potentially put them under that tower.
Nightmare again, Maposhka.
Has he got him?
Just throwing these right clicks. He's hoping to get him, but the time he's out of this disruption, he won't be in range to get that brain sap for what could have been first blood.
Yeah, he didn't quite have the mana, unfortunately, as well. Whitemon.
Battle hunger, Whitemon.
The axe.
And doesn't want to go into the tower, but hit with that frost blast really quickly. He'll back away from trying to get this, but the battle hunger doing a lot here to Whitemon, making his life very difficult in this bottom lane. That being said, T1, top of the CS in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, I was going to say the laning's going much better than game 1 so far. T1 having a good time.
A bauble from the
Especially this mid lane as well. Carl seems to be doing a really good job here. 7 denies already to work with.
You're going nowhere. I sense
Ether Remnant from Toronto, Tokyo. Just locking him up for a second.
Dire's bottom
Collapse
tower
will
is under
try and get all these creeps.
I think the Lesh is going to take the bounty rune from the Dire side as well here. I'm not sure. Kind of posturing a little bit. No, he's not. Okay.
Radiant structures.
Certainly giving it some thought.
Oh, even...
Ooh, ends the stun on Toronto, Tokyo. Diabolic Edict chasing for a second.
I
And
was going to say, he even glyphs on Carl there as well to stop the Void Spirit pushing the wave out. So they are going to trade the 4-minute runes. No support rotations for once, which is pretty rare at the moment. Not something you see very often.
yeah, we've been seeing a lot of 3v3s. Homing Missile coming into Cuckoo. Zephyr's got that disruption. Cuckoo
supposed to be a bit
A-OK
careful.
for now. And yeah, Maposhka's got to watch his positioning. 23 meanwhile bot. He's kind of low too.
Interesting, no shockwave leveled up on the mag as well. Usually we see these offlane mags go for at least, 2 points in the shockwave relatively early on. But
Max pulling this creep wave all the way over.
I'd like to see Toronto Tokyo, maybe they get a support rotation when he hits the level 6 mark in the mid lane, but I'd like to see them try and play off that big Astral Step timing. And you can see already now, this is what we were talking about, Collapse. It's just going to start skipping the creep waves now. Aiming for that Vanguard timing. Toro.
Ooh. Well, stacks, and he's got 3. We'll miss the 4th. Maposhka, though. Entry trying to get a kill here on a Zephyr, and we'll get first blood again. Almost feels like every time he's on this Bane, he gets first blood successfully, and Maposhka on these 5 positions has just been so deadly.
Now, Bkop, what's the similarity between last game and this game? At this point.
Maposhka got first blood.
Yeah. And what does that mean? He gets more... Come on, Bkop, you can do this. It's like a test.
Praise. Ah,
Sure.
shit.
I was going to say, look at the supports of net worth this game. It's similar to last time.
Yeah, it is pretty similar. You've got Shadow Demon at only 400 now. Ooh. Toronto, Tokyo taking a lot of damage, but they've got the Astral Step going into the Diabolic Edict. Maposhka is saving that haste rune to fill up that bottle, though.
Yeah, look at the difference in support net worths. Again, this game is so similar. They've had to spend so much gold on regen in the laning stage, and their cores haven't necessarily benefited from it massively.
And these supports only have consumable net worth. I think the only one who doesn't is the Lich with the stick. But other than that, Smoke, Wards, Mango, Clarity.
A tithe to the impurity.
Now, this bot lane, basically what happens is the Axe and the Lifesteal are both trade farm, right? But the Axe can farm the neutral camps at the same time as well. So it's obviously slightly Axe favored, and the Lifestealer can bring the neutrals towards can bring the wave towards neutral camps as well. But he doesn't farm them quite as quickly. You see he's doing it right now.
They've smoked up. They want to go and get this Axe, but Collapse got this Vanguard, and he's
so
already
difficult to
eluding them. Carl coming over, and their lockdown would be disruption into a split Earth. And he breaks the smoke. The stun lands. He's in trouble. We'll get the call off, but I don't think that's going to matter. The Sinister Gaze comes out from Whitemon. They get the kill into Collapse. They will get this Axe for one.
Oh, they're taking the stacks though.
Radiant's middle
Oh,
tower is under
dear.
attack.
And Cuckoo comes over and spots the last of the stacks being gone.
No RP. It's like 1 XP off the RP on Mag. I don't think it would have mattered because there's nobody nearby, but...
Maybe would have had that RP into, say, a skewer and had the damage. Who knows?
Are they going to take the stacks back the other way again as well? Oh, they're stacking again. This gyro.
It's about to go
of
off.
net worth.
And this is the thing, too. Maposhka, not only does he really help out in the lane, but he's got all these stacks inside their jungle ready to go for Yatoro, just like the last game. And then inside their triangle, they've got the big camp that Toronto Tokyo is working on, and then the ancient stack for the gyrocopter.
Or Possess Mask. I think we know who's going to be taking that one.
Bane, of course.
Of course, yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Dire's middle tower is under
Gotta have as much life steal as possible, Bkop.
2-1 tower, but will be pushed away. Yeah, of course.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he and this Phoenix have quite a bit of net worth. They're doing a really good job here. Aturo will finish off, and he is this time not gone straight to the Crystallis. He's gone into the Treads, and now he's going for the Crystallis.
I just want to say something quickly. I think the Lesh is just going to push this wave out, and they might just smoke and go for the Axe again. You can see Collapse. He scans because he thinks that they're going to be making this rotation towards him again.
Ooh, is Collapse going to get this? Yeah, he'll take the stacks instead.
I think this blink timing from the Axe is so key, though, this game. You need that raw initiation. Yatora's getting so low in the jungle. He's playing with fire. I mean, he's obviously not under any threat, but...
A limit on the edge, and he's got that Crystallis flying out.
Carl, gonna try and force this mid-tier 1 down. Cuckoo making the rotation as well, so... They do get it.
They need to be careful about how they retreat from this, and they'll all go south. This is with 23 taking some harassment from Collapse, and I think they want to wrap all the way around and get the kill on this Axe. This is a good wraparound if they continue it, but they wait and they farm the jungle.
Thank goodness Collapse did take that ancient stack as well, because T1 were ready there to invade and try and take it away from what they assumed would be the gyrocopter.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't play aggressive and go for Collapse in that bottom lane, but instead took that one camp and placed down some vision.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Collapse knows something's up there, right? So, like, he walks to the right-hand side of the map. He's not even just farming the lane. Yatoro, not as farmed as he was last game, but, like, across the board, Team Spirit, 2k net worth up already. Do they have the grip available? It doesn't look like it.
I just hit level 6.
Okay, so he does have it now when he wants to level it up. Carl's by himself here.
If he strays into them, it can be an issue. They're not going to spot him. That ward just a little bit short. They've also got Mira and Toronto Tokyo coming over.
Carl might go for another wave here.
And if he does, he might just be dead.
Yeah, I think he's going to see the gyro and be like, okay, never mind. Nice to see the mag playing near the lifestealer, though, that you want to use that Empower as effectively as possible to help your carry, playing relatively similar areas of the map.
Who is this pace benefiting the most at the moment?
It's difficult to say. I think, you know, obviously, T1, they have the Empower for the lifestealer, which is great, but...
Right.
I think both teams are just waiting for their individual timing, right? Like, this mag probably wants this blink to really be the big threat. Zephyr here is going to show...
Homie Mr. coming out. Mapushka shows himself. Nightmare. Toronto Tokyo going in. Mapushka avoiding the stun. They've got the Fiend's Grave now. Do they have the damage before Mapushka goes down? No, not enough. But they lose Whitemon. They lose Zephyr. Down goes Carl. They've got the Culling Blade to cut him in half. And Team Spirit make good movements. 23 is also up here with Cuckoo, but it's not leading to anything. And it's, again, Team Spirit not only moving well, but Mapushka, just the patience to sit in those trees and wait for somebody to show like that. The plan was set. The trap was laid out, and they snagged them.
Yeah, like T1 was set up and ready to go, but Spirit just brought the numbers. Like, they made sure they brought like 5 to the fight that T1 brought 3 to. And they didn't even really have to commit a huge amount. Great call by Collapse as well, catches the back line, and they just clean through. Like, yeah, Mapushka, he has to use the grip, but they kill the Lesh for it, so more than worth, even if he does fall. But without the spells now, Carl going to move back up to this top lane, should be able to finish this tier 1. 23 Savage with the armlet as well. Most farmed hero in the game, he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, this time, you know, working with Empower, getting that farm, getting that buff up, and right now he's at the top, but he's almost surpassed by Yatoro, who's trying to get a bottom tier 1 of his own. He's got gold in the bank and ready to withdraw it from this tower. Black Cannon cleaning up the creep wave, just 1,700 gold away from finishing the Ags. He's got Treads, Crystallis, and 2 components in. This is Yatoro taking this tower all by himself and nobody coming over to defend it at all.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
from pretty much full to dead. Bit of a surprise.
I think Miro's looking to try and break smokes there potentially, but didn't end up
Toronto
using one on
Tokyo,
T1.
ooh, and the idea and the glimmer in his eye to make that jump onto the high ground, potentially go for something, but it was probably a tough kill. Right now, T1, they've done a really good job. They've kind of, it looks like a very quick pace from Team Spirit in that they had a 2K, 3K lead early on, and yes, it's still at that 2K. It's dripped back down to even, but Magnus helping this Lifestealer, helping 23 just farm up and sit towards the top. A lot different than what we saw with Gyro in the last game.
They're moving down here. Oh, if Miposhka breaks this smoke.
He just skirts it, and that actually might be worse if they were to catch Collapse. Now he comes back over. He's picked up by Carl and activated
Collapse
out of that bottle. Yeah. So he doesn't break the smoke, and it ends up, like I said, hurting them more because Collapse ends up being the one who goes down. That's good movement from T1, just out of range there from Miposhka to break that smoke, and now he's facing some sentries down and needs to run. Whitemon has the Sinister Gaze just on the edge. Chain Frost thrown out, and they've got the Splitter. They'll get yet another kill. So some really good movements there from T1. And they've got this blink on Cuckoo, and that's a big moment for him.
This is what we mean sometimes when we say, like, oh, it's just better for the 5 to break the smoke and just die, right? Like, it looks... like, if they just die, sometimes it looks really stupid, right? But it ends up... Yeah, the Collapse just dies there instead. And they end up both dying in the end. But, you know, they're not really falling behind on gold at all still.
And the sports are coming back, too.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when this first egg goes off as well. I think with the Axe Call on top. Because I think T1 are going to struggle to deal with that egg. They do have the Life Stealer, obviously, which is the big one. But with the 2 BKB piercing disables and the call and the grip, it might not be easy for him to just, you know, cleanly hit it. Yatora's sitting under a ward here. Oh, they're gonna go. Okay. Oh, Lich
breaks the smoke and TP's out. The rest of the team is out.
Really well played by T1. And they're gonna see the gyro
up top. They've got the RP. They'll get the split earth. They have the control. They'll get the kill. Big one there for T1.
Yeah, that's such a huge moment in the game. The fact that they managed to dodge the smoke gank and then pick up the gyro kill from under the ward. Wow. That's like such a big swing of events, honestly. Like, these are the kind of small margins that we talk about at the end of the game where we're like, oh yeah, like this could have really been the difference maker if this had happened differently.
That's that first moment. Haven't really seen the call supernova combo. They've got the Ags finished off on the gyro. They get the blink call. Astro step in, and they'll have the control to get the kill on a Zephyr. Culling Blade cutting him in half. Good move there by Collapse. It's just the support, though, not equivalent to that Yatoro kill. Toronto Tokyo, though, stepping up on 23. You need to be careful. Collapse looking to come around the back with the help of Mira. This could be the blink call supernova combo that they want. And I think sensing that, T1 make the wise decision and back away from that area of the map.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are going to hang around on the left, and Team Spirit are going to hang around on the right, because they don't want to invade the high ground that T1 are sitting on. And they're D-ward instantly from T1. Really well played. They do get a much deeper ward down, though. Not going to help so much with the tier 1, but potentially later on it could.
You know that Zephyr's coming over again, and Cuckoo... I almost want to say he's looking to make a jump, but he doesn't have RP. A little bit difficult for him to make the jump. Oh, he does blink in, but he blinks into the Aether Remnant, and now he's going to skewer himself back. They've got the summary. The blink call! It's on the 4! They've got everybody! Supernova right on top of it. They'll get the kill on Zephyr, Cuckoo, and Carl. They've got the Fiend's Grip on the 23. What a maneuver from Team Spirit! Oh, Collapse! What a call!
What did you expect?
I want to point out quickly as well, it's not just the call. The start of that fight, the Magnus goes in to blink in Skewer on top of Toronto Tokyo to try and chain stun him, but he's preemptively put an Aether Remnant down so that Mag blinks in on top of the Aether Remnant, and that completely loses the fight. And then all of a sudden there's just 4 heroes on top of each other because they're trying to react to the Mag blink. And Yeah, insane call by Collapse.
Yeah. And Toronto Tokyo does a good job there of backing away from the group as he was getting hit with that Chain Frost, so it didn't bounce and potentially they lose anybody from that Chain Frost, because White Mom was the only one not hit by that call. They played it pretty much perfectly, and they were set. They were preemptively set for the Magnus to jump in. You could tell that Cuckoo wanted to jump, and then he immediately pays for it by getting hit by that Aether Remnant and skewers himself back alone.
Dire are scanning.
It's just such a heads-up play by Toronto Tokyo.
It's really covering your bases.
I mean, we saw that play from T1 before. I think it was yesterday, when they played the sniper, and they were laying Aether Remnants on top of their sniper in case the other team tried to initiate, so... I think that's the first time we've seen it actually work, though, this tournament.
Yeah. Kai Assange picked up for Carl.
Forget the Seb chat word, by the way. Collapse, man. Like...
Radiant
Yeah, somebody spam his name. Scan comes out from the Radiant, so they know that the Dire are up here. Assimilate trying to run. Cuckoo's here with 23. They used that RP, I believe, and yeah, that's gonna
the Nightmare save.
Void Spirit, but they've got the Nightmare save. He's still gonna end up going down. The Supernova's gonna be on the high ground. They're going with the Black Hand, and the damage coming in for Yatoro. They get the kill on the White Mon, Carl, Cuckoo, all hitting the deck. 3 heroes gone. 23 will break dance to safety, but he's not even that far away. Collapse goes for a call, but that's well far out.
I think he thought he had Blink again for some reason. I think he blinked in and tried to be like, oh, I'm gonna blink, cool. It happens. Yeah, good play by T1. Like, they find the initial entrance onto the Void Spirit, right? But it takes so long to kill him because of the Nightmare save from the Bane. But then, like, the follow-up damage coming through from Spirit is just far too much. They managed to get this egg down again.
Yeah.
And look at Mira's net worth in this game. Mira on this Phoenix. There's so much.
Sapphire dying again at Toronto, Tokyo.
And there's the BKB for the Gyrocopter. Oh, it's for the axe. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Mira's got Veil, Force Staff. He's level 13. He's going into the Shard, and he just about has the gold for it. It's not normal that you see 2 items, and then just after the 20-minute mark, Shard 2. For support in that 4 position. What's crazy is he's almost as farmed as Cuckoo, who has the benefits of Empower.
Yeah, but I mean, they have been winning fights though on Spirit, right? So they do have that benefit going their way. What's the Lifestealer building? Is he going Scardy? Or... I feel like he kind of needs to this game. I was wondering whether he might go for a damage item, but I think the Scardy's far too good to pass up here.
Bottom lane pushing in. Aether Remnant's there for the TPs. 23 might go right into one. He does, but there's no follow-up jump. They are smoking and wrapping around.
They want the backline. They want to be able to kill like the Shadow Demon and the Lich if they're trying to be in position to save the Lifestealer. And you see Zephyr is here. He's just hiding in the trees. So
now they draw a line, and they're going to go right through the middle of the map and go up.
Yeah, it's just a good read by T1 that we talked about this earlier on, that the having the idea of like pairs sitting with each other, where like you have one of your supports sitting behind the course, it's in a dangerous place.
Magnus hit with the blink call. Cuckoo in trouble. Sunray on him. Culling Blade
and that's
unneeded.
The Mag's going to have to buy back here if they want to contest this. I just don't think they're in a position to at the moment, though.
Faking this Roche.
It is going to fall eventually. Now, if you're T1, how do you approach this Aegis fight? It's so difficult. They have grip here available on the Bane, so if they can keep vision on this Lifestealer... did pop the rage though, so he's fine.
Zephyr, though, he's going to be caught. Sunray on top of him. Zephyr burning out. Mira getting another kill. He's 3-0-7. He hasn't died yet. He's got that shard, and he's got 1,200 more gold.
Yeah, I mean, the shard on Phoenix is obviously going to be so good this game. It means you can just commit the egg straight away on the axe call and not have to worry about not having Sunray available, because you obviously just cast it during the egg.
Is about to hit that 10,000 net worth lead mark.
This Toronto Tokyo axe is going to be a big deal this game as well. If he can jump onto the backline, it kills the Shadow Demon so quickly. And even if you catch the Lifestealer with it, right? Like, he hasn't got a purge to be able to take off the silence.
Yeah, and it could be a problem for Cuckoo
right?
too, right?
Yeah, it's a really good item, this game. Like, I know we see Ags a lot on Void Spirit normally anyway, but this game in particular feels like it has so much value.
So they take the tier 2 in the bottom lane. You've got Karo just trying to push out the top tier 2, and well, Lifestealer trying to get it into the sky. He's 1,000 gold off of it. But you can see Team Spirit, they're still ready to go, and they're going to pop that smoke, look for more.
Yeah, they know there's nobody bot, right? So they just smoke, and they're going to run across the map and just see who they find. Because T1 have to be somewhere. They're not just going to be sat in their base. But I think T1, they know something's up here. So they're all just starting to TP away.
Yeah,
good read.
You can sense it. So Collapse, so Queen up top. He's going for a refresher on Collapse.
Wow, interesting. I mean, the double BKB is really good against Lifestealer in particular, right? So I kind of get it, but it's a really expensive item. I thought he might consider something like an AC potentially, but we'll see if he commits all the way for the refresher.
Yeah, for sure.
He might change his mind yet.
Starting to move together as a unit here on Team Spirit. As T1 trying to open up the map as best they can and find some farm here. Lifestealer still looking for the Scotty and doesn't have it quite yet, but the Ags will come out for Toronto Tokyo. And they're going to start heading towards bottom. Searching has another Astral Step, and Karo into the trees. And Toronto Tokyo will show himself. Aether Remnant. Ooh. The other direction, and it might have caught Zephyr.
Kind of thread the needle, didn't it, there? So right between the two of them.
Over mid now, though. Carl.
You can see the Spirit are desperately trying to use this Aegis to force a fight, but T1 are doing a great job of like just shoving the lanes out constantly and not letting Spirit have that big like 5-on-5 fight that they're looking for. And I love this. He's going Satanic on the Lifestealer. This is what we were talking about. You need a way of taking off the silence from the Ags on Toronto Tokyo, so the Dispel that it offers is going to be really key here, just in case he needs it.
Over on mid, they've got Cuckoo TPing in. Sentry looking for the blink as well as the RP, but he's working with an Aegis. Even committing to that is really tough, and especially now that you've lost Zephyr. Fighting just doesn't seem like it's in the cards, or at least it would be really tough. You do have a tier 2 there. You could buy back and TP in.
Oh, Titan Sliver on the Gyrocopter, by the way. This status resist against the SD and the Mag. We've seen this a few times today now, where they've managed to get the double up. Feels incredibly strong every time.
We missed going over on the 23.
They have to respect the skewer back from the Mag here.
Yeah.
Because the Aegis doesn't have a huge amount of time left, I don't think.
It's got 18 seconds left, and Cuckoo trying to catch up. They've got the skewer. Now they get this kill before the Aegis times out. Sunray on him, keeping Yatoro alive. Another look for the blink as well as the call, but it's not going to land on the 23. The Chain Frost doesn't bounce to anybody. And now Mira, he does have that Supernova. He gets away from the rest of the pack. Goes into the supernova. They've got the stun. The right click's coming in from Zephyr as well as Carl. They get the kill on a white mon. They'll take out the 2 supports. The Astro Step across 3. They may have gotten Mira, but how much is it going to cost them? Disruption 23 popping out of the infest.
Tora's in trouble.
He's all by himself. The skewer comes in, but they got Collapse coming through with the call again. They get the kill on Zephyr. They'll use the RP. They'll lock down Yatoro. They've got the Fiend's Grip out onto Carl. It's not enough damage just yet, but they've got the Astro Step coming across the bow. Essence Ring. Carl surviving. They hit the sleep onto this Life Stealer. Aether Remnant will lock him up again. Collapse trying to find Carl. He's got blink in 10 seconds. The stun lands. Can he keep up with him? Toronto Tokyo with an Astral Step. And now Carl trying to TP out. They have the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a 4th. But they got Yatoro. They killed off this Gyro. Problem becomes it doesn't feel like enough. It's a 2 for 4.
Yeah, that fight could have been so much better for T1. They were, well, I say that for Spirit, they missed the initial call, right? I think if they hit the call and they lay down the egg on top, that fight goes so much better for them initially, right? But the Phoenix has to egg without any protection, and it forces T1 to come over and take the egg. And as you saw, they take it so slowly, it still nearly went off anyway. And so they all get dragged out of position. They do manage to kill the egg, but they pay you their life for it.
Yeah.
They've
It was just Zephyr and Carl hitting at the egg. They needed a +1 on it.
Yeah, they did, but it was such a split fight where the Phoenix had 4 staffed away, so it was slightly difficult to get to, right?
Yeah.
This gyrocopter, as you can see though from that last fight, does take a huge amount of damage from the Lifestealer. Like, and you can't even just run away on the gyro anymore because of the Skadi on the Lifestealer. Dagon on the Void Spirit.
Psychic Headband. That'll be nice for Miposhka.
And he is going Refresher on the Axe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This BKB on the Lesh is a big deal now though as well. So this Void Spirit not going to be able to just completely blow up the Lesh anymore.
Starting to feel like T1 have a lane, right?
But even without the Aegis here, they're still Team Spirit just want to go. They want to force this big 5-on-5, and Zephyr.
Zephyr, blink call, they get the kill, take out the Shadow Demon. Minimum 42 seconds until Roche is back up. Miposhka, he's looking to stop a TP. The grip, and he's got the Keen Optic, but now the Skewer, that stops the TP. They're going to try and get this kill, but they got Mira coming over there. Really bad into Cuckoo. Now Cuckoo needs to try and run, but he doesn't have a TP. He'll be forced to use that RP. Now they look over at Mira. They're trying to get the kill on the Phoenix, but they've got the blink as well as the call coming in from Collapse. They look over at Cuckoo. They've got the damage coming in from Toronto Tokyo. There's the Calling Blade to get the kill. Astral Step right on the 23. He's going to try and run. He's raged up and trying to get away. Collapse. Can he close the gap and get the call? Yes, he is. He's right on it. Rocket Barrage once again. He'll get the Satanic, but the Calling Blade is in time. Collapse. Kills off 23.
Sick play from Miposhka, though. Manages to get the grip off onto the Lifestealer. I'm surprised the Lich cancelled didn't cancel the TP. I don't know whether he realised what was going on and they didn't communicate it or something, but I think if the Lich cancels the TP there, maybe they can stay and fight. But either way, massive play by Miposhka.
Waitmon thinking about going in, taking that outpost.
Top tower is under attack.
Yatoro shows a TP, so he backs away, and now the TP in from Carl. They don't have RP. I mean, they don't even have Cuckoo. Roche is up in
pretty quick.
50 seconds. It's a relatively quick one. It's starting to upgrade that Dagon now at level 2.
I mean, luckily for T1, the Roche spawns after the Lifestealer respawns, right? Otherwise, that could have been horrendous for them.
And it spawns around the time of RP, just a little bit before, so they'll have options. It's just a very tough fight for them.
And this is the... Oh, there's a DD outside the pit as well. I think this is a massive advantage for either team if they can get it.
Astral Step spots it, and they'll let Yatoro pick it up and fill up that bottle, so he'll have the ability to hold it. Meanwhile, Mira, he's got an Aeon Disc coming his way, and they're going to back, of course, his 5 and look to smoke.
This is a big deal as well, because it's not just the DD, it's just as he picked up a Daedalus as well. So not only is he survivable on the gyro, but he has like a massive damage increase from the last fight. So this Lifestealer and the rest of T1 might not expect this damage increase.
They group up. They smoke. 5 heroes smoked up, and they're holding the high ground trying to break these smokes, but I'm not sure that's even going to matter.
Good positioning from the cause, though.
Toronto Tokyo not looking to take the chance.
Yeah, you don't want to just run up into the high ground without vision, especially when the Roche is up. You know, one bad fight, the other team, they take the Roche, they find their way into the game.
They place down that observer ward. That's actually going to spot Carl. Carl didn't break the smoke on Mofarah, who was coming over to place down this ward.
Yeah, it was just a sentry that got down.
And now they'll take the sentry right on back. But in the Roche they go.
I wonder if T1 know this. They must know something's up. But with the DD, this Roche dies so fast, they're going to see it with the Shadow Poison.
23 coming in, but the Aether Remnant is on the money. He'll go to the range. He'll try to come in, but the blink as well as the call coming in for Collapse. They've got the Supernova over to the side. They get the Aegis.
Oh, the grip.
Collapse gets the kill on a Cuckoo. Cuckoo dead so fast. Feed's grip out on a 23. Look at the Calling Blade. They'll take out 3 so fast. Carl, BKB, TP attempt. The damage is out. Collapse with the triple kill, taking out Zephyr, the only one to survive and tell the village the story is Carl. But so fast from
really
Team Spirit.
Really well played by Toronto Tokyo as well. We didn't see it because it was off camera, but he basically just jumps the backline while everybody else is going on the live sealer. And I think T1, they basically have to react to that Roche, otherwise they get the free Aegis on the gyro, right? But it pulls them all out of position away from the high ground, and they're not ready to take the fight because they're rushing into the pit. And the support positioning from Team Spirit, really well played on the far side of the Roche pit. They get the full grip off onto the live sealer, they get the egg off. And without buyback on the 23 Savage here, Team Spirit looking really good.
Levels 3 and 4 there on the Dagon 4 Void Spirit. They'll take the tier 3 and they're going to work on these racks while Toronto Tokyo works on the tier 3 over bottom for a split second, comes back over mid. And it will be Oscar Core next for Collapse.
He's going for pressure
Shockwave, Astral Step. Oh, the silence as he's going Sinister Gaze. Yes.
He's just trying to poke and protest to stop the skewers coming in on Toronto Tokyo. Again, there's that Aether Remnant that we were talking about before.
TP in from 23. This is a risky play. They do still have RP. Sunray on a 23. They have the Aether Remnant. The Lotus Orb is there. The silence comes out from Toronto Tokyo with the Resonant Pulse. The Blink try and skewer him back. And now they've got a homing missile coming the other way. They need to be careful. The stun lands on Yatoro. He's got the Aegis. They want to go in with a Blink RP and try and make a big play happen, but just going up against the Aegis is a lot of a deterrent.
Melee Rex is so low.
Down, and the Melee Rex is healing. I don't know if it's going to heal enough.
Yeah, it should go down eventually. I think they're just waiting for the next round of spells.
Blink call coming through on a 23. They've got the Tekken as well. They'll get the kill on the 23. He's going to be dead for 85 seconds. They look for the RP, but they get the kill to Kuku as well. Zephyr and this Supernova coming through. Down goes Whitemon. 4 heroes dead. And it's looking like it's going to be a full team wipe. And yeah, they'll call GG. Team Spirit will eliminate T1. Continue to be the Southeast Asian Kryptonite as they get the series 2-0.
What a performance by Team Spirit. I mean, T1, they had some good moments in this game, right? Like, they had some good fights and things, but this Team Spirit, I think many people would have come into today saying that that Spirit would have been the team that reaches the top 3, right? I think they've done incredibly well today to take down Fnatic and then T1 as well. Like we say, those 2 SEA powerhouses. So, I mean, fair play to them. I think Mofarah definitely my MVP for this game, but they all played so well. That non-stop aggression that we've seen from them, especially in this game too, they just did not give T1 just any room to breathe. And I think making sure they got both the Roches was such a big key for this game as well. So, you know, really terrifying. And honestly, if they can keep up this level of aggression going into tomorrow, I can see them giving Tundra a big scare.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually wanted to allude to that series a little bit because you've got Spirit Tundra, which is going to be an absolute powerhouse of a lower bracket final, the only series we have tomorrow. And it's already priming up to be a really big barn burner as these two teams love to run at each other. So I'm excited for that series. This was the last series of today. The 2-0 for Spirit is definitely momentum coming into tomorrow. And to break down this series, to break down this day, we've got Nomad and the rest of the panel of Theban and Lizard. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. My goodness, what a performance from Team Spirit as they take the 2-0 over T1 on the backs of some incredible individual performances. And I want to ask a kind of personal question. Do we know if Collapse has a partner? Do you know this information, Lizard? I feel like
I can ask around for
anyone
you
could.
if you want.
Yeah.
It's
No,
not gonna be a
not for
problem.
that reason. No, I'm just saying, like, my guy wanted to go to bed, and the only other time I've known a guy to want to go to bed that badly, you can connect the dots. But my goodness, one Axe performance from Collapse, like 3 4-man calls in this game, absolutely phenomenal stuff. Like I haven't seen an Axe performance that since like TI8. I'm pretty sure.
It's just very difficult for T1 to play this game. We talked about Axe and how he usually wants to have a hero that jumps in first and then he follows up. He had that. He had the Void Spirit, he had the Phoenix more or less. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cuckoo is kind of left alone, lonesome. He's trying to figure out a way to jump in, skewer someone back, but he doesn't have a hero. Karl isn't the one. Like, this Lash should be the one, but he isn't the one that goes in and makes enough space for Cuckoo to... makes enough chaos for Cuckoo to jump in and utilize on that. This Team Spirit's draft is 101, right? As simple as possible. Phoenix Axe, as long as Phoenix was in the game, this combo was powerful. And then T1 as well decided to do something like picking Lifestealer into Bane, which is unwise at times.
Yeah, like Lifestealer into 2 BKB penetrating stuns and the Axe and the Bane, that did not bode well for him.
Okay, I have a confession to make, guys. At the end of the draft, I really wanted to go with Spirit, but it's T1. I'm like, nah, I'm just making a confession.
Backwards on a bike.
Right?
Yeah. I heard this one
backwards
before.
on a bike.
Listen.
Can't dig upwards.
I did not expect T1 to bomb out in this way. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I thought they knew something that we didn't, but in reality, now that the game has played out, they didn't have, once again, just like game 1, a hero that can jump the backline, go on these supports, kill off the supports, and make the fights easier for them. They picked this Leshrac hero just like the Razor, and they put everything onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo can't just go in and RP 5 heroes in every single fight. All Team Spirit had to do is wait with the Axe, wait with the Bane, wait for this Magnus to show himself, stun him up, and T1 could not win any more fights. This was the biggest issue for T1. Team Spirit, they executed their draft perfectly. Collapse, MVP, no doubt about it with those plays. And I don't even know what happened to T1. I think their drafts especially are real wonky right now.
Yeah. Poor Lifestealer game, honestly. Like, the Leshrac, I really wanted to go for a Blink after he got that Sanjin Kaya, but instead goes for Bloodstone. I understand you want to tank up, but someone needs to get to the backlines. And anyone that's played Magnus knows that the least thing you want to do as Magnus is be forced to, like, Blink RP to start fights. Like, nobody wants that as a Magnus. And same thing can be said about Axe, and he didn't have to do that. He had to run to Tokyo, leaping in like a maniac, causing this chaos, and then Collapse can just follow up with the easy blink calls, and that's how he's able to be so successful. Cuckoo, there was even points where he managed to jump on top of 2 or 3 heroes, but there was always something to just stop him getting off the RP. Really, really tough.
It doesn't matter. I feel like Zephyr, he was the focal point of T1 squad. This Shadow Demon, he has such a burden to bear in a game such as this one. He needs to disrupt the Axe, he needs to save the Lifestealer from Bane. There's just a ton of work cut out from him for him, and it's difficult to do all of those things when you have Phoenix jumping on top of you, you have Axe as well hunting you. Just a very difficult game for T1. I really think that they needed to be more on the active side than on the reactive side, right? And maybe instead of the Shadow Demon, it's easy to say this in hindsight, but if they had anything that goes in first as a position 4 or a 5 and says, hey, here I am, I'm dumb and lost in foreign land, please kill me. You need that. You need just some info, some vision, some chaos, so that 100%. Magnus can play his game. You cannot play Magnus like this. You're not playing a pub in which people are going to stack up constantly for you to RP them.
But Lizard, I'll tell you, that job 100% had to come from the mid lane. There's nobody else that could have done that.
100% after having Lich and Shadow Demon as supports, right? Mm-hmm. They needed to pick something for mid that does that. I agree.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like T1, they love this clockwork and Tusk and all the stuff which goes in brawls. Where was that today? Like where have their signature brawling sports gone? I don't really know. Like Zephyr kind of felt like he had his hand tied a bit. Yes, the Shadow Demon did look like a really good pick in the draft, but when it comes to just operating as a 5-man squad, T1, unfortunately, in both games, just severely gimped themselves, made it very, very difficult to play into Team Spirit. And, you know, Team Spirit on the form they're in right now, you cannot underestimate this team. SEA Slayers today is a 2-0 both of the SEA teams. They've got a big target on their backs now heading into TI, that's for sure, at least for this region. And now they move on to face off versus Tundra Esports in the lower bracket finals. I don't know how that one's going to go, but I do know one thing. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. What's your thoughts on that series?
It's going to be extremely interesting. The first game of this series for me was probably one of more entertaining games of the tournament. Tomorrow, Tundra and Esports clash, and it's on one side you have this full aggression coming from the CIS squad, on the other you have full madness coming from Tundra. Madness that they have lost a little bit, for better or worse, in the last couple of games. So I just expect a very peculiar and a very interesting day of Dota.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I'm still processing the fact that T1 just got eliminated, so I'm not quite there yet with Team Spirit versus Tundra.
Gonna need some time.
Yeah, I still need some time, man. I'm telling you.
Don't worry, yeah, dude. I'm sure if you go in a Twitch chat, you can go and find a supporters group. You know, you can meet up every Monday and talk about your feelings and everything, and you'll get through it together. You know, there's help out there for the survivors of Team Spirit, as they have just absolutely demolished this. And then LGD in the grand finals. I mean, can either of these teams beat LGD? We know Tundra can. What about Team Spirit and this momentum they're on through the lower bracket? Do you think if they continue this through tomorrow, they stand a chance against LGD?
I think both of these teams can put up a really good fight against LGD, but at the moment, though, LGD, they look like they're out here to win this event. Like, they're 100% locked in right now. Team Spirit, Tundra, whoever does win this, especially Team Spirit, if they beat Tundra, their momentum, their confidence is going to go through the roof. I can't believe this team just went from being one game away from being eliminated, making it all the way to the lower bracket finals.
I just imagine Undying sitting at home being, this could have been us. This could have been us. We were so close to beating Team Spirit, but alas, Team Spirit are the team which win, and they have just been impressing. All right, guys, I think that's just about it for today. We are all done, and some big upsets, some big surprises, some fantastic games, but in the end, it is Team Spirit who's today's big winner along with LGD. Closing thoughts on the day, guys, before we wrap it up.
It's fun always to watch a tournament has a tournament that has its own meta. It's fun to watch the meta evolve. I don't know what happened to me. A bit too much Dota, perhaps, in the last couple of days. And this one was probably one of the craziest in recent time that I watched. Like 5 cores coming from Tundra, pudges everywhere. I'm just waiting for something like Techies to, just round it all up and have the most incredible picks that I've seen in 2021. Pretty much. Like, how many times in recent past have you seen teams draft 5 cores like Tundra is doing? How many times have you seen oracles going mid? Like, come on. It's just fun. It's entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know what's going to happen in the next few days, but we know one thing. It is going to be absolutely brilliant to watch, as it has been so far. Theban, any last thoughts before we end things up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to the meta continuing to develop. I think we noticed a few really powerful heroes in Night Stalker, Keeper of the Light. I think these guys are like S tier. They're all the way at the top. And then you got Beastmaster and Lycan. Like these are also very important heroes. So let's see what's going to happen with these guys. I think whoever wins this tournament, whatever heroes, especially they draft, are going to be very key heroes for TI.
Yeah, it's kind of the precursor to TI. Going to be certainly interesting to see which direction these teams choose to take it in tomorrow. Make sure you guys join us for that lower bracket final match coming up tomorrow, as we will be starting slightly later, so adjust your clocks, and we will see you then. For today, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.